Hey, welcome to another audiobook on quantum audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
301 Freedom. Asta and Yuno walked in the forest with excitement written all over their faces, at least for Asta. The Magic Knight exam is near. I can't wait to pass before becoming the Wizard King. If you pass, replied Yuno, and I'm the one who will be the Wizard King. The two then argued for a few minutes about this issue before continuing their journey. Do you think that the Wizard King will show up? I would like to meet him in person instead of a screen. He has not shown up for the exam in the past few years, so I doubt he would, replied Yuno calmly, despite the fact he was also secretly hoping to meet the legendary man. A few days later, this year's Magic Knight entrance exam began. Asta and Yuno stood in the middle of the Colosseum and the other participants. Soon, the two arrived in the noble realm in the town of Kika. Yuno remained calm, but Asta kept looking at everything with shining eyes. He looked at the 10 seats on the balcony. This should be the seat of the captains? How exciting. Soon, all the captains showed up one by one. And each time they appeared, the participants immediately recognized them and talked about their legendary tales. That was until one person showed up with a black leather strap covering his mouth and neck, leaving an opening to show his sharp teeth. As popular as always, Zora, said Yami while laughing aloud. Our punishment squad does not need to be like, as long as we do our job correctly. The other captains gave him a side-eye before ignoring him. The punishment squad created the Wizard King to combat corruption in the kingdom or the magic squads. Their mission is to capture and imprison any corrupt individual in the kingdom. It did not matter whether you were a commoner, noble, magic knight, or captain, they would go after you. Their reputation was never good because of how much power they had and how ruthless they were. However, things became even worse when this Zora ideal took the position. He was more ruthless than all the previous captains. In one event, he wanted to place the current king on trial, almost causing an extraordinary incident. Luckily, the Wizard King intervened and prevented the other nobles from rioting against him. Ultimately, the king of the Clover Kingdom was forced to stay inside the castle and never leave because of that incident. Although many people do not like how the punishment squad do things, they still respect them greatly because of how many great things they have to do for the kingdom. Plus, the selection process for this squad is very rigid, and each member must sign magical contracts to prevent them from abusing their powers and becoming corrupted themselves. Anyway, why are you here, and even arrived in time? Asked Zora. Yami clicked his tongue before saying, Edward said I had to be here. Plus, he even sent his assistant Marks to force me to arrive in time. Zora gave him a loot before focusing on the exam. Captain William Vengeance was in charge of this year's exam, so he officially began things. The exam was the same as Edward's time. Mages were tested on their ability to control brooms, the amount of mana they had, to hit targets, for magic creation, and to make a seed bloom. As in the main timeline, Yuno did excellent in the test, while Asta failed all the others since he did not have an ounce of mana. However, this fact showed that he was an anomaly, so the captains noticed him. The following exam stage was not a battle like in Edward's time, but a bunch of other tests. The first was a comprehensive physical test, including stamina, endurance, reflexes, etc. It has been proven over the years that the more powerful the physical body, the easier it is to control mana. Additionally, being fit is excellent for combat, so this was one of the new requirements added for the test. The second test was a willpower and spiritual power test. Both were new criteria discovered with the boom of magic development in the Clover Kingdom. People with high willpower and spiritual/soul power can more easily control their magic and develop spells suitable for them in dangerous situations. It is also the main requirement to learn techniques like Mana Zone or Mana Skin. For this test, participants were given 2 magic orbs. One measured their soul strength, while the other placed them in an illusion where they had to experience countless inhuman experiences. And based on they react, a score will appear to dictate their willpower. In the second stage test, Asta began to display his uniqueness. In both the physical strength test and the willpower test, his results overshadowed all the participants and even broke a new record for the willpower test. And when it came to the soul strength test, he was second to Yuno by 3 points, while Yuno's score was considered second in the kingdom so far, only behind the Wizard King. However, the latter was considered an anomaly, so his results did not count. So, all eyes were on these two once the result was revealed. The final test before the battle was a magic knowledge and theory test. But people with a high score can get bonus points. Yuno passed with flying colors while Asta barely scored a few points. But people with a high score can earn bonus points for this entrance exam. Although the two of them attended schools in the village at a young age, Asta was never the most intelligent one regarding this kind of thing. When it was time for participants to choose their partners, it was as if fate cast a wide net on these people. A young man named Sekbronzaza challenged Asta. He did not care about the impressive results the latter had in the second stage of tests. All he cared about was that he had no magic power, and he could stand out in front of the captains by defeating him. Regrettably, he was horribly wrong. Even without mana, Asta took out a massive sword from his grimoire and defeated Sek with one swing. Now, all eyes were on Asta. Soon, all the participants fought with each other for the eyes of the captains. Then, it was time for them to choose. Participants after participants will stand in front of the captains, and if they are chosen, they could join the squad. If multiple captains want a candidate, they can choose which squad they want to enter. Soon, it was Yuno's turn, and as in the main timeline, he decided on the Golden Dawn since they were the most powerful squad. He wanted the fastest and best way to become Wizard King, and joining this squad would be an opportunity. When it was Asta's turn, all the captains raised their hands. Why are you guys raising your hands? Don't you always go for the talented ones full of magic power and soul strength? Asked Yami with a ferocious look. It is obvious this kid is special. Who would be stupid enough to pass out such an opportunity? Replied Captain of the Green Mantis, Jack. Charlotte, why are you also raising your hand? Isn't your squad only accept women? What are you talking about? Our squad has plenty of men, she replied calmly. Of course, she would not say they're mostly servants. All of you already picked some people while I have nothing, so this kid belongs to me, said Yami. Plus, it is common knowledge that all the weird ones or oddballs go to my squad. Well, not this time, responded Fuglian, captain of the Vermilion Bird squad. Do you guys want to settle this in a fight? No one is scared of you, Yami, said Nozel Silva, captain of the Silver Eagle squad. All of them started to release a powerful aura through the use of their mana, pressuring all the participants. However, Captain Vengeance seemed to have noticed something and immediately stood up from his chair. Your Majesty. All the captains turned their attention to the stadium and found a handsome man standing in front of Asta. Your Majesty, they saluted, but Edward just waved his hand to appease them. Your name is Asta, right? T the Wizard King. You're the Wizard King. I saw you on the magic television when I was a kid. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Wait, you know my name. How do you know my name? I knew your mother, Likita. She was a wonderful woman, full of kindness and joy. I'm sorry I could not save her. My mother, Likita, is that her name? Muttered Asta. Don't worry. You'll get to see her one day soon. You'll be joining the Black Bull squad. Do you have any problem with that arrangement? No, sir, replied Asta in confusion. As soon as he said these words, chains appeared all over Edward's body before they were broken. Then, a powerful mana pressure, along with his voice, was released from his body that reached the entire kingdom. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Curse you, universe will. Someday, you will feel my wrath. Edward's voice echoed through the noble realm, the common realm, and the forsaken realm. All the Clover Kingdom's citizens could hear the joy and anger behind that voice. And many people understood that things were about to change. The monster finally broke free from his chains, and nothing could restrain him. Although many people knew that this day would come, they also prayed that it never arrived. After laughing for a few seconds, Edward smiled before looking at Asta. He patted the kid on his shoulder. Kid, it seems that you were the last straw. All right, let me test your power. 302 Anti-Magic. Edward waved his hand, and a piece of paper came out from a small circular gate. It was Asta's results from the exam. And after seeing the willpower section, his mouth almost twitched. Asta had a willpower of 5 and was very close to 6, meaning he reached the requirement to use conceptual magic in some weak universes. And with a little more training, he should get 6 on the scale. Over the years, Edward constantly fought with the universe's will, and his willpower is only 4, very close to 5. Now, this was not a bad score. From what he learned from Merlin, most tier 10 individuals score 2 for willpower. This is one of the reasons that conceptual magic is so difficult to use and is one of the factors that decide whether a mage is genuinely an elite or not. After all, this is a form of magic that grants individuals the ability to control the fundamental laws of any universe. Many people or mages can control the laws or authorities in their universe. However, once they leave their universe, they will lose that ability, unless they can use true conceptual magic that Merlin taught Edward. With it, mages can force the universe's will to hand over whatever authority they know and use it in their home universe. Is this the power of the protagonist? The power of destiny, thought Edward. Over the years, he analyzed the curse on him before discovering a way to remove it. By interacting with destined individuals, or people who have a significant influence in the Black Clover universe's plot, he can steal some power of destiny from them to remove the curse. However, the interactions should not wholly change the plot beyond measures, and he also has to be secretive when stealing destiny. On top of all that, he still had to play Julius' role. To be precise, Edward inherited most if not all of Julius' destiny and used most of it to remove the curse. Finally, when he placed Asta in the Black Bull squad, where he was destined to go, he finally acquired the last straw of destiny to become completely free. After a quick review of Asta's result, Edward secretly nodded in satisfaction. One of the main reasons he came to this world was for Julius' magic and Asta's anti-magic and his willpower. Edward did not want to use the slow way to increase his willpower, so he focused on people like Asta, Captain America, and Thanos, people born or who developed terrifying willpower. They were his shortcuts. Let me see your sword, said Edward, and Asta handed it over without question. The moment he touched, Edward felt his mana being drained at an alarming rate. Secondly, he noticed a strange energy being released from the sword. Anti-magic energy? Could this be the answer to Dr. Jekyll's polarity of mana theory? Dr. Jekyll was one of the scientists that Edward brought back from his previous voyage. The man's research on the soul through science gave him a lot of advantages once he became an arcanist. His primary research involved the concept of polarity of the soul, or yin and yang. He divided the soul into good soul and bad soul to study its effect. And he even theorized that mana did not only have different frequencies but also polarities. A positive polarity, or yang nature, and a negative polarity, yin nature. And Edward believed that the negative polarity is the anti-magic energy that Asta used in the story. As long as I gather enough data, I should be able to change the polarity of my mana and use anti-magic. Edward looked at Asta's grimoire. He frowned at his discovery. It contained a storage spell that allowed the owner to keep objects inside but no information on anti-magic. Kid, I will throw a few attacks at you. All you have to do is block them, said Edward once he finished reading. Yes, sir, replied Asta as he held that large blade in front of him. Then, Edward threw many elemental spells toward him while Asta nullified all of them with his sword. Edward proceeded to test different attributes at him, and he could still nullify all of them, as long as they were made from mana. Now, I will use more power, so be prepared. I'm ready. Edward stopped for a moment before remembering something. I will give you a physical boost first. Erudite magic, body enhancement. Immediately, Asta felt a surge of strength rushing all over his body. I feel so fired up. He swung his sword in the sky, and with sheer physical force, he scattered all the clouds in Kika town. Focus. Yes, sir. Liquid mana technique, small sun. The liquid mana and crystal mana techniques are alternative ways that Edward found to use mana in this world. His magic core is sealed. Every time he uses it, he feels a warning force trying to expel him out of this universe. So, he created a method to temporarily liquefy and crystallize as a technique to boost spells. Because of these techniques, his magic squad full of commoners could compete with other nobles despite their lack of mana. The small sun rushed to Asta, and he tried to cut it into and nullify the spells. Unfortunately, the power was beyond his capabilities. Edward frowned before interrupting the spell. Kid, come here. After Asta arrived in front of him obediently, Edward explained to him. Your sword contained a special power that can nullify magic. However, your body must be physically strong enough to use this power. Do you understand? Asta nodded his head, so Edward continued. Your body has a natural limiter to prevent more energy from entering inside and killing you. I will remove that limitation and grant you the power you can have in the future. However, this power will try to overwhelm your mind, so do not let it. Are you ready? Asta slapped his face with both hands before saying, I'm ready. He understood that this was an opportunity to become more powerful, so he would not waste it. Alright. Edward then used blood magic to remove the limiter on Asta's body. Immediately afterward, he fell to the ground while having a seizure. Black marks and aura emanated from his body along with one pair of wings. Devil power, said Yami, who watched everything quietly while smoking. And it was not just him who identified this power, but all the other captains did. For a moment, all of them became tense as they looked at Asta before they remembered who is that man standing in front of them. They all knew that if there was a devil in the kingdom, it was it that should be scared. A few seconds later, Asta stood up from the ground with 2 pairs of wings, 2 different eyes colors, and a few black lines running through his body. Huh, what a terrible experience. But I feel so much stronger now. You know, come fight me. Kid, don't get cocky. You are too far from mastering this kind of power, said Edward. Yes, sir. Alright, let's continue the test. Edward then threw the mini-sun at him again. After fighting with it for half a minute, Asta could slice and nullify it. Finally, Edward used the crystal mana technique to throw a mini-sun at least 10 meters in diameter. Asta could only divert the attack away but not nullify it. So, anti-magic can nullify both liquid and crystal mana. However, a certain concentration is required. If this kid could make an anti-magic core, he would create a new subclass of arcanist. And as long as some people in the Empire are compatible with anti-magic, they can change into that new class. Once Edward finished gathering data and planning for the future of the Empire, he had one last thing to do, talk to Asta's devil, Liba. This thing might be involved with the core secrets of this world, even without knowing it. 303 Conspiracy. Edward used a spell to send his mind inside the space in Asta's grimoire. So, he found himself in a dark place with a short devil with white hair, clad in all black, including his skin with red eyes. Are you Likita's weird friends? Asked Liba. Weird friend? Yes, she told me about this weird friend who would meet her in the strangest way. Sometimes you would appear in her dreams. Or when she strode in the forest, the trees would turn into faces to talk to her. When she was cooking, a mouth would appear in her soup. Or you would turn into a tiny flame spirit in the candles. I thought she made you up. That's me. Because of a curse, I could not contact her directly, so I had to be creative in my approach. Previously, you said that Brat could see her soon. What do you mean by that? A slight excitement could be detected in the devil's voice, albeit he tried hard to hide it. When Lucy Farrow killed her, I secretly preserved a piece of her soul and placed her body in a time loop. So, I should be able to revive her. Edward was interested in Likita for 2 reasons. He was interested in her physique, which could passively absorb magic power and life force. And the second reason was her son, Asta. Asta does not have magic power because his mother absorbed it at birth. However, why did he not instantly die since she also absorbed life force? Edward theorized that it was because that kid was also unique. He also theorized that this uniqueness was inherited from his father, which was never revealed or mentioned in the anime or manga. Unfortunately, in the previous interaction, Edward did not detect anything besides the fact that the kid's life force was very active. And that only meant that he could quickly strengthen his body through physical training, not enough to negate Likita's ability. Can you really revive her? Relax, kid. Since I said I can revive, I can. But now is not the time. Why not? I have some things I need to do first. What's more important than reviving her? Edward squinted his eyes as he looked at the little devil in the eyes, making him tremble. Liba suddenly remembered feeling the same eyes and powerlessness when facing Lucifero and the other supreme devils in the underworld. I will ask you a few questions, so answer them without lying, said Edward calmly, making the little devil nod his head. How did you create anti-magic? I don't know. I spent years cursing Lucifero, focusing all my hatred on him. Then, one day, my body developed anti-magic energy. Edward frowned. The existence of Liba is an anomaly. In this world, every individual has mana inside their body, no matter how small. The exception to this rule is two people, Asta and Liba. Asta's situation can be explained by his mother, but Liba is an unexplained anomaly. As a devil, how could he be born without any mana whatsoever? Then, things became even weirder. Due to his lack of mana, Liba was able to leave the underworld dimension to the living world. And he so happened to meet the kind Likita, a person who can absorb mana's power from them and resist her life absorption because of his devil's constitution. And after her death, she sealed him in a black grimoire she discovered, and after years of hatred, he suddenly developed a power strong and unique enough that is the nemesis of all mages. And anti-magic can only be used by someone like Asta with no magic power. Honestly, Edward smells a conspiracy. It seemed that someone had been guiding the existence and creation of Asta and Liba so that one day, they could wage war against the devil and eventually wipe them out. Liba already hated all devils, and if things were to proceed normally, Asta would also develop the same hatred once he learned that devils took his parents from him. And with all this information, the most suspicious currently is Asta's father. It appears that he plans everything, or he is heavily involved. Unfortunately, Likita refused to tell me anything about him every time I asked or led the subject to him. Hopefully, she will tell me once I revive her. Otherwise, I will have to read her memories. Can you tell me all the information you have in anti-magic? Liba was immediately a little embarrassed. I don't have any information. All I know is that my body can produce a large quantity of it. Edward frowned before waving his hand. A crystal orb appeared in the space. Leave this with you. What is this? It will scan your body and life code to determine how you make anti-magic energy. Oh, okay. Take care of the kid. After a while, he should hold a devil binding ceremony with you. With his personality, he will likely sign an equal contract with you instead of a master-slave one. Liba nodded his head. He had his suspicions about Asta's origin since he did resemble Likita. Now that his identity was confirmed, he would take good care of his younger brother. Edward opened his eyes and returned to the real world. All right, thank you, kid, for your help. It was my pleasure, sir, responded Asta with shining eyes. Edward nodded before cancelling the buff spell he placed on him and giving him a healing spell before the overdraft of using power beyond his capability arrived. Asta felt the warning rushing through his body. He also felt a sense of loss when he felt how weak he became. Then, he motivated himself since he could one day reach that height. Meanwhile, Yuno watched everything with profound focus. Asta, I will not lose to you. I will be the one who becomes the Wizard King. I have a final gift for you, said Edward. A scroll appeared in his hand before handing it to Asta. The latter opened and read the title, Life Force Body Strengthening. In this universe, aura cannot exist whatsoever. No matter how Edward tried, he could not combine magic with life force. So, he concluded that the laws of this universe were different and prevented the existence of such an energy as aura. So, he developed other methods to strengthen his body. By absorbing mana from the environment, he can improve his life force, strengthening his overall physique. The process was relatively easy since a similar method already existed in the Empire, so he had to modify things a little bit. The method he gave Asta was also a slightly modified version. Edward could control ambient mana through the mana zone. However, Asta could not do the same because he did not have mana inside his body. Another law that Edward discovered was that arcane sorcery was also impossible to be used in this world. In the Empire, as long as someone has a certain level of soul strength, talent for energy sensing, and unique meditation techniques, an individual can control the ambient mana in nature to cast spells. Essentially, arcane sorcerers are low-level mana zone users. Unfortunately, in this universe, to use the mana zone, the mana inside a mage's body has to resonate with the ambient mana of nature, along with having sufficient soul strength and willpower. So, Asta cannot use the same training method as Edward. So, he modified this technique so that Asta could use breathing methods and some yoga movements that allowed him to absorb mana from the environment passively. Yummy, said Edward. What is it? Asked the black-haired captain. What's with this response? You already wasted a lot of my time. I could be taking a massive dump right now. Don't you have any respect? Look how the others look at me with reverence and awe, except for the squinty eyes that seem to want to slice me up. And, for the people who have not watched Black Clover, he is referring to Captain Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantis Squad. However, Yami just looked at him blankly before continuing to smoke his cigarette. No wonder you're almost 30 and never have a girlfriend. Veins appeared on Yami's forehead, but Edward ignored him. Whatever. I wanted to say, don't forget to teach this kid how to sense ki. Otherwise, he will be pretty useless in most high-level battles. That's a good idea. After calming himself down. After a few decades of friendships, he was used to these backhanded jabs at his personal life. Ki sensing can be considered another significant gain that Edward acquired in this universe. Ki is a natural energy emanating from people or objects when they move, and it is a great way to predict a person's movements and attacks. It is the perfect technique for aura masters for close combat and can be used by arcanists to predict the type of spells from their opponents. After instructing Asta and Yami, Edward talked briefly with the other captains and participants before leaving. Then, the examination continued. A few people joined a Magic Knight squad. However, this did not mean that the people who failed left empty-handed, at least not all of them. Some people who had decent results could join the border army. This army was mainly composed of low-level mages, however, they had large numbers and could use a magic formation that allowed them to mix the powers of many mages. They must patrol the borders and hold the enemy long enough for the Magic Knight reinforcements to arrive in time. Edward created this army to deal with the constant attacks of the Diamond and Spade Kingdom. And ever since their inceptions, the border situation has drastically improved. The mages at the exam who did well in the written test will be selected as researchers, teachers, and even inventors based on their talents or magic. Captain Vengeance took care of everything and sent everybody to their designated place before the entire event ended. And on that same day, news of what happened in the exam spread throughout the kingdom through television and newspaper. 304 Search Yami took Asta to the Black Bull's base of operation to meet all the other members. Everyone greeted Yami with great enthusiasm before taking notice of Asta. Magna then challenged the rookie to show his status as a senpai. Unfortunately, because of their previous experience, Asta knew a lot about how his power worked and how to use it. So, Magma ended up in an embarrassing situation. Then, all the members of the Black Bull squad began to party in honor of receiving a new member. Miss Charmy used her cotton magic to cook an outdoor barbecue, while Vanessa provided alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Damn, you startled me, said Yami as he almost spilled his drink. When did you get here? Not long, Edward replied as he held a big piece of meat in his hand and munched it with delight. Why are you here? I figure you guys would have a party, so I came for Charmy's food. Eat up, said Charmy as she handed him a large plate full of food, and Edward ate with a smile. Although he had copied her cotton magic, his food was not nearly as good as hers despite having better cooking skills, knowledge, and recipe. He guessed it was because he was not as passionate about food as her, so his cooking lacked a particular spiritual component. How about the thing I asked to research? You mean about food that can purify mana? I forgot, replied Charmy with an innocent look on her face. Edward shook his head but did not say anything since he knew her personality was like that. In this world, it is impossible to increase your mana pool. This is the iron law of this universe. In the main timeline, Charmy tried to achieve this feat and failed. So, Edward thought of purifying mana as a way to increase strength. Unfortunately, he cannot recreate the arcana flame in this world, so other people cannot purify their mana. So, he thought of using potions and food. Regrettably, even the Empire has not found methods to purify mana that does not involve the arcana flame. Snape was working on a potion for that purpose, but before they left, he only invited one that could accelerate the process, and the potion was not fully completed as there were many side effects that he needed to iron out. Edward did not push Charmy regarding the purified mana food. He taught the little girl a lot about food magic from the Empire with various effects. And once the opportunity is right, she will focus on the task even if she does not want to. The other members of Black Bulls did not react much to his presence as this was not the first time he showed up unannounced. The first time, they were in awe at the presence of the Wizard King. But over time, they became used to it. Do you want to drink with me today? Asked Vanessa. You're too much of a lightweight, replied Edward. Me, a lightweight? That's the funniest joke I've heard. Every time we drink together, you pass out, and I must carry you back here. It's not my fault that you can drink so much. Edward shook his head. Usually, he hated drinking since it affected his mind. However, the alcohol level of this world is low, but the wine is delicious. So, he became a drinking buddy with Vanessa. Edward looked around for a moment before saying, Yami, you're a fortunate man. Huh, what's this about? There are 4 arcane stages mages in your squad alone. 4? I thought it was only me and Vanessa. Yami had dealt with the Heart Kingdom, which used the concept of magic stages. Stages are divided from 9 to 0, with stage 9 being the weakest and stage 0 the strongest. Then, there was the Arcana stage, which referred to mages with unconventional or unique magic, magics that have a significant effect against devils. Lastly, there is the Saint stage, which spirit magic users can achieve with offensive spells since spirit magic can purify malice and destroy devils. The new kid is an arcane stage, while Grey over there is also one. Him? I thought he used transformation magic, asked Yami in confusion as he looked at that humongous man dressed in all black with steam coming out his mouth every time he exhaled. It's her. And her real magic is transmutation magic, replied Edward. After seeing her grimoire, Edward was finally able to use transmutation and turn things into gold. Yami looked at Grey for a moment before laughing aloud. It seems that I have an eye to see people. Edward ignored him while he continued eating. Meanwhile, Vanessa asked, I still don't understand how my magic is the arcane stage. I can only control threads. Until you resolve your problems with the Witch Queen and discover who you are, the fate attribute of your magic will never manifest. He saw her grimoire, and even after understanding it, he could not use the fate aspect. So, he must wait until she develops it before acquiring it. While the group enjoyed themselves, a young man with red hair and a mouth-covering mask showed up. Zora, are you here for the party as well? Asked Yami with a loud voice. Why would I associate myself with a bunch of delinquents like you? I'm here to see the Wizard King. Yami laughed, while Edward said, what is it? Zora was one of the first attempts at removing the curse on his body. Usually, he should be one of the people Edward could not interact with since he is an essential member of the Black Bulls. However, Edward made him a captain in charge of dealing with crooked magic knights and nobles. In the main timeline, Zora did similar things but of his own volition before joining the Black Bull squad. So, Edward shifted his destiny slightly by making captain of his own squad while also ensuring that he does the same thing he is supposed to do in the main timeline. In Edward's years dealing with that curse, he benefited in many ways. 1. He has now learned a great deal about curses and can be considered a master. 2. He gathered a lot of data on the power of fate and how it operates. Unfortunately, one of the weaknesses of his extreme magical talent is anything related to fate. Through knowledge and practice, he should be able to use advanced fate magic, but he was not entirely sure. So, he prepared to hand over the data to Luna so that she could learn from it and, in turn, teach him. Can I arrest Geldra Poisote now? This was the name of the Purple Orca captain, a man who committed many fraudulent acts. Zora had the evidence to arrest that man countless times over. Unfortunately, since Edward's curse was not completely lifted and Geldra was considered an important character, he could not be touched. Go ahead, said Edward after thinking about it for a moment. Zora nodded before immediately leaving to raid the Purple Orca's headquarters. He knew that even their vice-captain and a few others were corrupted. Meanwhile, the party continued. However, near the end, Edward had a frown on his face. What's wrong? Asked Yami. I've been searching for a devil called Zagred, but I cannot find him. Where did you search? I scanned the entire kingdom but cannot find a trace of him. That's odd. Edward was very interested in Zagred's word soul magic, which he theorized is a low-level form of reality warping. He wanted to study it, improve it, and prepare for one day when he has to learn reality manipulation magic like chaos magic. Do you want me to send my squad to search for him? Asked Yami. Forget it. I have a faster way, replied Edward. Tomorrow, there will be a meeting with all the captains. Be on time. Then, Edward left. He went to see the Witch Queen. 305 vacation. Who is there? Screamed the Witch Queen. It's me, replied Edward as he appeared in her throne room. What do you want? She asked with disgust. She hated men, especially that man since her divination was useless against him. Not to mention how powerful he was, yet was cursed. That man was the epitome of imperfection. I'm no longer cursed, so you better watch your tone. She looked at him for a moment before asking again, what do you want? This time, with a softer tone. She remembered the mighty magic power he released the first time they met. Back then, she knew she might have suffered terribly. I need you to find a devil named Zagred for me. After pondering for a moment, the Witch Queen waved her hand, and the crystal orb floating in the distance flew in front of her. Then, she stared intently at it for a few seconds. A frown appeared on her face. I can't find him. Any information at all? Asked Edward. No, he seems to be using some magic to hide very well. Edward nodded as he somewhat expected this outcome. Many events have deviated from the original timeline even though everything looked the same on the surface. Additionally, before coming here, he used Future Sight to search for Zangred but could not find anything. Over the years, Edward's knowledge of chronomancy has exponentially increased because of Astaroth's grimoire. The Time Devil has spent his long lifespan developing time magic to a truly high level, creating countless spells. The only downside to his time magic is that stored time is still needed as a price to cast. Regarding this issue, Edward hunted countless magic beasts to steal their time, using his status as Wizard King. At some point, his hunting began to affect the balance in the Clover Kingdom's ecosystem, so he had to stop as he felt the intervention of the universe will. So, he created a secret laboratory to create clones of these animals and steal their time. Albeit not as much as regular animals, they made up for it in quantity. In conclusion, he had plenty of time to cast time spells. Edward pondered for a moment. He could use drastic measures to find Zangred or lure him out. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided on the method with less risk, luring him out. In that case, can you find the location of Morris Lybardet, the mad scholar from the Diamond Kingdom? Yes. Shouldn't he be in the Diamond Kingdom? Asked the Witch Queen somewhat sarcastically, but Edward ignored her. The one there is nothing but a clone. A few weeks ago, I received the information that one of the Dark Triads personally went to see him. After checking, I learned that a clone replaced him. She nodded her head before using the crystal for another divination. This time, she saw something before showing it to Edward. In the orb, he saw two people talking in front of a black inverted tree that grew in the ground. How is it going? Asked Lucius Zagrades, who once fought against Edward for the position of Wizard King. I told you many times that it is beyond my capability to create an artificial tree of Clothoth, replied Morris. If you want to succeed, it's best to capture the Golden Dawn captain and the Black Bulls captain. Then, tell me, How do I do this in front of that monster, Wizard King? Replied Lucius. Especially now there are rumors that he broke his curse. Since you're so intelligent, why don't you tell me? Morris did not say anything else. In that case, I need more knowledge if we want a chance at success. Then, the divination ended as the Witch Queen could not see anything further. The Dark Triad wants to open the gate to the underworld and bring the devils into our world, she asked, but Edward did not answer her as he was in thought. In the manga, Lucifer was the final boss. However, Adramelech took his heart after his defeat before giving it to Astaroth. Based on this fact, Edward speculated that the latter wanted to take the power of Lucifer and Beelzebub, the other two ruling devils of the underworld. By then, he will have complete control of time, space, and gravity, reaching an unimaginable height of power. But with his presence, things have become more difficult since they require both Captain Vengeance and Yami to create the Tree of Qliphoth and open the gate to the underworld. The only way Morris can find so much knowledge is from the Heart Kingdom. I can use this to my advantage. He needed Morris modification magic for one of his plans. But, that magic must also be boosted by the devil's power to reach the height necessary for his requirements. So, he was not in a hurry. What about the information I asked you regarding gods? Asked Edward. I did not find anything, replied the Witch Queen. Through her key, Edward knew she told the truth, so he just nodded. Over the years, he has investigated whether gods exist in this world, and so far, his research has yielded no result. In the church, he could not find any evidence of God. In fact, the sisters did not worship anyone specifically, they worshipped the concept of powerful and benevolent beings that they call God. Edward then searched in the underwater temple in search of the sea goddess. Although he could not visit there himself because it was outside of the Clover Kingdom territory, he still sent people to see and secretly investigate. Unfortunately, he found nothing as well. The people in the temple did not know whether their sea goddess was an actual deity or once a powerful mage. They all know that worshipping her is part of their culture. So, after not finding anything from the Witch Queen, he left. The next day, Yami sat in the middle of the dining room, reading a newspaper. All the members of the Black Bulls were doing their own things, being as rambunctious as always. He raised one hand to catch Asta by his head. Kid, you're famous all over the kingdom now. What? Yami then hands him a section of the newspaper. While Asta read the title, Vanessa, Luck, and Magna also appeared next to him. A Devil Protector, the story of Asta. Most of the newspaper is about Asta's life and his contract with the devil. It seems that the Wizard King is protecting you, said Vanessa. Huh, how come? Asked Asta in a puzzled manner. Devils are not accepted in the kingdom because of their cruel nature. Most mages related to using their powers are often arrested. Although that has changed in the past few years because knowledge of the devil binding ceremony has become widespread, many nobles still do not trust devil host. But I'm not evil, said Asta. They would not care, replied Vanessa. However, with this newspaper portraying you in a positive light and with Edward's protection, you don't have to worry about the magic parliament trying to deal with you. Captain, what are you reading with so much focus? Asked Luck, who saw Yami's serious face. See for yourself. After they took the other part of the newspaper, they saw a moving photo of the Purple Orca's captain in chains, and the article referred to all his corruption. A captain was arrested for corruption, yelled Magna aloud, getting the attention of the other members who came to see the newspaper. However, Yami looked at Finral. There is a captain meeting, so bring me there. Finral wanted to read the newspaper, but Yami did not give him any choice. By now, he was used to being a transportation service. Wizard King's castle. All 9 captains sat at a rectangular table with one seat missing. Everyone looked at Zora while talking about how he got another big fish this time. Not long after, Edward entered the room accompanied by his aide, Marks, whose hair looked like a mushroom. Everyone stood up and only sat down once he sat. There are 2 main topics on the agenda. The first, as expected, is to elect a new captain for the Purple Orca squad. He looked at the representative of the Purple Orca squad. Do you have any idea? The team has elected me to take this position, replied Kaiser Granfurka, an older man with a handlebar mustache. That's fine. Marks will fill out the official paperwork, said Edward. The second thing on the agenda is that I'm going on a vacation. I will not be available for contact during this time, so you guys are in charge of protecting the kingdom. The room became quiet as no one knew how to respond to this situation. Sir, will you leave a clone to do your work? Asked Marks. No, I will go completely off the map. All the captains suddenly felt a little anxiety. They all are used to Edward's presence and knew that as long as this man was present, nothing truly major would happen to this kingdom, especially now that he was free. But that same person said that he was leaving. Are you coming back? Asked Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose squad. Of course, this is just a vacation. For how long? Asked Fuglian, captain of the Vermilion squad. I don't know either. Okay, what are you planning? Asked Yami, who felt that things were not simple on the surface. I'm not planning anything. I've been stuck in this kingdom for decades, unable to explore the world. So, I will do that now. Plus, I have some things to investigate. Edward then discussed how to maintain the kingdom's security before dismissing everybody besides Nozel Silva. 306 Clue. Edward waved his hand, and a portal appeared next to him, and a few seconds later, a young girl with silver hair appeared in the room. A smile appeared on her face when she saw him. Uncle EDW, Wizard King. She changed her word when she saw someone else in the room. Nozel Nyisama, she saluted. Don't mind him, said Edward as he stood up from his seat to caress the little girl's head. I did not see you at the Black Bull's party last night. I was not feeling well, so I went to bed early, replied Noelle. Edward sighed as he looked at her. She resembled Aesir too much. I'm sorry I could not spend more time with you over the years, he said. I understand, she replied while lowering her head. Her childhood was not very pleasant. However, one thing she always looked forward to was meeting her uncle. He would appear in her dream to tell her stories before bed, or strange faces would appear in random objects in the house to talk to her. It was like a fun adventure for her, constantly guessing when and how her uncle would show up. Not to mention that he was one of the few friends she had in the palace. Edward looked at Nozel. I told your mother I would take care of all of you. Unfortunately, your other two siblings are too stupid and a waste of my time. Their heads are full of noble superiority nonsense. And a lot of this results from how you raise them. Nozel lowered his head with a somber face. This is your chance to clarify things with your little sister and tell her the truth. But, what about? You don't have to worry about Megacula's curse. After hesitating for a while, Nozel told Noelle the truth about their mother. She did not die because of giving birth to her. She died because of a devil called Megacula. Because of Edward, the curse that prevented Nozel from speaking about this event was blocked, so nothing happened during the process. So, after hearing this, tears fell from Noelle's eyes. I have a way to revive your mother, but I will need your help, said Edward. Really? Of course. But your current self is too weak. Train hard to control your magic and become more powerful. Also, don't forget to make friends. All the members of the Black Bulls are great individuals, so you should form bonds with them, just like your mother did with her squad. Nozel opened his mouth to say something but closed it in the end. The only reason he lied and alienated his sister was to prevent her from stepping into the battlefield. He wanted to protect her so that she did not suffer like their mother. However, he now realizes he may have approached the situation terribly. After crying for a few minutes, Nozel talked to his little sister for a while before Edward sent her back. Are you telling the truth? About reviving our mother? Yes, but I don't need her help. I just wanted to use this situation to motivate her. Reversing life and death? If the Wizard King, this kind of taboo magic should be possible, thought Nozel before saluting and departing. Meanwhile, Edward sat on his throne and waited for a few minutes. Then, a screen appeared before him, showing a young woman on a throne, with a giant woman wearing a dress made out of water. Queen Lilopeka, Undine, it's a pleasure to see all of you again. It's been quite a while. The last time he met her was right after her coronation. She was so innocent back then. Majesty and nobility oozed out of her. It is my honor to meet the only divine stage mage in the world, replied the queen. Divine stage? Edward was genuinely confused. Yes. This is a new classification above the saint stage recently created just for you. The divine stage, a mage capable of defeating a highest-ranking devil on its own. Devils were classified into low, middle, high, and highest, with the three rulers being the most powerful of all the highest-ranked devils. Edward was in deep thought after hearing Lilopeka's words as he found another change to this timeline. In the main timeline, Undine did not tell Lilopeka the information about the saint stage. As a person bound to a spirit, and with her magical talent, she should be able to enter that stage, but she did not. And the reason for that was because she was too kind. To enter the saint stage, spirit users have to develop attack spells, and Lilopeka was too kind for that, so Undine did not tell her about the saint stage and the requirement to protect her innocence. However, it appeared that things were different now. Well, it is my honor to have a stage created especially for me, said Edward with a smile despite not really caring. So, to what do I owe this call? First, I need to ensure that our previous agreement for an exchange is still valid. Of course, since the previous queen accepted your request, I shall honor the agreement. When do you want to send people for the exchange? Edward agreed with the former queen for their kingdom to exchange magic knowledge. He will teach them the techniques of liquid mana and crystallized mana, and in exchange, the Heart Kingdom will teach him mana method and true magic. The agreement was that each kingdom would choose a few talented mages to send to the other in an exchange program. Unfortunately, because of the curse, Edward had to delay this agreement until now. I have a few things to deal with first, so it should take some time, replied Edward. That's fine as well. The second task is a piece of information I have concerning your kingdom. Oh, and what would that be? The Dark Triads and Lucius are after the inherited knowledge of your kingdom. When she heard these words, Lilopeka could no longer remain calm and composed. One of the advantages of the Heart Kingdom's queen is that she can inherit all the knowledge and experiences of past queens and use them for her benefit. As such, she has access to a vast amount of knowledge and secrets. What do you want? Suddenly asked the quiet Undine. Whatever do you mean, replied Edward calmly. Undine squinted her eyes at him. Their kingdom was almost brought to its knees by one member of the Dark Triad, Vanica Zagrades. After attacking them, she injured many of their spirit guardians and even cursed Lilopeka. So, if all of them attacked at once, the Heart Kingdom would not survive. Don't beat around the bush. Alright, I won't play politics anymore. I want all the knowledge from your inheritance. I will block the Dark Triad for you and remove Megacula's curse. Lilopeka looked at Undine for a moment as they communicated through psychic links. A few minutes later, she said, Deal. Excellent. If you do not mind, I want to get things done as soon as possible. After receiving their agreements, Edward opened a portal directly to the throne room of the Heart Kingdom, shocking both Lolopeka and Undine. The defense of their kingdom seemed a joke to him as he just teleported directly inside. "Don't mind the small stuff," said Edward. "How is that small stuff?" retorted Undine. "Well, I brought a gift," said Edward before taking a pair of glasses from a small portal and changing the topic. "I know you constantly break your glasses and have to replace them, so I made a magical one that is unbreakable. Plus, if you misplace it, you just have to use a code, and they will fly to your hands." "Really?" said Lolopeka with excitement. Meanwhile, Undine could only shake his head at how easily trusting this little girl was. So, after a few pleasant chats, Edward got down to business. He used a memory spell to access Lolopeka's inherited knowledge. Soon, he found himself in a place similar to his mind palace. Numerous books lay on bookshelves. In the past, Edward asked Undine if she knew of the existence of God since she has lived a very long time as a spirit. However, she received a negative answer. So, Edward asked the former queen. However, she was not an easily trusting woman, so she said no despite the fact they were in an alliance. She even denied the existence of the inherited knowledge when Edward brought it up. Without wasting time, Edward read all of the books, memories, and experiences in this mind palace. After a few hours, he opened his eyes to the real world. Finally found it. He found 2 clues. One of them was a sentence written in an old and most ruined journal. After the Devil-Angel War, civilization started all over. Although only a short sentence, Edward confirmed the possible existence of creatures like angels which never showed up in the main timeline. He also learned of a possible catastrophic event that altered the civilization of this entire universe. The second clue he got was the mention of a place called Elysium, the dwelling of God. With these 2 hints, plus the knowledge he learned from this inheritance, Edward already had an idea of how he could find the existence of God and maybe finally uncover many mysteries regarding this world, especially regarding grimoires. Then, he looked at Undine with shining eyes. He also discovered another extremely beneficial fact to him and the Empire. 307 Path forward. Edward walked around Undine as he observed her closely, his eyes shining with golden lights. "What are you doing?" asked Undine, who did not receive an answer as Edward seemed fascinated. "I have heard of your reputation. I am a spirit, so it is impossible between us. Love and lust have no boundary between race or species," replied Edward as his eyes turned purple, and he continued to observe her. "Nonsense," replied Undine as she blushed. "Even if what you said is true, my body is made of elements, it is physically impossible." She immediately became ashamed after saying this before secretly looking at Lolopeka, and after seeing her confusion about her words, she felt relieved. Her Lolopeka was still the pure, innocent, and lovely girl she raised. "Believe me when I said I have many ways to make the impossible possible," replied Edward. Although he said this, he was not observing her because she was beautiful. It's because he made a remarkable discovery. Element spirits in this universe technically do not have a physical form as their bodies are made of whatever element they represent. However, they still have a tremendous amount of mana, even more than elves and humans. So, where do they store their magic power, their soul dimension? Edward already planned the next step in the arcane magic system. It is to absorb pure mana in the magic core and the soul dimensions to decrease the time it took him and everyone else to reach Tier 8 solar system level. Additionally, a new magic system can be created where arcanists can store their mana inside their soul dimension instead of their magic core. For many people, this is a better path. Arcanists need to engrave extension charm on their magic core to expand the internal dimension so that it can contain more mana. In essence, all arcanists' magical core is a small pocket dimension. However, not all of them are talented in this area, nor could they use the extension curse to the point of doing micro-engravings on the core. So, these people's magical path is limited, and they have little to no future. However, with the soul dimension, this issue can be solved. As the arcanist's soul strengthens, their dimension can also expand with them. This fact removed the need for the extension charm. Moreover, this new system would deal with Edward's issue with magic cores. If an arcanist's heart is destroyed, their core will follow afterward. Of course, according to studies, the process is not instantaneous, usually taking between 6 hours to 3 days depending on the person and their tier. The magic core will stabilize if the heart regenerates in this period. Additionally, a new core can be recreated, but arcanists have to start all over from tier 0. Of course, returning to the previous tier is quicker and takes less time. And with the right resources, they can further shorten the time. One of the reasons Edward came to this world was because of Devil Heart. He wanted all arcanists to have a nearly indestructible heart to protect their magic core. Now, with the knowledge of soul dimension mana storage that he will learn from Undine, he will further perfect his arcane magical system. "I need to study how you store mana inside your soul," said Edward, making Undine confused. At first, she wanted to refuse. However, after Edward's glib tongue, she finally agreed. 3 days later, Edward walked to the throne room with a bunch of notes in his hand. "What was that weird moaning sound I heard?" asked Lolopeka. The study session got painful in the middle. "Is Undine all right? She'll be fine in a few hours. Should I go check on her?" "She's sleeping now, so wait until she wakes up," replied Edward with no shame for lying to this gullible little girl. Then, his grimoire floated in front of him before flipping to a new page. Numerous words appeared in the book that looked like an ancient language. And after the words appeared on the page, a small purple elf appeared in the room. She looked around in confusion before recognizing Edward. Without hesitation, she rushed to hug his face while crying aloud. Weeviwa, Master, it's good to see you finally. I feel so aggrieved. Weeviwu, there. I know how you feel. Don't worry, we will get our revenge one day. After crying for a few seconds, Morgana regained her bearings. She connected to Edward and shared memories about this world regarding all kinds of information. What an interesting universe, she said. Indeed, replied Edward. But this is not the time for this. Do you know where the world gate is? She immediately connected to her branch server in the gate. It seems to be outside the crystal wall, still in the void. If that's the case, it is not in the best shape right now, muttered Edward. The gate is a way weaker version of the floating city. It is made of magicium, the hardest and most mana-conductive metal of the Empire, and the only metal capable of barely resisting void energy. Nevertheless, it can only slightly resist. So, after spending more than 40 years outside, Edward could see that this thing was falling apart by now. Can you connect to the main control system? No, this universe seemed very strict and closed off. In that case, we need to bring it inside before it is completely destroyed. Edward could foresee rebuilding the gate from scratch would be a nightmare, especially since this is considered a low-level universe with many restrictions. So, he wanted to salvage the old one and repair it. So, the two began to discuss how to achieve this task and plan on what to do in case the gate is destroyed. Meanwhile, Lilopeka looked at Morgana in shock. She did not understand what they were saying since they spoke in an unknown language. She could, however, recognize a spirit when she saw one. I have never heard that he had a spirit. After thinking about all the information she knew about Edward, she did not find anything relevant, especially since she could not recognize what type of spirit the purple elf was. In the end, she decided not to focus on this small detail. The Clover Kingdom's 27th Wizard King is referred to as the god of magic by many individuals throughout the 4 kingdoms because of many attributes he can use at an extremely high level. So, it is not weird if he contracted a spirit. After talking with Morgana for a few minutes and planning many things, Edward had a joyous smile. After studying Undine, he used the loophole that she was a spirit to remove the restrictions on her. And now, he has access to all her calculating abilities, making him greatly reassured in all his future plans. Edward then looked at Lilopeka. According to our agreement, I will protect your kingdom from the Dark Triads. First, I need a map. For what purpose? I never fight head-on when I can use strategy. So, I will place some magic traps in their paths to ensure success in the upcoming battle. Maps were strategic information in this era, so she did not want to hand them over to another person, especially the military leader of a foreign nation, even if that nation had an alliance with her. However, after thinking about the situation rationally, she realized that hiding a map was pointless. The man in front of him could probably use some spells to create the map himself. He is probably only asking out of politeness. So, Lilopek handed it over to him, and Edward proceeded to take action. He calculated paths that the Dark Triad could use to infiltrate the Heart Kingdom and placed magical traps all over. Regarding trap magic, Edward learned extensively from Zora Ideal and his father, Zara. And he was interested in this type of magic because it is the only form of magic that anyone can use, and it relied on magic circles or rune arrays to set up. He wanted to study the runes in this universe to recreate the arcane rune magic system. Unfortunately, the Clover's Kingdom's knowledge about runes is not enough for him. Luckily, the Heart Kingdom has the mana method, which allows mages to use the ambient mana in nature to set up magic circles. And unlike Ideal's father and son's trap magic, the mana method can be used for various purposes. So, Edward was confident he could recreate the arcane rune spells to be usable in this universe. Once he finished setting up the traps, he used Geldra Poisote's permeation magic, which turned the traps invisible and undetectable. Then, he waited for the Dark Triad's arrival. 308 Curse Immunity. Edward stood on the Heart Kingdom's throne, looking at many screens that displayed different locations throughout the kingdom. Lilopeka used the mana zone and her water magic to create all these things. All 3 of them waited for the Dark Triad's arrival. In the meantime, Undine kept giving him strange glances. So, he made a psychic link with her for a secret conversation. What's wrong? How could you do all these weird things to me? Did you not enjoy it? Undine blushed. That's not the point. It kind of is. Plus, how can a 1200-year-old woman be so inexperienced? I am a spirit, so I do not have any lust like you humans. And, don't talk about my age. Edward would roll his eyes if he could, since the past few days proved otherwise. However, he also wondered whether the thought process of spirit differed from humans and other species. Sylph, the wind spirit bonded to Yuno, seemed very attracted to him and could even be described as lusting after his body. However, Undine seemed more reserved and noble, while the fire spirit appeared to be a beast with little to no intelligence. Edward thought it could be interesting to study the behavioral patterns of the spirit race. However, this was not a field that intrigued him that much, so he would leave it to the professionals in the Empire. My bad. Do you want to enter my harem? In your dreams, replied Undine out loud, alerting Lilopeka. Undine-san, what are you talking about? She asked. No, nothing. Just remembered a terrible dream I had, so don't worry, my little Lilopeka. As she said that, she embraced Lilopeka while secretly glaring at Edward, who just shrugged his shoulder. Huh, he muttered softly as he looked in the distance. Is something wrong? Yes. I sense the existence of the dark triads outside of the kingdom, but now, they seem to have run away. How so? Asked Lilopeka. Let me check. He floated in the air while sitting cross-legged, then his grimoire also floated in front of him as a few pages flipped over. Erudite magic, soul magic, astral projection. In the castle of the Spade Kingdom, Lucius and the other dark triads walked from a portal, many of them with a dissatisfied look on their faces. Why are we running away? I thought we needed to capture the Heart Kingdom Queen, asked Dante, Lucifero's devil host. The Wizard King was waiting in the Heart Kingdom, replied Lucius. How do you know that? Remember the ancient magical artifact that I have that can predict danger? Yes. Well, it went off. So, that's how you always managed to run away from me, suddenly said a deep and powerful voice, alerting all four of them. When they looked around, they saw a transparent-looking Wizard King floating in the room with them. How did you bypass our defenses? Asked Lucius. However, Edward ignored him. He finally understood how these people could run away in time every time they did a raid in the Clover Kingdom. As long as he opened a portal to rush to the borders, the dark triads would know and run away. And with the magic item that could hide their presence, they were quite the nuisance. Edward looked around as he scanned the entire Spade Kingdom. A sealing magic that used the power and life of all the people of the kingdom? Is that what you prepare to deal with me? Don't bother, this is just a soul projection, it won't work unless I physically show up. Lucius involuntarily flinched after hearing this, while Dante smiled. You must the rumored god of magic, Edward. My brother has painted you as this unimaginably powerful mage, I wonder if it's true. Edward looked at him for a moment before flicking his finger. An immense repulsive force suddenly pushed Dante away. He tried to use his gravity magic to resist, but it was useless. So, he broke through the castle walls and flew hundreds of meters away. All the other members became on guard, however, Edward shook his head. He knew that attack did little to no damage to Dante. Without a grimoire, my power is very limited. I need to quickly recreate the arcane rune system to remove this limitation. What do you want? Asked Lucius. I'm here for Megicula, of course. We won't give you our sister, said Zenon. Edward did not say anything more before his astral projection disappeared, and along with him was Vanica, Megicula's devil host. The others could not react nor understand what had happened. Only Zenon knew that a very advanced form of spatial magic was used to take their sister away, and that was something he could do with great difficulty. So, what do we do now? Asked Zenon. There is nothing we can do. Hopefully, she will last long enough until we find another way to summon the devils from the underworld. Brother, your necklace, suddenly reminded Zenon, making Lucius rush to check. Immediately, he realized it was gone. This necklace was the magic item that could predict danger. In the Heart Kingdom, Edward opened his eyes while muttering, the mana zone is truly a wonderful technique. From now on, wherever there is mana, as long as he can sense it from any distance, he can monitor things, project his soul and even use spells. How is the situation? Asked Lilopeka. They have retreated, and I have captured Vanica. Really? Give me a moment. Edward then disappeared before appearing a small dimension he created to store things. He saw Vanica's body that was tied up with magic chains that sealed her mana. She kept grunting and cursing, so Edward waved his hand to seal her mouth as well. Then, the pages of his grimoire flipped before using a summoning spell to use Vanica's connection to Megicula to bring the devil to this place. He knew her position in the underworld with the curse he had previously placed on her. Unfortunately, his attempt failed. This world's space is unusually strong for a weak universe. It appears as if someone or something purposely strengthens the space in the mortal world to prevent devils from breaking through. No, the restriction should be only beings with immense mana. So, is the universe will responsible or someone else? Edward pondered for a moment before placing this discovery under the category of the mystery of this universe that he needs to uncover. Then, with a wave of his hand, a magic circle appeared in this small dimension. He activated his grimoire to use Captain Vengeance World Tree magic. Then, he used Yami's darkness magic and combined them to create the Tree of Qlipoth. With this tree, he created a path straight into the underworld to the lair that Megicula occupied. Normally, more than 3 people are needed for this ceremony, but he accomplished it with his mana alone. A gate appeared in the middle of the magic circle before Megicula appeared. And the moment she set foot in this small dimension, she released a spell. Curse magic, Curse of Destruction World. A dark aura emanated from her body to curse everything in its path, including the space in this small dimension. Vanica, her previous host, did not have a chance and instantly died under that curse. Unfortunately for her, a bunch of golden roses appeared in the space that instantly purified her curses. Unlike Lick's light magic, which focused more on speed, Edward's light magic has both speed and purification power like a paladin. Furthermore, he combined it with Charlotte's Briar magic and could absorb curses. And he did not have to use mana method to reach that level as she did since light magic made the gap. A few seconds later, Megicula's body had many golden roses growing on her, rendering her immobile. She looked at Edward with hatred in her eyes. She is the primogenitor of all curses in the world. And yet, this person placed a curse on her that she could not remove. This was a great shame to her. Do you know what your fate will be? Megicula did not answer. She regretted not using Aesir's soul as a hostage. Well, she did try, but she could not remove the protection surrounding it. I will gather thousands if not millions of curses and inject them on you. With your unique body, magic, and my help, you should quickly adapt to these curses and build antibodies for them. Then, I will turn you into a potion with curse-resisting properties before drinking you and acquiring a very high curse-resisting immunity. Please do not die or try to kill yourself during the process, it will take me a lot of effort to revive you." After saying that, he took an orb from her body, Aesir's soul. 309 Elysium. As Edward looked at it, he sighed. The blank memory version of himself seemed somewhat obsessed with Aesir, and even in the brief moment when he got his memories back, this obsession did not go away. At first, he did not know the reason behind thinking that the universe was playing tricks. But that was not true. The reason for this slight obsession is because she resembled someone else he knew, his old girlfriend back on primordial Earth. It was not just about her appearance but her smile, personality, and how she interacted with him. They were all eerily the same. Before his death, they had long broken up, so he thought he had moved on from her. And over the years, he has moved on with his life and accepted his new life in the new world. Apparently, that was not the case. 300 years later, she somehow popped back into his life. Now that he had found the source of the problem, Edward thought of many issues that would arise after reviving Aesir. The main one involves Henry. Edward knew that he could have saved him, albeit with great difficulty, but still possible. And she knows this or suspected this. For now, this will not be a problem. However, once he's accomplished the plans he has for this universe, and she is brought back to the Empire, she will one day have the ability to revive him. At that point, his situation will be similar to Snape's, and Edward does not think he can handle things as he did with Lily. The only reason he made polygamy legal in the Empire was to encourage birth and to satisfy his lust. He knew this and never denied this fact. So, his male ego would never allow his wives to be in a polygamous relationship with other men. Although unfair, that's how he felt. As Edward looked at the soul in his hand, he muttered, "Maybe after getting some closure, I should just move on." As a successful playboy, he never took rejection to heart. He understood that no matter how handsome a person is, no matter how rich and successful they are, no matter how eloquent they can chat or flirt, someone will not find you attractive and reject you for a myriad of reasons. You have to accept rejection like it was a small mosquito bite and move on. After pondering for a while, he put the soul away, deciding to make a decision later on. Then, he sealed Megicula and removed the Tree of Clefairy before returning to the Heart Kingdom. He did not care about the chaos in the underworld because of a highest devil's disappearance. "What happened?" asked Lilopeka. "I sealed her," replied Edward before taking out a golden rose, which instantly absorbed a dark aura from Lilopeka's body. Without hesitation, she lifted her shirt to see her curse mark disappear. "It's gone. I don't have to die," she said as tears started to flow from her eyes. The same was for Undine, who embraced her. After waiting for these two to calm down, Edward said, "I'm leaving? So soon?" "Yes, I have many things to do." Undine paused for a moment before saying with a smile, "I want to say be careful, but I doubt anyone in this world can cause a real threat to you." "I still appreciate the sentiment," replied Edward as he opened a portal and left. His destination was Elysia, a secluded village of the elves. He waited outside the tree for the guardian of this village, Dryad. Not long after, a tall woman with pointy ears and a dress made of flowers appeared in front of him. After a brief look, she smiled. "I knew I had a guest coming, but I could not foresee who it was exactly. Who would have thought that the famous Wizard King would visit how humble abode? Come in, I've prepared a small feast full of fruits and vegetables." Edward smiled at this overly enthusiastic tree spirit with the gift of prophecy. She will be a great asset to the Empire, he thought as he followed her inside the tree. Edward did not meet with many elves but went straight to Dryad's abode, where they had dinner. "So, to what do I owe this visit?" "First of all, I'm here to exchange techniques." "Oh, are you interested in our ultimate magic?" "Well, you're probably the only human with enough mana to use it without the mana method. I'm fine with an exchange." Edward was glad things proceeded smoothly. He preferred dealing with very open people like her. "The second reason I'm here is because of Elysium." Dryad frowned slightly after hearing this, but Edward continued, "The name of your village is similar to the supposed dwelling of God, Elysium. I wonder if you know anything about that place." "Unfortunately, you will be disappointed." "How so?" "I was born after the massacre of the elves. Their desires for a home and a place of safety gave birth to me as their guardian and this place. As for the name, it popped in my head, so I used it." Edward was a little disappointed that he could not gather more information. However, it was alright since he already knew how to reach this so-called Elysium. He just wanted to gather some information beforehand. So, after chatting with Dryad for a few hours, he left. Ultimate magic was a way for the mages to connect with their soul to increase their control and resonance with their mana. Then, they can develop a spell unique to them that is extremely powerful. In essence, this is a technique for better mana control so that it will be beneficial to the Empire. However, for Edward, it is only the tip of the iceberg. So far, only the mana method is truly useful for him as it can not only allow him to recreate his arcane rune magic but also optimize it a little. As for true magic, it has its advantage. True magic allows a mage to convert their mana into the real power of nature. For example, a wizard who uses lightning attack spells. Their attacks are still made of mana converted into elemental properties. This is why anti-magic can nullify. However, true lightning magic turned mana into natural lightning that exists in nature, so anti-magic has no effect on it. In a world where magic has a ceiling, the power of nature is truly beyond normal mages in strength. But in a world where people can destroy galaxies with one spell, albeit still powerful, true magic has its limits. Additionally, true magic has limits for elements found in nature like earth, wind, fire, water, lightning, and plants. After leaving the Heart Kingdom, Edward headed to a grand magic zone. While Morgana used her ability to transform many of the arcane rune spells from the rune arrays in this world, he began to set up enchantments in the surrounding. He created an isolating enchantment to prevent others from accidentally coming into the area, even though the abundant ambient mana in the surrounding made this area unlivable. Then, he placed an invisible enchantment that surrounded a few thousand meters and another enchantment to absorb the ambient mana in the surroundings as a power source. Finally, he also recreated the previous magic circles that he used to summon Megacula from the underworld, using the world tree magic to create the Tree of Clothoth. However, he did not use dark magic to connect to the underworld but used light magic as the source to find another space, Elysium. After waiting a few hours, Edward discovered another subspace full of positive energy or mana. It was like it was the antithesis of the underworld. Bingo, he muttered before stepping through the gate and reaching that dimension. 310 Connection 1. Edward floated in the air as he looked at his surroundings. Everything was so beautiful. He saw these white wing-like creatures, most likely angels, happily chatting and talking to one another. Some played the harp while others sang with heavenly voices while eating fruits and drinking wine. The entire place was a typical representation of what heaven would look like. Everything looked peaceful and harmonious, except for Edward's presence. What a place of tremendous mana, thought Edward as he sensed the surrounding. It is so positive that just bathing in it could expand someone's lifespan by a few years. Who are you? Asked one of the angels. Look, he does not have wings, he's a human. Don't say stupid things. Elysium has been cut off from the mortal plane. How could a human come here? Not long after these people discussed aloud while looking at Edward with strange gazes, a group of angels dressed in armors came running in. Their response time is excellent. I've only been here for over a minute. The leading person of this angel army was a woman with red armor, which distinguished her from the others behind who had black armor. Human intruder, please do not resist arrest or suffer the consequences. So, no negotiation or neutral talk. After you are placed in holding, we can investigate how you breached our borders, and then we can talk. Edward shook his head. I thought you angels would be better than those devils. Don't mention these filthy creatures to us, said the commander with a slightly raised voice. Pure-haired and disgust could be seen from her facial expressions. Edward has no intention of going to prison, so his grimoire floated in front of him. However, the moment these angels saw the six-leaf clover, they collectively gasped before all becoming alert. The origin grimoire, said the commander. I thought it was destroyed long ago, said one of the soldier angels. Even if it was not, how could someone be talented enough to inherit it? Edward learned much from this brief conversation, so he quickly used a memory reading spell to gather some information. To his surprise, these people's minds were protected by a powerful spell. And not just the soldiers but the other angels as well. He's trying to read out memories, said the commander before attacking. She used light magic, while the other angels used a variety of elemental magic. Edward did not want to waste time with these weak angels, so he went all out from the beginning. He used the mana method to create an enormous magic circle that covered all the angels. Then, he prepared to use a sleeping spell to knock them out. However, before he could succeed, an enormous hand descended from the sky and broke the magic circle. Without stopping, the hand headed straight for him. As it approached, Edward felt his grimoire stop working for a brief moment. Albeit only for less than a second, he felt it. The pages turned before using another spell instead. Chronomagic, Time Sword. A gigantic clock appeared on top of Edward's head before a sword came out made from the minute hand. The clash of the blade and the hand made all the angels freeze in time while the entire dimension shook. Then, a weird fluctuation came from the hand, and before Edward could react, he found himself back in the mortal plane in front of the Tree of Clothoth. That was the power of the universe will, he thought with a frown. Although it was very faint, he felt the universe's will. Moreover, it was weird somehow this time around. It was like as it was impure, he muttered. This was the best way he could describe how different it was this time. Then, he immediately tried again to enter Elysium but was blocked. Although he could find its location, he could not directly enter. Since I cannot enter the normal way, I'll find another method, thought Edward. Many of the mysteries of this world lied in Elysium. This includes grimoires and the possible existence of gods or unknown entities. Moreover, Edward discovered another intriguing mystery from the necklace he took from Lucius. The magic systems used to make that artifact is very different from the current era's magical artifact. Most of the magical artifacts of this era originated from the first wizard king of the Clover Kingdom 500 years ago. However, Lucius' necklace seemed older than this and from a completely different system. Edward remembered in the anime that Lemuel, the first wizard king, also studied ancient magical artifacts, primarily found in dungeons. Adding to this fact, Edward has some theories. Humans may have had a different magic system before grimoire, but a war between the devil and angel race destroyed that magic civilization. And dungeons are remnants of that era. Although there are still many unknowns and no proof for this theory, he felt he was going in the right direction. How is the translation going? I have translated many elemental spells, but further tests are needed, replied Morgana. Edward nodded his head, not in a real hurry. However, after what happened to his grimoire, he was determined to recreate the arcane system before attacking Elysium again, or even the underworld, as some weird stuff might also be going there. Then, he took out an orb that contained a sleeping soul inside, Likida's soul. Using time magic, he reverted the soul to its injured state before summoning her preserved body. He placed the soul inside the body before fixing the connection between the soul, body, and spirit. A few minutes later, Likida opened her eyes. Where am I? I thought I died, she muttered before suddenly sitting up, making her very dizzy. Liba, where is Liba? He's fine. She finally noticed someone next to her. It's you, Edward. What is going on? Edward then explained everything to her, from her death to the fate of Liba and her son, Asta. Not only are they fine, but they also became partners. That's good. Do you want to see them? You know of my condition. Edward was aware. Because of the perfect control of his mana and life energy, he can prevent her body from absorbing them, but this was not the case for others. The best solution is to place a powerful seal on her body, but that would take too much time to develop. So, he wanted to wait until he acquired Secret Swallowtail's arcane stage sealing magic. Her magic is one of the many reasons he came to this world. Edward waved his hand to show a screen. Likida then saw a black hair boy that resembled her wielding a large black sword, fighting in what appeared to be a dungeon. As expected. Without my existence, the plot went back to its original track. He could tell that the second arc of the anime was taken place. The only difference is that everybody was more powerful than usual. Edward shook his head as he honestly did not care. The reason he made his exit from the kingdom was to lure the devil Zagred out. He already released many newly created sorcerer eyes to find traces of this devil. And the moment he showed up, Edward will capture him. After Likida watched her son for a while, Edward cut off the feed. Oh, come on, it was just getting to the good part. I know. Now, it's time to get down to business. You want to know about Zuril, don't you? She said while lowering her head. Yes. I don't know much about him. He was like you, my body could not absorb his mana or life force. I was excited to meet someone I could finally have a meaningful connection with. Then, after talking, we fell in love, or so I thought. After he learned I became pregnant, he disappeared the next day, and I have never heard of him after that. Edward frowned after hearing this. He always thought Asta's father had some connection to Elysium or gods. So, he wanted to find him and learn something from him. But now, it appeared that even Likida did not know anything. So, after thinking about it for a moment, Edward opened a small portal before a drop of blood flew out of it. It was Asta's blood. Erudite magic, bloodline tracking. A map appeared in front of Edward before zooming out and showing the entire continent where the three kingdoms resided. Then, a dot appeared on what seemed to be another continent. That direction, that's the land of the sun, Yami's birthplace. So, Zuril is there. 311 Retrieval. Edward had planned to visit the land of the sun to see their culture and magic system. But now, he had another reason to visit. However, now was the time. There were some things he needed to do before leaving. He then looked at Likida and said, you can live here until I can find a solution for your physique. Then, Edward handed her an orb that could display Asta's actions so that she could watch her son from afar. With this act, Likida suddenly forgot her sad past with her husband as a bright smile appeared on her face. She was indeed a simple and kind woman. Very little could please her. Edward used Charmy's cotton magic to make a feast for the two before going to sleep. His higher life essence was still sealed, so he was physically tired after doing so many things the past few days. Although he could use a spell or potion to recover, he decided to sleep. It has been a long time since he felt so weak yet human. Somehow, the feeling was very refreshing. The next day, after taking a shower and eating breakfast, he flew into the sky, no, into the stars. After reaching near the atmosphere, he looked back at the Black Clover world. He immediately noticed that this was not a planet but a massive floating plain. Two continents floated in a vast ocean with a few scattered islands in between. The western continent is where the main story takes place, while the eastern continent is where the land of the sun is located. At the ocean's edge was a powerful mana fog that Edward could sense from so far away. This fog was probably the most dangerous grand magic zone ever in this world. Although he could not see what was after it, he could guess. After a short observation, he continued to fly until he broke out of the atmosphere into space. He saw the sun shining brightly on the continent. An invisible barrier filtered out the UV rays and other things from outer space. If that invisible barrier were to be destroyed, catastrophe would befall the entire universe. The power of time flashed across Edward's eyes as he saw a few hours in the future. He saw the sun disappearing and entering another small dimension before the moon came out from that dimension. Fascinating, muttered Edward. Based on his observation, the sun and the moon do not control things like weather, ocean currents, tides, or climates. Instead, they are a source of mana to the world. All mana in nature comes from those two sources. Oddly, Edward did not sense any solar or lunar energy from these celestial bodies, so he could not use the magic system from the undead mummy universe. However, he could draw mana from them to cast spells if needed with a bit of training. So, after checking whether some unknown creatures resided or were growing inside, he continued flying towards the fog. As soon as he entered, he felt how chaotic the mana in the fog was. Even with his acute mana control, it will take him a lot of effort to control even a small amount. Furthermore, as he flew deeper into the fog, numerous natural phenomena began to attack him: thunder and lightning storms, wind tornadoes, volcano eruptions, ash poison, etc. The deeper he flew, the more powerful these mana phenomena became. At some point, he suffered an attack from a star explosion. If he did not use his tier 7 strength to block it, he would have died. After traveling for a few hours, he finally left the fog, and right in front of him was this universe's crystal wall or source wall. If only the crystal wall were this easy to reach in every universe, muttered Edward. Then, it dawned on him that he had never seen his universe crystal wall from the inside. All the time he saw it was from the outside when coming from his travels. Most of the time, the world gate or floating city will open a tier that leads straight into the void. I should check that out when I return. Then, Edward looked at the fog again. He had the idea of studying this fog and replicating it as protection measures for the Empire. He could artificially create one that surrounds the Empire's star systems as protection and, eventually, the entire Milky Way galaxy. Of course, the strength of the fog has to be increased. Nevertheless, it should be a great way to hide from the eyes of the gods while the Empire rapidly increases its strength. He did a few tests by trying to open a portal to the western continent, but the fog contained space blockage properties, which made Edward very satisfied. Finally, he focused on his main task. He spent a few days studying the source wall before starting to create a complex magic circle in space. One of the benefits of the mana method that he learned is that he can place temporary enchantments in the air without the need to add magical resources. So, now, enchantments are used not only for forging or blessing things with magical properties but also as spells to fight and other things. The only downside to this method is that a lot of mana is required in the process, along with excellent knowledge of enchantments. While engraving the magic array, Edward took out a bunch of floating orbs. He stored his mana inside these orbs for the past few days before recuperating and repeating the process. He needed a lot of mana for this mana method enchantment, and his tier 7 mana was insufficient. Furthermore, controlling a lot of mana from the fog seemed impossible. It even blocked his attempt to draw mana from the sun and moon. So, he had to use this method. After activating the magic array, Edward opened a slight gap in the source wall, and in that split second, even less than a nanosecond, he summoned his world gate from the void before closing the gap. Edward frowned as he looked at the gate in the middle of the circle. The world gate had many holes on it while appearing as if it was melted by something. He immediately checked the dimension inside, and as expected, most of the rooms were now destroyed. Most of the enchantments no longer functioned, and the ether core was almost drained of all its energy. Luckily, Morgana's server room was still barely intact and salvageable. However, thinking about all the magical resources stored inside that had been lost, Edward wanted to cry. In terms of value, everything inside was probably enough to buy a small planet. What a headache, he thought while sighing deeply. Then, he focused on how long to fix the world gate and the time required. The first step is to create the ore, magicium. To do that, he must first make the ether core in this world. This should not be a problem since he can do that as long as there is mana and souls. Finally, he needed magical resources to fix the enchantments. That's the only real issue he has. Some of them might not exist in this world, so he has to find a replacement for them or modify the enchantments to fit the laws of this world. And if everything fails, I can use the mana method to replace the enchantments with a temporary one. However, I need a few other ether cores as an energy source. After making a preliminary plan, Edward flew out of the fog with the gate. And once he exited, he placed it inside his pocket dimension. Then, he took out an orb to check on the Clover Kingdom. A slight frown appeared on his face by what he saw: destruction. Whether it was the Noble Realm, Common Realm, or the Forsaken Realm, many magic knights fought, resulting in death and destruction everywhere. So, the plot changed, he muttered calmly as he focused on a few specific battles. This is most likely Zagred's secret doing, so he should show up soon, he muttered before deciding to wait longer before showing up and accomplishing his goal. 312 Chaos. Yami panted heavily as he looked at the floating man in front of him, with light shining all over his body. I can't believe you defeated Veda and Fana, even after awakening their elf mana, said Licht, the leader of the terrorist organization Eye of the Midnight Sun. You are worthy of the title of strongest captain. After all, the Wizard King himself trained you. Yami did not say anything as he looked in the distance. His situation was not the best. Edward taught him the liquid mana method, the crystal mana method, and mana zone. Additionally, he taught him many ways to use his dark magic. However, he faced all the members of Third Eye, Vado, Fana, and Rhea. Furthermore, his opponent had more mana than him and could also use the liquid and crystal mana technique. Yami did not know how the kingdom's top secret technique was leaked, nor did he have time to contemplate such a thing. In a 3-on-1 battle, he defeated Fana and Vedo and slightly injured Rhea. However, the leader of the Eye of Midnight Sun showed up, and because of exhaustion and the fact he was weaker than the opponent, he could barely hold on. Yami looked in the distance and saw all the destruction in the capital. From the information he knew, all 3 realms were under attack, causing massive damage to the entire Clover Kingdom. Thinking about how many people died and how much damage the kingdom had suffered, Yami could not help but be angry. However, he knew that this was not the time for uncontrolled emotions. He further analyzed the situation. He saw that Fueglian lay in a pool of blood a few dozen meters away with one arm missing. He sensed that the key of many of the Magic Knights members changed, and they began to attack their companions. He sensed that 2 squad members seemed to be possessed the same way as the others. Damn it, how did all of this happen? It was a typical day in the capital, but suddenly, the undead began to attack, and before long, this terrorist organization appeared to make things worse. All because he suddenly wanted to have a vacation. Damn it. Why are you doing this? Asked Yami. Revenge for what you humans did to us, elves, replied Licht, looking at the ongoing destruction. The same way you destroyed our homes, we will do the same to you. Now, enough delay. Everything should be accomplished before any more complications arise. By complication, you mean you feared that Edward would return. Indeed. However, even the Wizard King will not be a match for us elves once we complete our reincarnation. Especially our leader, thought Licht, or Patoli, as this was his real name. He only took the name Licht to remember the past and commemorate his dead leader and friend. Then, why did you wait for his disappearance before attacking? Simply to avoid unnecessary complications. Then, Patoli no longer said anything but attacked. Thousands of light swords appeared in the sky before raining down on Yami. The ground in his surroundings was pulverized, and Yami was nowhere to be seen. Patoli frowned as he sensed the surroundings. Escaped? No matter. He took Veto and Fana before healing their injuries with light magic and heading in a specific direction. Not long after leaving, Yami crawled out from the debris with blood all over his body. He then used a technique Edward taught him to use mana to stop his wounds from continuing bleeding. Although it was not a healing method, it could delay his death. Yami walked to the central area with great difficulty, where the remaining captains surrounded Fueglian's body, which was being healed by his cousin Mimosa. You're not dead, asked Jack. Do you want to fight? Responded Yami. This is not the time for this, admonished Nozel Silva. The enemy has entered the palace, we must stop whatever their main objective is. We don't even know their main objective, so how do we stop them, said Zora. Plus, we must stop these traitors from killing more civilians and destroying the kingdom. No one said anything for a brief moment. These traitors were all their squad members, so they did not know how to treat them in the current situation. I say we make the tough call and kill them all, said Jack the Ripper. There is no need for that. Everyone gazed at the person who spoke. They saw a trio composed of Asta, and a young girl with heavy bags under her eyes and 2 short horns. No one knew who she was. Captain Yami, suddenly yelled Asta. It's Nero. Can you believe it? It's Nero. You mean the strange bird which followed you around? Yes, that's her. So, Nero, what do you mean by that? It's Secret. Secret Swallowtail, she replied apathetically. First of all, these elves are after the magic stones. They took Yuno's necklace, said Asta. If I remember correctly, Fueglian had a necklace as well. Could it be the reason they targeted him, added Nozel. But what's the purpose of the magic stones? The Shadow Palace, muttered Yami loud enough for everyone to hear, thus garnering everyone's sight. Edward once mentioned something deep in the castle called the Shadow Palace, it might be their destination. Speaking of which, where is the Wizard King? Asked Nozel. I tried contacting him, but it is no use. Everyone became quiet once again before Secret continued. Asta's anti-magic can nullify whatever spells these people are under, so we can use his ability to solve the problem. If that's true, we can divide our team into 2 groups, one go after the elves while the second dealt with the situation here, said Nozel. That's a bad idea, said Secret. If we want a chance at beating these elves, we'll need all the help we can have. She knew what awaited them inside the Shadow Palace. Everything would be fine if the Wizard King were here, but he is not. Furthermore, she planned to wake up the first Wizard King, Lemuel, to deal with the problem. Unfortunately, she needed the magic stones to unseal him, but they appeared now to be all the hands of the elves. Edward told me he placed a sealed in whatever was inside the castle, said Yami. This should buy us time to deal with the remaining elves, heal, and even recover slightly. While everyone pondered the feasibility of this plan, they suddenly felt the temperature around drastically increase. As everyone looked for the source, they saw a massive pillar of flame coming out from Fueglian's body. Brother, yelled Leon Vermilion, Fueglian's younger brother. Mimosa, what is going on? I don't know, she replied. She was only using her healing magic to keep him alive when this sudden change occurred. Under everyone's watch, the pillar of flame turned into a salamander with wings. Then, Fueglian's injury healed under everyone's eyes while also growing an arm made entirely of fire. Then, he opened his eyes with confusion. Anarchy, yelled Leon. Captain Fueglian, yelled Asta at the same time. Although he only officially met the latter a few hours ago, he admired his leadership abilities. It took Fueglian a while to regain his bearing before everyone explained the situation to him. Then, he dropped a piece of news that could be considered an intercontinental missile. You mean, the leader of Eye of Midnight Sun is Vengeance? Asked Nozel. Impossible. Captain Vengeance would never do such a thing, said Yuno. I saw it with my own eyes, replied Fueglian. It was not just Yuno who was in utter disbelief, but Yami as well. Vengeance was one of his closest friends since they grew up in the Blue Ravenclaw squad together, trained together by Edward. So, he could not fathom why he would betray the kingdom and become a terrorist. Furthermore, he believed that if something were wrong with Vengeance, Edward would have discovered it long ago. He knew how capable his captain was. Unless he knew but let things happen, thought Yami. He knew that Edward could use time magic after the fight with Lucius, so it is not unheard of for him to see this future and let it happen for some reason. The question is why? Or maybe, I'm reading too much into this, and he is really stuck somewhere where he cannot be contacted. Finally, everyone proceeded with the plan. Although angered at Vengeance's betrayal, they hoped that his situation was similar to the people who had their bodies taken away. With Mimosa healing everyone and Charmy using her food magic to regenerate everyone's mana, the group quickly returned to peak fighting shape before stopping the magic knights whose bodies were taken over by elves. Meanwhile, Fuegian used Finral's spatial magic to contact more help, his sister, Mirioliana. In a grand magic zone not far from the Clover Kingdom, Edward calmly watched everything happening. He understood the plot seemed to be disrupted completely. The invasion of the elves should have occurred way later after the capital was attacked, the underwater temple visit, the witch queen visit, and the royal knight selection. Could it be that after I visited Elysium, this timeline's correction of fate disappeared? But why? Has the universe will abandon this timeline, or is it something else I do not know? He waved his hand, and the crystal ball floating in front of him showed a different scene, the underwater temple. It was now in shambles, with many injured and a few dead. He guessed that the Eye of Midnight Sun attacked them for the magic stones. So, Edward checked the witch forest, and as expected, they were also attacked. However, the casualties seemed less severe than the underwater temple. Zagrid should be showing up, so let's wait for a little more. 313 word soul magic. Fuegian walked out of a portal to a forest before looking around. Then, he closed his eyes to sense something before the small cylinder on his should suddenly turn into a dragon. He jumped on its back while carrying Finral and flying in a direction. A few minutes later, he landed in front of a giant rhinoceros more than 15 meters tall. A woman with flaming red hair and one sharp tooth calmly sat on the magical beast back while eating a piece of meat. She had a fierce aura surrounding her like a lion always searching for the next prey. Sister, said Fuegian. Meanwhile, Mirioliana, who had sensed powerful mana coming from afar, continued eating her food for a few seconds before raising her head. Immediately, she frowned when she saw her little brother's new flaming arm. What's going on? She asked. The Clover Kingdom is under attack, so we need your help. What do you mean? How could something happen to the kingdom with Edward around? Not long ago, the Wizard King removed his curse, so he went on a vacation and could not be contacted. Veins appeared on her forehead after this. Are you serious? Fuegian did not say anything else. So, Mirioliana took a small mirror from her pocket and injected mana inside. A few seconds later, she yelled, "Damn him, why is he not available?" Her anger created a pillar of flame that instantly turned the rhino into her next meal. Ignoring the overcooked meat underneath her, she stood up before finally realizing that a third person was present. Who is this? This a spatial mage from the Black Bulls, Finral. Typically, Finral would hit on any beautiful woman that he meets. However, he cowered because of the aura released by Mirioliana. To him, this was a beast in human skin. Let's go. Finral opened a portal to lead all of them back to the Clover Kingdom. Because of the distance, he was basically out of mana after the return trip. Nevertheless, with Mirioliana returning, the rampaging elves cleanup finished quicker. The only people who gave the captains trouble were Charlotte and Rilbois Mordred, the Aquadeer captain and the youngest captain if Edward was not counted. Then, with Liba's help, Asta could relieve these people from the reincarnation spell and remove the control the elves' souls had on their bodies. Once everyone finished, they headed straight for the Shadow Palace, where 10 of the elves had already entered. These 10 elves were known as the Apostles of Sephiroth, and each had a magic stone to open the palace's gate. Luckily for the group, Secret could also use her sealing magic to open the door so that they could enter. Then, Mimosa used her magic to map the entire palace. She discovered all the elves were located at the top of the palace, so the group headed there. However, what they found shocked them all. All but 2 members of the Apostles remained standing while the others lay injured or passed out on the ground. The leader of the Eye of Midnight Sun, Patoli, had turned into a dark elf while battling the other standing member, Licht, who has been the real leader of the elves since 500 years ago. More importantly, a devil with 2 horns and a smirk watched everything from above, amusement written all over his face. What's going on? Asked Mirioliana. Everything was a lie, said Ria, on the floor, crying non-stop. He then explained how the humans' betrayal 500 years ago that made them hate humans, their reincarnations, and plans to attack the Clover Kingdom was all this devil's scheme. He did all that to acquire a grimoire and summon his real body from the underworld. Knowing who the enemy was, Mirioliana did not waste time and directly attacked. Fire magic, Calidus Brachium. She punched with so much speed it appeared that she had 1,000 hands. However, she would throw hot flames at Zagrad with each punch with incredible speed. However, the latter just said, "Extinguish," so Mirioliana's flame extinguished, making her frown. But she did not stop. Crystal Mana, Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Purgatory. Purple flame came out of her hand as she punched. Even her physical abilities were boosted by mana, making her punches faster and more powerful. However, with the same creepy smile, Zagrad said the same word and extinguished her flame. "You can also use the mana crystal technique," she commented. "Indeed. I have to say that Wizard King is a genius this world has never seen. His techniques have so much potential that you people could not fathom." Zagred said this because, with this technique, he believed he could defeat one of the highest-ranking devils even though he is only a high-ranking one. That was unheard of. One of the absolute rules of the underworld is that higher-ranking devils can control the life and death of lower-ranking ones. But, with this technique, Zagred knew he could break that rule. Mirioliana glanced at Yami before attacking again. However, Zagred said, "Drain and bind," and she felt her stamina suddenly drain and weaken. Additionally, the ground turned into chains that bound. Meanwhile, Yami suddenly appeared behind him with his katana clad in his dark magic to slash him. "Repulse," said Zagred. A powerful repulsing force pushed Yami away until he crashed into the wall. At the same time, Fueglian, Nozel, and Jack attacked. However, Zagred looked at them with disdain. These three only mastered the liquid mana method, so they posed no threat to him. Infinite Blade. Thousands of blades suddenly appeared and bombarded Nozel and Fueglian to kill them. Nozel created numerous mercury tentacles to bounce the sword away, while Fueglian ordered his salamander to burn the blades. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. While Yami and Mirioliana fought against Zagred, Licht, and the corrupted Patoli fought against one another. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Bulls, Asta, Mimosa, Secret, Noel, and a few others, looked at this battle in shock. Although they knew the captains were powerful, they did not expect them to be this powerful, not to mention the devil. Unfortunately, they are useless in this level of fight. Even Asta's anti-magic is no use since he has only been training as a magic knight for over 2 weeks. Even with Ki, he could not keep up with the movement of Nozel and the other two, let alone Yami and Mirioliana. And was in the same spot as him. He has recently awakened the wind spirit he made a pact with, and the sudden increase in mana because of the elven soul inside his body did not help. So, those two watched this battle with gritted teeth while promising themselves they would get stronger. The only helpful person in this battle is Vanessa. As she watched her friends die in front of her in the chaos, she awakened fate magic and reversed their death. Although this magic only worked for those she cared for, luckily, Yami is one of these people. So, she could save him a few times before her mana ran out. After a few minutes, Zagred laughed as he looked at the tired and battered captains while he remained the same. "Excellent. I have already tested the scope of my power, and now it's time to leave before that monster show up. Before then, I will give you a parting gift." He then summoned a bunch of creepy purple monsters whose bodies seemed to be made of short tentacles. The moment these monsters appeared, they absorbed the ambient mana in the palace before multiplying like an uncontrollable plague. Then, they attacked the injured elves and the other magic knights like Asta and Noel. "Double," said Zagred to create a clone of himself to continue fighting these captains while he headed for the exit. Unfortunately, he did not travel far before the entire Shadow Palace paused for a moment before a portal appeared out of nowhere. From there, Edward walked out with his white and gold magical robe. He looked at everyone before smiling. "Miss me?" Everyone sighed in relief after seeing him. He looked at the battered captains and said, "You guys need more training." "Hurry and end this," said Yami with a grumpy tone. Edward shrugged his shoulder before slowly flying to Asta's group. "I need to see your grimoires," pointing at Asta and Secret Swallowtail. The former immediately handed his grimoire while the latter hesitated for a moment before also handing it over. Edward took an orb from Asta's grimoire before absorbing the information inside. He raised his hand to create a black ball, anti-magic. However, he soon shook his head as he knew he could only turn a small portion of his man into anti-magic energy. It was not enough. So, he placed the orb back inside before reading Secret's grimoire. Her sealing magic was extraordinary as it was forcibly changed by forbidden magic, making it evolve to the point of almost sealing concepts. So, after reading the grimoire, new pages appeared on Edward's grimoire. At this point, the silent spell he placed on Zagred the moment he laid eyes on the latter was dispelled by a weird trident that could dismantle anything it touched. With his mouth free, he could use his word soul magic again. "What kind of magic is this?" asked Zagred, trying to buy himself some time, albeit, he was also curious. He could tell this magic was not from this world since only this type of magic, his trident, an ancient artifact, could not easily dismantle. Unfortunately for him, Edward was not in the mood to chat. He waved his hand to create numerous magic circles that formed a sphere around Zagred before they enclosed on him until he shrank to the size of a tennis ball. The devil could not resist a single bit. Edward then waved his hand to manifest a golden light that healed all the injured individuals, including the elves. Even Patoli's dark elf form was slightly reversed, changing him back to his usual self with only one eye remaining completely black. Additionally, Patoli was then divided into two people, Vengeance and himself. "Follow me," said Edward to everyone as he flew outside. A gentle breeze levitated the people who could not use flying spells. Outside the palace, Edward waved his hand to heal and wake up the sleeping magic knights once occupied by the elves. He instilled the memories of the battle against Zagred in their minds before having them follow him. So, a strange could be seen above the capital. The Wizard King led all the captains and magic knights. As he looked at the destroyed kingdom, Edward asked the group, "Do you blame me for now showing up earlier?" No one answered him, including Yami and the headstrong Mirioliana. "I can honestly tell you that I knew this attack would happen and did not do anything." Everyone remained quiet while a few people lowered their heads while some trembled. "I did this to teach you 3 lessons. First, never become over-reliant on others to save you. In this world, only your family and loved ones would go to extreme lengths to protect you, and even this is not guaranteed. Edward paused for a moment while still looking in the distance. Second, I want you to understand how weak you truly are. Your achievements as magic knights or captains are nothing to brag or be proud about. Because in the end, with your strength, you could not protect this kingdom and its citizen. Many people, mostly the captains, clenched their hands after hearing this, while some even had tears in their eyes. But no one said anything. Lastly, I will show you the pinnacle of power in this world. I am not doing this to show off but to inspire all of you. I want you to know that one day, you will reach this height and even surpass it. Of course, none of you would believe me or understand my meaning, but you will in the future. After saying that, his grimoire floated in front of him. Time reversal magic, chrono anastasis. An enormous clock face covered the entire Clover Kingdom, meaning all 3 realms. Then, the hand started to move backward, and in doing so, time was also moving backward. All the destroyed places of the kingdom and the people killed in the incident returned to the state a few hours ago. Phew, muttered Edward as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Julius used this spell in the main timeline, he only covered the noble realm and reversed time to a few seconds. But he had to cover all 3 realms and revert time to 2 hours ago. So, he used a lot of mana and most of the stored time he had in reserve. Finally, he turned around to face these people who looked at him with shock, awe, envy, and even a little fear. Go and appease the citizens. Although I have revived them, their memories of death are still there. The knights nodded their heads, still in a daze, before leaving. Meanwhile, Edward returned to his castle. 314 Empowerment. While heading to the castle, Edward looked at the 10 apostles of Sephiroth and said, "All you, follow me." "You too," he said to Secret Swallowtail before flying to the castle. The elves hesitated before following him along with Secret. Inside his office, Edward looked at them before focusing on Licht, whose eyes were unfocused. Although he fought with Zagrad and Patoli, his soul was still slumbering. So, he asked Secret to unseal his soul to awaken him completely. Edward gave the elves a few minutes to reminisce with their leader. "Wizard King, I would first apologize for everything our kind has done," said Licht once he finished talking to his fellow brethren. "I understand the situation, so I won't blame you. We appreciate your kindness. So, to what do we owe this invitation? I want to make a deal with you, elves." "Oh, can you be more specific?" asked Licht. "I will revive your fallen members, and in return, I need your help to do something." Then, Edward explained what he needed them to do, which involved Elysium. "This seems very dangerous," said Licht with a frown. "I think this is a price worth paying to revive our dead comrades," said Patoli, and many agreed with him but did not voice their opinions as they awaited Licht's decision. So, after pondering for a while, Licht asked, "How are you going to revive our fallen brethren?" "Zagred's reincarnation magic preserved most of their souls so I can prevent them from moving on to the afterlife. As for their bodies, Sally will create an artificial body for you." After hearing that name, Patoli became embarrassed. He sacrificed her along with the other human members of Eye of the Sun to activate the elves' reincarnation magic. Now, he has to rely on her to revive his race. For a moment, he feared she would take out her hatred on them because of his actions. "Don't worry about her," replied Edward. "Regarding that little girl Sally, she is the perfect arcanist, curious about how everything in the world functions, cruel enough to conduct inhumane experiments when necessary, and extremely intelligent." So, Edward secretly saved her to nurture her in that direction. The only downside is she is somewhat unhinged, but Edward has ways to restrict her. As long as he does this and prevents her from contacting Asta to not be influenced by his main protagonist's charm to become less cruel like in the main timeline, she will be the perfect arcanist. "Licht, this is a great deal. We can finally be reunited," said Rhea. "No, you will not," said Edward. "What do you mean?" "Licht's soul has been corrupted beyond repair after 500 years, so I can't save him." The room became quiet for a moment as grievances overcame these elves. "There is no need to be sad, I have long accepted my death," said Licht with a smile. He expected this outcome when he turned into a devil 500 years ago because of the loss of his wife, child, and watching all his clansmen being massacred. "I'm glad I got the chance to see all of you again and to clear the misunderstanding between humans and elves. The only regret is that I could not see Lemuel again." Edward watched them calmly. He lied about being unable to save Licht. The elves are a very talented race and would be a great asset to the Empire. However, Licht is kind and benevolent and revered as a leader. Such a person would make it more difficult to control the elves once they are brought back. Patoli, however, is another story. Although he is the temporary leader of the elves, the others do not have as much loyalty or reverence for him, so he is easier to control to indirectly manipulate the elves secretly. Additionally, he has a lot of guilt for what he did to his fellow elves, a weakness that can be exploited. So, Licht cannot be saved or resurrected. Edward waved his hand to manifest the 10 magic stones before opening a portal. "Follow Secret, and you can see Lemuel one last time." The first Wizard King statue is on top of an enormous devil head near Hage Village, where Asta and Yuno grew up. Today, a portal opened near the figure, and 11 individuals walked from it. Using the magic stones, Secret unsealed the first Wizard King and reunited with him after 500 years. However, unlike the main timeline, the magic stones did not crumble since Edward ensured this. So, he summoned them back to his office to study them. A few hours later, the group returned with sadness in their eyes. Licht and Lemuel have passed on into the afterlife. Edward handed them a few crystals that contained the souls of their brethren while also asking them to give up the bodies of the people they occupied, even Patoli. He knew the importance of the resonance of the body and the soul. So, if these elves needed to utilize all their potential, they needed their original body. Then, he sent them all away. And as he watched them leave, he thought to himself, I need someone else to fill Licht's position on the Tree of Life monument and accomplish the summoning ritual I need to reach Elysium. Licht has descendants, so one of them could be used. After that, he focused on the magic stones as he was on the verge of a discovery. So, he left a clone to oversee the entire situation before going to his secret laboratory. A few days later, Edward looked at the magic stones with shining eyes. Negative karma empowerment. The magic stones can amplify the magic power of their wielder because it is connected to the negative mana in the underworld. So, after studying the stones, the negative mana acquired from Megacula and Zagrad, he discovered the true essence of this boost, to be precise, the true essence of negative mana, karma empowerment. Edward has read a few comics with characters with karma empowerment, but he never experienced it himself in his magical journey so far. Luckily, he acquired a karma divine treasure from the library on his last voyage and has been studying since. With this basis, he recognized that negative mana was a form of karma empowerment that boosted mana. He then compared this discovery with the sample mana he acquired from Elysium, which could be considered positive mana. And as expected, it is also a form of karma empowerment that focuses on positive karma, unlike the devils who use negative karma. With this discovery, Edward concluded that devils and angels were species that originated from one source. He also understood why these two races were so much more powerful than the others. Their mana was literally always boosted on top of having a large mana pool. So, he wanted that boost for him. Additionally, I can forge the underworld and Elysium into a magical artifact that boosted the floating city. If done correctly, the karma empowerment should be able to push the city into a tier 10 artifacts. Edward became excited at this thought. He did not yet know how to deal with the devils in the underworld, so he originally planned just to enslave them as they would serve as excellent weapons, especially after becoming arcanists. Now, he will have even better use for them. He theorized that these devils had the natural ability to gather negative karma to fill the underworld. If so, they would be even more valuable. Then, Edward created another clone to continue studying karmic magic while he went to do something else. One of the best discoveries he made in this world is Goshadley's mirror magic, which allowed him to make mirror clones that could have some of his powers and his mind. Moreover, he did not have to worry about these clones rebelling and creating chaos. That spell is almost as good as the Shadow Clone Jutsu in terms of clone magic. Edward had to create 2 magical artifacts to prepare for the invasion of Elysium. The process took 2 weeks. By then, one of his clones had already dealt with the invasion's aftermath. His status in the Clover Kingdom's resident mind reached an unimaginable height. In the laboratory, Edward suddenly felt something, and he muttered, "So, it's finally accomplished." Status. He looked at his status from the Akashic record. His age and tier changed, but that was not his main focus. He focused on the new title he acquired, Wizard King. This title is one of the reasons he stayed in the Clover Kingdom for so long and dedicated a lot of time and effort to improve it. 315 The past creeping in Wizard King. As the most powerful mage in the kingdom, you have protected it through many catastrophes while also creating the greatest era of economic, military, and cultural growth that the Clover Kingdom has ever seen. Your name will forever be remembered in the annals of history as the best Wizard King. Buff, medium spacetime affinity, high resistance to body possession. Edward closed his eyes as he felt his understanding and control of spacetime magic increase. The process lasted a few minutes, but he wished it was longer once he was done. The title of Sorcerer Supreme should provide me with a high spacetime affinity. Then, Edward walked to a room where a body was preserved inside an orb with a ring containing Roman numbers, AC or Silva. Morgana. Yes, boss, said the little elf as she manifested herself. Why do you think my obsession for her comes from? Isn't it from your ex-girlfriend from Earth? I know this, but why would I still be obsessed with her? I thought I moved on with my life. Alright, let me activate the psychoanalysis mode, said the little elf before changing to a formal outfit, glasses, notepad, and a pen. By now, Edward was used to her shenanigans. Do you know that powerful men often want the things they cannot have? Do you think you want her now because she is out of reach? Edward pondered for a moment. There are many things I want that I cannot or did not get. So, I doubt this is the real issue. Then, let's look at the issue from another perspective. What was the reason for your breakup? Edward became momentarily lost in his memories. Although there were many, the main one was our social status. I was a lowly middle class, trying to make a living in the world. Meanwhile, her family was filthy rich. I'm talking about generational wealth that they could not spend all their lives if they wanted to. He paused for a moment as he looked at Aesir. Her family never liked me, so it was an issue in our relationship. But the real reason for our breakup was my insecurities. She never minded my economic status and saw me for who I was. Unfortunately, I could not do the same. So, have you thought that maybe you want to show her your current self or your current success, to show her that you are more than worthy of being with her, said Morgana as she fixed her glasses. So, you're saying my obsession with her is the result of unresolved low self-esteem from my past life, muttered Edward, his eyes brightening. Even if his clone in primordial Earth became successful, it was not the point that her family would care or regret their decision. However, if he could show up his empire and power now, that would truly shock them and make them regret how they treated him. After figuring out the root of the issue, he could not help but smile to himself while shaking his head. He was now the emperor of an interstellar empire, about to conquer an entire galaxy. He was a powerful arcanist capable of blowing the sun with a flick of his finger. With his current tier, he could live for a few million years, without the elixir of life. He had enough power and wealth to buy and conquer the Earth 1,000 times over, if not more. So, why would he care about a small family on Earth? As for her, he could only say some things were not meant to be. One day, when he visits primordial Earth, they may meet again. By then, they might rekindle their relationship, or more likely, they will be strangers who at some point had a significant impact on each other's lives. After figuring this out, Edward felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. Thank you, Morgana. I'm always here to serve, boss. All right, I need to go somewhere first. Edward opened a portal to leave before returning a few minutes later. Then, he finally placed Aesir's soul inside her preserved body. Where am I? She asked. Edward. Confusion was written all over her face. Aesir then remembered her last memory when she died. Megacula, she said with gritted teeth. She's dead, said Edward. Aesir sighed. So, you really revived me? How long has it been? 16 years. So, my baby Noelle is now a young woman. And all my other children are now adults, she muttered softly. This is for you, said Edward as he handed her an orb. What's this? Henry's soul. Aesir trembled slightly as she held the orb in her hand. I just summoned his soul from the past before his death, so it is still weak and needs some time to recover. Additionally, since he died from a magical sickness, it's best to recreate a new body for him. Thank you, said Aesir with tears in her eyes. No need for thanks. After all, aren't we friends? You seem different from the last time I saw you. Well, many years have passed, plus I've figured some things out. We can catch up later. I'm sure you're dying to see your children right about now. You're right. So, Edward opened a portal for her to send her to the Silveroil Castle. Edward then walked to the room next door to Sally's laboratory. How are the artificial bodies going? Sally focused on a bunch of glass containers with green liquids inside. In each container lay an elf body that appeared to be in a deep sleep. With the knowledge you gave me, I have created a body perfectly suited for their souls. I cannot believe there was such a deep relation between the body, mana, and soul. I wonder what the soul is made of? Could I dissect one and find out? Could the soul feel pain? I want to know so bad. No, I should immediately begin to research. Hey, said Edward with a stern and slightly raised voice. Immediately, Sally paused before finally turning around to look at him and lowering her head. What did I say to you? When doing research, a calm and composed mind is always necessary for an arcanist. What else? Uncontrolled curiosity and lack of caution is the ultimate formula for disaster. I'm glad you remember. Now, go to the meditation room to calm down. Once you're done, I've added a few new books for you to read. Sally was depressed when she heard she was forced to go to the meditation room. But when she heard she could read new books, she became motivated again. Edward shook his head when she saw how quickly the little girl ran off to the meditation room. He ignored her before continuing his own research. 2 days later, he went to see Aesir again. How is everything? Better than I expected, she replied with a smile. Did you finally realize I was right? About what? About your middle children being shitty. You, said Aesir while glaring at him. Although she also did not like how these two turned out, as a mother, she knew it was not too late for them. With her here, she can bring them back to the right path. Edward shrugged to indicate he meant what he said. However, after she nagged for 10 minutes straight, he promised not to speak ill of them, at least not to her face. I have a feeling you did not come here just to see an old friend, said Aesir after the promise. Yes. There is a meeting tomorrow with all the magic knights and captains, and I would like you to attend. Is it serious? You could say so. In that case, I will be there. Edward chatted briefly with her before leaving. 316 Invasions Plan. Edward walked into a large room with many people waiting. A table stood in the middle with all 10 magic captains along with Aesir, Mirioliana, and Patoli. Around the table were specific members of each squad along with the elves members who were Apostle of Sephiroth. As Edward walked into the room, the sitting people stood up while the standing ones stood even straighter. He smiled at Likita, who was embracing both Asta and Yuno. Asta had a genuine smile. He appeared happy to see his mother and spend time with her. As for Yuno, he had his usually stoic face with a slight embarrassment. However, deep in his eyes, there was very hidden happiness. Edward knew this kind of happiness, familial love. He smiled as he was not surprised that Likita basically adopted Yuno. They were already closed as brothers, now, it had just become official. At ease, said Edward before taking a seat. Everyone then focused all their attention on them. Edward waved his hand to create 2 holographic orbs, one dark and one light. In this world, 2 factions or places could be considered the most powerful or dangerous. The first one is the underworld where all devils live and originate from. He pointed at the dark orb, and the words underworld and devil appeared inside. And the second is Elysium, where angels and possibly God live. Many people squinted their eyes at the words Elysium. Angels and God appeared in the light orb. Most, if not all, of these people have heard of the underworld or devils. but they've never heard of angels or God except in stories and the church. Edward waved his hand to crush the dark orb. There is no need to worry about the underworld since I will personally deal with them. However, I need your help to access Elysium. You want us to invade Elysium? Why? They seem to be no threat to us, asked Yami. Many people had the same thought as him. Edward looked at all the people in the room and calmly said, I could give you a valid reason since I have sufficient evidence to suggest that God has been plotting to use our hands to deal with the underworld. I could use the rhetoric that this was for the future of the Clover Kingdom. But all of this would not be true. Edward paused for a moment to let his word marinate. When a man's reached my position and power, few things have value, whether it is wealth, fame, glory, or woman. Most of these things held little to no value to me. What I want is knowledge, mystery, and the truth. For example, where did the grimoire comes from? Is it a natural thing or an artificial creation? Why can it create spells without study but just repeated practice? Is it possible that there exists a place that connects all grimoires? And could that place have all the spells ever recorded in a grimoire? Everyone looked at him in shock, not knowing how to respond. Now, I'm sure none of you ever thought about these questions, never cared or assumed certain things were normal when they were not. But I have contemplated these mysteries and searched for answers. And the last part of the puzzle to find the answer lies in Elysium. So, this invasion is a personal or selfish mission of mine. If you do not want to participate, you are free to leave. In my name as Wizard King, I promise not to blame you. The Magic Knights looked at each other while some whispered to each other. In the end, no one left. I will emphasize, this is a high-risk mission with a high death rate. So, it is best to consider this as you make a decision. Despite saying this, no one left after a few minutes. I have a question, said Zora Ideal. Why don't you invade this Elysium on your own since you can do the same for the underworld? I did, replied Edward. But someone or something exiled and banned me from entering again. The people who watched Edward easily deal with a high-ranking devil immediately became serious. They knew how powerful a person has to be to exile the Wizard King. All right, so what is the plan? Asked Mirioliana, who had very intense fighting desires in her eyes as if she had found another worthy prey. So far, I have only a basic plan since I'm still gathering more information on Elysium. However, there is a basic plan. You will be divided into different groups, and one of them will be in charge of protecting the elves. And why do we need to protect them? Asked Jack the Ripper with a malevolent look. I cannot enter Elysium the usual way. So, I need the elves to use the magic stones and summon me with the Tree of Life monument. So, we must protect them from the enemy to prevent them from interrupting the ceremony, added Charlotte. Exactly, replied Edward. There seems too little information, said Fuagelian. These angels should be as powerful as devils. Plus, we will be stuck in their home and lose the home field advantage. Too many things can go wrong. I understand your worries, said Edward to appease everyone. I handpicked all of you here because I can see your potential better than you can yourself. And before the invasion, I will ensure all of you have reached that potential and beyond. He stood up from his chair before a portal appeared next to him. Follow me? Everyone followed him through the portal. Then, they found themselves in an underground room with 2 doors in front of them. Edward opened door 1, and everyone followed. Inside was numerous large tubes with green liquids inside. These machines serve 2 purposes. The first one is to enhance your physical body, making it faster, stronger, and more durable. With a strong body, your fighting capabilities will increase, as will your survivability. It's not going to make me all buff and muscular, no, asked Vanessa from the Black Bulls. If you don't want it to, it will not, replied Edward before continuing. The second purpose of the machine is to increase your mana. How is that possible? 500 years ago, the Clover Kingdom's nobles and royal family stole mana from the elves using a magical artifact created by the first Wizard King and passed this mana through their bloodline. I discovered their magical artifact and modified them to use ambient mana in nature. However, this is the limit as the machine will also grant you an additional artificial mana pool. Many people became embarrassed after hearing this and did not know what to say. And this is precisely the reason mentioned this topic, to alleviate the tension between these 2 races after the previous chaos. What does that mean? Asked Mirioliana, wanting to change the topic. A stone full of mana will be fused to your heart and serve as a second reserve or second mana pool. Edward turned around to see the smile and excitement of these people. He smiled devilishly before saying, nothing is free or easy in life. So, whether it is the body enhancement or the mana increase surgery, the process will be excruciating, and only individuals with extreme willpower will succeed. Furthermore, the longer you can resist the pain, the more benefit you will receive. Me, I have a question, said Asta as he raised his hand. What is it? Does that mean I will have mana? No, with mana, you cannot use anti-magic. With a lot of knowledge and training, this kid should be able to turn mana into anti-magic energy. However, this would require too much time, plus Edward wanted him to walk on a pure anti-magic path so he could create his own arcane subclass one day. Although a little disappointed, Asta quickly cheered since he knew how powerful his anti-magic was. I'll tell you a little secret to motivate you, said Edward. The relationship between mana and anti-magic can be described as a meatball divided into 2. So, if you have enough knowledge and training, you can turn anti-magic into mana, so work hard, kid. After hearing this, stars appeared in Asta's eyes, then he looked at Yuno. You hear this, Yuno? I'll become more powerful with mana and defeat you, then, I'll become the Wizard King. Idiot. Why are you calling me an idiot? The Wizard King's word means that mana can also be turned into anti-magic. Asta's mouth became wide open when he realized that his rival was already so powerful. If he could also use anti-magic, wouldn't he lose his advantage? I won't lose to you, said Asta, all fired up. He decided to master this mana-changing technique before and beat him. Likita smiled after seeing her two sons' rivalry. It's good to be motivated. Alright, let's go see the other room. 317 Training. Edward showed everybody the second room, which contained numerous beds that looked like MRI machines. This room is a virtual reality training room. I combine Captain Dorothy's dream magic with illusion magic to create a virtual reality. With this machine, each of you gets to experience countless life and make different choices. Well, not really. I have organized different scenarios for each of you based on your willpower, spiritual strength, goals, ambitions, desires, family ties, etc. And based on the choices you made in these scenarios, your real grimoire should change and create different spells. Additionally, you can fight with other people in this dream world without worrying about the consequences. Even if you die, you can start over and try again as many times as necessary to defeat your opponent or grow during the battle. Does that include the angels? Asked Aesir, who thought this was a great way to train before the battle. Yes, but the knowledge I have about them is limited, so I could only estimate their strength and fighting abilities. However, I know quite a lot about the devils in the underworld. I have perfectly recreated most of their strengths and abilities, including the highest-ranked devils. Can I fight you in this dream world? Asked Mirioliana. Yes. There is a final scenario where I went mad, and all of you must stop me. So, prepare to face despair. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva. They were all present when the Wizard King reversed time on the entire Clover Kingdom. As he described it, fighting such a monster was indeed an act of despair. Charmy, where are you? Said Edward as he turned around to face the crowd. Then, a small individual jumped over everyone's head before landing on Edward's arm. Here, she said as she handed him a cupcake. Thank you, said Edward as he ate. Once he was done, he said, whether the success rate of this mission can increase will depend on whether you can develop food magic to purify mana. So, now, the lives of all your friends are counting on you. You can count on me, said Charmy while stuffing a big piece of meat in her mouth. Edward was satisfied with the little girl's motivation. She was his favorite character in Black Clover, and after coming to this world, he treated her like his daughter. So, in this training session, he was extra detailed. He wanted to ensure she could understand and control her dwarf bloodline and use her second magic besides cotton magic, food magic. Nodding his head, Edward then looked at the corner. What about you, Nacht? Are you in? A young man with long black hair and blue eyes suddenly appeared from the shadow in the corner of the room. Many people immediately became on guard for the new arrival. It is wrong to use the lives of so many people for your selfish gain. Spare the sermon for someone who cares. If you don't want to participate, leave. Nacht looked at Edward but did not say anything more. He did not like this man because of his absolute power. To him, even absolute power used for good is innately wrong and evil, and he despises all evil. I see you're as gloomy as usual, Nacht, said Yami with a smile. However, Nacht walked to the Black Bull's side and did not say anything else. Captain Yami, who is this? It's our vice-captain. We have a vice-captain, asked Luck. Never heard of it too, responded Vanessa. Well, he's a little grumpy and asocial, so he never shows up but watches from the shadow, commented Yami. Since you're participating, you will be the first to infiltrate Elysium and gather information. I will give you a set of magical artifacts to help you better hide. Plus, you're in charge of teaching Asta how to use the power of his devil and explaining the devil binding ceremony to him. Nacht just nodded his head in acknowledgement. The only reason he decided to participate was to reduce the casualties of these people, especially his squad member. The minimum requirement for this training is that you can use Mana Zone, Mana Method, True Magic, Ultimate Magic, and Liquid Mana at a basic level. If not, you will be eliminated from this mission, and all the power you previously received will be taken away. Many people looked at him as if he was crazy. Although the threshold for some of these techniques like Mana Zone has been greatly reduced over the years because of the systemic practice method created by the Wizard King, this did not mean anyone could master them. Not to mention the more challenging techniques like Mana Liquid or those from the Heart Kingdom that they have no information about. Don't worry, this is not as impossible as you think. These devices also contain time magic so that you can get a decade of training in 1 year. The worried magic knights felt relieved when they knew they had more time. Then, they became excited and nervous, thinking about the consequences of not meeting the requirement, so they motivated themselves. The Black Bull's captain likes to use the motto, break your limit. I think this is the perfect motivation for all of you. Now, Mirioliana, Fuagelian, Leon, Magma, Noel, Aesir, Vengeance, Charlotte, Asta, Likita, and Yami, all you stay while the rest can begin their training. All the other captains and magic knights scattered to them their own things. Some went straight to the enhanced machine, while some more clover ones went to the virtual reality first to temper their willpower before using it. Let us begin with you first. A small portal appeared in front of Edward before taking out a grimoire. Do you know of your identity? Had a confusing look on his face, so Edward explained. Your full name is Grinberryall, the Prince of the Spade Kingdom and its true heir. The remaining people looked at him in surprise, and many people finally understood why as a peasant, had such a large mana pool. Asta had his mouth wide open, while Likita was only slightly surprised. Meanwhile, did not know how to react to this news, but his spirit, Sylph, was happy that her man was an actual prince, just like she had always imagined. You can learn about your real-life experience in the virtual world. The reason I'm bringing this up is because of your bloodline and unique experience. You are probably the only person in this world who can use 2 grimoires. So, be mindful of that during your training. Nodded before taking the second grimoire handed to him. Yami, I'm going to your homeland to track someone who will give me more information on Elysium. Do you want to go together? Yami paused, even stopping his smoking process. Maybe later, but not now. It's fine, but you can't avoid your past forever. Sooner or later, you must confront it. What about you two? Do you want to go see Zuriel with me in the land of the sun? Likita immediately shook her head. There is no need. Since he left, there is nothing between us from now on. After seeing his mother's decision, Asta decided to support her even though he wanted to meet his father. Fuaglian, summon your salamander. Edward then created a portal. A few minutes later, a large fire draconic creature appeared in the room. Edward closed his eyes for a few minutes before opening them. I have created a method for a spirit to temporarily create contracts or bond with many individuals. So, Mirioliana, Leon, and Magma, you will sign a contract with Salamander to increase your strength. Magna, the salamander, is very arrogant, so he did not want to sign a contract with you because of your small amount of magic power. So, I negotiated a deal for you, beat him in a duel of will, and he will sign the contract with you. Magna clenched his fist after hearing this, but he was now determined to show this beast what he was made of. Noel, you will sign a contract with a water spirit named Undine. Vengeance and Charlotte will sign with a nature spirit called Dryad. Remember, these spirits were kind enough to lend us their power, so treat them with the utmost respect. Edward then opened a portal to the Heart Kingdom to send Noel and Aesir before sending Vengeance and Charlotte to Elysia village. Finally, he dismissed the others before going to do his own thing. 318 Magic Parliament. Edward looked at 9 different mirror clones in front of him. Number 1, you're in charge of studying Zagred's word soul magic and the reincarnation spell he used. Number 2, you're in charge of studying the karma empowerment of positive and negative mana. You're also in charge of studying forbidden spells. You can also work with number 1. Number 3, you're responsible for anti-magic. Number 4 has to help Morgana continue to recreate the arcane rune system. Number 5, you can begin to prep Magicula to become potion ingredient. Number 6, you're in charge of keeping a tab on the training session and teaching Sally. Number 7, you're in charge of Project World Stealing. Morgana will lend you half of her calculating powers. And once she finishes her work, she will help you. Your project might be extremely dangerous, so be extremely careful. Don't worry. I am you. After all, how can I not be cautious? Replied number 7, to which Edward nodded before continuing. Number 8, you're responsible for fixing the world gate. On my way to the land of the sun, I will try to find some resources that can help with the process. However, if it is not enough, prepare to travel the multiverse to find the things we need. Number 9, you're in charge of Wizard King duty and watching over the Spade Kingdom. Why does it have to be me again? Asked number 9. Wizard King duty is so boring. You can help with any of these projects if you have time, replied Edward. We don't want your help, said the others in succession. Come on, guys. You should understand how terrible it is to deal with these papers all day. The others ignored him before going to do their task. Don't mind them, they're just joking. I know, said number 9 before walking away. Tap, tap. Come in, said Edward, who was preparing to leave. Sir Edward, the Magic Parliament Chairman, Sir Damnatio, is waiting for you outside, said Edward's assistant, Marks. Edward frowned at this news before indicating to let him in. Soon afterward, a man with dark hair and a long green robe entered the office. Damnatio, what can I do for you? Asked Edward while reading a book. I'm here for a few things, replied the green robe noble with a somewhat indifferent tone. Despite how you fixed everything, the citizens still remember the destruction that occurred at the hands of the Magic Knights. So, I insist on my previous judgment that someone should take the blame to ensure the good image of the Magic Knights. The Devil Host is a perfect scapegoat. We can tell the people he controlled the Magic Knights to make them act this way. Didn't the newspaper already release the news about Zagred? This is not enough. It would be best if the people believed a traitor was responsible for this incident. It is a better excuse as for the reason the Magic Knights could not respond on time. My answer is still no. Among the people whose body the elves took over were many prominent noble families. Their reputation has to be saved. Do these people care about their reputation? Asked Edward back. Of course, they don't care. You have brainwashed them to ignore their nobility status, to treat commoners and peasants alike, thought Damnatio as he clenched his hand. They may not care, but their families do. That's their problem, not mine. Damnatio had the urge to use his scale magic to judge this man. However, thinking how it was useless, he controlled the impulse. The second reason I'm here is Zora Ideal, the captain of the punishment hall, has arrested too many nobles in the past week. What were their crimes? Asked Edward as he flipped the book's page in his hand. You know this is not the point. They took the opportunity to kill, pillage, and other horrible things when the kingdom faced catastrophe. They deserve to be executed for their crimes. We are the backbones of this kingdom, do not forget this. You used to be, but not anymore. So, that's how you're going to behave? Using your overwhelming strength to act like a tyrant. For over 500 years, you nobles used your overwhelming force to do what you pleased. So, why can't I do the same? I would like to remind you, said Damnatio, stealing his resolve. You're the Wizard King, your duty involves jurisdiction over this kingdom's military power, nothing more. But yet, you have involved yourself in our economy, politics, social life, and everything in between. You went as far as banning the king from leaving his castle. Your actions are above your authority. Bam! Edward closed the book in his hand, generating a sound that made Damnatio's heart skip a beat. Edward slowly placed the book on the desk before walking in front of Damnation. He ignored the fear in the latter's eyes as he fixed the wrinkles on his collar. Then, with a very composed tone, he said, I could have ousted you, the nobles of the Magic Parliament, and even the king. And I would not need to use force to do so. With my prestige among the citizens, I could have led a coup to overthrow this entire kingdom, and it would have been extremely easy. So, I want you to remember your status as nobility, your wealth, social, economic, and political standings. I can take all these things away with a snap of my finger. He then gently taps Damnatio's face. So, remember this. Better yet, remind the other nobles of this fact. Because, so far, I have been playing nice. As long as you stay out of my way, all of you can live in your fantasy bubble where you think you still matter while enjoying the generational wealth that you have plundered from the corpses of this kingdom's citizens. Is that understood? Well, I'll take your silence as a sign of acknowledgement. Now, do you have anything else you want to talk about? Damnatio shook his head despite wanting to discuss this problematic mission with Elysium. So, he walked out of the office blankly, eyes full of confusion and fear. Do you think this was too much, sir? Asked Marks. Marks, what did I tell you about eavesdropping? I was not eavesdropping, the walls of this office are simply too thin. Back to the topic, is it really wise to offend the Magic Parliament? The only reason the Magic Parliament still exists is because of my previous curse and because my workload would increase after eliminating them. The Magic Parliament is a collective of nobles and royals who act as the Clover Kingdom's legislature and judiciary. However, when Edward created the Punishment Squad and gave them so much power, he took most of the Parliament's judiciary powers. Regrettably, he could not take their other power because of the curse. And now that he was free, he no longer cared enough to continue playing political games with them. Has everything settled before my departure? Yes, but are you sure nothing will happen again to the kingdom in your absence? Well, according to the future I saw, the Spade Kingdom should not attack us. Should. Yes, should with his present self, he could only see a few minutes in the future with absolute certainty. However, beyond that, he has to see different timelines and possibilities. And so far, he can only see 10 different timelines. His ability was nothing compared to Doctor Strange, who could see 14,605,000. However, he can see the future on his own, while Strange has to rely on the Time Stone, so he is still better. Don't worry. One of my mirror clones has at least 60% of my power, which is more than enough for most situations. And if something did happen, I could just open a portal and instantly return. Plus, you should have more faith in the captains and their squads, especially once they finished my training. Marks nodded in relief before reporting a few more things before leaving. Then, Edward also left, using an invisible spell on himself before flying eastward toward the sea. He did not want anyone else to know of his departure to prevent possible trouble. Once he arrived at the sea, he tried opening a portal to the land of the sun since he saw where the continent was located when he retrieved the World Gate. However, he discovered a strong spatial disturbance that kept affecting the portal. So, he decided to fly there inside. Anyway, he wanted to check out some of the islands he saw on the map. 319 dwarves. The further Edward flew toward the east, the more difficult it was. The entire Eastern Ocean was an enormous grand magic zone. The intense concentration of mana not only made it difficult for an average mage to breathe and caused natural disasters like tsunamis, water tornadoes, thunderstorms, etc. So, as he flew to his destination, Edward had to use Mana Zone to control the ambient mana in the surroundings and calm down these natural phenomena. It's a miracle Yami managed to survive the voyage from the east, muttered Edward as he flew. Based on how horrible the sea was, he could not imagine how a kid of fewer than 10 years could survive in a small boat for days. The only way to describe his survival was fate favored him. That's the only explanation that made sense. At the same time, Edward also understood why there had been no contact between the eastern and western continent. No ships or flying apparatus would work as a form of transportation connecting them. Even teleportation was useless as only an extremely powerful mage could survive the journey. While thinking about these things, Edward began to build a space passage between the western and eastern continent. He wanted to be able to open a portal back home and instantly return in case of an emergency. So, he would create relay zones, places enchanted not to be affected by the Grand Magic Zone. That way, he could teleport to these places without resistance, and if he wanted to go back home, he only needed a few consecutive teleportation spells and returned in a few seconds. At the same time, he would use a detection spell to see if he could find unknown ores deep in the ocean, and once he found some, he would dive down to get them and place them inside his pocket dimension so clone number 9 could test if they can be used to repair the world gate. After 2 hours of flight, Edward saw an island not far away, so he landed. He first noticed the abnormal number of mountain ranges in the distance, followed by the forest all around. He then used a life-detecting spell before discovering something a few dozens of meters away from him. Interesting, he muttered before disappearing and reappearing. A small child less than 1.2 meters was walking with a boar at least 6 times his size on his right shoulder and a massive axe in his left hand. The small child suddenly felt a shadow looming over him, so he slowly turned around, expecting to see a tall magical animal staring at him like prey. However, what he saw made the pipe in his mouth fall to the ground as he stood gasping. Why you're a human? And you're a dwarf, replied Edward as he looked at this tiny little man and his long-breaded red beard. Human, yelled the dwarf before dropping his lunch and weapons on the ground and running into the forest, screaming there was a human. A few minutes later, hundreds of dwarves showed up to surround Edward, looking at him like he was a valuable piece of art. It really is a human, I've never seen one before, he's so tall. Me too. Not me. I once saved a fisherman 300 years ago, so this is not my first time. I'm so envious. That's nothing. I heard Papitson from the Golden Pick village saved a human woman and eventually fell in love and married her. He's lucky, then. Maybe not. I heard he left the village. Meanwhile, Edward was baffled by these dwarves' over-enthusiasm for meeting humans. Then, one of them, who had a bronze headband on his head, walked toward him and said, "My name is Duril Warmbrand, the chief of the Brown Bear village. I'm sorry about their behavior, it is the first time a human has formally visited this island in a long time. My name is Edward Bones, the Clover Kingdom's Wizard King, and I don't mind." "That's good. So, you're royalty." "Something similar. I'm more the military leader of the kingdom." "That is still a man of authority," replied Duril as he invited Edward back to his village. On his way, Edward noticed the village chief kept staring at the ring in his hand, but he did not say anything, at least, not yet. Then, the dwarves had a large banquet to welcome him. All these dwarves were drunkards, so they drank alcohol like it was water, whether it was women, children, or the elderly, all of them were heavy drinkers. Edward had to use mana to remove the alcohol from his system while enjoying the taste of the alcohol, which was incredibly delicious. Most of the wines were made from magical fruits, so the fruity taste suited his palate. In the middle of this banquet, other dwarves from different villages came to join the party and to see the human. So, the feast became grander over time. Then, a fighting tournament began. The dwarves summoned their grimoires and began to fight. Upon closer observation, Edward noticed they had more mana than humans but not as much as elves. Their body was naturally strong and had high physical and magical resistance. Fire was the main attribute the majority of them had, occupying 90% of the population. Moreover, they primarily relied on magical artifacts to fight and boost their strengths. Edward sat on a slightly elevated podium, allowing him to observe the fighting tournament. Around him were the different chiefs of the island, who were drinking and commenting on the battles while also chatting with Edward. He squinted his eyes as he noticed something. The magical artifacts of these dwarves were 50 to 70% similar to the ancient magical artifact he took from Lucius. As such, he concluded that the dwarves were probably responsible for most of the world's magical artifacts in ancient times. And once they hid in this place, humans had no choice but to develop their own magical artifacts. "How about it, Edward? Do you want to fight? Since you are the head of the military, you should be very powerful," asked one of the chiefs. "Why not?" he replied before his grimoire floated in front of him. Gasp! They all looked at him incredulously. "The Origin Grimoire," said Duril as he looked at the 6th leaf. "Is he the sage's successor?" asked the Golden Pick chief. "No, it seemed to be missing something." "Look at it closer," said the Luscious Tree chiefess. So, they all focused on Edward's grimoire for a moment before Duril said, "Come with me, I'll show you something." Edward followed the chiefs to a mountain a few dozen miles away, where there was the entrance to a cave. After entering, he saw a statue of a middle-aged man wearing a crown and holding a grimoire. What was unique to that statue was the grimoire. On the cover, it had 4 symbols, a 6-leaf clover, a golden diamond, a heart with a queen inside, and a spade with a king inside. "Who is this?" asked Edward. "The wizard sage, Alan. He is the creator of grimoires and the hero who saved the world." "Can you give me more detail?" asked Edward. "We don't know much," said Duril, "but according to our records, an enormous war once enveloped the entire world. The war was catastrophic, almost destroying the world. Indeed, the records even said the world used to be one big piece of land where many races lived together. However, in the middle of the war, the land was divided into 5 continents. And by the end of the war, 3 of these continents were destroyed, and many races like dragons, merfolk, orcs, etc., became extinct," added the Golden Pick chief. "Are they referring to the Devil Angel War?" thought Edward without interrupting them. As the war was about to destroy the world, a human named Alan suddenly appeared out of nowhere to save the world. After that, he was called the Wizard Sage and memorialized throughout history, added the Luscious Tree chiefess. "How exactly did he save the world?" asked Edward. "Of course, with grimoires. Most races were treated as slaves in ancient times because of the small amount of magic power they possessed. This was more evident for humans with the lowest status, replied Duril. Not only had humans had small mana pools, but they also could not use advanced spells, so their situation was terrible. Then, everything changed when the wizard sage created grimoires. He was not selfish and shared his creation with all the weak races before creating a coalition of different races. Finally, we worked together to end the war and save the world. Do you know who the war was against? Or for what reason it started? Asked Edward. Most of the records have been lost, mistranslated, or destroyed over time, so not much information from that era remains, explained Duril. But we do know it was a battle between two beings of extreme evil and extreme virtue. Edward nodded as he confirmed that the wizard sage was probably the one who ended the devil-angel war. Additionally, he might be why these two races are now stuck in another dimension and unable to enter or interfere in the material world easily. However, he is still confused about how God is related to all of this and the overall role of the universal will. So, he pondered a moment to come up with a few possibilities. Then, he focused on the statue since he noticed it was not a normal one. 320 Origin Grimoire. Edward looked at the statue while analyzing it. Then, he placed his hand on the grimoire and injected his mana. The process lasted 2 hours without stopping. If it were any other mage or even races with naturally high magic power, they would have fainted long ago. Ignoring the shocked look of these dwarven chiefs, Edward waited until the process ended. Then, a light came from the statue to scan his body. He could tell it was determining if he was human or not. So, Edward quickly sealed away his higher life essence, which he previously unsealed after studying the devil's body. A few seconds later, the statue lit up before a projection appeared in front of everyone. "The wizard sage," said the chiefs in unison. Then, they stood straight before saluting it with the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Edward calmly looked at the middle-aged man who exuded wisdom. "Mage of the future, if you're seeing this, it means that you have met the requirement that I have left. I do not have long, so I won't waste your time. According to my prediction, the seal I place on him will not last long. So, you must quickly gather the remaining part of my grimoire. It is the key to reinforcing the seal and preventing the unleashing of such evil on this world again. I do not know how long after my death I can finally find a successor, but it should be in the very distant future. By then, the seal should show signs of breaking. So, please hurry. The fate of the world lies on your shoulder." The projection disappeared, then a grimoire with a heart symbol and a queen inside floated in front of him. He held it before opening it. It was blank with nothing written inside. He took out his grimoire, which elicited a response. The two grimoires fused after shining golden lights. Edward quickly opened it before and saw no changes besides a heart symbol appearing next to the 6-clover leaf. He closed his eyes to sense anything different with the grimoire and felt it connected to something. However, it was so faint that he could not detect what it was. "Interesting," he muttered. Subsequently, a map appeared in Edward's mind to show him the location of the other grimoires. One was in the Diamond Kingdom, while the second one was in the Land of the Sun. Edward frowned as he pondered the entire situation. He had no information about the Origin Grimoire in his memory from the main timeline. So, why did it appear now? Additionally, the mana test of this statue was extremely abnormal. No human should be capable of passing this test. It was as if it was designed specifically for me. This can be explained in two ways. The wizard sage can predict my arrival thousands of years ago. Or, my arrival caused a ripple across space-time and altered this timeline beyond the norm. It could also be a combination of the two. Edward was leaning more on the third explanation. However, for now, this did not matter. This short projection revealed a lot of information. For example, who is this he the wizard sage was referred to? He observed a slight fear in the wizard sage's eyes when he mentioned it, and the fact he did not even reveal that thing or person's name tells a lot. The he he's talking about might refer to the god who controls Elysium. Additionally, the dwarves' records talk about being of extreme good and evil. By that logic, since there is a god who rules Elysium, there might be another who rules the underworld. Countless thoughts flashed across Edward's mind as he pieced many of the puzzles together. The underworld god, let's call him Satan, might be dead, or at least severely injured. He theorized this based on Lucius, or to be precise, the devil Astaroth's actions. He believed that Astaroth wanted to get the power of all the other two underworld leaders. He now believed with their powers, he could either ascend to the position of Satan or use it to revive the dead or injured Satan. This could also validate my other theory that God seemed to be planning to use Asta and Liba's anti-magic to deal with the underworld. Edward continued to ponder as he felt the universe will might be a significant factor in all of this mystery. However, he still lacks a lot of meaningful information. In the end, I still have to rely on Zuriel to get more answers. Edward placed the grimoire before turning around to be greeted by these dwarves who looked at him with more respect and reverence. "What is now?" "Sir, it would be our utmost honor to accompany you on your journey to save the world," said Duril, who removed his crown and appeared to have secretly brushed his hair and beard. And he was not the only one. Edward did not know whether to cry or laugh. These dwarves have been isolated for so long that they rely on stories, legends, and myths to entertain themselves. As such, they all seemed intrigued by the prospect of leaving the island and going on epic adventures. Oddly though, most of them never leave the island. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but there is no grand adventure." "Why?" asked the dwarves in puzzlement. They all heard the wizard sage's message. That's because even if the wizard sage were alive and at his peak, he would not be my opponent. So, I can deal with relative ease whatever opponent or great evil he could not in his time. The dwarf chiefs did not know how to react, they knew little about Edward and his ability. However, given that he was chosen as the sage's successor, he must be pretty powerful. However, could he really be more powerful than the legendary hero who saved the world? Wouldn't it be better to have our help, said Duril, which made Edward ponder for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to have the dwarves help him build a few magical artifacts to aid in Elysium's invasion. So, in the next few days, Edward designed unique artifacts for each magic knight and captain participating in the upcoming battle. He also took time to learn the craftsmanship method of the dwarves while also sharing his. Chief Duril finally got a chance to examine the ring that he's been eyeing for some time. The crafting method of the dwarves was similar to the engraving in the Empire, as in they involved inscribing magic runes or circles on the artifact to enchant them with magical properties. The difference is that the dwarves used the same mana method as the Heart Kingdom. However, instead of setting magic arrays to boost spells, they do it for enchantment. Edward liked this mana method enchantment as it was not as physically tiring as engraving enchantments by hands. All you have to do is control the mana in the surroundings to create the magic runes, then use a special technique to burn the array on whatever items need to be enchanted. The burning process can be done after the item is forged, however, that requires a higher level of skills. So, most dwarves can only do the enchantment process while forging, which makes the burning process easier at the cost of reducing some of the enchantment's power. With his artificer's talent and the title from the Akashic record, Edward did not take long to master this enchantment technique to its highest level. He also exchanged some techniques with the dwarves. During his time with them, he learned a lot about this race. What fascinated him was the fact that they were a race born for the profession of artificer. All dwarves had the natural talent to detect precious magical ores near them. They had a long lifespan, between 300 to 800 years, and their reproductive abilities were above average compared to most long-lived species. They were the perfect race to bring back to the Empire. With their artificer talent, once they receive the proper education, the magical technology of the Empire will have another boost. Edward held a hammer in his hand that he had just forged. Lightning flashed across it after injecting his mana. He smiled before whispering to the hammer, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the Thor." After saying these words, the hammer lit up, and Edward placed it on the ground, asking the dwarves to try to lift it. Duril was the first to try and easily pick it up. A black and gold armor appeared on his body, boosting his strength. Duril raised the hammer in the sky with excitement to summon a thunderstorm that covered the entire island. Luckily, he controlled himself in time, so he did not cause a disaster. After that, all the dwarves tried and lift the hammer. Edward was embarrassed as he remembered all the dwarves were innocent or pure of heart, so it made sense they could lift and use the hammer. In the end, he changed the requirement to lift the hammer to their crafting skills level. That way, only a few dozens of people were worthy and could lift it. After satisfying his ego, or childhood dream, he tasked the dwarves to create the artifact he needed for the invasion before continuing east to the Land of the Sun. Day 321. Land of the Sun, are you sure you do not need our help in your quest to save the world? Asked Duril on the island's coast. I'm sure. And as I said, if I need your help, I will ask, replied Edward with a smile, who proceeded to say goodbye to all the chiefs. He then waved at all the dwarves who came to send him off before flying in the sky and heading eastward. Midway through his voyage, a colossal serpent came out from the ocean to bite him, so he instantly teleported behind the beast. Well, lunch is here, muttered Edward before using Captain Jack's cutting magic to cut this serpent into 5 sections. Then, he entered his small pocket dimension, where he used Charmy's cotton magic to make himself a feast. After enjoying himself and taking a nap, he continued flying to his destination while creating the spatial path connecting these 2 continents and gathering resources for the World Gate. A few hours later, he arrived at his destination. It was nighttime when he arrived on the coast, but he could see everything clearly. The majority of the people had black hair and eyes, with signs of being of Japanese descent. The architecture looked similar to Japan's Edo period, with horizontal buildings with heavy tile roofs supported by timber frames. He could see many temples with designs influenced by both Buddhism and Taoism. While in the invisible state, Edward read a few people's memory to access this place's language, customs, and some information. He learned that a little over 2 decades ago, the Yamato clan took over the neighboring countries to establish the Yamato dynasty. The Hino country, Land of the Sun, was among the conquered countries which the Sukihiro clan ruled. And unlike the other nation who surrendered to the Yamato clan to retain their nobility status, the Sukihiro clan fought to the last man. As such, they were wiped out. I see. So, Yami is a prince, thought Edward as he thought of something. From what he knew, Yami should be the son of 2 fishermen. But now, he learned the latter might have been a runaway prince. So, either Yami lied about his origin and his arrival in the western continent was not because of an accident, but his family sent him there as a last resort to preserve their lineage. Or his previous theory was correct. His arrival created a ripple in space-time and changed Yami's origin as a butterfly effect. No wonder he never liked to talk about his past, thought Edward as he labeled this information as important in his mind before heading to the most prominent house he could see in a few miles radii. He wanted more information, so he figured a noble or wealthy individual might have more information than the commoners. At his destination, he used a spell to map out the entire mansion before heading straight to the place with the most books. A magic barrier, thought Edward as he looked at the locked door in front of him. So, he used Geldra Poisote's permeation magic, which not only turned him invisible but allowed him to pass through some magic spells or barriers. Without wasting time, he began to read these books as countless of them floated in front of him, with their pages turning automatically. Suddenly, a blade struck directly for his head. A shield appeared to bounce the attacker back, and Edward turned around before cancelling his invisible spell. "How did you detect me?" he asked the middle-aged man holding the katana. "A foreigner? And an Onmyo mage one at that. So, you're just going to ignore my question? Why should I interact with an intruder in my own home? Fair. Is it still possible for peaceful negotiation? What do you think?" After saying that, the middle-aged man rushed toward Edward. His speed was extremely fast, but not fast enough for Edward not to react. His grimoire floated in front of him before flipping a few pages. Then, numerous tree branches came from the wooden floor, trying to capture the middle-aged man. However, he would cut them with his sword or evade them with great agility and skill. Unfortunately, too many of them were too many, so a tree branch soon caught the middle-aged man's leg. "Damn it. I did not expect this foreigner had such mastery of the wood element. I guess I have to take this seriously." "Equip," said Toru. Then, armor appeared on his body and an illusory katana with red markings. The illusory katana fused with his normal katana, making it appear sharper and more dangerous. A samurai, thought Edward as he watched this transformation. The magic system of this place might be unique. Toru swung his sword, creating flames to burn the tree branches. Then, his boots also turned red before rushing toward Edward again. His speed was at least 5 times before. So, the armor not only gives him elemental properties but also augments his physical abilities. More and more trees came in Toru's path, but he could predict the place of their appearances and cut them with his katana, not to mention the additional fire damage. Meanwhile, Edward calmly watched Toru cut off tree branches after branches while he observed him deeply. He could sense the mana inside the latter's mana. Toru divided his mana into two, one section to power the sword and armor, and the other to enhance his physical body. Additionally, Edward noticed he could only apply his fire attributes to strengthen his physical body. When it comes to using it as a spell, it had a limit of 2 meters diameter around him. Beyond that, the flame will naturally extinguish. Is this place's magic divided into warriors and mages? Thought Edward based on his observation and the few words this samurai revealed. Alright, let's not waste any more time. So, before Toru could react, countless chains came from his blind spot and bound him. Moreover, even his mana was also sealed. Then, Edward looked at the small army outside the room, waiting to barge in and save their lords. He controlled these people's minds and made them forget what occurred here before ordering them to return to their posts. Finally, he read Toru's mind to better understand the situation in this land. "So, that's how it is," he muttered as he understood why he was discovered. This samurai sensed his ki. Unfortunately, he did not know much about ki to completely hide from an expert. After all, Yami only knew so much since he left his country when he was 10 years old. The second thing he noticed from the information was this land did not use grimoires in their magic systems. Thirdly, he learned about the socio-political and economics of the Yamato dynasty. However, he frowned a little at what he found regarding magic. 95% of all magic knowledge is kept in the hands of the royal families. Nobles can access basic knowledge like how to control spirit energy, which is the name of mana in this place. However, if they want access to advanced knowledge, they must attend the Onmyo Royal Academy. Using the map he found in Toru's mind, he opened a portal outside of the capital. He then placed a seal on his key before heading to the location of the academy. A serious look appeared on Edward's face as he looked at the building from afar. In that academy, he sensed Juriel's location, the third origin grimoire, and the power of the universe will. What is going on? Thought Edward as he felt things were getting more complicated. So, he created a mirror clone to sneak into the academy. As expected, even when sealed, he was detected by the strange power of the universe will, alerting the higher UPS of the academy. Additionally, teleportation was impossible on the school ground. So, he had to disperse the clone to escape. The universe will in this academy is as weird as the one I noticed in Elysium. Edward proceeded to check the royal palace, but he also had to stop from afar. He discovered a magic array that connects the royal palace, the Onmyo protection hall, and the academy, with the latter at the center, which allowed them to borrow the power of the universe will. Although Edward could use brute force to deal with the problem, he wanted to be cautious. No matter how strong he was, he would pay a terrible price if he were careless. "I guess I'll be attending school. It's been a while," he muttered. 322 Awakening Ceremony. The Onmyo Protection Hall was the place that housed all the Onmyo mages and samurai of the Yamato dynasty. Its position was similar to magic knights in the west, and its leader, the Onmyo shogun, was the same position as the wizard king, the leader of the military in the kingdom. Inside one of the halls, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a chair, wearing a kimono and an official hat. This man was the current shogun of the Yamato dynasty, Sime Arita. While dealing with a bunch of documents, he suddenly stopped briefly. "Come in," he said in a deep and authoritative voice. Then, a man entered the room before kneeling and bowing his head. Without moving from this position, the man said, "Shogun-sama, this humble slave has brought news." "What is it?" The priestess said she had urgent news. Arita stopped working for a moment before looking at the man kneeling on the floor. Couldn't she come herself? The servant did not say anything nor dare to move. Arita kept looking at the man, and his silence created an overwhelming pressure. Despite trembling with horror, the servant just remained in this position. "Fine, I'll go see her." He placed the pile of documents away before heading to the top of the building, where a small shrine was located. The shrine was designed in a way that allows for stargazing. In the middle of the shrine was a beautiful maiden with long black hair, dressed in Shinto priest clothes. She gazed at the stars until she heard the sound of his footsteps. However, she did not look at him when he arrived. "Why did you call me?" The Shinto priestess, known in the dynasty as the Divine Maiden, finally looked at Arita. Her pure black eyes, which seemed to contain the stars, made his heart skip a beat, and he almost took a small step back. "The stars have recently changed," said the Divine Maiden, with a calm and ethereal voice. "What does that mean? Can you be more specific?" The star of change shined in the heaven. A great change is about to occur in the dynasty. Arita frowned after hearing this. The last time she made a similar prediction was slightly over 15 years ago. Back then, the Yamato clan had just reunited the continent, making their family reach an unimaginable peak. Unfortunately, or fortunately for many people, the emperor, who was one, if not the greatest Onmyo mage on this continent, suddenly passed away, drastically weakening the Yamato clan and threatening to destroy this short-lived dynasty. Luckily, some members of the Yamato clan were wise and rapidly relinquished some of their powers. During the War of Unification, the Yamato clan granted noble status and power to all the royal families who surrendered peacefully without much resistance. But after the emperor's sudden death, they returned their status to royalty before changing the law. The position of Onmyo shogun, which the Yamato clan previously held, could now be acquired through competition amongst the royal family, thus relinquishing most of their military power. This decision stabilized the dynasty and preserved some of the Yamato clan's power while forcing the royal families to fight amongst each other. It was a clever tactic. During that era of great change, Sime Arita allied himself with the Divine Maiden, and with her help, he became the Onmyo shogun. "Why are you telling me this?" asked Arita. "Because you're still useful, and you have not completely broken your words," said the Divine Maiden nonchalantly, an act which made Arita secretly clench his hand. He took a moment to calm down. "Do you know when and where this change will occur?" "Unfortunately, no," replied the Divine Maiden as she looked in the sky. "Something or someone seemed to be blocking my divination. In that case, I will pay attention to detect any new changes." After saying that, Arita left without saying any more. Meanwhile, the Divine Maiden looked unbothered. Back to Edward. In the past few days, he has been gathering a lot of information, mainly on Ki and how to hide from them properly. When it comes to Onmyo or the magic of the Eastern continent, most of the information is sealed tightly in the nobles' minds, blocking most mind-reading measures. Then there is the seal that would destroy the information if he tried to get through forceful methods. Although he could technically circumvent these methods, it requires a lot of time he did not have. Edward had to curse how strictly this country controlled knowledge regarding magic. Of course, he was being slightly hypocritical since he did the same back home. Ultimately, he had to rely on his plan to become a student and infiltrate the academy. With his new knowledge of Ki, he used a form of true magic to control his cells and semi-permanently changed his appearance to that of Oriental descent. He did this to prevent someone or something from casting a spell-dispersing method or anti-magic on him to reveal his true identity. Once that was done, he forged his identity as an orphan. Edward briefly pondered whether to take the identity of a noble despite the slight risk involved. However, thinking from a long-term perspective, it was best to be a commoner. He planned to use his new identity, Kojiki Akimitsu, to change this eastern continent. He wanted to lead a rebellion and spread the ideas of social equality and other modern concepts amongst the commoners. That way, when these people are brought back to the empire, they can integrate easier. So, when the day of the National Awakening ceremony arrived, Edward, now a short, skinny to the point of being malnourished Japanese teen of the age of 15, was in a wooden caravan pulled by horses. There were many other children from the orphanages with him. And on the road, many other caravans could be seen. The National Awakening ceremony was the same as the Grimoire selection of the Western continent. All the children of age headed to the Onmyo Royal Academy, where they would undergo a ceremony that determined their fate. While all the children in the caravan had a worried look, Edward remained calm. This was the persona he created for Kojiki Akimitsu, a calm, charismatic, and extremely intelligent child. He weaved countless memories for the orphanage's caretakers, the children, and the people in the small town he came from to better establish his identity. So, when people eventually check his background, they wouldn't discover any anomalies. After a few days of travel, the caravan finally arrived in the capital, only one day from the time of the ceremony. The orphanage found a cheap inn to stay in for the night before bringing the children to a large venue. As soon as Edward arrived, he noticed many things. First, the large venue was divided into two sections. One side was composed of a bunch of children dressed in silk clothes with bodyguards to protect them. Meanwhile, his side mainly was children dressed in tattered clothes, with many people having dirt on their clothes or face. He could see the envy and low self-esteem of the children on his side, but he did not say anything. Soon, an older man with white hair and a long white beard showed up at the venue with a glowing blue crystal in his hand. He called a name, followed by that person's age and place of origin. Then, his caretaker pushed one of the commoner kids forward, forcing him to walk in front of the older man. Place your hand on the crystal ball and close your eyes. The commoner hesitated for a moment since his hands were dirty, but he still followed orders out of fear. The crystal orb shone with a light, then, a few seconds later, a katana with a tornado symbol at the base of its blade manifested in front of the kid. Samurai, ordinary blade, wind attribute, said the elderly man calmly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. The kid was shocked after hearing this before being excited. However, the older man told him to head to a specific line behind him before he could celebrate. Then, another name was called, and another commoner kid also walked over with excitement on his face. Unfortunately for him, what manifested from the crystal was a rake, an agricultural tool. The older man did not say anything besides telling the child to head for the exit. After that, many commoner children went through the ceremony. However, most of them will manifest things like chef knives, agricultural tools, musical instruments, and other items not related to fighting. Only a few would awaken a katana that contained a design based on the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, water, and gold. Finally, one child awakening something else, it was a wolf a little over 3 meters tall. After seeing this, the older man said, "Onmyo mage, attack Shikigami, water attribute." 323 The Awakening Ceremony. 2. The existence of an Onmyo mage brought much happiness to the commoner's side. However, the nobles just sneered and ignored these people. After the first mage appeared from the commoner, the older man began to call some noble's name to begin the ceremony. Onmyo mage, defensive Shikigami, gold attribute. Onmyo mage, healing Shikigami, wood attribute. Onmyo mage, attack Shikigami, variation ice attribute. Finally, one of the royal family members got called, a tall and muscular young man. Although he was also 15 years old, with his height and physique, people would think he was an adult if it was not for his young fame. He placed his hand on the crystal with remarkable calmness before manifesting a beautiful all-black katana with red marks all over the blade. Samurai, legendary weapon, Muramasa curse blade, variation curse attribute. You are worthy of the Musashi's family name. Thank you, replied Kinji Musashi calmly before bowing and lining up in the samurai class. Next is Yuji Sime. Another noble youth dressed in luxurious clothes walked to the older man to begin his awakening. Then, a humanoid creature with a long nose and red face appeared next to him. A Tengu as a Shikigami, thought Yuji, knowing he had awakened something special. But he still controlled his excitement and remained relatively calm and indifferent. Onmyo mage, special type Shikigami, spatial attribute. Not bad lad, you have not brought shame to the shogun. Thank you, replied Yuji before joining the line. Next is Matsumoto Yamato. As soon as that name was called, everyone paid attention to the little girl who exuded a noble aura beyond even the other royal families. After all, every citizen knew the name of the Yamato clan by now. Matsumoto seemed used to people always gazing at her wherever she went, so she was not bothered. She slowly walked in front of the older man and saluted him before placing her hands on the crystal. A few seconds later, a beautiful woman appeared next to Matsumoto. She had 2 fox ears and 5 white tails. A fox spirit, muttered Matsumoto with slight excitement. Onmyo mage, all-purpose Shikigami, all 5 natural elements. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. The princess could easily use wood, water, earth, fire, and gold elements. In the end, people had to sigh that she was worthy of being from the Yamato clan. Then, the older man called the last member of the royal family, Gojo Tsuchi Mikado. This man awakened a Shikigami, who was a tortoise more than 6 meters tall and had a snake for a tail. He was classified as a special type Shikigami with fire and water as attributes. After the last royal family member finished their awakening, the older man left to replace by a younger staff, who continued the ceremony. Most commoners who went through the awakening did not pass the test, but because of the sheer number, there were many samurais and Onmyo mages. However, Edward noticed that they mostly awakened Shikigami that looked like animals, mostly attack or defensive type with attributes in the standard 5 elements, with a few variations here and there. As for samurai, no one awakens a legendary weapon. Only one other noble acquired the legendary Tatsuko blade with sealing attributes during the entire ceremony. And many people were surprised after his awakening. Another accident occurred when a commoner awakened a special type Shikigami with divination attribute. Edward could see many people secretly paying attention to that young girl. Finally, near the end of the ceremony, it was Edward's turn. Although he had tattered clothes on, Edward seemed to naturally draw attention to himself as he calmly walked in front of the crystal and placed his hand on it. Then, he found himself floating in a white space with countless white lights in the distance. And the moment he appeared, he discovered many of these lights seemed to be calling to him. A dimension full of spirits? But how could there be so many? He had long speculated that the Shikigamis were a type of spirits similar to Undine or Slyph. However, he did not expect the eastern continent to have an entire dimension full of them. Although most of the spirits he sensed seemed to be low-level ones, he could tell the number of them on par with Undine, Salamander, and Slyph was abnormally high. So, he concluded that this dimension contained some mystery. Then, Edward concentrated on which spirit to choose. Although most people were incapable of choosing, he was not most people. Additionally, He guessed the royal families have some method to allow their children to awaken the Shikigami most suited to them, and the key to this method was probably the older man who first began the ceremony. Edward quickly checked this spirit dimension. He quickly noticed it was divided into two sections. The lower sections contained weapons, while the higher ones had spirits. He guessed the samurais got access to the lower section. As for the requirements needed to become a samurai or Onmyo mage, he theorized it was based on an individual's spirit energy or mana, soul, and physique. The higher the mana, the higher the chances of becoming an Onmyo mage. However, with a moderate amount of mana and a physique with strong potential, then a higher chance of becoming a samurai. Of course, there is an exception to this. Some people have a strong body and high spirit energy, and these people awakened legendary weapons, which are also located in the higher section of the spiritual world. After summarizing his thought, Edward focused on finding a Shikigami. He first wanted a spirit with spacetime attributes but could not find one. In the end, he chose the one most suited to him. After making his choice and binding with the spirit, he felt a slight disturbance in his connection with his grimoire. Fortunately, he had sealed it completely with Secret's sealing magic. It appears that a person cannot have a grimoire and a spirit. Well, at least not now. Edward opened his eyes to the outside world before raising his head. He looked at a more than 35 meters azure dragon. It was an eastern dragon with a long snake-like body and deer horns. Thunder flashed across the dragon's body, and as he gazed at the people in the venue, everyone felt a terrifying pressure enveloping them. Everyone, both commoners and nobles, looked at him and the dragon in shock. A divine dragon? Is he related to the late emperor? But he's a commoner. That's right. I remember the emperor's dragon was yellow, plus it was not this big. Countless murmurs echoed in the venue while Edward remained calm. He could feel the awe and the killing desire of a few people around him, mostly the nobles. However, after the dragon gazed at these people, they had no choice but to quickly hide their intentions. Can you please announce my result? Said Edward with a smile, finally waking up the man in charge of the ceremony. Oh, Onmyo mage, all-purpose Shikigami, lightning attribute? Edward nodded his head and prepared to go to the proper line. However, before he even moved, an older woman with grey hair, a petite frame, and wearing a green kimono walked in his direction with many people behind her. She looked at the dragon in the sky before looking at Edward with a smile. No hint of surprise or wonder appeared in her eyes. I am Hirano Miyo, you can call me Headmaster Hirano. This woman is not simple, thought Edward. The Hirano family was just a normal noble family, and yet, she managed to become the headmaster of the Onmyo Royal Academy. The royal families would never allow someone else to control such an institution with that much tremendous power. So, Hirano Miyo must be a competent individual. My name is Koshiki Akimitsu. You can refer to me as Akimitsu. Well, young Akimitsu. For safety purposes, please follow me to the academy in advance. Edward nodded before waving his hand. Then, the dragon dispersed into motes of light before entering his body. To be precise, it turned into a tattoo on his wrist. Headmaster Hirano finally showed a slight surprise. High-level Shikigamis have intelligence on par with humans and are incredibly arrogant. In many cases, they will not obey their masters and will only protect them if they are in danger. So, all Onmyo mages must learn to cultivate their connection with their Shikigamis and learn to control them better. Yet, this young commoner could so easily control a dragon. And there seems to be no resistance. This youngster is not simple, thought the headmaster before leading Edward away. 324 Onmyo Royal Academy's classes. Sime Arita held a piece of paper in his hand, reading about the commoner named Koshiki Akimitsu. He had records of everything from the person's childhood to the moment he attended the awakening ceremony. I can't believe a commoner can awaken a deity-level Shikigami, he thought as he placed the document away, a deep pondering look on his face. Shikigami have different classifications. The ones with high intelligence, who can communicate, or are in humanoid shape are considered the highest level Shikigami. In contrast, the others are classified as low, middle, and high-level Shikigami based on their powers. However, above this level are deity-class Shikigami. For many years, this level of Shikigami was believed to be nothing but a legend. Until a few decades ago, the former emperor, Yamato Yaka, awakened a dragon that was a deity-class Shikigami. And with this power, he became one of the greatest Onmyo mage this continent has ever seen. He proved his strength by conquering the entire continent and establishing the Yamato dynasty. Unfortunately, the emperor seemed to have passed away suddenly without any explanation or indication of what was wrong with him. Moreover, his Shikigami seemed even more powerful than Yaka, muttered Arita, as his eyes lit up. No matter what, I need to get him on my side. Arita knew the appearance of this Shikigami was probably the significant change the Divine Maiden warned him about, so he was determined to place this commoner under his control. However, he also knew that all the royal and nobles clans had the same ideas as him. So, it would depend on he went about it. Should I ask for her advice? Thought Arita briefly before shaking his head. Then, he took another document with a picture of a young girl and information about her. Maiko Satoru, age, 14, Shikigami, 3 eyes raven, attribute, divination. As long as I can get her in my side, I no longer need to rely on the Divine Maiden. However, I must find a way to prevent her from getting to Maiko before me. After pondering for a while, Arita called his subordinates to order them he wanted to prepare beforehand, and as the shogun, he still had the superiority in resources and manpower. In the Onmai Royal Academy, after the headmaster brought Edward to his dormitory and told him not to leave the school's premises and to be careful, the old lady left without saying anything else. The next day, someone brought his school uniform and a book introducing the school's map, curriculum, and teachers. The book essentially served as an orientation. And the following day was the first day of class. Edward looked himself in the mirror and was surprised by the designs of this uniform. It looked like one of those dresses from modern anime where magic exists. He had black pants and a white vest with long sleeves. The vest looked like a long coat from the back with a silver and gold yin-yang on his right pectoral muscles. And as a finishing touch, there was a 5-point star symbol on both his shoulders. Finally, he had many pockets in both his vest and his pants. This design looked too much like a school uniform from the irregular at Magic High School. Not just that, the entire design seemed abnormal for the current culture of this world. Could another person from primordial Earth once reincarnated in this place, thought Edward briefly before deciding to investigate later. Then, he went to class. As he walked in the hallways, many people watched him while muttering to themselves. He ignored them as he headed for his class. As he entered the class, he noticed it was similar to an auditorium with rows of seats. The front rows were lowered than the back rows. Additionally, the class seemed divided into two. Ignoring the people's gaze, Edward saw a seat in the middle of rows on the left side of the room with his name on it, so he sat down. A few minutes later, everyone arrived. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a priest outfit walked into the class with a cane. Everyone could feel the serious aura emanating from his body when he walked, so they stopped talking and paid attention. The man waved his hand, and a piece of chalk floated in the air to write on the blackboard. Kisuk Byakuya, Spiritai Energy Control and Analysis. You can refer to me as Kisuk Sensei, and in this class, I will teach you the very basics of being an Onmyo mage, spirit energy. Kisuk paused for a moment before looking at all the students, pausing slightly on Edward before continuing. As you already know, every individual has spirit energy inside their bodies. However, the amount of spirit energy and how it is used determine the innate difference of every individual. Samurai can mostly use their spirit energy to enhance their bodies, while Onmyo mages can use them to control the elements. Kisuk waved his hand to manifest a small flame, a drop of water, a piece of dirt, a small plant, and a piece of metal. Immediately, Edward squinted his eyes after seeing this. So, the Onmyo system can use all the elements without being restricted by the innate attributes. So, what's the point of having an innate attribute? A boost. Despite his thought, he did not ask any questions. We will discuss the elements at another time, continued Kisuk. For now, we will begin with the basics. First, control the spirit energy to leave your body. Upon success, it will look something like this. He raised his hand before a blue ball manifested in his hand. This is the most basic control of spirit energy. The next step is to control it like another limb. The blue ball in Kisuk's arm began to change shape. It first turned into a square, circle, or rectangle, along with other geometric shapes. Then, he turned it into a thread as thin as sewing string. Finally, Kisuk turned his spirit energy into various animal forms like wolves, tigers, lions, etc. Now, how about a demonstration, said Kisuk before looking at the right side of the room, which is where all the nobles and royal families sat. Prince Yuji, how about you? Yuji then stood up before the blue ball of spirit energy appeared in his hand. Then, he followed Kisuk's examples to mold them into the exact shapes as the latter. Excellent, said Kisuk before calling the other royal families and a few other nobles. Then, he gazed at the left side. He called one of the commoners, making the latter tremble. The poor girl stood up and raised her hand, trying to create a blue ball. Unfortunately, nothing happened even after an entire minute. Kisuk shook his head in disappointment, with even a hint of sneer deep in his eyes. Then, he called a bunch of other commoners, and no one succeeded. A few had a few blue sparks appearing in their hands, but they never fully manifested. Finally, Kisuk called Edward. Student Kojiki, it's your turn. Edward looked at Kisuk in his eyes before saying, how am I supposed to know how to control spirit energy? Excuse me. You've been in this class for less than 5 minutes, barely said 10 sentences, but you expect me to be able to reach such standard in control spirit energy. But the noble students can, replied Kisuk. So what? It's obvious that they have some knowledge of spirit energy and have spent 5 or more years training, giving them an advantage over us, commoners. No excuses. Excuse? Why don't you make this knowledge publicly available for us commoners? Then, you can say we are making excuses. Kisuk frowned, anger displaying in his eyes. Using your sharp tongue to hide your incompetence will not get you far as an Onmyo mage, Mr. Kojiki. Incompetence? No, I just wanted to point out the unfairness and hypocrisy of your actions. After saying that, Edward raised his hand to create a blue ball. Then, he morphed it into all the shapes Kisuk and the noble children did. But he did not stop there. He created a replica of Kisuk with his spirit energy. It was so lifelike and detailed you could see the slight wrinkles on the corner of the sensei's eyes. However, Edward did not stop there. He recreated the entire classroom with all the students. He created their clothes, facial features, and demeanors to the smallest detail. All the students were shocked by his level of control, especially since he had just awakened 3 days ago. And a commoner, he should not have advanced knowledge of spirit energy. Veins started appearing on Kisuk's head before he snorted very loud. Then, he ignored Edward and continued his lessons. Once he was done, he did not say anything else but quickly walked out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Edward stood up and said, "To all my fellow commoner students, I will hold a tutoring session after classes. If you feel behind and need some extra help to catch up, you can attend, and I will be more than happy to help you." The commoners immediately became excited after hearing this. In today's class, they understood the difference between themselves and the nobles. So, it would be fantastic if they could have such a genius tutoring them. 325 on my Royal Academy's classes. 2. A young woman walked into a classroom full of students. Unlike the previous class, this one was not clearly divided. However, the students of each social class still sat on opposite sides. "You can call me Kurana-sensei, and welcome to Talisman class," said the young woman before taking out a white rectangular piece of paper with writing similar to Japanese and Chinese characters. Talismans are the most essential tools for on-Maya mages. It allows us to use spells of different attributes and serves as a boost to our spirit energy. Kurana-sensei waved her hands, and the talisman floated in the air. Order. The talisman burned to create a golden sword in the air. Then, she used a few more talismans to create plants, fire, wind, water, and other elements. Once she finished with her demonstration, she looked at one of the students who raised their hands. "Mr. Kojiki, do you have a question?" "Yes, sensei. If talismans allow us to use all the elements in nature, what is the point of our innate attribute?" "Excellent question. The innate attributes are the only attribute a person can use without the aid of any outside assistance like talismans or magical items. Furthermore, talismans with the same attributes as a mage's innate one will naturally be boosted based on their amount of spirit energy and their control. Lastly, it is easier for an on-Maya mage to create talismans of their innate attributes. Any more questions, Mr. Kojiki?" "Yes. Does your explanation applies to the type of shikigamis as well?" "Exactly, but there are some more nuances. You can learn about them in your next class. Any more questions?" "No, and thank you for the explanation. There is no need to thank me since this is my job as your sensei. As students, you are all free to ask me as many questions as you desire," said Kurana with a smile before taking out another talisman to show the class. "Do you see the symbols written on the paper? These are character runes and the fundamental core of talismans. Now, I want you all to look at the book before you." All the students looked at the things on their desks: a book, a needle, a brush, a stack of white talisman papers, and red ink with a strange smell. "Use the needle to prick your finger, then draw a 5-pointed star on the book with your blood." Kurana-sensei paused to give the students time, but after seeing the confused look on the commoners' faces, she explained. "According to law, all students must sign a magical control to prevent spreading the knowledge learned at the academy." Edward used his blood to draw the star on the book. Then, he felt something entering his mind, placing a seal on his soul. And just like the other seals he discovered in the nobles' minds, he felt the slight aura of the universe will. Nevertheless, he did not focus on this for the moment as he opened the book. "The first rune we will learn is a simple defensive barrier rune," said Kurana-sensei before giving an in-depth description of the rune, its function, its history, and how to inscribe them into a talisman. Then, she gave a demonstration while explaining. "The brush is made of peach wood, while the ink is a pigment made of red cinnabar. Both these materials have been tested to be extreme conductors of spirit energy. So, while inscribing the character runes, you must control and inject your spirit energy at a regular pace. Your hands must be steady because the slightest error will ruin the talisman paper, forcing you to start over." As Kurana-sensei explained these things, she finished writing on the talisman paper that floated in the air. Then, the runes lit up slightly before returning to normal. "Order," she said, then a transparent and cube-shaped barrier surrounded her. Then, with a wave of her hand, another talisman floated in the air before firing a fireball at her. Luckily, the barrier withstood the attack and protected her. Although the defensive barrier talisman is the most rudimentary of talismans, it is probably the one you will use most in your life. Of course, there are other forms of barriers you can learn about in the future. Any more questions before we start practice? "Yes, Mr. Ojiki, what is your question?" "Can talismans be made with only these materials?" "No, these are only the most effective. However, some on-Maya mages can use their blood to make talismans in times of emergency. If any of you want to survive as an on-Maya mage, this is a skill you must eventually learn." "Does a talisman always requires paper?" asked Edward, a question that slightly surprised Kurana-sensei. "A little ambitious, Mr. Kojiki," said the sensei with a smile. "Too ambitious for a commoner," sneered one of the noble students, making others laugh out loud. However, after Kurana stared at them, they quickly quieted down. "Yes, it is possible." After saying that, she put her middle and index finger together to use as a brush before writing a character in the air. Then, a slight wind enveloped the entire classroom. This is an advanced form of talisman making called Heaven and Earth Celestian Calligraphy or Celestial Talisman for short, and only the most powerful on-Maya mages can use it. I hope one day, all of you can master his method. Any more questions? However, Edward did not answer. Instead, he looked as if he was deep in thought as he muttered, using the spirit energy inside the body to resonate with the ambient spirit energy in nature and control it. Then used it to inscribe the runes. How do you know this?" asked the sensei in shock. "Didn't you just demonstrate it?" "Wait, you can sense heavenly spirit energy." "Heavenly spirit energy?" You mean the one all around him? Isn't it that obvious? It is everywhere, Edward replied with an innocent look. Can you also control it? Asked Kurama-sensei with a slightly trembling tone. Doesn't everyone? I've been doing this since I was a child. Kurama-sensei tried to hide the horrifying sensation she was now feeling. She could not imagine such a talented person actually existed, even if it was someone who contracted a deity-class Shikigami. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, can you replicate what I just did? It should be possible, Edward replied, using his 2 fingers to write the same runes as Kurama-sensei. However, after the runes flickered for a moment, nothing happened, and it disappeared. Many people secretly felt relieved after this, but Edward did not stop. After pondering for a few seconds, he tried again, and this time, the runes in the air flickered even longer before disappearing. So, he took a few more seconds before his third attempt, which finally succeeded. A gust of wind enveloped the entire classroom, exactly as Kurama-sensei did. The look of shock and horror on these students' faces, mostly the nobles, could no longer be contained. Even Kurama-sensei could not hide her shock. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself with great effort before saying, "Excellent, Mr. Koshiki. Now, students, there is no need to get ahead of yourself. We all have to start from the basics." Afterward, she conducted class normally by having each student practice their talisman-making skills. She would then give them pointers, focusing more on the commoners since they needed the most help. After class finished, she told the students to take the remaining materials to their dorm to practice independently. She encouraged them to learn the basic character rune with their innate attribute to practice as it will be easier for them. Then, she ran out of the classroom as if some demonic beast was chasing her. And as Edward watched all of this happening, he secretly smiled. The celestial talisman method was essentially the same as the mana method of the Heart Kingdom, allowing mages to use nature's mana/spirit energy to cast spells. The only difference was the runes used in each system, so it was not difficult to instantly learn and use. He made such a big deal of being an unparalleled genius to lure some people into assassinating him and into getting some privilege like unlimited access to the library. This academy's strict control of knowledge made him use some somewhat risky methods. As long as he has enough books, he can decipher this country's magic system and even learn some secrets through history books. Edward looked at the royal clan students from the corner of his eyes before heading to his next class, a subtle smile handed on the corner of his mouth. 326 on my Royal Academy's classes, and Edward's next class was about Shikigami and the spiritual world, and it took place outside in a large area where the students brought their Shikigamis. The teacher was an older lady less than 5 feet, walking with the support of a cane, Sumiko-sensei. She talked in a very soft voice, yet everyone could always hear her as if she were next to them. She divided the class into 4 groups based on the type of their Shikigami: defensive, attack, special, and all-purpose. Her first lesson was about how to find the connection between a mage and their Shikigami and use their mind. They have to strengthen that bond to better control them. Subsequently, she explained the main difference between the types of Shikigamis. Attack and defense Shikigamis were self-explanatory, one focused on attacking while the other focused on defense. However, Sumiko-sensei did mention that if a mage ordered their defensive Shikigamis to attack unless they had great control over it, it would not accept the order. And the same for an attack type. Furthermore, attack-type Shikigamis have weak defensive capabilities, while defense types have no attack capabilities. So based on the kind of Shikigami an Onmyo mage has, they have to train them properly. For example, a defensive Shikigami that is a wolf, can be trained to learn how to use their teeth and swift movement to attack. When it comes to special type Shikigamis, there are a few reasons they are classified as this. For example, Yuji's space attribute Shikigami is considered a special type because it can teleport other people, so it is a form of transportation. However, it can be used as both defense and attack. Then there is Gojotsuchi Mikado's Black Tortoise Shikigami. It also has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but it is labeled as a special type because of the ability Blessing, which is essentially enchanting. The Shikigami granted him the ability to make magical items, hence the reason for the special type. Then, there is Mito Satoru, the commoner with a special type Shikigami that divined things. She did not have any offensive and defensive capabilities. Finally, Sumiko-sensei explained the advantages of all-purpose type Shikigami. They can attack and defend at a very high level and use the blessing ability to make magical items. Furthermore, if appropriately trained, they can even be used for teleportations. Then, Sumiko-sensei told the students to practice on their own. Edward looked at everyone's effort before looking at Princess Matsumoto, who was in the same group as him since she was the only one with the same type of Shikigami. "Kan, can you fly?" "Yes, young lady," replied the Shikigami. "Can you take me to fly?" "No." "Why not?" "Because there is no emergency or a need for flying," replied Kan. "But I want to fly. There is nothing I can do about that. I am your master, why don't you listen to me?" "Because you're not strong enough, nor is our bond deep enough. If you were not going to listen to me, why choose me in the first place?" "Because of your potential," Kan replied calmly. Matsumoto clenched her teeth before feeling a gaze. She turned her head to see Edward watching her, giving him a vicious stare. However, Edward did not respond and turned to look at Hokuto, which is the name he gave his dragon. He always loved Eastern dragons, hence the reason he chose this one. Moreover, he seemed to have some affinity with lightning dragons. "Hokuto, you're too big. Can't you shrink to a smaller size, he said with a soothing voice. Then, to the shock of the people around, the dragon reduced its size to over a little 3 meters and coiled his body to reach Edward's height. With a smile, Edward caressed his head. He turned around to see Sumiko-sensei walking toward him. With the usual soft-spoken voice, the older lady said, "Since you have such control, you can try spirit fusion." "You mean I can fuse with it?" "That's correct." "How?" "Ask it to fuse with you. At the same time, make sure your spirit energy is linked to each other as if they were one," said Sumiko-sensei. Edward looked at Hokuto while thinking. Shikigamis are spirits, which means their mana is inside their soul dimensions. The so-called fusion is probably a fusion of our soul dimensions, allowing the weaker mage to access mana from their soul. However, a great amount of soul strength, willpower, and mana control would be required, especially the last one since mages have to make sure the mana inside their bodies do not conflict with the Shikigami's mana. "Fusion," he ordered Hokuto, and the dragon did not hesitate to enter his body. And as Edward theorized, their soul dimension momentarily fused, granting him access to Hokuto's mana. After the fusion, 2 small dragon horns appeared on Edward's head, his eyes turned reptilian, and 2 lightning tattoos appeared over his eyes as if he was a swordsman who lost an eye from a sword slash. He raised his hand to look at his skin. "Interesting," he muttered. Although they looked normal, he could see they were now made of tiny dragon scales, drastically improving his physical and magical defense. Shinigamis do not have flesh and blood in the spiritual world. However, after making a contract with an Onmyo mage and entering the physical world, they can switch between spirit and flesh and blood life forms. As Edward felt the increase in power, he became a little excited. This was not the first time he had fused with a dragon. However, Albion was rebellious and could not be trusted. Meanwhile, Hokuto was obedient despite having high intelligence. So, as long as he could raise this dragon to the same tier, he can use fusion to boost his strength in battle. "Excellent," said Sumiko-sensei. She had heard of what happened in the previous class, so she decided to test how talented this student was. And as expected, he easily achieved spirit fusion, which was a high-level technique taught in the 3rd and final year of the academy. Most mages cannot master this technique at the academy but will use the knowledge to train for years before mastering it. Yet, he did it in a few minutes. "You should be careful, young lad. More often than not, being the tallest tree is not a good thing." Edward looked at the old lady and could tell he was the only one who could hear her words. He smiled before nodding to her. Edward's next class was Charm and Mantra class. Onmyo mages do not rely solely on talismans, they also have spells that involve using long chants in different languages, some very similar to Chinese and Sanskrit, and some extremely weird. The mantra or incantations can be used to boost the power of talismans and shikigamis. After this class, Edward had a basic understanding of Onmyo mages. Unlike the Western continent with grimoires, the Eastern continent walked a different path. Western mages use grimoires to use advanced magic, and most of their spells are instant. They do not have to study knowledge, but with intense training and a strong will, they will develop many spells. The disadvantage is that 99% of them are useless without the grimoire. Furthermore, they are restricted to their innate attributes. Meanwhile, the Eastern mages do not rely on foreign aid. Even without their shikigamis, they have talismans, spells, and magic items to fight. The downside is their magic system involves prep before battles, and their spells are generally not instant. Moreover, Edward could see that Eastern mages' battles involved more strategy and trickery. As for who's better, both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. After Sumiko-sensei's class, it was lunch time, so Edward went to the cafeteria. He ensured to sit with the commoners and get to know them. The first afternoon class was ceremonial magic class. Edward learned in this class that the Eastern continent was not as safe as it appeared as it had its own problem. Shikigamis can become corrupted and turn into demons or yokai. Once that happens, Onmyo mage must purify them since yokais only lived for pain, destruction, and suffering. They have no qualms about killing innocent people. Furthermore, there is something called spirit disaster, which is when the spiritual world connects to the material world. When that happens, spirits will leave the spiritual world and cause disasters. On top of that, the energy released from the spirit world can cause weird and dangerous anomalies in the material world. It is the duty of the Onmyo Protection Hall to deal with these issues. So, in this class, the students have to learn 2 essential ceremonial magic, the purification ceremony and the gate closing ceremony. The purification ceremony is to purify yokais and the anomalous energy released during a spirit disaster. The gate closing ceremony is to close the breach between the spirit and material world. Edward asked what would happen if these gates were not closed or contained. The teacher told him many people believe the spirit world might swallow the material world if a breach is not dealt with quickly enough. Finally, the day's last class was the enhancement class, the only class the mages had with the samurai. However, after walking into the class, Edward squinted his eyes slightly after seeing the teacher. 327 Identity Zuriel, thought Edward as he looked at the muscular man with a katana on his waist, looking at all the students with fierce eyes. I can't detect if he is using some magic to transform unless I investigate deeply, but the bloodline tracking magic I used on Asta is pointing at this teacher. So, it is very likely to be him. So what's his purpose in infiltrating this place? Something tells me he is after the origin grimoire as well. The entire class was about using mana skin or spirit protection, the technique to layer the outer skin with mana or spirit energy as a form of protection. Before starting teaching, Zuriel explained to the Onmyo mage students they need to have some form of hand-to-hand combat to become truly powerful mages. Furthermore, having high mobility in battle is a must for them. Otherwise, they would not last long in any confrontations. However, Edward did not focus during this class as he thought deeply. He planned on how to capture Zuriel. It was not feasible to do so in the academy since too many eyes were on him. At the same time, students could not leave the academy for quite some time now. Furthermore, he could feel if he used magic from the Western continent or other forms of magic inside the academy, his identity would be detected. So, my current objective is to master the Onmyoji system, thought Edward as he knew his chance would soon come. And he was correct. Immediately after class, the principal called him to her office. Headmaster Hirano, you called me. Have a seat, said the headmaster, pointing to the seat across from her desk. Do you want some tea? No, thank you. She poured some tea for her before taking a sip. I will be direct, what exactly do you want? Excuse me. Ever since I was young, I could read people fairly well, said Hirano slowly. And I can tell you're a brilliant child. So, your display in classes today has purposes. What is it? Edward looked her in the eyes, and she did not avoid his gaze. I understand now how you could become the headmaster of this academy despite your social status, said Edward, to which Hirano just smiled. I want full access to the library. That's it. What did you expect? Not this. Edward smiled at her but did not comment further. If you don't mind me asking, why this request? Edward looked at the window in the office. Ever since I was young, I knew I was special, I could do things people could not do. Back in the village, only one doctor was responsible for curing the entire village since we could not afford healing talismans. One time when I was 7, I secretly entered his library and read all the books. It only took me 2 days, and by the time I finished, I realized I was as good as him, only lacking experience. So, I used another ability I developed when I tried to control animals. Using my spirit energy and voice to hypnotize him, I spent the next 5 days acquiring all his experiences in healing patients and dealing with rare diseases. And from that point on, I was the most powerful doctor in the village, always secretly treating the patients he could not. But things did not stop there. In my time in the village, I have learned countless crafts, cooking, sewing, building, etc. I mastered them only by reading a few books and secretly acquiring the experience of many people. Headmaster Hirano took a sip of her tea with her left hand while her right hand lightly tapped on the desk. You believe you can do the same for magic? I know I can. Very well. Let's see whether you're truly talented or just arrogant. She opened a drawer from her desk to pull out a token. With this, you can read all the books in the library. Thank you, Headmaster, said Edward as he took the token with both hands. I will not let you down. Then, Hirano did not waste time and chased him out of her office. And as she watched him leave, she was deep in thought. She knew this young child was not simple and probably hid many secrets. But Hirano did not care about this. Her lifelong pursuit has been to ensure equal opportunity in education for commoner children. The academy would be only for nobles and children if it were not for her effort. And most commoners with magical talents would be directly sent to the protection hall to serve as soldiers or disposable sacrifices to deal with yokais and spirit disasters. So, she hoped Edward would be the catalyst to bring fundamental changes to this academy and, eventually, the entire dynasty. I do not have the ability to achieve Onizuka-sensei's utopian world. However, I can lay the groundwork for the education aspect, thought Hirano. Edward did not immediately go to the library but met the commoners' children since he promised to give extra lessons. Many of them showed up, so Edward divided them based on their progress in class and gave them pointers. Your family are farmers, correct? In that case, imagine your spirit energy is a lake or reservoir, and you have to use buckets to carry the water from there to the field. It will be easier to control. Yes, senpai, I will try. It works, it's so much easy to control now. Of course, it works. The same can work for others. Your family are bakers? Then, imagine your spirit energy is a dough you have to knead. You're from a long line of blacksmiths? Then imagine the time your father taught you about heat control. Are you from a family of wealthy merchants? Then, imagine your spirit energy is a stack of cold coins you have to count. One by one, he taught these students how to control their spirit energy based on their family conditions. However, most of them were farmers, so the first lake analogy worked best. By the end of the sessions, each student could create a ball of blue light in their hands and change it into geometric shapes. As for the animals, it was still too advanced for them. I cannot believe how much progress we have made in one session. Thank you, Koshiki-senpai. You can call me Akimitsu, and there is no need to mention it. Since we are from the same background, it's normal to look out for each other. Exactly. I can't wait to teach these nobles who looked down on us. SHH, how could you say something like that? We could never be on par with them. Of course, you will, said Edward. Under my tutelage, it is only a matter of time before you catch up to them and even surpass them. He said these words with such convictions that the students believed him, and a seed called desires was planted in their minds. Senpai, would we ever be as good as you? Absolutely not. Everyone was shocked, looking at his proud and arrogant face, which was rather adorable. Moreover, his face seemed to scream, "Ask me why. Quickly, ask me why. And why not? Because I am a 1-in-a-million genius. No one can compare to me." The students looked at him for a few seconds before starting to laugh. They did not expect the usually calm and collected Akimitsu-senpai had this side to him. Somehow, they found him even more approachable than before. After laughing and chatting, Wang Wei dismissed all the students but left one person behind for a quick chat. "Miss Satoru, right. Senpai, you can call me Mito," she replied with a slight blush. "I would like to first say, do not fall in love with me. It is impossible between us." Mito opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. "Second of all, be careful of the nobles and royals. Your gift is very special, so many of them will offer you wealth, status, power, and even the opportunity to marry into their families to lure you into their factions. So, if you see any of them suddenly becoming close to you, be alert. And if you feel threatening, contact me, and I'll do my best to help you." Mito was shocked by this sudden news, so she did not know how to react for a moment. A few seconds later, she bowed, "Thank you, senpai, for the warning." Edward patted her shoulder before sending her out. He knew the importance of a diviner to any factions. And if he wants to start a rebellion and change this dynasty without using absolute force, she will become instrumental. Finally, Edward headed to the library to find some answers. 328 Snooping for the next few days, Edward spent his time in class, after-school tutoring, and the library. And today, after a week, he finished all the books in the library. Then, he began to summarize his understanding of the Onmyo magic system of this continent. It is a magic system that combines summoning magic, spells, ceremony, hand-to-hand combat, and rituals. In fact, back in the Empire, Onmyo magic exists in its early stages. Many countries, races, ethnicities, and cultures have tried to create magic systems based on their region's lore, customs, or myths. For example, martial arts have become popular in the Chinese region because of the discovery of aura. Secondly, they developed pills instead of potions after Edward brought back alchemy. In the India region, magic systems or spells based on Buddhism, Hinduism, and other religions have been developed. In Norway, Sweden, and Denmark region, Viking warriors were now a new magic system that involved engraving magic circles on arcanists' bodies. The magic circles preferred by the Vikings are the ones that enhanced their physical bodies to monstrous levels, not to mention they can also enter berserk mode, where they feel no pain and no fatigue for a certain period. And the way they fight usually involved temporarily engraving their spells on their weapons or different parts of their bodies. The Viking Legion is one of the most fierce and mighty space marine squads of the Empire. In the European regions, there are things like knights and dragon riders. In the African and Caribbean region, there is the Loa spirit magic system that involves creating artificial nature gods or spirit. These two regions can use ancestral summoning magic like the indigenous people. However, they wanted something more. They wanted to create artificial spirits called Loas linked to nature to give them different types of blessings and even make contracts with them similar to Shikigamis. This particular project did not yield any result until Lily's druid magic was created, and these regions took inspiration from her research to make the first Loa. However, the following plan they submitted to the Empire was to use faith to nurture these spirits, essentially granting them some essence of godhood to increase their power. Edward agreed with the idea of creating artificial gods controlled by the Empire. However, he had to delay this aspect of the project since he felt it was too early. After all, they had just created the artificial spirit, and it was only one of them. As for the Japanese region, they tried to recreate the Onmyo magic system. Things like talismans exist in the Empire. However, these talismans are mostly called magic scrolls because of the overall European ambience and influence. As for Shikigamis, a few Japanese tried to create artificial ones like the Loas, while the majority believed that a specific dimension exists with Eastern Shikigamis and are trying to find it. After analyzing this continent's magic system and comparing it to back home, Edward picked another book titled The Diary of Onizuka. Onizuka was a commoner born in the Yamato country long ago before they conquered the eastern continent. Although he did not have the talent for samurai or Onmyo mage, he was recorded in history as a wise man. All the modern influences that Edward noticed in this place, like the academy or the school uniform, were created by him. The man had many inventions or ideas that led to the development of the Yamato clan and could be credited for why they are so powerful today. Nevertheless, in his later years, he began to talk about a utopian world where commoners and nobles were equal and lived in harmony. Honestly, Edward suspects he was killed since he died not long after he began publishing these types of things. And he was more surprised that these ideas were not erased from history by the Yamato clan. This Onizuka was most definitely someone from primordial Earth who was unlucky to reincarnate in this world but did not have any talent for magic. So, he spent his life spreading discoveries and ideas from there to gather wealth and live a comfortable life. Edward knew the low probability of not having any innate talent, gifts, or cheat-like abilities after reincarnating from primordial Earth. He can only say that Onizuka was truly unlucky. According to Merlin, 99.99% of people who can reincarnate from primordial Earth will be granted a talent from the dimension will of primordial Earth. Some skills are extraordinary and beyond reason, hence the name cheat abilities. And some are mediocre to the point of being almost useless unless the owner can find a way to make them work. Nevertheless, most of them will receive something. Unfortunately, Onizuka was one of the 0.01%. Of course, there is the possibility that he has one of those rare talents with the condition that it will only activate after he dies. Edward placed the books back on their shelf and left the library. Now that he has enough knowledge, he can modify his mana's frequency to fit more with this continent and better his actions from all the enchantments he sensed all over the academy, meaning he could now start snooping around to get the answers he wanted. As he walked out, he saw someone waiting for him, Princess Matsumoto. Based on the personality trait he created for the character Kojiki Akimitsu, he should have cold-brushed her while making insensitive remarks about how corrupt her family was and ignoring her. However, he sensed something odd about this girl. So he was intrigued, so he stopped and looked at her. Akimitsu-senpai, she bowed politely. We are not familiar with each other, princess. So, please call me by my family name. The princess squinted her eyes slightly before regaining her bearing. I'm sorry for my rude behavior, Kojiki-senpai. It's fine, as long as you don't repeat the same mistake. So, to what do I owe this visit? I came to warn you. Oh, of what? 3 months from now, the Academy will organize a spirit disaster purification practice for the first-year students. So, you should be careful of the nobles and royals. Matsumoto had a warm and caring look as she said these things to him. It was like she was genuinely afraid that something would happen to him. Is that so? Well, thank you for the warning. Now, if you would excuse me, he said before bowing as a salute and walking away. He only needed a few seconds to secretly place a spirit mark on her, and now that he had accomplished that, there was no point in continuing this conversation. He could see her tactics from a mile away. Nothing but warning him to get her trust, she would then offer the Yamato clan's protection when the time arrived. As the princess watched him leave, her face turned into a calm and composed one, with a dangerous light in her eyes. Meanwhile, Edward returned to his single dorm and waited until it was night. He took out a talisman in the shape of a paper doll. After injecting his spirit energy into it, a person dressed in ninja clothes appeared before him. It turns out this place has ninja as one of the magical classes. People who awaken short knives or shuriken during their ceremony can become ninjas. However, only one family that served under the Yamato clan had the proper training methods to train ninjas. Officially, that is. The other royal clans and nobles must have their own training methods. Additionally, since they are beings of shadows, knowledge of them is rare and not easily available to the public. Looking at the puppet before him, Edward used his finger to write the character runes for an invisible talisman to bless him. These character runes will be a great asset to the arcane rune system. Edward liked collecting runes from different universes and incorporating them into his arcane rune system. So far, he has learned 3 different types of runes, the array runes from the Heart Kingdom, the one from the dwarves, and the character runes from the Eastern continent. After entering the invisible state, the ninja began to investigate some sensitive places of the academy while avoiding the detecting enchantments or talismans in these places. After a few hours of searching, the puppet found an enormous door in an underground room underneath the academy. The door had at least 1,000 talismans to seal it, and a strange circle was drawn on it. Sealing art, thought Edward as he saw the circle on the door. Sealing art was a class taught in the 2nd year. Many yokais are too powerful to deal with, so sealing art is used to seal them away in magical items. Sealing art is also used to seal and protect extraordinary items or secrets. As Edward looked at the seal, countless thoughts flashed across his mind. He soon realized the seal was the core of the enormous magic formations he sensed that covered the royal palace, the academy, and the Onmyo protection hall. Why do they need such a level of protection for the origin grimoire, thought Edward. The map the wizard sage left for him pointed to behind this door. Additionally, he also could sense the power of the universe's will. By now, he had some conjectures on what was going on. But he needed more proof. 329 Spirit disaster through the eyes of the puppet, Edward looked at the seal and analyzed the situation. An idea came to mind, so he controlled the puppet to write a talisman in the air. However, a strange wave emanated from the door before he finished, and the puppet disappeared. This is, outside of the academy, he muttered as he looked around through the puppet's eyes. One of the defensive mechanisms of the door is to exile people it deems dangerous. Edward retrieved the puppet and decided to try again, but not tonight as he guessed many influential people like the headmaster, the shogun, and even the emperor would be alerted by tonight's attempt. And as expected, Edward detected many powerful mages coming to the library for the next few days. And even the students could feel a strange tension throughout the school. Then, after these people left, he created another talisman puppet, and this time, he instilled 90% of his mana in this one. After infiltrating the basement again, Edward saw 2 Onmyo mages guarding the door, so he made them faint with the sleeping mantra. After that, he approached the door intending to use his overwhelming power to open the seal. Unfortunately for him, he discovered this door could react faster than him because of the slight power of the universe will. So, the puppet once again disappeared. Inside his bedroom, Edward frowned as he could not see through the puppet's eyes. He could feel the connection, but it was vague and seemed far away. So, he closed his eyes to locate the thing. He opened his eyes more than half an hour later with a strange look. The puppet was exiled to another parallel dimension. In his last voyage, he developed a spell to travel the multiverse. So, he had some knowledge of parallel dimensions or timelines. So, he could sense that the puppet was not in the same space-time continuum as the main body. Well, I can at least use the puppet to get the coordination of that parallel dimension. Edward planned to travel to parallel universes to gather the resources needed to rebuild the world gate. So, he could start with where the puppet was. Nevertheless, this is one of the situations where overwhelming strength cannot deal with the problem. So, I need other methods. Numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Then, he remembered the information Princess Matsumoto gave him. 3 months from now, the school will organize a spirit disaster purification. I can use this opportunity to get to Zuriel and gather some more information about Elysium. Edward knew Zuriel never left the school ground after monitoring him since school started. However, the spirit disaster was the perfect opportunity to get his hand on him. For the next few days, Edward went to school as usual while ignoring the increased security in the academy and pretending the chaos had nothing to do with him. A month later, when the situation calmed down, he went to see Headmaster Hirano as an excuse to thank her for giving her access to the library. His real purpose was to hypnotize her to assign Zuriel as one of the teachers responsible for the spirit disaster outing. He did not want to take the chance that other teachers would be assigned. While leaving the headmaster's office, she warned him to be careful during the outing, and Edward smiled at her. For the remaining 2 months, he acted normally while removing the contractual restraints from reading all the books in the library. The Yamato dynasty has strict control of knowledge. So, any book related to magic read in the library required signing a contract, which also contained the power of universe will. Edward wanted to learn this level of contracts to use back in the Empire since it is much better than soul contracts. Additionally, he felt understanding more about the universe would benefit him and the Empire besides allowing him to use conceptual magic. Then, the day of the outing arrived. Edward stood as the leader of the commoner students, which displayed a level of confidence never seen since the inception of the academy. Usually, during these outings, the commoners were usually scared and worried they would perform poorly. But, after 3 months of training, the weakest of them had caught up with some middle noble households. Furthermore, their senpai taught them how to work together to fill the gap between high nobles and royals. 3 teachers were leading the students, Kisuk-sensei, Kurana-sensei, and Zuriel. Is everyone here? Asked Kisuk. After the students nodded, he looked at one student and said, Prince Yuji, if you don't mind. It's my pleasure, said the prince before taking out a talisman. Order. The talisman floated in the air before shining brightly. Then, a portal appeared in front of everyone. The teachers then instructed the students to enter one by one. Everyone soon found themselves in front of a small village where the clouds above were utterly dark. Additionally, an eerie aura could be felt just by looking at the village. Go deal with the spirit disaster, said Kisuk calmly. The students waited for further explanation, but the middle-aged man ignored him. So, they realized they were on their own for this outing. Edward led his group closer to the village, and the nobles, led by Princess Matsumoto, followed him. A few meters away, he looked at the village and saw a bunch of deformed creatures with horns and black spots covering all their bodies. He observed for a moment with a frown. Don't kill the creatures, he said to the commoners before looking at the nobles. That goes for all of you as well. Why? Asked the princess. Because these creatures are the villagers. Everyone frowned as they realized the seriousness of the situation. With a little determination, they can kill these creatures. But knowing they were once humans made things more complicated. But these villagers are already contaminated by the energy from the spiritual world, said Gojo Tsuchi Mikado. I know, but I can revert them back to normal. Impossible. No one can do such a thing. Even if you purify them, their soul can only enter the wheel of reincarnation and not suffer. Because others cannot do it does not mean I cannot. Everyone became quiet for a moment before some noble yelled, Why should we listen to you? Because I'm stronger than you, replied Edward casually before looking at the person who spoke, almost making the person pee his pants as he remembered how Edward was undefeated in all the combat practices in the past 3 months. Do you have a plan? Asked Princess Matsumoto, and Edward told the group their plan. Without any choice, the group had to follow his order. Most of the students divided into 4 groups before positioning themselves in the village's 4 corners. Then, they began to chant a long mantra, creating a transparent rectangular barrier to surround the village. With this barrier, the contaminated energy from the spiritual world will no longer spread. The second group of students began to confront the demonized villagers. The samurai were responsible for containing the villagers, while the Onmyo mages used binding talismans to capture and immobilize these villagers. Maiko led a third group consisting of all the royal clan heirs. Her familiar, the Three-Eyes Raven, rested on her shoulder as she searched different houses while the rest immobilized the attacking demonized villagers. Soon, she stopped before one of the houses and pointed at it. Thank you for your hard work, said Princess Matsumoto as she appeared genuinely excited. It's always great to have a seer in our midst. Otherwise, there would be great casualties if the yokai attacked us when we were unprepared. Maiko bowed and smiled politely, despite being on guard. In the past 3 months, too many nobles have tried to get on her good grace. And with Akimitsu-senpai telling her all the strategies they were using, she was always on guard when one of them was polite to her. Yokai, there is no need to hide. We know you're in here, yelled Yuji before looking at Maiko. Miss Satoru, stay behind us to not get hurt. She nodded to him before moving a little far away from the house. Not long after she did that, the house began to tremble before an enormous creature with red skin, horns, and holding a gigantic mace appeared from the rumbles of this house. He looked at these children with his red eyes before saying, "Humans, do not stand in my way or suffer my wrath." As the royal children looked at this enormous creature, their legs trembled for a few seconds. Nevertheless, they were all well trained by their clans, so they composed themselves before preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Edward floated above the village, looking at everything calmly, waiting for his opportunity. 330 Zuriel Kinji, yelled the princess. Got it, replied Kenji Musashi. Equip. A black samurai armor appeared on his body, then he rushed toward the enormous yokai, leaving after image behind him. The yokai raised its massive club to smash its attacker, but Kinji reacted in time by jumping on his arm. He took his all-black katana and slashed the yokai's arm. Unfortunately, he could not even scratch the latter's red skin. So, Kinji held the blade with two arms to try to pierce the latter's skin. He mobilized all his strength and a great deal of his spirit energy. As a result, he managed to make a small cut, but that was all he needed. Or so he thought. A black mark appeared where he injured the creature, but nothing else. The curse from his blade activated, but it was drastically weakened by the overwhelming amount of spirit energy the yokai possessed. Suddenly, Kinji raised his head as he sensed a shadow looming over him. Then, he saw the yokai's finger flicking toward him with absolute speed, and he knew he could not react in time. Luckily for him, Gojo's black tortoise appeared before him to create a black and white shield that blocked the attack. Then, Yuji used a talisman to teleport them to the ground. In the name of Kagutsuki, the heavenly ruler of all flame, I call upon the raging fire of the north to eliminate all my enemies, chanted Princess Matsumoto. Then, a giant fire tornado manifested to burn the yokai, but the latter used his club to smash the tornado. Fire dries earth, she said, and her fire tornado turned into ashes, and from the ashes, a gigantic arm made of earth came from the ground to punch the yokai, forcing him to take a few steps backward, causing a small earthquake in the village. Unfortunately, the demon was still unarmed. Earth refines metal. The earth arm scattered into numerous motes of lights which recondensed into thousands of swords. This transformation was fast and smooth, and the swords plunged into its body before the yokai could react or gain his bearing. Matsumoto focused a lot of swords on one spot to pierce the demon's defense, a very successful tactic. And as blood dripped down from a few parts of the yokai's body, the princess continued. Metal enriches water. The yokai's blood began to draw out of its body at an alarming rate before dividing into two parts. One part formed a blood river in the sky, while the princess took the smaller part and gave it to Kinji, who processed to have his sword swallowed in the blood. Then, countless black flower curse marks appeared on the yokai's body, drastically weakening him. Then, the princess controlled the blood river to enter the yokai's body through its nose and bleeding spots. Water nurtures wood. Then, more than a dozen blood-red trees grew from inside of the yokai, turning him into some twisted artistic statue of a forest. Is that it? Asked Yuji, standing behind Gojo's barrier and preparing to move the entire team in case something went wrong. It should be, replied the princess standing next to him. Edward watched the battle in the sky before gazing at the princess. This was a perfect application of the 5-element mutual generation technique. There is no way for her to reach such a level after only 3 months of training, even with private tutors. Edward knew these nobles had private tutors in the academy besides the school professors from their clans. But even then, even with the princess's talent, she should not be able to use such a level of technique after only 3 months. Especially how she used blood as the water element, such tactics require years of experience to think, let alone execute. This was not something an average student could think of or achieve. So, something was wrong with her. I guess we will know soon. Hey, screamed the yokai as a malevolent aura emanated from his body and destroying the trees in his body in the process. Then, he suddenly shrunk to a size of slightly over 2.5 meters. His skin turned purple, and a strange red smiling mask appeared over his face. Everyone became shocked by this sudden change, except for Edward. He already detected someone tempered with the yokai to elevate its power to that of a low-level demon through its mask. So, he secretly injected more spirit energy into the mask to give this yokai the power of a mid-level devil. Then, he looked at the princess. Let's see what you're hiding. In the distance from the village, the faces of the 3 teachers suddenly changed when they sensed the power of the yokai. A level 5 spiritual disaster? How is that possible? Said Kurana-sensei. A level 4 spiritual disaster would require the shogun and dozens of onmyo mages and samurai to deal with. As for level 5, this is the kind of threat that could potentially destroy the Yamato dynasty. This would not be a problem if it were the old time when the emperor was here. But in the current era, this was an absolute worldwide disaster. No matter what, we must do something, said Zuriel before the 3 rushed to the students' aid. Unfortunately, they did not go far before a bunch of ninjas surrounded and erected a barrier to prevent them from intervening. Chief, something has gone awry with the plan, said one of the ninjas as he knelt on one knee with his head down. Oddly though, no one was in front of them before a voice responded to him. I can see that. So, what should we do? The princess is in danger. So be it. Our goal has only been Kojiki Akimitsu. But, what about the level 5 yokai? This could be catastrophic for the dynasty. As long as we can control Kojiki, everything will be fine. At the same time the teachers were sealed, a barrier also appeared to surround Edward. And unlike the teacher's barrier, his was all black to prevent the outside from seeing the inside. Edward looked at the people that appeared in front of him. 20 samurais, 10 Onmyo mages, and over 30 shinobis. One of the Onmyo mage bowed to him. Kojiki-san, pardon us for meeting in such a way. There is no need to be polite. All of you will die anyway. Kojiki-san, this barrier is designed to block your connection to Hokuto and seal your spirit energy. So, please do not make things difficult and push us to use force against you. Edward did not care about these people. It did not matter whether they were from the Yamato clan, the shogun, or some other royal clan. He had other purposes. So, he clapped his hand together, generating a lightning storm that incapacitated all these people instantly. Then, he looked in the distance. Zuriel looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Teacher Kakashi. No, I should call you Zuriel, said Edward. I don't know what you're talking about. More importantly, if you can break this barrier, you should find a way to help the other teachers and students. You don't have to continue your persona. I have placed a barrier inside the shinobi's barrier. From the outside, everything looked normal, so our conversation will not be heard by anyone else. Zuriel looked at him without saying anything. Don't be like this. I've come all the way from the western continent to meet you. Oh, your wife and child said their hellos. Edward moved his head slightly as a golden light slash passed by him. With a smirk on his face, he looked at the western sword in Zuriel's sword and the grimoire floating in front of him. Additionally, a pair of beautiful white wings grew out of his body. His original dark hair and eyes turned into golden hair with blue eyes. You are indeed an angel, and it seems to be a unique one as that, muttered Edward as he looked at his opponent calmly. How do you know about me? Asked Zuriel. And what do you mean, my wife and child? Likita is not dead. Impossible. Lucy Pharaoh should have found her, and there is no way he would leave her alive. Unfortunately, your god calculated everything, except for my existence, replied Edward. You saved her? Wait, how do you know so much? I do know a lot, but not enough. So, you will give me the answers I seek. 331 Three of them Hokuto, said Edward to summon his mighty dragon. And as soon as the dragon appeared, it opened its mouth to spray a powerful lightning breath. Sun magic, solar cover. A red cover with the sun's power surrounded Zuriel to block the attack, which lasted for at least 30 seconds. Afterward, Zuriel panted while looking seriously at the dragon. Solar gun. The pages in Zuriel's grimoire flipped as he stabbed his sword forward. A small dot of solar energy rapidly gathered on the tip of his blade before a massive energy beam rushed toward Hokuto with ghastly speed. The dragon could not respond in time, so after the attack, most of the dragon's scales were burned, and he appeared more illusory as if he was about to disappear. Edward waved a talisman to him and said, Order. Green lights enveloped the dragon as the power of nature healed his wound at a pace visible to the naked eye. Hokuto, use the thunder escape tactic. The dragon roared to the sky before shooting another lightning breath at Zuriel. However, after the latter blocked the attack, the dragon suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared. When he appeared, he was being Zuriel and used another attack. The dragon repeated the same tactic by constantly teleporting around his opponent and attacking from the sky. After a few minutes of non-stop defending, Zuriel knew he could not remain on the defensive, so he used an AoE spell. Sun magic, solar flare. The red shield protecting him suddenly turned orange with a few white spots before expanding in all directions. And as it expanded, everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Edward summoned Hokuto to stay behind him and clapped his hand together while rapidly chanting, Akino Asif no Pika Town Poof Hide. 10 giant icebergs appeared in front of him as a shield. However, Zuriel's sun power melted the ice after a few seconds of confrontation. Subsequently, the ice turned into a massive ocean that submerged the heat of the solar flare. As a result of this elemental confrontation, mist covered the entire sealed space. Edward acted quickly to write some characters in the air, and afterward, the mist in the surroundings suddenly turned into thousands of ice swords. Zuriel's face immediately became somber as he saw these swords. He has been a teacher in the Onmyo Royal Academy for some time, so he understood the magic system. As such, he could tell these swords were not simple ice, or the subcategory of the water element, but also contained the gold element to increase their sharpness. To be able to manipulate ice, water, and gold to such an extent. Who is this person? Is he really from the Western continent? Because the Western continent only used one magic attribute, it is challenging for the people there to adapt to using multiple attributes, especially without a grimoire. After coming to this place, Zuriel wanted to become an Onmyo mage teacher at the academy, but it was difficult for him to adapt to the new magic system. He had to learn many magical theories of different elements, the relationship between them, and how to properly control them for battle. So, after considering the time it would take him to become a qualified mage and teacher, he decided to become a samurai instead. However, he knew that Ojiki Akimitsu had only been in the academy for over 3 months. So, it was unfathomable to him for this individual to fight him using the Eastern magic system. Boom! The ice swords landed on Zuriel, creating a shockwave that shook the ceiling barrier Edward placed in the surrounding. However, after the smoke from the explosion vanished, Zuriel's intact body appeared. However, he was intact, his body had now completely turned red as if he was the sun incarnate. His every breath seemed to twist the space around him because of the intense heat. Sun magic, light of the sun. Zuriel turned into a red light to rush toward Edward. In an instant, he appeared in the ladder's position and slashed his sword down. Bang! The ground shook, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Luckily, Edward read Zuriel's key and reacted in time by jumping on Hokuto's back and flying in the air. An attack based on the mass of the sun? Sun magic is quite the interesting magic, thought Edward as he looked at the massive crater his opponent left where he previously stood. Of course, Zuriel could not achieve the actual mass of the sun, otherwise, the entire continent would blow up. Edward waved his hand to activate hundreds of talismans which reinforced the barrier and healed the already existing cracks. Then, he started chanting, Lord Kokinoki, ruler of the domain of forest, I beseech thee to grant me absolute control of wood, and, as Edward chanted his spell, Zuriel continued his attacks on him by rushing and slashing with his swords or even using long-distance spells. At some point, he caught up to Edward, but Hokuto sent him flying away his tail, burning it in the process. It took Edward 1.5 seconds to finish the chant, and he suffered close to 100 attacks in the process. Luckily, he learned a lot about key sensing in class and the knowledge he previously stole from the nobles. 10,000 Buddha arm. A wooden Buddha with more than 1,000 arms appeared, and Edward jumped into its head. One arm slammed against Zuriel with extreme force. However, the wooden arm burned upon impact. Nevertheless, the other arms continued their barrages of attacks, and each time an arm was burned, another regrew to replace the destroyed one. With the constant attacks, Zuriel found his mobility impaired. So, he decided to increase the temperature around his body to burn the attacking arms at a much faster rate. Anyway, he had the elemental advantage of fire over wood. Or so he thought. A few seconds into this confrontation, Zuriel noticed his mana was reducing at an alarming rate. The wooden arms could absorb mana. Knowing he could not continue like this, he quickly went on the offensive. Sun magic, sun explosion. A mini sun the size of 5 basketballs appeared in his palm before throwing at the wooden Buddha. Hundreds of the wooden arms were instantly vaporized by the sun's heat. So, Edward took out 4 talismans and threw them at the mini suns. They positioned themselves in 4 positions before forming a cube-shaped transparent barrier surrounding the sun. Boom! The mini-sun exploded, but the barrier managed to withstand the attack. At the same time, Zuriel prepared to attack again since he felt his mana running at an all-time low. However, he sensed something above him and looked up. He saw Hokuto with his mouth opened and a thunder ball more than 2 meters in diameter. Before he could react, the Shikigami fired the thunder ball. Sun magic, gravity of a star. A powerful gravity shield appeared to protect Zuriel from the thunder ball. However, he soon discovered that the absorption rate of his mana suddenly increased. He looked at his feet where he saw a little tree sapling next to him. It was so small that he did not even notice when it appeared next to him. Zuriel's face became pale. After using such a high-level spell and having his mana absorbed, he was almost running out. It's about time, thought Edward before clapping his hands. Then, countless circular runs and characters that seemed to be written in black ink appeared in all 4 corners of the barrier. Subsequently, silver chains came out from all directions to bind Zuriel's body. Mantra, talisman, Shikigami, ceremonies, and sealing art. In such a short time, you have mastered all the advanced forms of these magics. You are quite the individual, said Zuriel calmly. However, this will not change anything. You won't get any information from my mouth. So, go ahead, do your worst. I don't need you to speak, Edward replied before motioning with his fingers. Then, a new set of chains appeared before piercing Zuriel's head and pulling out a transparent version of himself, his soul. Edward took out a bunch of more new talismans and activated them. As the talismans floated in the air, a grey mist floated out from Zuriel's body into the talismans. Not even 2 seconds after gathering these grey mists, black chains appeared on Zuriel's soul to prevent the mists from leaving them. However, Edward activated more talismans to fight the black chains. A little over 10 seconds later, a strange vibration came from the chains and annihilated Zuriel's soul, and Edward could not do anything to prevent it. With a composed look, he muttered, I was correct. There are 3 different types of universe will, the one who sealed me, the one I notice in Elysium, and the one in the Academy. After fighting and analyzing the universe's willpower from Zuriel's soul, many things became more apparent to him. Edward waved his hand to collect the grey mists he gathered. Hopefully, I can gather enough memories to learn about Elysium. 332 Transcendence. Edward reviewed all the memories he got from Zuriel, and he learned a few important things. First, Elysium is divided into 4 layers. The first, which was the one he entered, was the angel area, where regular members of the angel race resided. Not all the angels in that layer focused on battles, some are just ordinary people, albeit with very high mana compared to other races. The second layer is where the archangels resided. They all have excellent battle strength, ranging from mid to high-level devils. The third layer is where the seraphim resided. These angels have the strength of the highest devils, and 2 are on par, if not more powerful than the 3 leaders of the underworld. These 2 angels are called the Seraphim Lord and have the second highest authority in the Elysium. As for the final layer, it is a forbidden ground where God resides. Edward did not get much information about God except that all the angels called him Father. Zuriel was once a seraphim, however, a few years ago, his father sent him on a special mission to impregnate a mortal woman in the mortal realm. And to accomplish this task, he needed to give up most of his powers and start over to enter the mortal realm. This is why he did not put on a better fight since he was restricted. Regarding this entity known as God, Edward learned two things. 1. He is responsible for Asta and Liba's birth, and as he previously speculated, he wanted to use them to deal with the underworld. Second, and the most crucial information, was a brief conversation Zuriel had with one of the Seraphim Lords. A beautiful woman with golden wings, dressed in a long white gown, a halo floating above her head, looked at Zuriel while sitting on a silver throne. Remember, your mission will decide whether our father can reach transcendence, so you must succeed at all costs. Transcendence? What does that mean? Muttered Edward as numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Then, he seemed to have figured out something. Does this god want to escape the shackles of this universe? He knew the highest power level achievable in the Black Clover universe was tier 7 star level. After that, it is impossible to reach a higher tier, but this god must have thought of leaving this universe to reach higher levels of power. If he succeeded, he most likely would have entered the void and died. This is the sad fate of weaker universes, Edward muttered. Wait, not necessarily. The Akashic record most likely has its hands in this universe as well. If God succeeded, they might contact him and make them one of their members. After all, how many people can reach the limit of their universe, let alone find a way to ascend beyond it? He could not help but remember truth. He was a tier 11 multiversal entity and very close to ascending beyond his universe and reaching tier 12. From what Edward knows, only in this tier can someone survive in the void without any danger. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pieced many puzzles together. He theorized that the Angel-Devil War was probably a war between God and Satan for the right to ascend beyond the universe. Unfortunately, the wizard sage came out of nowhere and used the fact these two were weakened in their confrontation to seal them in their respective domain, thus preventing them from achieving their goals. The wizard sage was not a normal person as well, thought Edward as he summoned his origin grimoire. He could now guess this grimoire was essential for God's ascension, and the ascension method will most likely involve the universe's will. Alright, with this much information, it should be easier to invade Elysium, thought Edward. Plus, I must get my hands on the origin grimoire at the academy as soon as possible, so I need to use some drastic means. After making preliminary plans, Edward disappeared from Zuriel's barrier and returned to his own. He looked at the passed-out shinobis and Onmyo mages and decided not to kill them. He read these people's memories and knew the Onmyo shogun sent them. So, Edward decided to let them get captured by other royal families to create political strife in the upper echelon of the Yamato dynasty. After all, such blatant attacks on students and teachers and the fact these people placed the princess in great danger are enough excuses to deal a significant blow to the shogun. Edward broke the barrier that sealed him and returned to the real world. He immediately squinted his eyes at what he saw. The princess had used a spirit fusion technique and was now battling the yokai alone. As he looked at her with 5 tails and used the celestial talisman technique with ease, using unknown mantras, and dodging the attack of the yokai, Edward knew something was wrong. She should not have such power. So, he closed his eyes and sensed the mark he had previously left on her. He felt something wrong with her soul dimension, so he secretly searched for an explanation there. Is that the former emperor's soul? Muttered Edward softly. I sense an aura similar to Zagred's reincarnation spell. So, the emperor did not suddenly die but used a reincarnation spell for some reason and is now Princess Matsumoto. Edward continued to sense as he felt he was missing something. So, after analyzing everything, a sudden understanding came over. One body, 2 souls. Something must have gone wrong with his spell, resulting in him reborn in a body with an already existing soul. Based on this information, Edward can guess the events after that. The emperor became Princess Matsumoto's protector and teacher. Not only will he teach her his knowledge and experience, but he will also occupy her body to protect her in times of danger. From what Edward knew, the princess suffered many assassination attempts in her youth, but she survived all of them, unlike many of her siblings. This old geezer probably wants to find a body suitable for him to take over. Most likely, the princess was interested in me because she wanted mine. With the talent he displayed, it would make sense that someone would want to seize his body. However, Edward was interested in whether the Yamato clan or some members knew of the emperor's reincarnation. More importantly, why did the emperor choose to reincarnate himself? Edward shook his head as he could not guess because of the lack of information. He then gazed at the commoner students that he trained. They were all inside a barrier created by talismans he made for them in case of emergency. However, the other royal students were lying on the floor, bleeding and on the verge of dying. As for the princess, she was holding her own, but it was apparent that she would not last long. The incompatibility of the emperor's soul with the princess's body made him difficult to use all his strength. Edward looked in the distance at those shinobi who sealed Karema and Kisuke-sensei. They were shocked before rushing toward their captured comrades. Unfortunately, Edward used a talisman that manifested chains to capture these shinobis. But to his slight surprise, they immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide. Nevertheless, he did not care since he already had the others as witnesses. Edward then flew to the dying royal children and wrote healing talismans in the air to heal them. Although he did not like the nobility, these were talented children. They can be molded into great arcanists for the empire with the proper education. In the process of doing so, he also deactivated the power boost he gave the yokai, drastically reducing its power from a mid-level devil to a low-level one. The emperor took this opportunity to slay the yokai. Meanwhile, Edward looked in the distance with a smirk. With such a terrifying disaster, the Onmyo Punishment Hall should have already sent people to deal with it. Yet, after so long, no one arrived. He guessed the shogun wanted to use this opportunity not only to capture and enslave Edward but deal with the princess and the royal heirs. And he did not mind sacrificing his son, Yuji, to do so. After healing these people, Edward did not say anything else and began to chant a long mantra. While doing so, he also wrote many characters in the air. After a good minute and a half of chanting, the characters formed a magic array in the form of a circle. Then, a brilliant light descended from it to surround the entire village. The light immediately purifies the abnormal energy from the spiritual world, including the ones in the villagers. Typically, these villagers should have died after this process while their pure souls moved to the afterlife. But under Edward's control, the light turned into a vitality that healed their injuries while also fixing the deformation caused by being demonized. That way, these villagers turned back to normal. This was a feat that shocked the people who experienced it. 333 Core soon, members of the royal family arrived at the village. They found Zuriel's dead body, along with the captured individual. The team leader was Princess Matsumoto's uncle, a middle-aged man with white sideburns. With a single glance, the team leader recognized the captured individuals as people of the shogun's camp. Then, he looked at Edward, and his eyes lit up slightly. What happened here? He did not receive an answer as Edward ignored him. I'm talking to. The team leader suddenly stopped as he saw a pair of callous eyes glaring at him, sending chills down to the very core of his soul. So, he closed his mouth and went to check on the princess. Meanwhile, Edward remained calm. He could guess what this person wanted to do. Nothing but to use this excuse to take him into custody for interrogation, but his real purpose will be to either control or brainwash him to serve the royal family. After everything was settled, the students returned to the academy, but this event had consequences not visible to most individuals. Onmyo Protection Hall. Shogun Arata walked to the top of the building with a stern and severe look. An aura of anger emanated from him, making all the employees avoid him. Soon, he arrived at the shrine where the Divine Maiden resided. After arriving, he stood there without saying anything, and the room remained quiet for at least 10 minutes. I can't help you this time, the Divine Maiden said. Veins appeared on his forehead as he said with a hoarse voice, how about our pact? This is your problem. You are greedy, act rash, do not trust others, and when things go awry, you expect me to clean up after you. Well, not this time. Arata clenched his hands underneath his robe while fighting every urge to go on a rampage. He snorted coldly before walking out. The Divine Maiden ignored him before taking 2 pictures in her hand, Edward and Maiko. With these 2, I may be able to find my brother's soul in the spiritual world. She had a pondering look for a few minutes before taking a talisman and injecting her spirit energy. Then, a holographic image of a young boy playing manifested. The Divine Maiden looked at the boy with love and doting. Then, she muttered, I will save you, no matter what. Now that she had discarded the shogun, she needed new allies to achieve her goals. Hopefully, things will go better this time around. While Arata was on his way downstairs, a paper talisman in the shape of a bird flew in his hands. When it landed, the bird said something in a human voice, the Emperor summons you. He crushed the talisman before walking out of the protection hall. Arata then summoned an enormous red crow with 3 legs. He jumped on top of it before flying toward the royal palace. After he got closed, he returned his shikigami to the spirit world before landing. Without stopping, he headed straight to the throne room, where the emperor and the patriarch of the other royal family waited for him. The current emperor, a young man in his early 30s, looked at Arata and did not say anything else. He only raised his hand to motion for someone else to speak. Then, a person holding a decree came forward and said to the shogun, as the decree by the emperor and the royal council, a temporary position called 3 heavenly guardians will be appointed in the punishment hall, serving directly under the shogun. Arata's face became ugly after hearing this. He understood these people were using the recent event to weaken his power. These guardians are here to decentralize his military power as shogun and share it with the other royal clans. And these cunning foxes made the position temporarily so when it is their family who takes the position of shogun, they can remove it as they please. Based on this decree, Arata knew 2 things to be true. His reign as shogun would be short and powerless, and his son or family will have no chance at the position after him. For a moment, he thought of fighting back, but he quickly realized these people were waiting for him to act rashly. They can use this opportunity to band together and destroy the Seam clan. So, Arata took a deep breath to calm down. This battle was not entirely over. Most of the mages, samurai, and shinobis in the protection hall were loyal to him. As long as he acts quickly, he can keep much of his power. As you order, your majesty, replied Arata before bowing, an act which made the emperor frown slightly. After seeing how the shogun behaved, he was somewhat disappointed but did show it or say anything else but simply dismissed him. Meanwhile, Edward reassured his classmate at the academy before returning to his dorm. He activated the sealing formation in the room before summoning his grimoire. Dream magic, dream summoning. Where am I? Muttered Princess Matsumoto. The last thing she remembered was that she passed out after the battle with the yokai, and someone brought her back to the palace, where the royal physician treated her injury. Then, she felt sleepy out of nowhere before finding herself in this all-white space, standing on a massive bed that seemed to float in emptiness. She looked around before seeing a handsome man with black hair and blue eyes that shone more brilliant than the purest of jade. A Westerner, she asked while instantly becoming on guard. Call Emperor Yaka's soul, he's the one I want to talk to, said Edward. I don't know what you're talking to, replied the princess. More importantly, who are you? Do you know the consequence of kidnapping a royal family member? Edward waved his hand to manifest a barrier that imprisoned her. He then controlled the barrier to slowly reduce in size, with the purpose of eventually crushing her. He did not wait more than half a minute before an older man with a long white beard appeared. Emperor Yaka looked at him while caressing his long beard. Is this your true appearance? It seems the reincarnation spell injured your soul. Yaka frowned after hearing this. Who are you, and what do you want? I want to know about what's behind the gate underneath the academy. You should know as the former ruler and most powerful mage of this continent. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but even I do not know. That gate has been a secret kept by the Yamato clan for countless millennia. Edward looked at the princess, and the barrier increased its speed of getting smaller. In just a few seconds, she did not have much room to move and had to use her arms to try to prevent it from continuing to shrink. I know you are connecting to her soul. So, if something happens to her, you won't survive. So, stop wasting my time. Yaka frowned as slightly but did not say anything. But when he saw the princess forced to crouch down to avoid being squeezed into tomato sauce, he said, all right, what do you want to know? Everything, replied Edward before stopping the barrier. Yaka took a moment to organize his thought before saying, I was not lying, the gate has been with the Yamato clan for countless millennia, and the head of the clan had a token to open it. After inheriting the throne, I learned that the other tokens were scattered throughout the continent. So, you decided to conquer the continent to gather them. Yes. Ever since I was young, I've heard tales from my father that the gate contained an unimaginable secret, most likely regarding immortality, and I wanted it for myself. So, did you succeed? Yes, and no. After conquering the continent and gathering the tokens from other nobles in the neighboring kingdoms and finally finding what was inside, it was what you Westerners called grimoires. I know this much. What I want to know is what is the purpose of the grimoire? Why is it there? Yaka was momentarily surprised by this news, but he did not focus too much on it. The grimoire is the core of the spiritual world, the very reason it exists. 334 myths and legends. Edward frowned after hearing this. Can you be more specific? In that case, certain background knowledge is required. Do you know about the ancient war of annihilation? Are you talking about the angel-demon war? I know a little. That saves me some effort. So, you must know the hero Alan and the 10 Guardians. I know of Alan but never heard of the 10 Guardians, answered Edward. The Guardians were the most talented individuals underneath Alan during the war. They were indispensable in ending the war. So, what do they have to do with anything? One of the Guardian was the Yamato clan's ancestor, Daisuke Yamato, said Yaka slowly, who seemed to want to take his time. After the war, Daisuke felt that the grimoire was a restriction on humans and other races instead of the boost it was viewed as. So, he wanted to create a magic system not too reliant on it. So, he is the creator of Onmyoji. He did not do it alone, but essentially, yes. So, what does this have to do with the grimoire and the spirit world? As you know, spirit user with attack abilities can purify devils and protect from angels worship poisoning. Angels are as dangerous of a race as devils. While the latter enjoyed killing and destruction, the former is not innocent despite appearances. Angels have the ability to force creatures to worship them. This ability is referred to as worship poisoning. Edward learned all this from Zuriel and prepared a method to counter this ability for the Elysium's invasion. Daisuke wanted the Onmyoji system to have the power of spirits, so he sought a way to create a world full of them. And the grimoire is the core or source of that world. Edward squinted his eyes. How exactly did he create an entire world of spirits? The power of legends and myths. Daisuke found an empty dimension and used the grimoire's ability to modify it to gather the power of myths and legends. Then, he spread myths and legends about gods, demons, and spirits. And as more and more people read these legends and even believe in them, the first spirit was born in that dimension. And with time, the spirit world became what it is now. Interesting, thought Edward. If that was true, the spirit world was more valuable than previously estimated. The Empire is a multicultural and multiracial one, so there is no lack of myths and legends. These stories should increase the variety of shikigami or spirits contained in the spirit world. Tell me, why is the grimoire not kept inside the spirit world? Wouldn't it be safer to keep it hiding there? It was, but one shikigami discovered it and created a disaster that almost destroyed the eastern continent. That disaster is the source of the spirit world fusing with the normal world, in other words, the spirit disasters. Did you try to take control of the grimoire and fail? Yaka momentarily paused after hearing this before nodding his head with a wry smile. Yes. I thought that I could, at last, achieve immortality or the ultimate form of power. Unfortunately, the grimoire deemed me not worthy to be its master. So, you decided to reincarnate in the hope of being born into a more talented body. I'm guessing your plan was to keep reincarnating until you find a body talented enough to control the grimoire. Edward looked at the silent Yaka and knew he was correct. The former emperor probably wanted Akimitsu's body because of his talent to finally achieve his lifelong ambition. Edward pondered deeply about the information he had just received and found a few loopholes in Yaka's story. How did Daisuke have the origin grimoire? Did he take it from the wizard sage? He would have to be extremely powerful to do so, and Edward doubted he was this capable. And even if he was, why take only one part instead of the entire thing? So, the logical conclusion is Alan gave the grimoire to him. Now, why would he encourage someone else to create a magic system that would compete with his legacy of grimoires? One possible answer, he wanted to use the spirit world to reinforce the seal he placed on God and Satan. Moreover, I'm pretty sure both Alan and God have managed to take some control of the universe will. What did you do with the gate's tokens? Asked Edward. I destroyed them. Don't look at me like that, I'm telling the truth. I did not want anyone else to open it while I was gone, so I ensured that I was the only one who could open it. Edward did not care about the tokens since he had found the correct method to crack the sealing on the gate. With the Yamato clan's bloodline, he can create a counter-sealing ceremony to open the gate. It only requires a little time and caution. Furthermore, he had a plan that would shoot two birds with one stone. If he succeeded, he would not only acquire the origin grimoire but also cripple the Yamato dynasty's military power, thus fast-tracking his rebellion to overthrow the ruling class and spread semi-modern concepts in this place to make it easier to integrate into the empire. Edward looked at Yaka, thinking about how to deal with him. The man was truly talented. During the conversation, Yaka used his breathing, slight body movements, fingers, and even facial features to replace mantras to cast a spell to free the princess. It was an ingenious method that Edward had never seen or thought of. With his talent, he would make a great arcanist. His only problem was his ambitions, but Edward had plenty of experience in controlling over-ambitious people. When you two wake up, you will forget this entire conversation. After saying that, Yaka and the princess felt the world spinning before Matsumoto woke up in her bed. She felt as if she had an important dream but could not remember. The same was for Yaka. At the same time, Edward opened his eyes in his dorm. These two should not be able to alert the royal family, so my plan can proceed smoothly. He summoned a bunch of puppet talismans before handing them invisible inks. He instructed them to draw the counter-sealing array that would open the gate. And since the array would surround the academy, the royal palace, and the protection hall, it would take some time. Western continent, Clover Kingdom, Wizard King's castle. The magic captains, Mirioliana, Aesir, and Patoli, sat at a square table with a frown. The other people participating in the invasion stood around these people. Compared to 3 months, these people's mana and overall strength had drastically increased. However, their training was far from finished. A few minutes later, clone number 9 walked into the room, and after feeling the somber look on everyone's face, he asked, "What's wrong with all of you?" No one answered him at first before Yami asked, "Are you really that powerful?" "What do you mean?" "I'm talking about the training scenario where you went mad, and we must stop you." "Oh, you're talking about that." "No, that's only 80% of my strength." Everyone looked at him with the expression that they did not believe him. For that scenario, they tried many methods to deal with him, but all their strategies ended in failure. In one strategy, they gathered their knowledge of the mana method to create a magic array that could gather the mana of all the citizens in the Clover, Diamond, Heart, and even Spade Kingdom. They thought they could stop him with this power, but he still killed all of them and the people on the continent. In another strategy, some of the magic captains became devil hosts to boost their current unimaginable strength. But it was useless. In one of their most prominent strategy, they gather all the spatial mage of the continent to turn the underworld into a dimension bomb. Then, they sacrificed countless lives to trick the mad Edward into the underworld before detonating it. Unfortunately, he still survived. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. Well, let's start the meeting. I have received new information on Elysium so that we can make a plan for the invasion. 335 arrival. I have just received some information on Elysium, so we finally have a plan for the invasion. There are 4 layers to Elysium, but you will be divided into 3 groups. Edward placed a device in the middle of the table to display some of the layout and information about the angels. The first group will include the elves and most magic knights to protect them. This group will be sent to the first layer and the weakest. Your objective is to subdue the angels as quickly as possible till the elves can start the summoning ceremony. He zoomed to the second layer. The second group will consist of the magic captains, and you guys will be fighting the archangels, who are on par with the high-ranking devils. You can choose a leader amongst yourselves. The third layer is where the seraphim and the 2 lords reside. In terms of strength, the seraphim lords are even more powerful than the underworld leaders. Edward was not lying, the seraphim lords have survived since the ancient war. Meanwhile, only Astaroth has survived since the war. The other devil leaders, Lucifero and Beelzebub, only acquired their position after the war. When it comes to the third group, they will be Asta, Yami, Mirioliana, Fugilian, Aesir, Noel, Vengeance, and Vanessa. Edward chose these people because they have the highest combat talent and should reach tier 5 after the training, which is the ceiling for all creatures in this world, except for devil rulers and seraphim lords, who can reach tier 6. And only God, Satan, and Edward have reached tier 7 in the world, and the wizard sage might be the only human who reached tier 6, or maybe he also reached tier 7 with some unknown method. As long as these people work together, they can defeat the 2 seraphims and the lords. Of course, they were not the only ones expected to reach tier 5 after the training ended. Charlotte, Dorothy Unsworth, and Rilbois Mortier will do the same. However, Edward wanted these 3 to look out and protect the others in the first 2 layers to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. "Sir, wouldn't it be better to have a healing mage on our side?" asked Fugilian. "Plus, Charmy's recovery food magic would be very useful." Charmy is responsible for the magic captains in the second layer. They can come to your aid if they defeat their opponents in time. As for the healing, you won't need it because of this. He waved his hand to show them a metal heart. This is a devil heart or arcane heart for a better name. To be precise, it is a magical artifact created based on my recent research. Edward's research on devil hearts so arcanists can have higher survivability is not complete yet. But, he could still create a magical item version. This heart will provide you the same healing factor as a devil. Unfortunately, the materials needed to create one of them are rare, so all members of Team 3 can have one. But the others will only have a sub-PAR version with less than 20% of the healing capability. So, a healing mage like Mimosa is needed to help them in case something goes wrong. Everyone understood the reason for the development. Then, Aesir asked, what about the fourth layer? This is the layer where God lives. And as I mentioned before, he is a being on PAR with me, hence the greatest threat to our invasion. He then looked at Secret Swallowtail. This is where you come into the equation. I will give you an artifact with abundant mana. Your mission is to use it to make a seal powerful enough to block the entire fourth layer. Secret frowned slightly before nodding his head. I know the training session did not have much information on sealing. The Empire's knowledge of sealing magic could only be classified as above average. However, this should change very soon with the sealing art from the Eastern continent. Furthermore, Edward also planned for a brief visit to the Naruto universe to get their Funjutsu. I recently got some more information from the Eastern continent, which should be useful to you. Secret's eyes lit up despite no change in her facial expression. How is your study of the arcane rune magic system? It's going okay. Too much stuff to study to cast one spell. But it's cool being able to use other elements, replied Yami. It's simply not as convenient as grimoires. I want to cut people, not study like a nerd, added Jack the Ripper. Edward frowned as he felt the general sentiment of these knights toward this system was not positive. You better make sure you can use the arcane versions of all the spells in your grimoire. If I'm not mistaken, there is a high chance that your grimoires will not work in Elysium. Everyone became serious after hearing this. Without their grimoires, they cannot use advanced spells, thus drastically weakening their strength. And facing such a level of an opponent with only basic spells, well, none of them here would survive such an ordeal. There is still enough time to adapt. I know that magic used to be exciting and only required training, but you should quickly adapt to the status quo of studying. It will benefit your future. A few intelligent individuals sensed these words had deeper meaning or significance behind them, but they could not think of any reason. Dorothy, you must use your dream magic as a communication link between the layers. Yes, sir. Edward nodded his head. The angels have an ability called worship poison, an aura released from their bodies that can affect the mind, forcing weaker individuals to worship them. I will modify the training booths so you can train to resist this ability. I will also craft some magic items to help, but you still need to reach a certain standard before the mission. Edward then looked at Nacht, the vice captain of the Black Bull squad. You will be the first to sneak into Elysium, and you must spend an entire month without being detected. Are you prepared? Yes. Excellent. Finally, your personal equipment forged by the dwarves will arrive soon. So, test and get used to them in the training booth. Now, the meeting is over. If anyone has anything else to add, do so now. Someone raised their hands, and Edward smiled after seeing who it was. Noelle, what is it? Undine-san wants to take part in this battle. Did you tell her of the danger? Edward asked with a slight frown. I did. In that case, I'll accept the help. You two can train to achieve spirit fusion. Anything else? I also want to participate. This time, it was Likita who spoke. You can't. Why not? She did not like the idea of letting her two sons do something so dangerous when she could help. Now that I can control my physique, I'm very strong. And my magic can be useful. Edward sighed but did not answer her out loud. Instead, he talked directly to her mind, explaining the ultimate fate of Zuriel, God's plan for her and Asta, and how she might be a liability to this mission. So, that's how it is, Likita muttered under her breath. Are you all right? I'm fine. After all, I already expected this. Edward motioned for Asta to comfort her, but the idiot had a confused look on his face. So, he had to rely on Yuno instead. Then, Edward dismissed the team, telling them to continue training. All right, let's prepare for the underworld. He opened a portal outside of the Spade Kingdom. From a distance, he could sense the sealing magic prepared for him that surrounded the entire nation. I could not find the origin grimoire in the Diamond Kingdom, but I could sense it here. Morris likely took it to help the Dark Triads open the gate to the underworld. He closed his eyes before stomping on the ground. A magic circle appeared with him at the center before entering deep underground, invisible, and undetectable by normal means. He then controlled it to spread until it covered the entire Spade Kingdom. Once he finished, he teleported to the underworld since he left a coordinate mark there when he dealt with Megicula. While invisible, Edward traveled to the lower levels while secretly leaving undetectable magic circles. Of the 7 levels, he did this for 6 of them, only leaving the lowest level occupied by the rulers. Then, he left as quietly as he came. The Void, a city traveled for a few months before arriving at what looked like a sphere, stopping outside. Is this what you called the Source Wall? Asked Fleur. Yes, replied Hermione. We finally arrived at our destination. As you can already guess, we will take a small break to focus on the Konosuba world. 336 Ice Guide Morgana, enter invisible mode before descending, commanded Hermione. As you wish, Your Highness. The floating city disappeared before entering the Konosuba universe. Any anomalies? So far, everything seems to be working perfectly fine. Can you scan the environment to detect where we are? As you wish, replied Morgana. A few seconds later, she replied, we are on planet Earth, the year 2017. In that case, hide on the moon. We will go to see if the laws of this universe will restrict us, added Hermione before changing her outfit to fit the modern standard, along with the others. The group teleported to London to a spot where no one could see them, nor were there any cameras. Is this what you called rule suppression? Asked Fleur as she sensed the mana inside her body. I can only use tier 4 strength. It's an unpleasant feeling to be weakened. She was not the only one feeling this way. Phileas was also sealed from tier 6 to tier 4. And since it was his first voyage, the feeling was slightly unpleasant to him. Let's check around, said Hermione, and the group spent the next hours visiting the city. How fascinating. The entire city, culture, and history are exactly the same as back in our universe. However, the people are entirely different, commented Phileas. I wonder the reason. Edward had two theories to explain this scenario, said Hermione. 1. The world we currently are, was created by some individual from primordial Earth, using Earth as a model. Or, the dimension primordial Earth exists in is so special that it can influence the void to create these worlds based on Earth. That would be an interesting conjecture to prove, said Lily. Yes, it would. Unfortunately, anything related to primordial Earth is currently above our pay grade, said Hermione. After checking the city to ensure there was no abnormality, Morgana hacked the network of the entire planet before creating an identity for the team. She also ensured they were wealthy and bought a villa for their stay. After all, with control of the web, money is nothing but a number. Morgana, how long before we can return to our peak state? Asked Snape. Permission to scan your bodies. Permission granted? According to my calculations, 3 months, 14 days, and 8 hours. Snape looked at Hermione. Do you want to use the plan now or wait until we fully recover? To be safe, let's wait. Then, the group decided to split up to do different things. Fleur and Phileas wanted to experience this era. After all, the Empire went from the technological age of the early 2000s to hundreds of years of the future in a few decades. So, the life of modern people in the year 2017 was attractive to the two of them. However, the same could not be said for Hermione, Snape, and Lily, who already experienced the novelty of this era in the last voyage. So, Snape and Lily decided to take a ship to travel throughout the galaxy, while Fleur and Phileas traveled worldwide, visiting different countries and experiencing different cultures. As for Hermione, she decided to become a dentist in the short 3 months. Before learning she was a witch, she always thought she would be a dentist like her parents. But she never had the opportunity, especially since dentistry was no longer an occupation in the Empire. After all oral issues can be solved with a cheap potion or a spell. She made a slight stir in the dentistry world in the short 3 months. And she could have achieved more if not for the fact she wanted to remain relatively low-key. Then, the group finally reunited before immediately exciting their plan. They drink a potion that seals their mana, aura, and higher life essence, essentially turning them into mortals. Then, they took a trip to Japan, where they had an accident during a bus crash. Soon afterward, the 5 found themselves sitting in a slightly dark and ethereal space. What is going on? Where am I? Asked Hermione in confusion. Fleur, is that you? Aren't we dead? Are the others here? I thought so as well. Hehem. The 5 of them looked at the woman with silver hair sitting opposite them. I am the goddess Eris, and unfortunately, you have died. The 5 of them, except Snape, had sad faces before sighing. Now, regarding your case, there are some complications. You are all British, so someone else should be responsible for your afterlife. However, given that you died in Japan, the region currently under my control, I'm responsible for you. What is going to happen to us? Asked Fleur, a little flustered. You have 2 options. You can ascend to heaven, or I can reincarnate you into a world of sword and magic with all your memories intact. Is it possible to send us back to Earth? Asked Hermione. Unfortunately, no. I figure. Reincarnating in another world, muttered Phileas. Is that what the Japanese called Isa? What's the word? Ice Guy, said Snape with his usual stoic voice. I forgot you like to watch these cartoons. It's not a cartoon, it's anime. I've told you this many times. Eris coughed lightly as she felt those 2 were about to fight each other. So, what is your decision? When someone gets Ice Guy, they usually have some cheat-like abilities or items. Does that rule also applies here? Asked Snape. That's correct. In that case, I want. Excuse me, could you tell us about the situation of this magical world? Asked Lily. The Maris explained about the world of Axis, the Demon King invasion, and a few basic knowledge. However, Lily was not satisfied and spent the next 10 minutes asking questions after questions. Phew, is this what it takes to be an elite lawyer? I can't believe such a meticulous person is married to an anime-loving pharmacist. They seemed completely incompatible, thought Eris while giving Snape a strange glance. I want all the magical knowledge of the world. I want a copy skill to copy all the skills. I want a skill that allows me to ignore skill points. I want a super class that combines all the classes. I want 1 billion mithril coins. Eris's lisp twitched after hearing the requests of these people. Unfortunately, I cannot accept your request. Why not? Recently, someone asked to take one of our goddesses as their cheat ability. So, the gods in heaven decided to change the rules and limit the request allowed. She quickly manifested a book. This is a book containing the things you can request for. The group rapidly read through the books before glancing at each other. They communicated the same thought through the eyes. All these so-called divine items are thrash. Any of them could make them once their power is unsealed. Ultimately, they chose a permanent buff that made them rise more quickly in levels than others. Finally, Eris sent them into the new world. What a strange group, she muttered before taking out a file containing their lives on Earth. She felt something was wrong with them but could not pinpoint exactly what it was. So, she gave up pondering on the issue. The world of Axel. Well, this went smoother than expected, said Hermione. Yes, I think giving each of us unique personality traits was a great idea, said Fleur. I'm just happy we don't have to use force to enter this dimension, added Phileas. Nevertheless, we still need Morgana to locate this dimension in case we need to make an emergency retreat. Snape looked at the ring in his body, and with a thought, a green tube appeared in his hand. He drank it and immediately felt the effect. He unsealed his mana. However, he soon frowned afterward. What's wrong? Asked Lily. My mana is unsealed, but I can't cast any spells. It must be because you don't have the mage class. The rules of this dimension might be very restrictive regarding classes. Snape nodded. The great news is our aura has no problem, so we can still use our physical strength if needed. Then, the other members also drank the potion to unseal themselves before heading to the Adventurer Guild. 337 job classes. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name on the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/bnscztappy_____________. The group asked for direction and quickly found the Adventure Guild. Their strange clothes quickly caught people's attention, but the adventurers quickly paid attention to the lady's beauty, especially Fleur, which had a natural charm emanating from her body. However, after Snape stared at them with his vicious eyes, they quickly pretended not to see anything and only looked through the corner of their eyes. Hello, how can I help you? Asked Luna. Are you the receptionist? Asked Hermione. Yes, you can call me Luna. She's beautiful, said Fleur. Edward would like her. She is his type. I wonder how many women he will bring back this time. He's been pretty tame recently, so I'm taking a gamble and say one. Hermione sighed out loud. It's because he's been tame that I fear he won't control himself now he is alone. What's with the sigh? What? Can't I at least complain? We've been together now for more than 6 decades. You should get used to his womanizing way by now, said Fleur. No, it does not matter how long we are together, I will complain. While these two were conversing, the other did not know what to say. This kind of topic involved the personal affairs of the royal family, and it was not their place to say anything, especially in public. Ahem, said Phileas, reminding these two they were in public. Oh, sorry for the delay, said Hermione, with no shame or embarrassment. Meanwhile, Luna could only smile wryly. She had heard of the scandalous affairs amongst nobles, but she did not expect to experience them in person. These women are over 60 years old? How did they keep their youth? Is it some kind of potion? We would like to register as adventurers, said Hermione. No problem, but an appropriate fee is required for the registration. Hermione frowned slightly. We forgot the fee. Should we go kill a few monsters for money? No need, said Fleur before walking to one of the tables with a few adventures. She had slight tears in her eyes as she explained how arduous of a journey she had coming to Axeltown, how she was attacked and lost all her valuables and money. Then, these adventurers handed her all their money, even the savings they had accumulated to place their old mother in retirement. Then, Fleur brazenly walked to the other tables and did the same thing, and she succeeded. Just like that, she acquired the money for 5 of them to register and the money to buy some decent starting gear. Looking at the sack of money in her hand, Hermione shook his head. What's the point of doing this? We could have just sold a few jewelries from our interdimensional rings. It's fun, Fleur replied while sticking her tongue out. Meanwhile, the shocked Luna received the money before registering them. The next step was to acquire an adventure card. She told one of them to place her hand on a special magic item that would determine their stats. Hermione was the first to place her hand on the orb-shape apparatus. A few seconds later, Luna looked at her card. Oh my, all your stats are maxed out, even your luck. What's more, it is said your mana is unquantifiable. With these stats, you can choose any advanced job classes. You even have an unnamed skill. Before Luna could make a commotion, Hermione took the card from her hand and looked at it. Upon closer observation, she could not find anything special yet. However, as she observed the category for skills, she read the information. Unnamed skill, strange energy that is both mana and not. It can grant the user enhanced physical stats, magic resistance, vitality, and some elemental affinity. A skill perfect for both magic and non-magical classes. Let's call it aura, she said, and the name on the card changed. Yet, she had not detected how this thing functioned or any information on it. Soon afterward, the group all acquired their cards, and by then, Luna could not talk. This was the first time he saw a group of people with maxed out stats and such an incalculable mana reserve. I'm not surprised by the maxed out stats, but I'm a little surprised by our luck, said Fleur. So, what job classes should we take? We can't all be archwizards. One of us has to be an adventurer since they can learn the skill of all the other classes. I want to be an elemental archer, said Phileas. The most famous virtual reality game in the Empire is called World of Magic, and Phileas enjoyed playing the archer class once in a while. So, he decided to do so in real life. I always find it weird how a former duel champion like yourself enjoys playing as an archer, said Hermione. Phileas shrugged his shoulder. Being a mage is boring. I want to be the archwizard, said Snape. A boring choice. I want to be the crusader, said Lily. I'll be the archpriest, said Fleur. Are you sure? Asked Hermione. They have no battle powers except against undead. It's fine. I have the aura skill, so it's okay. In that case, I'll be the adventure. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you sure you want to choose the adventure job class? That's the weakest one. It would be a waste of your potential, said Luna. I'm aware, so you don't have to worry. Luna tried to persuade her, but it was no use. So, she changed their jobs with a sigh. Did you feel it? Asked Hermione. Yes, the so-called skill is a spell engraved in a person's DNA or bloodline, replied Fleur in the arcane language. She looked at the adventure card. This technology will revolutionize both our genetic engineering and bloodline fusion technology. She was slightly excited. Her main research has always been on DNA and bloodline, and she could be considered one of the best in the field. However, her main topic of deciphering the Dragon King's bloodline and fusing them has not succeeded after decades. But now, she finally saw hope. This fact is not absolute for the archwizard class, said Snape. Oh, did you discover something? It seems to be a combination of bloodline spells and knowledge, he replied while reviewing the knowledge that was inserted into his mind after becoming an archwizard. Tinder, said Snape as he sensed his bloodline activated to use his mana as an energy source. Then, a small ball of flame appeared in his hand. The good thing about this magic system is we only need enough skill points to learn advanced magic. But, this could also be its downside. Furthermore, it seems possible to invent skills like aura. What about your crusader class? High stamina, high magic resistance, high vitality, high strength, and some weird affinity or talent for the sword, she replied while sensing the changes to her body. Then, she looked at the adventure card. As for the skills I can learn, they are most tank-related skills, with a few offensive ones. What about you, Professor Phileas? I have high dexterity and an affinity for the bow. As for skills, I have two basic ones, Farsight, which allows me to see far in the distance, and Snipe, which allows me to fire from a bow or crossbow. The odd thing is the success of my attacks is not based on my aim but on my luck. This could be an interesting thing to test out. So, what do we do next? Asked Fleur toward Hermione. We need to get as many skill points as possible to learn all the skills in our respected job classes. The magic system of this dimension might be extremely beneficial to the Empire, so let's find out how it operates. Of course, we still can have some fun in the process. Afterward, the group left the bewildered Luna, who was curious about what they were saying. They went to buy some basic equipment before heading out to hunt monsters. They first decided to gain skill point before learning how to purchase or make skill-up potions. An elemental archer is not a real advanced class in Konosuba. I made it up for this fanfic. There was no advanced job class for archers, so I made one up. Furthermore, decoy is the only active skill revealed about crusaders, while the other 4 skills are buffs. So, I'll have to make some up. 338 skill. The group traveled outside the town, searching for magical beasts or demons to slay and level up. Soon, they ran into a group of giant toads. Perfect, said Phileas before rushing to a nearby tree and jumping in one of the branches. Despite his short stature, he was pretty nimble. He took out his bow and arrow. Snipe. The arrow streaked across the sky before penetrating the head of the frog. The ground shook slightly as the enormous beast dropped to the ground. Weird. I really do not need to aim, it's all based on luck. Phileas aimed in a direction without any frogs. But to his surprise, one suddenly jumped from afar and landed in front of his arrow. Not convinced, Phileas shot on the opposite side of the frogs. However, the wind blew, changing the direction of his arrow a full 180 degrees before hitting another frog. Is this the power of luck? It could be an interesting form of magic. While Phileas lamented the strangeness of his job class, the others also began their hunt for the frogs. With her knight armor, Lily rushed to the nearest frog and sliced it into 2 parts. Then, she ran toward another one, jumped into the frog's head to avoid its weird tongue attack, and pierced its brain. Hermione was the same as her. The adventurer class had no skills at the beginning, so she had to rely on her previous skills. She had 2 thin swords designed for speed and agility, so she rushed to the nearest toad. Swoosh! The frog looked at her in puzzlement. Then, an X-shaped mark appeared on his body before he was divided into 4 pieces. She was about to kill another frog when she felt light covering her body, and her strength suddenly increased. She looked at Fleur and smiled. Is this the powered spell? Not bad. Then, she continued her rampage of slaughtering the frogs. Meanwhile, Fleur had a frown. She received a small amount of XP since she did not kill any frogs, heal anyone, or even help in the battle. After all, her teammate did not need her boost. Priests only have a few ways they can fight, and most of their leveling up and skill point acquisition came from fighting undead. She did not want to wait nor use the barbaric way of close combat. So, Fleur schemed through the list of skills she could learn. This world focused heavily on talent. Based on a person's natural talent, they will get more skill points when hunting, learning skills require fewer points, and leveling up is easier. Some people will not even get a list of all their classes' skills or spells after changing their job classes. Only the talented ones will. The others must wait until they reach a certain level before these skills appear in their adventure cards. Fortunately, the group's talent was the pinnacle of this world, if not more. So, Fleur used her meager point to learn the spell Reflect. Then, she said to Hermione, "Can you use a sword slash toward me?" Although puzzled, Hermione agreed. She concentrated on her newly acquired skill aura and slashed with her sword. A green sword slash traveled toward Fleur, who immediately used the Reflect spell. However, she did not deflect the attack toward Hermione but controlled it toward the nearest toads, dividing it into two. She looked at her adventure card and realized she had acquired a lot more XP and skill points. So, using this method, she acquired enough points to purchase the skill called Puppet. She used it to control the action of one of the frogs, forcing it to hunt its own kind. Snape looked at the frog in front of him and said, "Tinder." A small flame appeared in his hand, and he frowned. No matter how much mana he input into the spell, the fire did not get bigger than an egg. And even Fleur's buff did not seem to increase the power of the flame, but Snape guessed it might boost the damage it could cause upon impact. This world's magic system is easy to use and become stronger, but there are too many restrictions. The basic magic is mostly useless. While in thought, he moved his head slightly to dodge the tongue of the frog before three small tinders appeared in front of him. Two of them entered the frog's eyes and the other into his mouth, burning it from the outside and inside. He looked at another frog and chanted, "Create water." Water appeared from his wand, and bathed the frog. Freeze. The water turned into ice, turning the frog into a popsicle. "I can't remember the last time I had to chant for spell casting. How embarrassing," muttered Snape before focusing on his next target. He used the Tinder spell once again. However, he did not use it to burn his opponent. Instead, he controlled the flame to flight at a breakneck speed, essentially using the flame as a bullet. If any caster were here, they would be shocked at how versatile Snape used basic spells. After killing a few more frogs, he had enough skill points to learn a few intermediate spells, so he chose Fireball and Paralyze. "Fireball," chanted Snape as he looked at a flame the size of a tennis ball. He increased his mana input, and the size increased to that of a basketball. Well, at least intermediate spells are more malleable, but there seems to be a limit still. Then, he would make the frogs unable to move before burning them with the Fireball spell. However, after realizing this method took longer than his previous tactic, he focused on using Tinder to kill more frogs. After a few more tries, he no longer needed to chant to cast the spells, as his proficiency in the spells had risen on its own. Suddenly, he had an idea, and a wicked idea came to his mind. He looked in the direction of his wife, who was having fun slashing frogs with her sword. He watched her from the corner of his eyes to prevent her senses from detecting him. When she rushed toward another frog, Snape used the double casting skills he had recently developed. He instantly created a pool of water and froze it. And the frozen pool was located on Lily's exact footing, making her slip and fall. Things went so fast and unexpected that she did not have time to react. What's worse is that she fell right in front of the frog. Then, the enormous beast swallowed her. Swish! She cut her away from inside the beast's body. Unfortunately, she was now completely covered in slime from the frog's mucus. She looked at Snape in anger, but the latter was on laughing. Furthermore, he took out an old-fashioned camera and started to take pictures. Looking at his wife in armor, covered in slime, Snape could only say one of his fantasies was fulfilled today. At first, Lily was angry, but after seeing Snape's pure smile and laughter, she also began to laugh at herself. Then, she began to pose for him, not even minding the disgusting slime. "Can you two lovebirds leave your kinky activities for your private time?" said Fleur. Immediately, Snape returned to his stoic face, pretending nothing had occurred. "Your Highness, there is no need to be jealous. The Emperor will arrive soon so that you won't be lonely for long," Lily replied before spinning around like a tornado to send away all the slime on her body. "Do you want to fight? Are you sure?" Then, Fleur remembered the situation she was in. With her Archpriestess class, she could barely fight. And she doubted her succubus's bloodline would affect Lily with its restraint in this dimension. So, she snorted before ignoring her. Meanwhile, Hermione slashed another frog with a weird look on her face. She would never imagine in her life she would see Professor Snape, of all people, acting in such a manner. And considering that Lily was the mother of one of his closest friends back in Hogwarts, she shook his head to ignore the absurdity of the entire situation. "The frogs are completely gone. Let's hunt other creatures. We have 3 days to earn enough points to learn all the skills in our classes." So, they rushed to exterminate all life in the surrounding few kilometers. The group targeted them, whether it was lizard runners, giant worms, unicorn bunnies, or undead. With their stamina and aura skill, they could run faster than most carriages and not be tired. So, they covered quite the distance in a short time. In the end, they had to stop because something had occurred. 339 Undead Empresso, blackness shrouded in light. Frenzied blaze clad in the night. In the name of the crimson demons. Let the collapse of thine origin manifest. Summon before me the root of thy power hidden within the lands. Of the kingdom of demise. Explosion. Boom. A terrifying explosion like a nuclear bomb devastated the area, killing all the unicorn rabbits and destroying the forest they habit. The shockwave of the attack created a powerful wind, making the group's hair and robes float. With a bashing red face, Snape turned to look at his wife holding a camera. Are you happy now? Yes, seeing you do Chuyunibio things brings great joy to me. Snape rolled his eyes before embracing her and walking toward the other. Has Phileas not come back? Asked Lily. No, he just sent news to leave him alone to his adventure, Hermione replied, looking at Fleur, who squatted in front of a corpse. Did you find something? A few things, actually, she replied before pointing her hand at the half-mutilated corpse and saying, revive. Then, the body of the unicorn rabbit rapidly regenerated. Its bones, organs, and skin regrow at speed visible to the naked eye. Lastly, its soul was summoned from the afterlife and fused with its body. Back home, reviving someone is a long and arduous process. Whether it is to heal the body, summon the soul and fuse it with the body. All these actions are separate steps that require much effort and a lot of resources. However, this revive spell combined all these steps into one and drastically reduced the resources needed. The question is whether it will work for arcanists of a certain tier. She looked at everyone, who wants to die. There is no point in us trying. We will get a tier 6 clone and try it, said Hermione. The real issue is whether the laws of our universe will allow such constant messing of life and death. Our solar system has its own underworld. Without Herpo's control, there should be no issue, replied Fleur. The problem is beyond our star system. We also must consider the chaos that will ensue if the Empire has thousands if not more archpriests with the revive spell, added Lily. Indeed, we have to take preventive measures, said Hermione. What about the other thing? As Edward expected, the archpriest's spell purification can indeed purify mana. But, the rate of conversation is atrocious. That goddess Aqua can use sacred purification, so she could be essential to helping us purify our mana and reach tier 7. I can probably make a mana purification potion with her spell as the ingredient, added Snape, who has been trying to come up with this potion for some time now. That's a good idea. Any other discoveries? Asked Hermione. We can translate some of the arcane runes spells into skills with skill points, but there is a limit to the number of spells translated, said Snape. Speaking of limits, I discovered that all the job classes are a form of bloodline, and the limit of all the bloodlines is tier 3, or level 60 in this world's level system. If we can recreate the magic system and how the entire dimension operates, the Empire will have a quick way to manufacture tier 3 arcanists. The way this dimension operates is that as long as you kill any creature, you can level up and acquire higher stats, including mana. Lily, how did your experiment go? It went well. The foreign magical beasts I summoned from the floating city seem to have been assimilated by the laws of this dimension. I killed one before assimilation and one after assimilation. And as you can guess, the one after assimilation gave me a lot of XP and allowed me to level up. However, I have no idea how the assimilation process works. Any idea? Everyone shook their heads. Then Hermione said, Edward theorized this dimension was based on the ability system manipulation, its subcategory, law manipulation, to be precise. A person with law manipulation ability could establish rules in a selected area. For example, they could make it that all battles are fought with sticks and stones. If someone tried other methods like guns or magic, they would not work or be punished. Or that person could make a rule that you can only kill a person if you touch the back of their neck. Then, no matter how powerful that person or what tier he is, he will die, unless the person with law manipulation is weak or their power has limitations. So, the rules are if you kill monsters, you can level up and acquire higher stats, said Snape. This should be another form of causality manipulation. Well, system manipulation and law manipulation are subcategories of causality manipulation anyway. We can use this direction to investigate this dimension and discover its mystery and try to replicate it, said Hermione before looking in a direction. Someone was coming. Soon, Luna showed up, accompanied by 2 other adventurers that looked like bodyguards. Luna, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, but I'm here on the order of the guild master. Is something wrong? The guild master asked your party to please stop hunting. Why? Isn't it a good thing to clean these dangerous creatures? Luna smiled in embarrassment. Normally, that would be the case. However, your party has hunted too many magical beasts to the point of disrupting the ecosystem in the surrounding towns. Furthermore, the guild relied on these creatures to give quests and ensure adventurers have a somewhat stable income. Your actions have disrupted this, making countless people unable to make a living. Hermione pondered briefly. If you put it this way, we are indeed at fault. Do you want us to help you fix the problem? No need. People from the headquarters will come to deal with the issue. One last question, can we still take other quests? As long as it is the high-level ones, the guild has no problem. Very well. Severus, let's go. Snape nodded his head before using the spell teleport. A flash of light enveloped the group, and they disappeared, leaving a shocked Luna. They could have offered me a ride home. I've come all the way here. The group had bought an enormous castle outside of Axeltown to serve as their base. So, they teleported there to rest. For the next few days, they set up a laboratory with equipment from the floating city. Luckily, 95% of these pieces of equipment worked with no problem, while the rest needed a few recalibrations, and only a minority stopped working altogether. Then, the team visited a few places throughout the city. Hermione needed to learn a few skills from other classes, like the thief skills, assassin skills, magic crafting skills, blacksmith skills, and skills with job classes his group did not have. Snape needed to learn how to make potions. He bought all the potion recipes available in Axel using a lot of money. Then, Fleur and Hermione headed to Wizmagic's shop while Lily and Snape returned home to focus on the potions. "Welcome, customers. How can I help you?" asked the Wiz with a smile. Fleur looked up and down at her. Besides the slightly pale complexion, she does not look like a lich. What are you talking about? I'm not a lich. There is no need to fluster, Hermione appeased her. We are here just to learn some undead skills from you. Forget about that for now, suddenly said Fleur. I just had a great idea. She would be a great addition to the harem. Hermione nudged her. What are you talking about? We are trying to incorporate undead as citizens to the Empire. What a better way to show our position by making one of the Empress an undead. You are right, but you should have noticed Edward's tone when he talked about her. It's obvious he is attracted to her. So, it's better to be proactive in the selection process. Hermione sighed. All right. Fleur smiled before taking out a photo. This is our husband. Handsome, isn't he? How would you like to become sisters with us? Wiz felt her head spinning as she could not understand what these people were talking about. Excuse me, There is no need to answer immediately. We will tell you all about him. Then, you can decide. The more Fleur looked at her, the more satisfied she was. Wiz was a peak tier 3 archwizard and a very talented one too. So, once she returned to the Empire, she would make a fine arcanist. In terms of look, talent, and strength, you are a qualified empress. The only issue I can notice is you're a little too soft and kind-hearted. Plus, your vulnerability to holy aura or magic is a significant problem. However, we should be able to find a way to fix your problems in due time, said Hermione. I have not accepted yet, said Wiz in a low voice. You will, said Fleur. While the two were chatting, the doorbell rang, and a few people walked in. Just in time, we plan to visit your group afterward. 340 Goddess and Magic Crimson Clan. Who are you? Kazuma asked calmly. However, his thoughts were entirely different from his expressed demeanor. Oh my god, two beauties with great bodies, especially the blonde one. Is my spring coming? Is it finally time for me to find love? Wait, I've been tricked before by darkness. I need to know their personalities first. You were thinking about something dirty, weren't you, kid, said Fleur. Of course not. Please don't accuse me of anything without evidence. You know there are spells that can read minds, right? So, you said you were looking for us? What for? Kazuma blushed with shame before coughing slightly. First, let us introduce ourselves, said Hermione. We are from the Arcane Party. Arcane Party? The one who ran us out of our business, asked Aqua. We're sorry about that. We only wanted to make Axeltown safe. That still. Kazuma placed his hand on her mouth before saying with a smile, we appreciate your hard work. So, what does such a famous party want with lowly ones like us? We wanted the help of Aqua and Megaman with a few experiments, said Hermione directly. Experiment, said Aqua as she crossed her arm across her chest, taking a defensive posture. Yes, we want to know what is so unique about a goddess, what makes you different from a normal human. Goddess? What are you talking about? Asked Kazuma with a perplexed look. One would think he was genuinely confused if anyone did not know him. There is no need to hide, we are from Earth, London to be precise, replied Hermione in English instead of the language of this world. If you are from the London region, shouldn't you be in a different world? Hermione and Fleur's eyes lit up as these words confirmed their guess. There are other dimensions to which reincarnators from Earth will be sent after their death. And it is based on the country or region they are born in. We died in a bus crash in Japan, so they sent us to this region, said Hermione. This is against the rules. Eris should know better, muttered Aqua. So, what do you think of our proposal? I'm sorry, but we have to decline, said Kazuma. We'll pay you 1,000,000 Eris. Deal, replied Kazuma swiftly and with no hesitation. Kazuma, yelled Aqua and Megaman. How could you sell your teammates like that? Said Darkness with a crimson face, obviously aroused by the thoughts of being sold by her teammate. Do you know what we can do with 1,000,000 Eris? Said Kazuma with a loud voice. We can pay our debt and still have enough money to live a life of luxury. Aqua, you want to go back home, right? Yes. With that kind of money, we can hire the most elite adventurers to defeat the Demon King. No, better yet, we can ask this arcane party to help as a condition since they are so powerful. Megaman, think about your parents back in the village. Think how poor they are. You can change their life and become the richest Crimson Magic clan ever. The eyes of these two turned into money signs. Plus, you can use the money to buy skill-up potions and add all your skill points to level up explosion, said Fleur. I accept, immediately said Megaman. What about you, Aqua? The blue hair goddess only nodded as she was distracted, thinking about everything she could buy. In that case, let's go to our castle. Excuse me, can I also be experimented on? Asked Darkness. You need to learn how to control your masochism, commented Hermione. Wiz, you can also come with us. Then, she dragged Wiz to join the group before using the teleport spell to return to the castle. After arriving, Hermione handed Kazuma a purple bank card. A platinum card from the Eris Bank, said Aqua before taking the card from his hand before he could react. She checked to discover there was indeed $1 million on the account. Since you have your money, let's begin with the experiment. It's not going to hurt, right? If necessary, we will give you anesthesia. The group quickly took Aqua and Megaman into the laboratory where Snape and Lily waited. They hooked the two to many machines and did many tests, including taking their blood. The four had a holographic image showing them a bunch of data. Kazuma wondered how these people acquired such advanced technology, but he did not ask. So, did you find something? Yes, and it is fascinating, said Hermione. Firstly, she has a long lifespan compared to humans. Of course. As a goddess, I'm immortal. Not quite. You can naturally live for only 1 million years, but with more followers giving you faith, your lifespan is infinite. However, without them, you would die after 1 million years. Aqua opened her mouth in shock as this was news to her. Hermione displayed a small crystal in the hologram. This is the source of your god's power. Do you have a name for it? I think it's called Divine Spark. Divine Spark? A barely acceptable name. Nevertheless, it is truly a remarkable organ. It's not an organ, it's a gift, corrected Aqua. It's located in your brain and connected to your nervous system, so it is part of you. Adding the fact it has a function, it's an organ. Aqua slightly snorted without rebutting. So, what does this spark thingy does? Asked Megaman. The Divine Spark has many functions. The main one is to convert the faith of Aqua's followers into mana. Is that why she has an unlimited amount of mana? Asked Kazuma. Basically, replied Hermione. However, the interesting thing about the Divine Spark is its natural ability to purify faith. The others may not know what this means, but the four from the Empire knew. The gods in their universe need to use the divine flame to purify their faith, and even then, it is still not enough as it corrupts their soul. But this divine spark does not have this issue. Of course, they also know there could be a limit to the divine spark. After all, based on their calculation, the gods in this world are at the peak of their power in the heavenly realm, not in the mortal world. And the most powerful of them are probably between tier 4 and 5, with a few reaching tier 6. Regrettably, they do not have enough data to know for sure. Does faith need to be purified? Asked Aqua. How can you be a goddess and not know these things? Said Kazuma. How can you blame me? I spent most of my time in heaven reading manga, so I didn't pay attention to many things. Just know that without purifying faith, it will corrupt your soul, forcibly changing your personality. Aqua frowned as she remembered Wolbach, the dark goddess of violence and sloth. Many of her believers were demons, creatures that feed on negative human emotions. So, it could be the reason she turned evil. Of course, she failed to consider that her followers from the Axis Church just randomly labeled Wolbach a dark goddess before sealing her. Does that thing have other purposes? Asked Aqua, now curious about her ability. Yes. It has an attribute, and yours is water. The others knew the divine spark of these gods did not have authorities like the divine sparks of elder gods back home, just attributes. Is that why I'm the goddess of water, and Eris is the goddess of fortune? Don't ask such an obvious and stupid question. Kazuma, who are you calling stupid? Snape, silently processing data with the other three, gave these two a look, and they immediately stopped bickering. Meanwhile, Darkness was jealous that she was not the one who received such a stern stare, and Megaman was playing with her cat, Kumusk. As for Wiz, she was looking at everything around the lab with shining eyes. The divine spark is responsible for the divine aura your body naturally emits, which attracts undead and magical beasts. And more importantly, it is why you gods can use sacred spells. If there is one thing the group desired after studying the divine spark, it's the ability to use sacred spells, which are an enhanced version or boosted version of any spells. For example, Aqua can only use tier 3 level spells in the mortal world, but her sacred spells reach tier 4. If they can replicate this method and allow it to keep the 1 tier boost no matter what, Arcanists would be able to skip ranks in battles. A tier 8 Arcanist could use a sacred spell to defeat a tier 9 mage. So, this goddess is special. Everyone rolled their eyes. I still cannot wrap my head that Aqua is the goddess worshipped by the Axel Church, said Darkness. Forget about her. What about my results? Asked Megaman. Your Crimson Magic clan's DNA has been modified to grant all of you a high talent for magic, Fleur responded this time. That's it. Fleur smiled but did not say anything further. They all knew she was even more valuable than Aqua. Her DNA can be analyzed and recreated. And once that is done, it means that the Empire will enter the era where every single individual can be Arcanist through genetic engineering. What's more, the Crimson Magic clan's bloodline is a tier 3 one, so it is guaranteed that every citizen will eventually reach that level. This might not be good news for the safety and governing of the citizens, thought Hermione. Currently, 95% of citizens have practiced aura methods since it is now mandatory. So, even the average citizen can easily lift a ton. At first, controlling such a large population with superpowers was difficult, but they got things under control. Now, things will become even more complicated if all citizens can use magic. Well, let's leave all this trouble for Edward and Aunt Amelia to figure out. Is that it? Are we done? Asked Kazuma. No, we still require many tests from the two of you over the next few months. However, you can go home for today. 341 Arcane Spark. Hermione walked into one of the lab rooms, looking at the busy Fleur. How is your research going? I've just finished analyzing the DNA of the Crimson Magic clan. Now, I'm studying Aqua's divine bloodline and the bloodline of a succubus. Their ability to place people into a lustful dream has inspired me. Fleur once modified her Vela bloodline to a higher level of a succubus. However, the process is incomplete since the succubus she used to model hers was a low-level one summoned using the book Solomon's Key. You finished analyzing it so soon. Honestly, it was not as hard as I anticipated. After Wiz teleported me close to the Crimson Clan village and stole their blood, the process was quite smooth. It could be because of law interference theory, said Hermione. Edward and the Illuminati group noticed a strange phenomenon while studying DNA/bloodline back home. Although the wizard gene was discovered long ago amongst the wizards of the old era, it was impossible to modify the genes of muggles to grant them magical abilities. Bloodline infusion was possible, but it was a significant risk with a low survival rate, even to this day. At first, everyone believed it was because the Empire's genetic engineering was not on par, but as the technology developed, it was still difficult. In fact, even studies in this domain seemed extremely slow compared to others. Then, Edward came up with the law interference theory. According to him, magic, most likely because of its high ceiling, is a gift from the universe itself, so only a few lucky people can have the talent for it, not counting inheriting it from their parents. The research of genetically engineering wizards or granting people with magical talent goes against the essence of the universe. So, the universe itself interfered with or slowed down any research in this field. And the only way to deal with this issue is to do this research in another universe and brings them back. Now, the flaw of this theory is that if the universe does not allow every individual to have magical talent, it could render the research useless after bringing it back. However, recently, Edward discovered that after each voyage, he would bring back records of the laws or operations of other universes. And Krona, the universe will take these records and supplement the HP universe. This is one of the reasons that a universal power system like gate alchemy functioned in the HP universe. So, can we recreate it back in the Empire? Asked Hermione. There should be no problem, but we won't know for sure until we get back. How about you? How is your research? Not very good. I have analyzed the adventure's card connection to the job class's unique bloodline and soul. It is similar to the concept of inherited memories we discovered in high-level bloodlines like dragons. So, the skills are like inherited memories, they are like instinct engraved directly in the genes. It would explain how they can use them easily without much effort. Correct. Unfortunately, this is all I have discovered so far. I still have no idea how the card is created or how the level-up system operates. Didn't you analyze the card-making machines we stole? Yes, Morgana is currently running diagnostic on it, but there is nothing so far. It seems we lack the correct direction. What about Lily? Asked Fleur. She's studying the divine spark, but she's not having any luck either. Then, what about the skill-up potion? Didn't you learn anything from it? No. Snape can make the potion by following the steps and using the potion-making skill but still has not discovered how it works. Well, there is no need to rush things. We still have a lot of time. That's true. Is that it? If not, I have to go capture an ancient dragon. We need to have a meeting on our overall plan for this world. Fleur nodded before heading to the lounge where Snape and Lily waited. Everyone got some tea and sat down to chat. What do you guys think we should do? Hermione asked. Do you think we should establish the Arcane Empire in this place? It should be easy to conquer this world with a Golem Legion, but is it truly worth it? Commented Lily. One thing for sure is we need to get these gods on our side or capture them if necessary. The fact they are a species who can transform faith into mana makes them extremely valuable, said Snape. There is a high chance we will accomplish the project of allowing a body to have both mana and divine energy through them. In that case, we will need to enter heaven at some point. If we establish the Arcane Empire, these gods will suspect something, Fleur commented. Not to mention we still have not found the other dimensions they send reincarnators into. I think the current best plan is to defeat this so-called Demon King and send Aqua back home. Then, we can use her to infiltrate heaven and learn about them secretly, said Lily. That's a good idea, Hermione said as she looked dazed in the distance, and the others quickly became quiet and did not say a word. A few minutes later, she said, do you think the leveling and skill point system works based on karma? What do you mean? Asked Fleur. In this dimension, monsters, undead, and demons are considered bad or harmful, while humans, adventurers, and gods are the good guys. Every time someone kills a monster, they receive positive karma. Then, after gathering a certain amount of karma, it can be used to enhance their stats, level up, or transform into a mysterious energy or power skill point that allows them to instantly learn knowledge, modifying their bloodlines, etc. You referring to karma empowerment, said Lily. This might make sense. The divine spark might also use a form of karma empowerment. It could explain why it could boost the gods' spells. If arcanists could have a divine spark, no, an arcane spark, we might be able to use our person karma, both good or bad, as a form of energy to boost our spells. We can use sacred spells. Fleur gave her thumbs for that name. If Edward were here, he would be pleased with her naming sense. Morgana, show me all the research we have on karma, said Hermione before scrolling through many documents. Many of the Buddhist arcanists in India and Tibet have studied karma. Furthermore, Edward brought a karma divine treasure back from the previous voyage, so he did some preliminary studies as well. Although not much, it's a start. Lily and Snape accessed the same file to help in their relative research. Let's work together since we have overlapping similarities, said Hermione, and the others agreed. Before I forget, for you guys, said Snape, handing them a few vials of grey liquid. The purification process is finished. With these, we can reach Tier 7 in about 5 years. So fast. I have to say, Aqua is truly the most talented person regarding purification. Her status as a water goddess and the archpriestess is the perfect combination. Indeed, water is often used for healing and purification in many customs, myths, legends, or magic systems. So, it is an excellent combination for the priestess job class. Can you make the potion without her? Asked Lily. Yes, but not nearly as effective as this one. What's the ratio? Think of it that way. The standard version from Fleur's purification can make us reach Tier 7 in 50 years. As for ordinary priests in this world, the time would take at least 3 times. Quite the difference. In the grand scheme of things, 150 years is not long, but the difference is quite noticeable, commented Hermione. When she arrives in the Empire, she will become very sought after because of her purification powers. I think she will be exploited instead by the National Potion Association unless she becomes a potion maker herself, commented Fleur. With that girl's intelligence, I doubt that. However, Kazuma will be with her, so that won't happen. Instead, she will thrive, Hermione disagreed. Well, forget this for now. Let's begin our research. Do you want to help us? Fleur shook her head. This world seems to be lucky charms regarding my bloodline research. So, I'm going out to gather more research specimens. In that case, don't forget to visit Wiz and convince her. Bang, bang. Before the group could disperse, they heard someone knocking at the door, so Fleur went to open it up. 342 Rejection. Kazuma lay on a comfortable couch, wearing only a loose robe. He held a teacup in his hand, sipping it with great enjoyment. Worthy of the most expensive tea in Axel, he muttered, glad he did not let Aqua make the tea. Otherwise, she would have purified it into clear water. Kazuma, I've been thinking. Since we are now rich, why don't we build another town, said Aqua, who was also drinking tea next to Kazuma. Why build a town when we can buy one? You're such a genius. The Axel Church can be spread in our new territory. While these two enjoyed their luxury, Megumin and Darkness walked into the room. Kazuma, when are we taking a quest? Asked Megumin. Yes, I would like to know this as well, added Darkness. Quest? What quest? Now that we are filthy rich, what's the point of doing all the hard work? Plus, there is no quest in the Adventure Guild. What about our adventure? I have to use my explosion magic. I agree with Megumi. We can't waste our life indulging in luxury, said Darkness. Yes, said the rich young lady who never had to worry about food and shelter in her life. Kazuma, Kazuma, although we are rich, I still want to defeat the Demon King and return home, said Aqua. Don't worry. With our money, we can hire all the adventurers of Axel. I don't believe we can't invade the Demon King's castle with so many people. Bam, bam. Kazuma frowned before waving for Darkness to get the door. How dare he treat me as a servant, said Darkness, walking to the door with a transparent blush. Luna. Kazuma, we need your help, Luna yelled as she rushed inside. What's going on? Kazuma asked calmly while still lying on his couch. We just received news that the destroyer is headed toward our town. The destroyer, yelled Megumin and Darkness simultaneously. What's the destroyer? Asked Kazuma. It's a moving fortress that has been roaming the world for hundreds of years. With its power, it will eradicate Axel with ease. Kazuma suddenly got up from his sofa. Why are you asking us for help with such a dangerous thing? Well, your party defeated Beldia, one of the Demon King general. So, the guild figured you were the perfect team to deal with the situation. Are you insane? We were lucky to defeat Beldia by finding his weakness. So, how could we defeat such a powerful monster as the destroyer? Wait a minute. I remember the last time when Beldia showed up, there was a public announcement to gather all the adventures of the team. Why was there none this time around? Well, said Luna, looking at the ground. Because the arcane party finished most of the quests, the adventurers have not been working for a while now, and the guild master fears they would run away after hearing news of the destroyer. So, you want us to secretly deal with the destroyer before dealing with the quest issue. Basically, impossible. This is a mission beyond our means, said Kazuma resolutely. Wait a minute, it's not impossible to deal with the situation. Kazuma, did you think of a plan so quickly, said Darkness. I cannot wait to stop the destroyer with all my body and soul. Kazuma decided to ignore the masochist. The plan is simple, asked the arcane party. Them. Yes. They are one, if not the most powerful party currently in Axel. With them, there should be no problems dealing with the destroyer. Arcane Castle. Luna. Miss Fleur, I'm sorry to bother you. Is there something you need? It's like this, the guild would like to give you guys a special quest. Special quest? Is it about the destroyer? How did you know? Fleur smiled but did not explain. Then, she said, we are currently busy, except for Phileas. She then took a magic device that looked like a cell phone and contacted someone. Phileas, we need you to come back to deal with the destroyer. What? I'm in the middle of an epic adventure of trial and tribulation, of the bond of friendship and overcoming adversity. You can return to your quest after you stop the destroyer. And don't forget to bring it intact, it might be worth studying. Fine. Give me the coordinate. Fleur then looked at Luna, who quickly told her the last spot where the destroyer was spotted. Excuse me, is he going to be alright? Don't worry, he is more than enough. About 2 kilometers from Axel, a white light appeared a few meters from this rampaging beast which looked like an enormous robotic spider. It was the destroyer. Why are they interrupting my fun time, muttered Phileas. Back home, I either take care of the Bones Advanced School of Magic or do research. Where do I have time to enjoy such a grand adventure? He took out his bow and arrow. Flame arrow. The arrow rushed toward the destroyer with great speed, and on its way, it turned into flame, even leaving a trail in the sky. Unfortunately, a barrier appeared around the destroyer, blocking the attack. A high-level barrier. Phileas took out more arrows and continued to attack without stopping. Upon closer look, it seemed that he was doing nothing but repeating the same attack. However, the truth is that he was testing the weak point of the barrier, and after finding it, he changed tactics. Lightning arrow. His arrow turned into lighting, targeting a specific spot of the barrier. And as expected, the arrow only stopped for a few seconds before going through it like a knife cutting butter. As he walked inside the destroyer, he heard the artificial system of the fortress saying that the self-destruction sequence had been activated. However, Phileas ignored the voice before heading straight for the control system. Perfect, it's in Japanese. He typed a bunch of things to quickly access the control of the artificial system and deactivate the self-destruction protocol. Then, Phileas went for the energy core of the fortress. Is this what they called coronatite? Phileas said as he held a red sphere in his hand. He sensed the mana inside and tried controlling it. Amazing. The energy inside is on par with a lesser ether core, and it does not seem to need emotions to create. It seems to be made of some kind of unique magical ore. Phileas's eyes lit up. If this thing is cheaper to make than the lesser core, it could save the Empire trillions of arcane coins. Phileas then used his magic artifact to teleport the entire destroyer to the storage room back in the base. He did not want to learn the teleport skill since it was not part of his job class, so he had to rely on magic items. Phileas prepared to leave but suddenly received a message from the group, which had two crucial parts. First, he was in charge of defeating the Demon King. Phileas was alright with this since he imagined the grand finale of his adventure was to defeat the final villain, the Demon King. What bothered him was the second part. He needed to quickly finish his adventure and get back to work. The group believed it was possible to create a Tier 8 weapons based on the explosion spell. According to them, Edward might even be able to raise it to Tier 9 or higher. However, he needed to do the basic research and development on the project before Edward arrived. So, after sighing to himself, he left. Fleur walked to a shop. Wiz, how are you doing? Miss Fleur, you're here. After sitting down and drinking the tea she served, Fleur asked, so, have you thought about our proposal? I have, and I don't want to. Oh, why? Although this arcane empire sounds wonderful, I don't want to be any empress to someone I don't know or love. A woman not tempted by power and wealth. I like you even more, said Fleur. How about this, when Edward arrives, you get to know him first before you make a decision. Wiz pondered for a while. I guess I can try. But how do you know he will like me? As his wife of over 6 decades, I know him quite well, especially his taste in women. I see. Can I ask you something? Do you want to know why I'm searching for a wife for my husband? Yes. I know amongst the nobility, men are allowed to have many mistresses as long they don't give them the proper status. But you seem to want to treat me equally. Well, the empire's laws are different as there are no such divisions between the main wife and mistresses. Then, how do you feel emotionally having to share your husband? Fleur paused for a moment before saying with a smile, at first, I was resistant to the idea. But over time, I found nothing wrong with it. As long as he has me in his heart, I'm satisfied. Don't you get jealous? Sometimes. But I have to admit that Edward does a great job at not showing favorites, even though we know for sure he has one. It's a shame he refused to say. Fleur smiled, thinking about when they tried to get him to reveal his favorite. However, Edward refused to say anything. He even admitted to them he placed a spell on his soul that would erase the information from his mind if he ever tried to disclose it to them. It seems you guys have a great but complicated relationship. Not really. Our relationship is simpler than you think. We spent the majority of our time doing research, so it is normal not to see each other for a few months. And in the future, the time might be longer. How does that work? We are slowly transitioning into long-lived species. So, the way we experience time is different from ordinary people. Currently, a few dozen years is nothing to us, especially when we focus on our research. However, Edward did say we would start working on projects together to not completely be alienated from each other because of our long lifespan. I see. Then, the two chatted for a few hours before Fleur left the shop. Where should I go first? Capture the ancient dragon, or find a way to hell? So far, the group has found a way to infiltrate heaven, but they still need a way to access hell. Vanir, one of the Demon King general, is a Duke of Hell. He used a mask to interact with the mortal realm. Through it, Fleur could get the coordinate. She could not help to get there and get all kinds of bloodline samples from hell species. With a smile, she decided to capture the ancient dragon first before defeating Vanir and taking the mask. 343 Revelation. Edward sat on a desk writing a bunch of things, and each time he finished a page, he would place it on top of a pile at least 50 centimeters thick. What he wrote consisted of mathematical formulas, runes designing, and paragraphs of written words. Once he finished, he sighed out loud. He took the pile of papers and flipped through it one last time. Beautiful, he muttered, looking at his work in the past 8 months. After setting up the secret magic array around the academy, palace, and protection hall, he did not immediately activate them since he wanted to study the universe will further to prevent any problems. However, not long after his study, his willpower reached the 5 scale, which was the minimum requirement to use conceptual magic in a weak universe such as the Black Clover world. But, he discovered something unique about this world after failing to force the universe will to grant him authority over space-time. Merlin once explained to him that Tier 11 multiversal beings is a unique tier that some individuals often unintentionally skip. Reaching Tier 11 does not mean someone could destroy a multiverse. No, only Tier 12 individuals can destroy a multiverse, and there is a valid reason for that. Reaching Tier 11 means that all the different versions of a person across the multiverse become one. They can access each other's power, memories, experiences, etc. And as long as one version of that person is alive in the multiverse, a Tier 11 entity cannot die. In other words, to kill a Tier 11 entity, you have to erase all their counterparts or variants simultaneously. Otherwise, as long as one person survives, after a while, as they make more decisions or through other means, the single survivor will create an infinite number of themselves across the multiverse. Here is where things get complicated. There is no way for a person to exist in every timeline across the multiverse, even if there is an infinite number of them. For example, there are many timelines in which Edward does not exist in the Harry Potter universe. So, as long as a Tier 11 powerhouse does not exist in every timeline, even if each of his variants across the multiverse had the power to destroy a universe, Tier 10, they cannot destroy the multiverse. Edward understood that this involves the concept of smaller infinite and greater infinite. Tier 11 powerhouses have an infinite number of variants, but their infinite is smaller than the infinity of the entire universe, which contains the infinite timelines the Tier 11 powerhouse exists and the infinity they do not exist. Universe equals greater infinity, Tier 11 equals smaller infinity. So, he theorized that the only truly perfect Tier 11 entity that exists across all infinite timelines/parallel dimensions is the universe will. Usually, a universe will is responsible for one timeline without the others interfering. For example, when Edward tried to force the universe will to grant him the authority of space and time, he should have confronted the universe will in the current timeline. This is how most of them functioned. However, the Black Clover world is unique since this universe will seemed capable of borrowing power to confront him. So, trying to confront the universe's will to wield conceptual magic was like fighting an infinite version of the universal will. Well, maybe not an infinite number of them, but a few thousand if not 100,000. Edward theorized this anomaly was related to God, the wizard sage, and how it seems to split the universe will into 3 parts. Nevertheless, he did not care about this for now since he had more important things to worry about. After discovering this anomaly, he had a brilliant plan to become a perfect Tier 11 arcanist, use the universe will to spread all his variants/self across the entire multiverse. So, he would exist in every timeline in the multiverse. At Tier 11, by controlling all his variants across the infinite multiverse, he should be able to destroy it if he wishes. Edward looked at the document on the table with a smile. He did not succeed yet as his research of the universe will and the multiverse is still in its infancy. However, he had a basic theory to build upon in the future. He destroyed the document after Morgana scanned it. Feeling the desire to eat something, he walked toward the cafeteria. It was late at night, so it was closed. However, Edward had special privileges, so he went inside to cook something to eat. He found the ingredient and made udon noodles. After eating his lunch, he looked at the dark corner of the cafeteria. Whoever you are, if you are a foe, please don't throw away your life pointlessly. If you are a friend, please state your intention. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors. When you are capable, it's called confidence, Edward replied as he looked at the uninvited guest. The Divine Maiden. You know me. Is there someone in the dynasty who does not know you? The Divine Maiden is known throughout the dynasty, capable of divining spirit disasters as soon as they appeared, saving the lives of millions of people. I guess that's true. So, what do I owe this visit? The Divine Maiden suddenly knelt on the floor. I need your help. I'm sure you are, but why would I help you? I'm willing to offer my loyalty. Based on what happened to the Shogun recently, I doubt your loyalty means much, Edward replied. The Divine Maiden paused briefly before taking a short dagger and cutting her wrist. As the blood dripped on the floor, she chanted, Ani Yuzatai Podio Yem Fata Loya Grimikriv Bemshev. Then, her blood solidified into a crystal as beautiful as a ruby. The blood oath of fealty, muttered Edward as he knew he could control her life with this crystal. So, what do you want my help with? I need help finding my little brother, said the Divine Maiden as she took a drawing from her sleeve. He was swallowed by a spiritual disaster and is now lost in the spiritual world. Over the years, I have divined he is still alive, but I could not find him. Edward squinted his eyes when he saw this picture. It was Yami Sokiro, the captain of the Black Bulls squad, one of his friends. Are you sure this is your brother? Of course. Do you know by any chance? Get up, he said, helping her from the ground. The Divine Maiden could feel the sudden change in treatment, but she did not ask when he saw Edward deep in thought. Yami told him he had come to the Western continent on a boat. Although he hid his heritage as the prince of the fallen Hino country, Edward never thought something was wrong with the story, except for how lucky the latter was to survive the arduous journey to the west through the terrible Grand Magic Zone. Despite the anomaly, Edward thought it was because Yami was a man of destiny, hence why he survived the journey even with his weak strength as a child. After all, he is one of the main characters in the storyline, and his fate is important. Edward began to think about the implications behind this discovery. He never read Yami's mind since he never had a reason to, and he generally does not read the minds of people close to him. So, he was a little confused about what was going on. "Give me a drop of your blood," he said, and the Divine Maiden rapidly acquiesced. After taking it, Edward chanted something for a few seconds, and as expected, she was indeed related by blood to Yami. "Did you find him?" Edward did not answer as he connected to his clone in the Western continent to contact Yami. Then, they discovered the latter's memories of coming here through a fishing boat were forged. Instead, he was swept by a space storm that teleported him there. Because the space storm looked similar to the spirit disaster breaches, the Divine Maiden thought he was in the spirit realm. Furthermore, based on the clone's analysis, the person who did the forgery did an excellent job, almost undetectable by even him. God, thought Edward. Yami's darkness magic is essential to open the gate to the underworld. This is why he was kidnapped in the main timeline of Black Clover, manga, by the Dark Triad, so he is essential to God's plan of eradicating the devils. Based on how God could manipulate everyone, it is very likely he can use some form of fate magic. Edward decided to be on the lookout for this possibility and prepare in advance. He then looked at the Divine Maiden. "Your brother is not in the spirit world, he's in the Western continent. Are you sure?" "Yes. Although I'm not good at divination, I used a bloodline tracking spell to locate your brother's position." Thank you," she said, with tears and a sigh of relief. She worried something might happen to her brother in the spirit world daily. Now, she was reassured he was alive and well on the Western continent. After processing her emotions, the Divine Maiden handed the blood crystal to Edward without hesitation. However, the latter declined. He did not want to enslave his friend's sister. The Divine Maiden was surprised by this response, but she still said, "It does not matter if you don't accept, my loyalty still remained." Edward nodded as he understood she could help him or Oshiki Akimitsu, to be precise, in his plans. "I will help you get to the Western continent, but not now. Before then, we have work to do." 344 The third piece. Edward placed a talisman on a body lying on the ground, and after injecting his spirit energy, it lit up before entering the body. Then, it opened its eyes. "Main body," said the body, and Edward nodded. He then checked the body one last time. "From now on, you are Oshiki Akimitsu. You know what to do. Don't worry. Everything will be done." Edward watched this new clone leave before looking in one direction. Let's begin. Today was a normal day in the capital. People went to work, children went to school, and the rich enjoyed their lavish lifestyle. Then, the citizen felt a shadow looming over them, so they looked at the sky. A black and gloomy cloud enveloped the entire capital. Then, something from horror stories occurred. An enormous hand descended from the cloud toward the palace. A powerful shield manifested to protect things, but it was to no avail. The hand broke the shield before decimating the palace. Afterward, the hand went after the Onmyo Protection Hall. Just like its predecessor, the hand destroyed the hall. However, the entire building did not collapse as the shield did function. Without wasting time, the hand headed for the academy. But this time, it failed utterly before disappearing into the cloud. Shogun Arita pushed the debris on top of him while breathing heavily. He wiped the blood from his face before checking his body. He felt many ribs were broken, and his legs were crushed. He tried to take some talismans from his pockets but discovered they were scattered or destroyed during the impact. With no choice, he took his blood and drew a few runes on his body. "Order," he said. Then the blood runes lit up before a green light infused into his body, healing his injuries. A few minutes later, he could now move. "Anyone alive?" he screamed for a few seconds before receiving an answer. Then, he quickly gathered all the survivors, including the Divine Maiden. "Shogun, what is going on?" asked one of the mages. "I don't know, but it seems to be a level 7 spirit disaster." The faces of the survivors changed after hearing this. Throughout the history of the Eastern continent, there has been only one level 7 spirit disaster, and it was so long ago that many people thought it was a myth. According to records, a spirit discovered some type of treasure that allowed it to control the entire spirit world. Then, it unleashed a calamity on the world that almost destroyed all life on the Eastern continent. The records were not detailed, but they still emphasized the hard work it took to deal with that catastrophe. Then, what should we do? Asked a mage looking at the dark clouds in the sky. She knew this was the beginning. "We need to head to the palace and regroup with the powerful mages there," said Arita. The palace was where the Yamato clan and the other royal clans lived. So, it is the place with the largest number of mages and the most powerful one. Moreover, Arita felt this situation could be used in his favor if the emperor and many of the royal clan died. In that case, he could use this opportunity to rise in power and become the ruler of the Yamato dynasty. No, the Sime dynasty. "We need to go to the academy," suddenly said the Divine Maiden, bringing all attention to her. "What do you mean by this?" "This is the only safe place so far, so it would be best to go there." The other mages looked in the distance. There was a grey fog that enveloped the entire city. However, they could still barely see the towering buildings of the academy. Don't spout nonsense, rebutted Erida. It's obvious we must first ensure the safety of the emperor and the royal family. The divine maiden ignored him but looked at the survivors instead. She noticed an anomaly. Most of the survivors were from a commoner background. She even noticed that the survival rate of the commoners was 90%, which was very odd compared to the 12% survival rate of the noble mages and samurais. So, she guessed something even though she did not want to admit it. The reason the academy survived this attack is most likely because of Ojiki Akimitsu. Under his protection, we have a chance at surviving. Otherwise, heaven knows what is going to happen. Ridiculous, he is only a child. No matter how talented he is, he needs time to grow up. However, the divine maiden did not argue with him, she just waited for the others to decide. And as expected, the commoners sided with her along with some nobles. Meanwhile, the rest chose to go with the shogun. She looked at the group and said, "We don't know what mystery lies beyond this fog, so be alert and use defensive talisman and spells." The group then arranged themselves in a rectangular formation with the divine maiden at the center. Then, the outermost people of the formation activated their talisman. Meanwhile, the people in the innermost of the formation chanted defensive spells. As such, 2 stacked barriers surrounded them as they marched toward the academy. As they walked deeper into the fog, they could feel it slowly corroding the barrier. Bang! The heart of the mages skipped a beat, and they stopped to look around. What was that? I don't know, but something hit the barrier. Everyone looked at each other, fear written all over their faces. No matter what, don't stop, yelled the divine maiden, calming their fears. However, the group had not even taken another step when they heard a blood-boiling scream. Was that from the previous group? Did you hear what I said? Roared the divine maiden again. So, the group regained their bearings and headed to their destination. During the voyage, they would hear constant banging sounds on the barrier, but they could not see anything. Someone claimed to have seen a shadow, but he was the only one, so his words were not that believable. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the group finally left the fog. They saw a golden barrier a few meters away, protecting the entire academy. Someone stood on top of a dragon chanting something while writing golden runes on the sky. After seeing that person, the group felt relieved. Only this living legend could probably save the dynasty. While these people admired Akimitsu, the headmistress walked out from the barrier and called them. "Come quickly, Ojiki-san could use your spirit energy as an aid." The divine maiden then took the group inside, joining the other students and teachers who were sending their spirit energy. Some of the royal clan heirs wanted to ask the group about the situation of the palace and the protection hall, but they knew this was not the time. Underneath the school, Edward walked in front of the gate. He waved his hand, and countless bird-shaped paper talismans flew around him. Then, he placed his right hand on it. And the moment he touched it, one of the talismans disappeared. He knew it was now in another timeline, but Edward paid no attention to this. He created these substitute talismans for this exact purpose. Numerous writings as black as ink came from his hand before spreading to all the talismans on the door. The ink formed a circle with some character runes written in some places. The process took half a minute, and in the process, more than a dozen of the substitute talismans disappeared. Once he finished, Edward waved his hand to manifest a drop of blood that floated to the middle of the circle. Blue light emanated from the circle. Then, the more than 1,000 paper talismans stuck on the gate fell off one by one. Dang! Edward pushed the door open and walked inside. He saw a grimoire with a spade symbol containing a king floating in the air. On the ground seemed to be another sealing formation. Edward quickly analyzed it before creating another counterseal to destroy it. And the moment he finished, the spade origin grimoire flew in front of him, so Edward summoned his origin grimoire, instantly fusing the two. He then closed his eyes as he sensed the changes that had occurred. 345 Satan. After absorbing the spade origin grimoire, Edward felt he could control the entire spirit world. With his mana, he could drive the birth rate of Shikigamis and even close all the breaches connecting it to the mortal world. The only thing he could not do was force the Shikigamis to serve him, but he could ask for their help. As he continued to sense the spirit world, he suddenly discovered something, so he focused on it. A few minutes later, he muttered, "The seal on God is almost broken." He just learned there were 2 parts to the seal, one sealed God itself and most of its power, while the other prevented them from entering the mortal world. The first one has already been removed, while the second one is full of flaws and on the verge of breaking. Edward analyzed the seal before concluding it would break in about 23 years if nothing unexpected did happen. At the same time, he sensed something odd with it. He sensed a massive amount of soul strength. Regrettably, he could not feel everything clearly because he was still missing one last piece. "I don't want to wait that long, so the Elysium invasion is still on," he muttered before raising his hand to manifest a new and strange power. "The universe will," muttered Edward. With the grimoire, he now has some control over the universe will, to be precise, this timeline's universe will. He could foresee that with it, his research would go exceptionally well. Furthermore, Edward wanted to gather all the origin grimoires across the multiverse and use their powers to study the universe will and accomplish his plan of becoming a perfect Tier 11 Arcanist. Furthermore, with control of the universe will, he could now use conceptual magic in this universe, which was only possible with his time and death staff. The time staff was in the hands of the Konosubas group, while the death staff remained back home. so it would be advantageous for him to use conceptual magic. It's a shame I can only use a few spells. I have to get the last grimoire. Without the last grimoire, his control of the universe is limited. Additionally, conceptual magic requires a lot of mana, and without the floating city as an energy source, he cannot use a bunch of spells as he did with his fight against Yahweh. After analyzing the origin grimoire, Edward put it away before leaving. He closed the gate and made it look like nothing ever happened. Before his departure, he looked at the Akimitsu clone from a distance. The latter used its power to remove the fog surrounding the capital, close the spirit world breach, and save the commoners who suffered from this incident. With the royal clans almost destroyed and the noble affiliated mages, the Yamato dynasty was essentially crippled. As such, it was the perfect time for a hero like Akimitsu to rise, rebuild, and spread new ideologies to the people. And with reincarnator Onizuka's ideas already existing in the world, the process will not be as tricky or suspicious. In the future, the people of the eastern continents will integrate much easier into the arcane empire under Akimitsu's guidance. And Edward will be responsible for the western continent's people. After one last glance, a portal appeared before him, and Edward returned to the western continent. He did go back to the Black Clover Kingdom but headed straight to the underworld since he knew something went wrong. His clone with 60% of his power was killed a few days ago. The first thing Edward noticed upon his arrival was the magic circles he placed in all 6 layers of the underworld were removed. So, he did not hesitate to go straight to the 7th layer. Lucius. Yes, it's me. Surprised. You've absorbed Astaroth's power. Not just him, but Beelzebub and Luciferos as well, said Lucius with a confident smile. I've always believed humans were the most unique race, and your existence is proof of that. You inspired me to take control of my destiny and no longer be Astaroth's puppet. Edward looked at him with a frown. Something is odd about you. Have you noticed? Then, he changed his form. He had a large halo floating behind him with a small one on his head. He had 3 pairs of slender wings and 2 horns that looked like deer antlers. Have you seen it? Humanity's new form. A perfect combination of human, devil, and angel, said Edward, with his eyes lit up. Lucius can use both negative and positive karma empowerment in this form, with no conflict. This must be the reason for him having 2 souls. Edward was slightly excited since he had found the perfect specimen to study karma empowerment. Where is Julius' soul? He asked. Julius was a kind person and a great wizard. Edward wanted to save him if possible, especially since the latter has the talent to wield time magic. He would make an excellent arcanist. He's dead, Lucius replied calmly. I don't even need to sense your ki to know you are lying. Without the second soul as an anchor, there is no way for you to control 2 opposite power of devil and angel. Lucius did not say anything. He retained his calm and confident side. It's either still with you, or you hid it in a safe place, said Edward. Enough with the chit-chat. I have conquered all levels of the underworld and inherited the power of the Archfiend. You mean Satan? Satan? That's a good name, very pleasing and oddly very suitable, Lucius said. Yes, I have inherited the position of Satan, and only you stand in my way of world domination and modeling humans into higher beings. Edward secretly shook his head. Although Lucius inherited Satan's position, it's evident that he did not know much. Otherwise, he would know that God was as much of a threat as him. A giant orb with Lucius at the center suddenly spread out. Edward knew this was the manifestation of Lucius using his time magic. Inside that orb, time is his to bend to his will. So, he immediately counterattacked by spreading an orb of his own, cancelling the opponent. Immediately, Edward frowned. He could tell that the current Lucius was tier 7, but he still had a larger mana pool than the latter. After absorbing all of Astaroth's understanding of time magic, along with his own study, and a larger mana pool, his time magic should have overpowered the latter, but they were equal. He glanced at the dark underworld and understood it was because of home advantage. The underworld dimension boosted Lucius' strength since he was technically its owner/controller. Gravity magic, black holes. Lucius used Lucifero's gravity magic to create 5 black holes, trying to swallow Edward. However, the latter waved his hand to make 5 dark slashes that separated the black holes in 2 before dispersing them. Yami's dark magic, thought Lucius before evading the slashes. At the same time, he frowned as he discovered his opponent was preventing him from seeing too far into the future. Spatial magic, space bombs. This time, he used Beelzebub's magic to create a bunch of small dimensions and exploded them. There were hundreds of them. Edward made the same number of time spheres to swallow these explosions. Then, he reverted them to their original form. Meanwhile, countless black lights came from the surroundings to enter Lucius's body. He raised his hand to create an enormous time sphere. Time magic, time erasing. Edward calmly looked at the ball and snapped his finger. 10 dark arrows appeared from Lucius' front and back. The front arrows pierced his time spheres before annihilating them. Although he evaded these ones, the one from his back still pierced his back and arms. Anti-magic? You can use Asta's anti-magic. Why are you surprised? They don't call me the god of magic for no reason, albeit, I'm not too fond of that name. Edward then used Secre's sealing magic in combination with the Eastern sealing art to create chains to bound Lucius, that could not use any spells with the anti-magic arrows on his body. Regrettably, before the chains could tie him up, a bone cage appeared to protect him. Edward looked at the 3 new people that showed up. Like Lucius, they had angels and devil features, and their mana was way beyond what it should have been. Dante, Zenon, and Morris, said Edward before focusing on the Diamond Kingdom's scholar. I've been wanting to meet you. Oh, I don't think we have any reasons to interact. You have two things that belong to me, Edward said. To be exact, one thing that belongs to me and one thing I want. 346 Angel Devil War. Is that so? Said Morris before summoning a disturbing creature that was the combination of many different mid-level devils. It had 3 bodies stuck together, while the lower part appeared to be an enormous octopus. Dante used his body magic to turn into a small muscular giant 5 meters tall. At the same time, numerous bones sprout out from Zenon's back as he uses his bone magic. Furthermore, the two could still use the magic attribute from when they were a devil host. Gravity magic, presence of the Demon King. Dante used Beelzebub's gravity magic to increase the gravity in the surroundings. Spatial magic, spatial mana domination. Zenon created a cube that surrounded the group, and inside that cube, he had absolute control over mana. So, he can cancel spells if he wishes to. Meanwhile, Morris' abomination of a creature opened its mouth to shoot different attribute attacks. The first head shot a jet of purple poison, the second head had a fire element and the third wind. Edward calmly watched these people perform. He created an anti-gravity shield around to block Dante's attack. As for Zenon's spell, it was useless to him since his control of mana was even better than those loved by mana, which this spell is ineffective against. As for Morris' creation, he only looked at it and said, silence. With Zagred's word soul magic, this creature could no longer open its mouth, causing their attacks to explode their heads. Regrettably, as devils, they could regenerate. Meanwhile, Dante took this opportunity to rush toward his opponent. His body magic granted unimaginable physical and healing capabilities, making him perfectly suited for close combat. And he knew that most wizards were weak to close combat. And even if they were not, they could not compete with his overwhelming strength. Unfortunately, he miscalculated this time. Once he arrived in front of Edward, the latter punched straight in his face, sending him crashing on the floor while leaving a fist mark on his deformed face. Furthermore, Dante sensed an unknown and strange energy nullifying or delaying his regeneration. So, he quickly used his magic to its full extent. Bind, said Edward, and chains appeared to capture Dante, rendering him useless. Zenon went on the offensive as his bone spike rushed toward Edward. However, his attack was a distraction as he separated a few dozen bone spikes to free his body. Meanwhile, a time bubble came out of Edward's body and, before Zenon could react, encapsulated him, rendering him immobile since time had stopped inside. In this short time, Lucius managed to remove the anti-magic arrows from his back. And for his next step, he opened the 7th layer of the underworld and summoned all the devils under his control. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they all had the same angel devil form that Lucius and the Dark Triad had. Edward ignored Lucius as he looked at the calm Morris. He then sneered before using the Origin Grimoire to summon the Shikigamis from the spirit world. He asked for their help to subdue all these devils. Then, he suddenly appeared between Lucius and Morris. Before they could react, a black sphere enveloped them, rendering their magic useless. Spatial magic, anti-magic domain. Edward created a cube-like space similar to Zenon before filling that space with anti-magic to create a pseudo-domain where magic is nullified. He then watched as Lucius punched the cube's edge with all his strength. Although he had the enhanced physical abilities of Lucifero, without his magic, he was not strong enough to break this spell. Meanwhile, Morris slowly disintegrated while his pet lay in the cube, also useless. Under Edward's control, the captured Dante and frozen Zenon flew into the cube before it became smaller until he could hold it in his palm. After selling these 3, he looked at the confrontation between the Shikimamis and the devil. And after noticing his side had the advantage, he opened a portal to another place, the underworld's 8th layer. I guess I cannot escape my fate, said Morris calmly. However, Edward ignored him but looked at a throne where a skeleton dressed in dark gold armor sat. Satan's dead body? It seems he really is dead. Nevertheless, he would make a great undead, thought Edward, looking at Morris, who seemed to be establishing some sort of ceremony. I always suspected that God had a pawn on the mortal plane. I did not expect it to be you. Father offered me something I could not resist. Let me guess, knowledge. Morris was slightly surprised before smiling. I had a feeling that you and I were candid spirits. Maybe. But I would never sell my soul for things I could get myself. Now, are you going to resist? Morris just smiled, but Edward suddenly appeared before him before placing his finger on his forehead, sealing and controlling his soul. Then, he sensed the power of the universe will, trying to eliminate Morris's soul, but he was ready this time. He used his Origin Grimoire to cancel God's universe will before searching Morris' soul for information. And he did find something. In his early years, Morris became infatuated with researching magic at all costs to unravel its mystery. So, when a mysterious being contacted him in his dream and offered him the knowledge he could never dream of in exchange for working for it, he quickly accepted. His first task was to help the devil open the gate of the underworld while keeping tabs on them. Then, recently, his task was to acquire Satan's remains. Unfortunately, accessing the 8th layer was not easy, and even Lucius did not know how to and might not even know of its existence. After getting that information, Edward was not satisfied since he had only learned very little about God. So, he placed his focus on someone else who might know more, Astaroth. This devil survived since the ancient war and should know a lot more information. Lucius's soul magic allowed him to suppress Astaroth's soul and take control of him and his magic. Of course, Edward believed that the injury he gave the latter few years prior also contributed to his success. Nevertheless, it was not a complete success since Lucius appeared to not know about God or even the 8th layer of the underworld. These were secrets that Astaroth should know and should have learned from him. Edward removed Astaroth's soul from the cube and slowly searched through his memories. Although much of it was blurry through time or some outside force, he did learn a lot. God and Satan were the first creatures in this universe, and they each served the purpose of maintaining the balance of the world. They were responsible for guarding the afterlife. After a creature died, it would be judged in the underworld. If they lived a good and morally upright life, they could go to Elysium and turn into angels. If they were horrible in their lifetime, they would be punished for eternity in the underworld. And if they live a neutral life, then they can reincarnate and try again. Everything was normal until Satan got greedy. He discovered that the sinful souls he punished in the underworld could increase his power if he swallowed them. So, he began to tempt the races in the mortal plane to commit more sins so they would go to the underworld after death. And, of course, God was not happy with this, so he wanted to stop his counterpart and former friend. Unfortunately, the war expanded and got out of control until the wizard sage appeared and sealed these two. Edward frowned after learning this. He previously thought Satan and God fought for a chance to transcend this universe, but it appears he was wrong. Something is wrong with this information, he muttered. From the information he got about God so far, he appeared to be a cold and calculated individual, not someone who would do something for the greater good of all the races in the mortal plane. After reviewing the information again, he found a few anomalies. The first one was Satan's death. He sacrificed much of his life force to increase his strength and severely injured God. Then, he used the afterlife to reinforce the seal on God. As such, since the war, the soul of 80% of the dead people of this world will turn as energy to reinforce the seal. This is the reason it has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years since the war. After that, Satan did not resist when the wizard sage sealed the underworld, prevented all devils from entering the mortal plane, and died soon afterward. His actions were not like someone consumed by his lust for power, but out revenge and anger, commented Edward on Satan's action. Another anomaly he discovered was a battle Astaroth experienced between Satan and God. Although they appeared evenly matched, based on God's facial expression and eye movement, he could tell the latter was not really trying. Oftentimes, he would look at one of Satan's openings, but instead of taking the opportunity to attack, the latter ignored it. Furthermore, when Satan suddenly boosts his power to use a surprise attack to defeat his opponent, the latter would easily respond while making it look like he had suffered. With this evidence, there is a high chance that God started the entire war because of his goal of transcendence. After coming to this conclusion, Edward raised the threat level of God for their confrontation. Nevertheless, the Elysium invasion was less than a month away, and Nacht had already infiltrated these. So, he will know all the answers soon. He then gazed at Satan's remains. The soul is already scattered. However, I could use Astaroth, Beelzebub, Lucifero, Lucius, and the Dark Triad's souls to create a truly powerful undead as my aid. He proceeded to take Satan's remains away before taking out the Diamond Origin Grimoire, which was the final piece. 347 7 scale. Edward did not waste time to start placing enchantments in the throne room of the underworld. Then, he left for the 6th layer, where the Shikigamis had already captured all the angelic devils. Then, he used Lucius's soul magic to control them before placing more enchantments in all 6 layers. Finally, Edward left the underworld. The first thing he did was try to enter Elysium again. With the Diamond Origin Grimoire, his grimoire was completed, and he now had more control of the universe will. Unfortunately, he felt an even more powerful resistance preventing his entrance. Something is wrong. Why does it feel like God's control of the universe will is greater than mine? A lot of thoughts flashed across his mind. Could it be? An idea suddenly popped into his mind based on his previous study of the universe will. If what I'm thinking is true, the final battle against him will not be so simple, especially without my floating city. After making some preliminary plans, he opened a portal to his laboratory in the Clover Kingdom. He first instructed young Sally to create a new body for Julius's soul before meeting clone number 8, which was in charge of fixing the world gate. How are things going? Good, but slow, replied number 8. How long before things are fixed? 3 to 5 years. That means the gate won't be helpful in this upcoming battle. Do you even need it? I have some new information which suggests that this god might be much of a greater threat than anticipated. Number 8 frowned. I could quickly fix some of the tier 7 cannons. Do so. What about the other tasks I gave you? Come with me. Number 9 led him to a room with a few people cryogenically frozen in large glass tubes. Edward walked to the first one, wiped out the frozen fog, seeing a very familiar yet strange face. It was Asta, except with a scar over his right eye. Edward walked to the other tubes, and they all contained Asta's. What's their stories? He asked. Asta 1 is after the result of a failed Spade Kingdom rescue arc. All the people who participated died at the hands of the devil. Ultimately, his madness allowed him to gather more power to kill all the Dark Triad. In the original timeline, the Dark Triad captured Yami and Vengeance to open the gate to the underworld. Then, a team composed of magic knights from the Clover and Heart Kingdom went to rescue them. Asta 2 is one that had to watch Sister Lily and all the people in Hage's people killed. Asta 3 forged enmity with Yuno, and they had a legendary battle where he was forced to kill his best friend and rival. The trauma destroyed his life. Asta 4 is an interesting one. Sister Lily actually accepted his offer of marrying him. Unfortunately, she later died in his arm as he could not protect her. Asta 5 is my favorite. He accepted Noelle's confessions, and they became a couple. However, Mimosa was corrupted by a devil and lured her to kill Noelle in front of Asta. Number 8 introduced the lives of all the Asta, and the overall thing they had in common was how miserable the latter was. Excellent, commented Edward. These Asta's variants should have high willpower. So, let's begin the experiment. Morris modification magic allows him to alter the structure of physical and magical objects. When boosted by the devil's power, he can affect intangible concepts like dreams and knowledge. So, Edward planned to use it to absorb the willpower of these Astas from parallel dimensions. Nevertheless, he needed to test whether taking such a shortcut would have lasting effects. So, he created clones of himself to experiment on them. After using the modification magic to transfer Asta's willpower to the clone, Edward searched the clone's souls, bloodline, mana, spirit, mind, memories, consciousness, and many other things to see if there was nothing wrong. Afterward, he developed the magic to be permanent so something like anti-magic would not reverse what he did. Finally, he applied the magic to himself. Is this the limit of my soul? A willpower of 7. Edward shook his head as he was so close to the 8th scale he needed to use conceptual magic in his universe. Then, a small flame appeared in Edward's hand. My control of mana has reached such a subtle level unimaginable. Moreover, I feel like how I see the world is different. Edward looked in the distance and could see the dimension where the underworld and Elysium were located. He could see with his eyes the mana in the surrounding, they looked like blue birds. He could see everything inside his body, including his magic core, soul, bloodline, organs, and even the nanobots. Usually, he would require a spell or machines to detect these things, but he could now see them easily. Edward even discovered he could see the atoms that make up his body. It seems that my cosmic awareness talent has evolved. He concentrated before returning his vision to normal. I have discovered something expected, said number 8. Did something goes wrong? Not necessarily. Based on the recent data, it seems that your soul is not the only reason you cannot improve your willpower. What did you find? It seems that the modification no longer works for Asta. So, in the future, you would have to find other people with high willpower to absorb. No problem. There are many people with high willpower, like Steve Rogers or Thanos. Anyway, what happened to the Astas? Their souls are injured, and they have lost the ability to control anti-magic. For the rest of their lives, they can only be normal people, replied number 8. Is this the side effect of the permanent extract ions? It appears so. Edward sighed. He initially did want to use this method. His first plan was to copy Asta and modify the clone's soul to be the same as the original. Then, he would place the clone under a powerful illusion, making him experience many things to increase his willpower before the extraction. Regrettably, this plan failed before even starting. The clone did not have Asta's naturally high willpower, even after the soul modification. And even after placing the latter through many cruel experiences in the illusion, his willpower's growth was abysmal. So, number 8 had to proceed to plan B of taking Astas from parallel universes. Heal their soul injuries. Additionally, fix the problems in their timeline, revive the people they care about, and ensure they can live happy and normal life. Furthermore, we need a better way to train willpower. Edward knew some of his wives, Hermione, Luna, Olivier, and maybe Fleur, would not accept doing such a thing to increase their willpower. However, they are okay with human experiments, only one that involves clones. When it comes to doing stuff like this that harms an innocent person for their benefit, even one from other parallel dimensions, they will draw the line. Afterward, Edward went to check on the other clones and their project. He looked at some data from number 7, who was responsible for Project World Stealing. Your plan is a little too risky. We'll discuss safety measures after the invasion. Number 2, what about you? My research on Forbidden Spell is complete. I have created a way to sacrifice lifespans to cast a spell at least one tier above our level. Excellent. The trouble I am having is with studying the karma empowerment. What's the issue? I've managed to discover the power of karma, said Number before casting a spell. Then, above all the clones appeared 2 numbers, one in black and one in gold. The golden number was much higher than the black number, but the black one was still large. As you can see, we all have the same positive and negative karma since we are one. That's not important. The point is, despite discovering the power of karma, I have no way to harness that power yet. What did you find from the devils? They have a unique soul that allows them to use negative karma empowerment. So, this power cannot be used unless we modify our soul to be similar to that of a devil. Edward shook his head. He has no qualms about modifying his body, but he rarely touches his soul. Well, take your time. I've brought Lucius' body, and he seems capable of using both positive and negative karma. A perfect combination of angel and devil, asked number 2. Yes. In that case, he should be helpful. Edward handed him the body before tasking number 6, in charge of the training and teaching of Sally, to turn Satan's remains into an undead. Finally, he went to see the Magic Knights and Captains. The Elysium invasion was only a few days away. 348 Elysium invasion. Edward slowly walked to the Royal Knights, which was the name he gave the Magic Knight group headed to Elysium. He was too lazy to develop a better name, so he used the one in the sacred timeline. Even the magical clothes they were wearing were the same as the manga. Upon arriving at his destination, he looked at the eager knights and captains. Are you guys ready? Yes, sir. That's good. Group 3, how is your arcane heart? Everything is functioning well, said Aesir. All right. Do you remember the plan? Yes, sir. Very well. I have done everything possible to keep all of you alive. If everything else does work and you really end up dying, remember to use any means necessary to preserve something of your existence. With time magic, I should be able to revive you. Thank you, Wizard King. In that case, let's go. Edward led them to a gate at the base of a massive tree. Then, he watched as they entered one by one. The ground transmuted into a chair that he sat on. Then, a projection appeared in front of him. Two people immediately acted as soon as the group teleported to their respective later. Secret Swallowtail took out a magical orb containing an enormous amount of mana that Edward stored. Finally, she used her magic to place a seal on Elysium's 4th layer. Subsequently, Dorothy Unsworth used her dream magic to connect to the others in the higher layers. As long as she wishes, she can summon someone into her dream for communication. The first person she summoned was Nact, who had infiltrated this place a month prior. You don't look too good, commented Dorothy after seeing his pale complexion. This will happen if you have an entire dimension searching for you. What matters is that you're alive. Did you get some information? I did, but only up to the 2nd layer, replied Nact, who told her the information he got so far. Then, Dorothy used a magic item to communicate with the others. She did not summon them in her dream because they should be intercepting the enemy right about now. Her dream communication is in case the magic items fail to work and reach the others in the other layers. The moment the elves landed at their destination, they began to organize the Tree of Life monument to summon Edward. Of course, the angels in the 1st layer immediately noticed the invaders. So, an army of angels rushed toward the group of magic knights. The leader of the group 1 was Langris, the vice-captain of the Golden Dawn squad. Are those the angel armies? They are so weak. He raised his hand, prepared to fight. Don't forget the Wizard King instructed us not to kill them if possible, said Finral, his big brother and a member of the Black Bulls. I know, said Langris as his grimoire floated in front of him. Spatial magic, space prison. An enormous cube enveloped the majority of the angels, imprisoning them. Only a few capable individuals flew out of the way. Evaded? Not bad. The leader of this army was a beautiful angel dressed in armor, holding a sword. Her name was Alicia. Why do these humans have such a vast mana pool? How can we defend against such an attack? She squinted her eyes at the cocky Langris. Soldiers, used Tactic 15, commanded Alicia. Then, a golden light emanated from all the angels, including her. Worship the one and only God. Only this way can you have salvation. Mortal, he gracious to be in the presence of a noble creature such as us, angels. These words echoed in the mind of all the magic knights, including the elves. So, this is your tactic, said Langris. Using worship poison? You should do better than this. In their training, they were trained to resist the temptation from even a seraphim lord, let alone these low-level angels. My talents were truly wasted in this group, complained Langris, who prepared to end this fight. Then, something unexpected occurred. Soldier, used Tactic 11, commanded Alicia. Then, all the elves turned on to golden lights before fusing into one enormous angel more than 15 meters tall. Even the ones previously captured by Langris broke free from the space prison to transform into this creature. This was not part of the information we received, said Finral. But that makes things even more interesting, said Langris. Spatial magic, Archangel shoot down. Numerous orbs floated before him before hitting the giant angel. Wherever the orbs hit, a part of the creature's body would be erased since they could erase anything they touched. However, the angel's body parts would regrow a few seconds later. Let's see your limit, said Langris as he created more and more orbs. Eventually, the giant angel could not regenerate as fast as he could destroy, and when its body was 80% destroyed, it scattered before all the angels returned to their normal selves, passing out on the ground. Well, that was easy, said Langris. Outside, Edward calmly watched this. He closed his eyes to see if he could enter Elysium before the ceremony, but it was still to no avail. So, he focused on the 2nd layer. The magic captains mostly watched as Jack the Ripper went on a rampage. The archangels in the 2nd layer mainly were tier 4, but all the captains reached tier 5. So, it was normal to be a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, an enormous golden magic circle appeared in the sky, forcing everyone to stop and pay attention. Our grimoire stopped working, said Charlotte, the captain of Blue Rose. Nevertheless, she had a calm demeanor around her. Luckily, the Wizard King anticipated this outcome and forced us to learn the arcane rune magic, said Kaiser, the captain of Purple Orca. Meanwhile, Jack placed his grimoire away before tiny runes appeared on his arms. Then, the previously dispersed blades on his forearms reappeared. Subsequently, he continued his mindless slaughter. To be exact, he did not kill anyone since Edward instructed him to only if necessary. But in the current situation, it is not needed. This group has run countless simulations and fought countless angels for the past year, 10 years in time dilation. So, it was normal for the victory to be so easy. Things are going well, maybe a little too well, but that's fine, through Edward as he focused on the 3rd layer where the Seraphim Lords were located. After arriving in this lair, Yuno alone easily defeated all the seraphims, which were equivalent to highest-ranking devils. And this is not a far-fetched feat since he did something similar for devils in the latest chapter of the manga. Sorry for the spoiler. After that, the seraphim lords showed up. However, to everyone's surprise, 4 of them showed up instead of the 2 the information mentioned. And I have received many complaints and criticism about this arc to the point that it was no longer fun writing. And I do not like when writing becomes a chore. As such, I decided to speed up the end of this arc and even shorten the time for the Konosuba arc. I've also decided to plan the next arc better so that it is both enjoyable to the readers and enjoyable to write. Expect some changes in the story's tone since I finally decided to try to give Edward some depth while also genuinely challenging him. 349 Elysium Invasion. 2. Yami looked seriously, knowing the situation might be out of hand if not taken seriously. Asta and Yuno, you are responsible for 1 Lord, Mirioliana and Fugilian for the 2nd, Aesir and Noel for the 3rd, me and Vengeance for the last. Vanessa, wait on the side in case of an emergency. Vanessa nodded in agreement. Her primary role is to ensure no one dies. Although the team has the arcane heart to heal their injuries, they can still be killed. In that scenario, her fate magic will come into the equation. Before the training, her magic only worked for the member of the Black Bulls. But with her training, she can use the cat, Rouge, to reverse the fate of anyone in her proximity at the expense of a lot of mana. Luckily, she also achieved tier 5 during the training, so she did not lack mana. The Seraphim Lords looked indifferent as if they were mechanical robots with no emotions or thoughts of their own. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, however, they each looked like identical twins. Let's go, SYLPH. Yuno did not waste time before fusing with his wing spirit, entering his ultimate form. He had 2 grimoire before him as he flew toward one of the lords. Liba, we can't lose to him, yelled Asta as he entered the devil fusion mode with black horns and black wings. Their chosen Seraphim Lord did not waste time as she attacked. Sky magic, air bullets. Dozens of bullets made of pressurized air rushed toward Yuno. However, the latter did not evade. Instead, Asta flew in front of her and used his sword to cut off all the bullets before rushing toward Sky Lord and slashing her. However, the latter had plenty of battle experience, so she flipped her wings to fly away and evade the attack. Then, she rushed toward Asta and kicked him to the ground. The latter could not even react despite reading the Sky Lord's key. Star Magic, Quartile Asta. 4 stars appeared before Yuno and converged to create a powerful beam traveling toward the Sky Lord at light speed. Sky Magic, Could Protection. Fluffy clouds surrounded her, and once the light beam hit them, the clouds bounced back the attacks, forcing the beam to hit the ground, generating a massive explosion. Sky Magic, Heavenly Punishment. Dark clouds appeared above the 3. Then, black lightning suddenly fell from the sky, trying to eradicate the 2. Asta, who dug himself out, nullified the lightning with his sword while Yuno flew around to evade. Asta used an anti-magic slash toward the clouds in the sky, but the Sky Lord appeared before the dark slash and used her physical body to punch and avert the attack. Then, her attack continued. She seemed to have no reservations about conserving mana. While these 2 fought 1 Seraphim Lords, the others did the same too. Fuego Leon summoned the fire spirit, Salamander, to boost his strength and aid him. At the same time, Mirioliana used a new technique she developed during the training, Hellfire Incarnate. Her body turned into dark flames, it was like she was the incarnation of a fire god. Moreover, her strength was further boosted since she had a temporary contract with Salamander. Their opponent was the 2nd female lord. Beast Transformation Magic, Dragon Lord. The Beast Lord turned into an enormous black dragon more than 15 meters long with a wingspan of at least 25 meters. Calidus Brachium Purgatory, Abyss. Mirioliana punched more than 10,000 times in a few seconds, and with each punch, jets of black flames engulfed the black dragon. However, the mighty beast glanced at this attack with disdain. She opened her mouth and spewed a green liquid, acid. The acid confronted the fire punches for a few seconds before overpowering them. Then, Fuego Leon, lamenting how his sister had become even more out of control after increasing her strength, took action. Fire Magic, Lion King Roar. A 2-meter lion head manifested before him, it opened its mouth before spewing out a jet of blue flame. Simultaneously, Salamander also used a breath fire to aid in the confrontation. At first, these 3 attacks worked as the fire burned the dragon's acid. However, the black dragon's scale suddenly turned blue. Then, the acid breath turned into freezing breath. With the mana and elemental advantage, the Beast Lord overpowered these 3, forcing them to evade. With a glance between the siblings, they immediately decided on a new attack plan based on their training. They begin to fly around the beast and attack her from different directions. Unfortunately, the mana in the surrounding was affected by the angel's positive karma, so it was slightly harder to control with Mana Zone, even for a talented individual like Mirioliana. Nevertheless, she becomes more adept at doing this with time, slowly reaching her peak in the mortal world. Undine, lend me your strength, said Noelle. No problem. Then, she fused with the spirit. Saint Valkyrie dress. A beautiful armor made of water appeared on her body, and the same occurred for her mother, Aesir, except her armor was made of steel. Noelle flew toward the Seraphim Lord before stabbing her spear made of water. Water Creation Magic, Sea Dragon Roar. A massive sea dragon headed for the Seraphim Lord. That's my daughter, said Aesir as she also attacked. Steel creation magic, Blade Tempest. Thousands of blades made of pure steel surrounded the Seraphim Lord, who, like the others, remained cold and indifferent. Then, she went on the offensive. Dispel magic, spell nullification. The dragon head and the blades suddenly disappeared as if they had never existed. Anti-magic, thought Noelle. No, it seems different, like a weaker version. She glanced at her mother, and the two immediately knew what tactic to use, true magic. Using true magic, all Noelle's attacks will turn into actual water instead of water made of elemental mana. And the same for her mother. That way, dispel or anti-magic can weaken these spells but cannot completely nullify them. Luckily for them, true magic only works on elements found in nature, like water or metal. So, they continued bombarding their opponent. Meanwhile, Yami and Vengeance also began their attacks. Vengeance summoned an enormous tree and used its root to try to bind his opponent. Purification magic, tree purification. All the roots attacking the Lord suddenly dried up due to overpurification. Yami took this opportunity to attack. He used his katana to slash, creating a dark sword slash that flew toward the pure Lord. Purification magic, dark purification. The dark slash suddenly turned golden. She purified the darkness into light before absorbing it into his body, making him slightly stronger. Purification magic, pure world. A golden sphere with the pure Lord at the center spread toward Yami and Vengeance, purifying everything in its path, including the mana in the surrounding. Dark magic, black moon. Yami created a small black hole above their heads, creating a dome that protected him, Vengeance, and the world tree. Once the golden sphere approached the dome, it was absorbed. Immediately afterward, Vengeance controlled many of the tree's branches to enter the black hole. Another black hole appeared behind the pure Lord where the tree branches and caught one of his arms. However, the Seraphim Lord was ruthless and broke that arm before regrowing another. Nevertheless, Vengeance's tree could absorb mana, so in this brief interaction, he stole a great deal of mana from his opponent. In the outside world, Edward watched this battle calmly. Even with only 2 versus 1, his people could keep with the Seraphim Lords despite being a tier lower. And it was all because of their perfect team trained over 10 years. He then focused on the first layer, where the summoning ceremony was almost over. Then, he sends a message to Dorothy, who then relays his message to the others. Then, something unexpected occurred. All the Tier 5 magic knights, including the captains, suddenly used the arcane rune spell, Apparition. They all suddenly teleported next to one of the 4 Seraphim Lords and attacked simultaneously, catching them off guard. And they used their most potent spells, greatly injuring these beings. Then, Asta acted quickly before creating anti-magic cuffs to restrain these people. Meanwhile, Charmy began to distribute food to replenish mana. Look, Plan O worked, yelled Asta. Of course, it did, replied Casualty as he left the spirit fusion mode. I'm glad everything went well, no one died or suffered. Did not say anything but remained vigilant. He won't let his guard down until the Wizard King showed up. Finally, the elves finished the ceremony, and Edward was summoned to Elysium. And, as I said, things will go faster. Sky magic, dispel magic, beast transformation magic, and purification magic 350. The truth Edward looked at the surrounding. It's been a year since he last came to Elysium. After looking around, he no longer wasted time as he opened a portal to the 3rd layer. He saluted all the magic knights and thanked them for their help. Finally, he asked Secret to remove the seal on the 4th layer before heading there. He found himself in a relatively small and plain space. The only thing existing was a small pool and a golden throne. He then glanced at the person calmly sitting on it. You don't seem surprised. At what? At the fact you're a woman, replied Edward. Yes. I thought I would get some reaction. Well, you are a higher being. It's normal to be able to change your shape at will. True, replied God. I've been waiting to meet you since you arrived in this world. What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out? Why is it that you were so determined to come to Elysium? For the origin of Grimoire? To meet God? To unravel its mystery? Don't you feel you went to this extreme length for a relatively vague motive? Edward frowned as many thoughts flashed across his mind. Spiritual hints. Bingo. When you were confronting Mother. Mother? You mean the universe will? Yes, replied God. Ever since your arrival, I've noticed your existence. And after a brief observation, I realized you were the key to achieving my ambitions. However, I could not leave Elysium. And I realized your power was growing at an alarming rate. So, before you reach my level, I place a spiritual hint on your mind to guide you so you can arrive here. When Edward first arrived in this world, he was only in Tier 6, so he knew some things this person was saying could make sense. How did I not detect such a thing? It's simpler than you imagine. After analyzing you, I noticed that one of the core aspects of your personality was curiosity about the unknown, even after losing all your memories. So, all I had to do was secretly boost that character trait, and eventually, your curiosity would lead you here. Edward internally sighed as he realized he may have secretly been too confident since things had been going too well for him lately. Merlin told him he protected his mind from beings way above his tier. However, when it comes to people on a similar level as him, 1 to 3 tier above him, he was on his own. Maybe, I have become too over-reliant on that old man. I should watch out from now on. I see. So, what is your purpose in doing so? He asked. God did not immediately answer. Instead, she walked to the small pond and crouched down, playing with the water. Of course, for freedom, she said, her eyes dazed, lost in memories. Adam, well, you call him Satan. He and I were the first creatures in this world. Mother created us to keep the balance of the universe. We had to ensure that all souls had gone to their destination after death. As one of the first creatures in existence, we had the utmost talent for magic. So, we grew at an alarming rate, to the point all races hailed us as gods. Satan was actually more nonchalant about magic. He did not need to learn or train. With his natural talent, he was still one of the most powerful beings in existence. As for me, I share your curiosity. So, I began to delve deeper into the mystery of magic. You can say, this was the beginning of my downfall. Eve sighed deeply after saying this. At some point, I reached the ceiling of this world. No matter what I did, I could not increase my strength and reach the next stage of power. So, I pleaded with Mother for a solution. I asked her to show me a way out, to guide me. Now that I reflect on my actions, I realize how foolish I was. The so-called Mother is nothing but an indifferent consciousness with the sole purpose of ensuring the universe runs appropriately. How would it care about me? As long as I did my job properly, it would not even pay attention to me. Edward squinted his eyes. So, you took matters into your own hands. Exactly. I knew as long as the world's safety was compromised, Mother, no, the universe would have to intervene. So, the first step of my plan was to tempt Adam with power. After showing him how much stronger than him I was, it was easier to lure him into breaking the taboo and start absorbing the souls of the sinful to increase his strength. And after getting a taste of such a rapid increase in power, he could no longer resist. He corrupted the mortals so they could commit more sins and goes to the underworld for punishment, and he can swallow them. Eve played with a little fish on the pond, and in the process, she looked at her reflection in the water. After that, things proceeded smoothly. Using his act as an excuse, I started a war that almost destroyed the world. In the end, the universe will had to intervene. Unfortunately, it had its own rules and regulations to follow. It could not directly intervene. It communicated to us, asking us to stop everything, but we did not listen. So, it had to go about things a different way. The wizard sage. Exactly. Eve turned to look at Edward. I love talking to intelligent people. Things usually proceed smoother. So, what exactly happened? The universe will created a being that could end our path of destruction, Alan, the wizard sage. It even gave him some of its power in the form of the origin grimoire. It chose humans, a race with limited lifespan and ingenuity, someone who could not reach our level nor live long enough to become another problem. It even restricted the potential of all races from now with the power of the grimoire. So, the wizard sage did not invent grimoires. He thinks he did, replied Eve. You don't seem to like him. Eve sighed out loud before returning to playing with the fish. This is where in the story that things began to go wrong. Alan was a clever man. Although not as powerful as the two of us, he still reached the level of defeating creatures like dragons or giants. Moreover, after gathering the strength of numerous races, he became a powerful faction of his own. Ultimately, I blame the failure on myself. My plan was on the verge of succeeding, so I was distracted. I ignored his rise, and after he allied with Adam, they sealed me, delaying my plans for countless millennia. What plan? Eve smiled but did not answer. You don't need to say, I can guess. When the universe will handed some of its power to Alan, you took the opportunity to analyze its essence and steal its power. That would explain why it was divided into three parts, the main one, the one Alan had, and the final piece in your hands. You are only partially correct. Edward frowned, trying to think what he had overlooked. However, he quickly understood that now was not the time to unravel mysteries. He sighed out loud. I am a person who likes talented individuals. So, under normal circumstances, I would invite you to join me and even provide you with some unique opportunities. Unfortunately, your action of scheming against me has injured my ego, so, I must destroy you. It would never have worked out in the first place. Oh, how so? To escape the shackles of this universe, I must acquire your memory and soul. I could have offered you a way out. I don't need anyone else. Not Mother, not Adam, and not from you of all people. Edward shrugged his shoulder. Since we are both done buying time, let's get this fight on the way. 351 God's strength. Eve knew the seal on her was even more troublesome than it appeared on the surface. The wizard sage and Satan ensured that she could not escape. Even if she managed to, she would have to pay the price. They linked the seal to the Eastern spirit world and the afterlife to strengthen it and as a powerful curse. If she ever left Elysium, all the soul energy since the war millions of years ago and all the Shikigamis in the spirit world would turn into a curse that stripped away most of her power. Eve would never accept such an outcome. Unfortunately, she needed Satan's power and the Spade Origin grimoire to remove that curse. Her original plan was to use Asta and Liba to acquire Satan's body and Zuriel to get the Spade Origin grimoire. Then, she changed to Edward. Black chains suddenly appeared on Eve's body before breaking one by one. Meanwhile, Edward quickly summoned his grimoire and saw it was glowing. Additionally, he detected a strange aura emanating from his body. I see, he muttered. He understood that she needed the grimoire and the authority of Underworld's leader to escape. The grimoire was in his possession, and after turning Satan's bones into an undead, he was now the ruler of the Underworld. Furthermore, he also understood that God might have hidden a lot of information about the seal, hence the reason he did discover anything wrong with it. Truly a worthy foe, thought Edward. While God was slowly freeing herself, he was also detecting and removing the spiritual hint inside his mind. Once he finished, his grimoire appeared before him, and he tapped his leg on the ground. Fire earth magic, volcano apocalypse. The ground cracked as it turned into a volcano. Boom! The entire fourth layer exploded as if a volcano exploded, and Edward appeared on the third layer, shocking the other magic knights. Not long afterward, Eve also appeared on that layer. My little pond, this is where I created my children. Then, she took a deep breath and inhaled the oxygen and mana in the surroundings. Is this what freedom feels like? You need to leave, said Edward with a stern face. Maybe we can help you, said Yami. Listen to me and leave immediately. Like I would let you. Destruction magic, destruction ball. An enormous purple ball appeared in front of Ever before exploding, annihilating everything in its path. Edward created a shield to protect all the magic knights, buying them enough time to teleport away. Despite his success, Elysium's remaining layers were annihilated by the explosion. He then looked at God. That spell. You should be familiar with it since it's your creation, replied Eve with a smile. Edward squinted his eyes. Could it be? As you guess. Alan did not survive the ancient war without paying a price. Before he sealed me, I took something precious of him. She waved her hand, and a book appeared, a grimoire with a Joker design on the cover. This part of the origin grimoire is the most important. It is connected to all the grimoires in existence since ancient times and thus contains all the spells ever created, including the ones you made. When combined with your origin grimoire, it allows wizards to use the universe will to create spells tailored to their wills, ideologies, talents, and ambitions. Well, since I also have control of the universe will, the one in your hand is essentially useless. Edward looked at the Joker grimoire before smiling. He put away his grimoire, and immediately, Eve knew things were about to get serious. Arcane rune spell, meteor summoning. Suddenly, all the people living in both the western and eastern continents saw that the sun had disappeared, and a looming shadow enveloped them. They raised their heads to see an enormous rock descending from the sky. The fear of death suddenly overwhelmed everybody as they knew if that thing hit, the world would end. No species would survive this catastrophe. Eve raised her head to look at the upcoming meteor. She could feel the thing lock her position, so it would follow no matter where she went. So, she used another of Edward's invented spells. Crushing magic, cubing. Suddenly, the enormous meteor the size of a star broke down into billions of Earth cubes the size of a basketball, scattering throughout the world. Edward frowned after seeing this and waved his hand, making the cubes disappear. He pointed his hand and shot out a purple energy blast made of pure mana. Eve created a shield to easily block that attack. But before she could react, she suddenly disappeared. She was no longer floating above the western continent but above an ocean. A parallel timeline? You're indeed a cold individual, she said before gazing at Edward, who had just appeared. So, you have no qualms killing the people here. Edward did not say anything since he knew she was correct. Both of them are tier 7, reaching the ceiling of this world. So, an all-out battle would probably do catastrophic damage to the entire world. And if he had to fight while worrying about protecting others, he knew she would take advantage of the situation. The alternative is to use the mirror dimension. However, she could easily escape from there, forcing him to fight in the real world. However, after leaving his timeline, he tasked one of his clones and Morgana to protect that timeline and prevent anyone from entering. Also, navigating the multiverse is much more complex than a mirror dimension. Alright, let's get this over with, said Eve, who used a gravity spell to levitate the eastern and western continent before throwing them at Edward. Arcane rune spell, intangibility. The continents passed through his body as if he was a phantom. When they landed, they created a massive tsunami that swallowed the entire world. Then, Edward went on the offensive, using a similar method as his opponent. Except he dropped the sun on her. Ever calmly raised her head to look at the falling sun and smiled before blowing casually. In an instant, the sun froze, even the mana core deep inside was not spared. The world was now in complete darkness. Thousands of black arrows appeared above Eve's head, rushing towards her. Really? Anti-magic? Do you think you can defeat me, as the creator of this magic, with my own magic? She raised her hand to create a large sphere of anti-magic to cancel out Edward's attack. Arcane rune spell, time erasing swords. Dozens of blades with clocks designs on the edges appeared above Eve. She frowned for a moment before creating time bubbles that Julius used for his time magic. She caught the blades and stopped them, but to her slight horror, they appeared faster and faster until she could not keep up. Then, one stabbed through her heart, erasing her time and thus her existence. As Edward watched her disappear, he frowned as he sensed things would not be so simple. And as expected, a few seconds later, a new god appeared before him, perfectly intact. Vanessa's fate reversing spell, he said. Bingo. You are more of a nuisance than I anticipated. Oh, you have no ideas, as this is just the beginning. Then, Ever opened a portal and disappeared. Edward frowned as he locked on her key and followed her to her destination, another parallel timeline. As soon as he arrived, he sensed something was wrong. After observing the surroundings, he discovered the lack of mana in nature. I see. Using such a spell takes a lot of mana, so she does not want to run out amidst our battle, so she is recharging. Arcane rune spell, mana drain. Tiny black holes appeared around Eve, trying to drain her. However, she slashed her hand to create anti-magic slashes that destroyed the black holes. Water creation magic, Water Titan. She controlled all the ocean water to create an enormous entity made entirely from water. Then, the Water Titan raised his hand to crush Edward like a bug. 352 Eve's hidden trump card. Edward snapped his finger, instantly freezing the Water Titan. At the same time, he multicast another spell. Heavenly Prison Pillars. 5 massive pillars descended from the sky, surrounding the 2 of them at the center. Then, the top of the pillars connected to form a yellow gold star. Finally, chains came from the star, trying to bind Eve. Want to seal me, she thought before sneering. She raised her hand to create an anti-magic ball before sending it to the chains. To her surprise, the chain bounced the anti-magic attack before binding it. Fascinating. You surrounded the spell with an aura of anti-magic to defend against anti-magic. Such subtle control, if not done correctly, the anti-magic energy would cancel out your spell, said Eve as she looked at Edward, with her eyes shining with desire. I cannot wait to get my hands on your soul. Boom! She blew herself off. And as expected, her body reappeared a few seconds later, freeing her from the chains. Edward controlled them to attack once again. Eve created a small sun on her palm before throwing it at the chains. Immediately, Edward frowned as she used the same tactic as him by coating her spell with anti-magic. Although her method is easily noticeable and considered shoddy to him, it was still successful. Furthermore, it was excellent for her first attempt. Numerous small pebbles appeared before Edward through matter manipulation. Then, he blessed the pebbles with an infinite acceleration spell. Phew! The pebbles traveled faster than light before piercing Eve's head and even destroying her soul. Phew! 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 More pebbles made her look like a beehive. Unfortunately, she reverted her body to normal less than a second later. However, her face was pale this time. Immediately, Eve controlled a space the size of the 2 continents before condensing them to a glowing black sphere smaller than an egg. Boom! The sphere exploded, creating spatial turbulence that pushed Edward far away despite creating a powerful shield to protect him. Taking this opportunity, Eve teleported to this parallel universe's Elysium and absorbed this version of herself. Then, she controlled all the angels to go on a suicide mission against Edward, who had finally navigated through the spatial turbulence that essentially destroyed this parallel timeline. Enough playing around. Conceptual magic, true death. A black aura emerged from Edward's body, killing everything in its path. Matter, energy, souls, the angels, anything and everything in these parallel timelines. Eve generated a time bubble which created a separated spacetime continuum. She thought by placing her body in another spacetime continuum, this dangerous spell would not be able to touch her. She was wrong. The spell even brought death to time itself. As Edward watched Eve decay and disappear, he was not happy. On the contrary, his cosmic awareness told him danger was approaching. And as expected, Eve reappeared again. Edward frowned as he could tell she did not use Vanessa's fate magic to revive herself. As for the method she used, he quickly analyzed it. You don't have to analyze anything, I'll show you, said Eve. Then, a bunch of phantoms suddenly appeared behind her. At first, it was only a dozen, but it soon grew to 100,000, 10,000, and continued until at least 1,000,000 of them. The odd thing was they all looked the same as her. Could it be, muttered Edward, remembering the assumption he had about her. It's as you think. After analyzing Mother's power, I discovered the multiverse. The first thing I did was contact other versions of myself. We united under the banner of finding a way to transcend this prison. It's a shame the Mother was adamant in keeping us separate, preventing us from meeting directly. But our battle had done enough damage to this world to remove all restrictions. Now, we are united, we are one. They all said the last phrase in an eerie unison as if a hive-mind creature said something with thousands of different and distinctive voices. Edward finally understood why the universe's will of this world was different, capable of borrowing the power of the others from different timelines. It was a response to God's behavior. Despite understanding this, he wanted to curse out loud as his situation had just turned into nightmare mode. Fighting God now is like fighting a million tier 7 wizard. This was impossible even for him without his floating city or other aid. Without hesitation, he opened his interdimensional space and took out his long staff. It had an ether core on the top that could boost his spell. He sneered before saying, I will show you the superiority of an arcanist over others' magical paths. Arcane rune spell, Elemental Armageddon. More than 10,000 magic circles appeared in the sky above Edward's head, and from these magic circles came many powerful elemental spells. Light Judgment, Pyroblast, Absolute Zero Ice Spears, Magma Eruption, Earthquake, World-Destroying Tornadoes, Sea God Tsunamis, Lightning Spheres, and Darkness Swallowing. The Eves acted on time to create shields to protect each other. However, dozens of them died. But, Edward did not stop attacking. More and more magic circles appeared in the sky, bombarding the Eves non-stop, killing dozens of them after each wave. Despite the appearance of success, Edward did not have it easy. With the number advantage, most of the Eves could go on the offensive while the minority remained on the defensive. So, Edward also suffered tens of thousands of spells, if not more. He flew around to evade, but there were too many of them. So, he would often be hit. Nevertheless, he did not care as he activated his Phoenix bloodline. A white flame would appear on his injuries to heal him. Furthermore, he still had a prototype of the arcane heart to heal him. After a few minutes of non-stop bombardment, Edward realized he would soon be at a disadvantage because of a lack of mana. So, he opened a portal and fled to another parallel timeline. As soon as he arrived, he swallowed all the mana in nature to replenish himself. And not long afterward, the other Eves appeared, and Edward wanted to curse out loud again. In this brief period, the surviving Eves used different methods to revive the dead ones. Although not all of them could be resurrected since many died through Edward's death and time conceptual magic, they still replenished their numbers to a dangerous level. Edward did not waste time and summoned 2 things. Satan, a Tier 7 undead, and a dozen large cannons. They were the Tier 7 cannons from the World Gate that one of his clones fixed. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons began a non-stop bombardment. Adding to that Edward and Satan's attacks, the sky above this world shone brightly before everything ended. The 2 groups found themselves fighting in the blank realm, the space between parallel dimensions. However, no one cared about this for now. Swish! A spell cut Edward in 2, but flames quickly connected the separated part, returning him to his peak. If things continue like this, I won't survive for long, thought Edward as he took a potion that replenished his mana. As he analyzed the situation, he realized it was a matter of time before he ran out of mana, leading to his capture. He never thought he would be in this situation. He decided from now on, that he would have more than 100 artifacts that store mana for his use. Not to mention, he will also wear a lot of mana regeneration magical artifacts. It's time to take risks. After making a decision, he took out 5 metallic orbs. He teleported directly into the middle of the horde of Eve, right in front of the one from his timeline. With a swift motion, he grabbed her and detonated the orbs before opening a portal and entering. After the explosion, a massive grey energy wave annihilated everything in its path including the Eves. Unfortunately, it also followed Edward through the portal. Damn it, he said as he sealed Eve in his hand and kept opening portals to different parallel universes. Unfortunately, the grey energy turned into a cloud that followed him. And in the process, it would instantly eradicate all timelines it came in contact with. Edward knew how dangerous void energy was, and if he had the slightest contact, he would be a goner. So, he fled as if his life depended on it. He knew the explosion would eventually stop, so he only needed to run until then. So, he would replenish his mana in every timeline before quickly opening a portal to the next one. After jumping over 100 timelines, he finally stopped as the cloud stopped chasing him. With a pale complexion and heavy breathing, he looked around to see if he was safe. Then, he looked at Eve, who had a look of horror on her face. Unlike Edward, she saw with her eyes the horror of that cloud. Edward closed his eyes to connect to his clone. He wanted to make sure his timeline was not affected by the explosion. After receiving a positive answer, he sighed in relief. He did not immediately return home but took a few days to recuperate before returning home, with Eve as his new prisoner and experimental subject. She was more valuable alive. 353 Project World stealing Edward returned to his timeline and was relieved when he saw nothing was wrong. Not long afterward, one of his clones teleported to him. How is it? He asked. I used time magic to revert the destruction on Elysium. Everything is intact. What about that pool? What does it do? As long as a person has a pure soul or a lot of positive karma, they can turn into angels. Oddly, I did not find something similar in the underworld, most likely because they no longer control the afterlife. It's a great finding for the Empire, said Edward, who nodded before dismissing the clone and giving him Eve's body. Not long afterward, the other magic knights arrived. Sir, many screamed with joy as they rushed over. Noelle, Charmy, Vanessa, and Asta jumped on him and hugged him. Edward smiled as he reciprocated. Are you all right? Asked Yami, who smoked his cigarette in relief. I'm fine. I'm glad you're all right, said Aesir. I told you guys nothing would happen to him, it's him of all people, said Mirleona. Sister, you were the most worried, said Fuegiolan. Do you want to fight? Sister, brother, this is not the time, added Leon. Sigh. I did not expect some individuals could be so powerful. I feel like you deserve the title of God of Magic, said Undine, thinking about the few terrible spells these two used before disappearing. All of you have the opportunity to be this powerful, said Edward as he munched on the cupcake Charmy gave him. You've been saying that for quite some time. I feel like your words are not just mere encouragement, and there are meanings behind them, said Yami. You're right, said Edward, before spending a few minutes telling him about the Empire and the concept of omniversal travel. This would explain why you are such an anomaly, commented Undine. Indeed, many things suddenly make sense now, said Aesir. They've known each for some time now, and he always felt his friend had many secrets. So, some of us can go to the Empire with you, asked Yami. Unfortunately, you don't have much of a choice. Excuse me, I'm going to steal this world. Again, excuse me, he asked as he exhaled the smoke. I'm going to steal this parallel timeline from this universe, then fuse it with my universe, Edward said calmly. I am still confused, said Mirleona, and the others felt the same way. Think of it that way. After I finish, the western and eastern continents will now become another continent on my home planet, Earth. You will become citizens of the Empire, having access to its education, healthcare, social services, etc. You can travel to other planets, meet other races, and experience a plethora of things you've never imagined before. Sir, that sounds great and all, but what about the citizens of the Clover Kingdom? What will happen to them? Asked Fuegiolian. They will thrive beyond they could imagine in their lifetimes. What do you mean? In my universe, magic is a gift granted by very few individuals. So, the population of wizards is extremely scarce compared to ordinary people. People born no magic like me, asked Asta. Yes, and they are a majority. They must live a painful life. The discrimination in my universe is not as bad as in the Clover Kingdom. Unfortunately, the magically gifted still control the majority of power in the Empire, so I want to level up the playing field. One of my goals in bringing this universe back home is to allow every individual in the Empire to have the gift of magic. How are the citizens going to thrive? Most of them have a meager amount of mana? Are you going to let them use our training method? I've developed a system that allows wizards to grow from no mana like Asta to as powerful as me. Although it is not perfect, things like talent, hard work, and resources play a role in their growth. There is still a clear path to advancement. As strong as you? Or that god? How is that possible? Asked Mirioliana. Don't be surprised. I'm not even the most powerful in my universe, not even close. Then, Edward explained the tier system in his world, how he was only tier 7, from the top. We are only tier 5? And only because of your training. Mirioliana had a hard time accepting how weak Edward seemed compared to the entire universe. That was a person she looked forward to surpassing. It sounds like a very dangerous place, said Captain Vengeance. No place is truly safe. Plus, I can protect the Empire from any tier 9 threat. And once some of my research is finished, most general tier 10 threats should not be a problem, Edward reassured. Kakik, none of that matters. I cannot believe there are so many powerful wizards. I cannot wait to slice them. Everyone ignored this psychopath. Edward, is this world fusion safe? There won't be any problems, right? Don't worry, this is not my first time. That's good. I'll have to warn Lilopeka to be prepared. There was something else she wanted to discuss, which was the status of the Heart Kingdom Queen in that empire. However, now was not the time for such a discussion. Wizard King, I have a question, Yuno said. Are you wondering about my position? Yes. Asta began to pay attention. I can resign, and the competition for my successor can begin. Or, you can change your goal to be Arcane Emperor, Edward said with a smile, making Yuno squint his eyes. According to the Empire's laws, anyone can challenge the ruling monarch every 100 years for the position. Now that I think about it, the Empire's centennial birthday is coming in a few short decades. Yuno and Asta were not the only ones paying attention to this information. People like Fuaglian and Nozel Silva have the dream of becoming the Wizard King, and now, maybe the Arcane Emperor. I want to be both, said Yuno. Me too, yelled Asta. Ambitious, said Edward with a smile. I will announce my resignation as Wizard King. Then, you guys can compete for the position. Are you sure this is wise? Asked Mirioliana. I have a lot of work to do before the fusion. So, it will be good to be focused. Edward then chatted with the group for a while before dismissing everyone except for Yami. I found your sister in the Eastern continent. Yami paused for a moment. She's not dead. No, she has been searching for you all these years. I see, he said. Then, tears began to fall from his eyes. I thought she was gone. I thought they were all gone. Regrettably, I could not find your family's soul in the afterlife. So, they have likely already turned into energy to power up the seal. I could use time magic to try to retrieve them. But, even then, I doubt I would succeed. It's fine. I've already accepted their death. Now that I have my sister, I'm satisfied. Do you want to meet her now? Now? I'm totally not ready. If she saw my appearance, she would be disappointed, especially since I'm 24 and not married yet. Then, this is the perfect opportunity to confess your feeling for Charlotte. That poor girl has been pining after you for too long. At this point, it's embarrassing. Charlotte, huh? Yami did learn of her feelings for him during the training. But, given the upcoming battle, he did not want to address them. Maybe, you're right. Edward patted his shoulder before leaving. He went to see Undine and Lilopeka to address their concerns. He told them that the Empire did not grant nobility status, so her status would change after the fusion. The Heart Kingdom is as big as some large countries on Earth. Even so, countries are now considered regions of the Empire, so she will become the region mayor of the Heart Kingdom. Furthermore, her position has a term limit where she could not be re-elected for the same region more than twice. Undine was not happy with this outcome as she wanted at least more than 2 terms. However, Lilopeka said she was alright with this outcome as long as her people were happy and lived fulfilling lives. And Edward promised her that. After this meeting, Edward went to see the elves, who were concerned about this fusion. He reassured them that the Empire was multiracial, multi-species, and multi-ethnicities, so the elves would not be discriminated against by humans or other races for that matter. He then proceeded to inform the dwarves of this news. Their reception was the most exciting. These adventurous angry dwarves were the happiest about the concept of traveling to another universe and interacting with others. Finally, Edward returned home, and the next day, he communicated with the citizens and announced his resignation. Next chapter title, Leaving Black Clover 354. Leaving Black Clover. The news shocked the citizens as they wondered if something was wrong. After all, the Wizard King was in his prime and one of the most powerful wizards in existence. So, why the sudden resignation? However, in his address, Edward gave some reasons that he wanted to live a peaceful life now that the world was safe. He also promised that no matter what, he would still be the kingdom's protector. After that, he oversaw the competition for his successor. After the Elysium invasion, the participants all received merits to raise their ranks. Asta and Yuno finally became Grand Knights and had the status to compete for the position. Finally, a battle between Yuno, Asta, Fueglian, and Nozel took place for the position. In the end, Yuno was the final winner. In the final competition with Asta, he displayed the ability to revert mana into anti-magic, defeating his opponent. However, right before his coronation, someone from the Spade Kingdom came to see him, and they convinced him to return as the ruler. So, Asta, as the runner-up of this fight, was the one crowned as Wizard King. However, they promised to compete for the position of Arcane Emperor, thus not ending their rivalry. During the peaceful transfer of power, Edward secretly released the news of the fusion to prepare the citizens beforehand. And as expected, many people were unhappy about suddenly changing their environment, especially the nobles who worried about their status. Edward did not care about them. So, after helping Asta settle in, he disappeared in the eyes of the public to focus on his research, especially on Project World Stealing. There are too many things that could go wrong, he said to Morgana. With each calculation, I find more problems, she complained. Are you sure we have to use void energy? If you want to preserve the fundamental rules of this universe, when we separate this timeline, space-time spells will not work. We have to use void energy. The fundamental rules of this universe are the main reason he wanted to steal this world. It is the reason that every single individual born in this world has mana inside their body. So, he must preserve them at all costs. Too many things could go wrong if the void energy is not properly controlled, said Edward as he overviewed the spell he would use to detach this timeline from the entire Black Clover universe. Our best option is to try with different timelines to gather data. Once we perfect the spell, we can proceed with our timeline. That's a good idea. But it will take too much time. We have nothing but time. Normally, that would be the case. But I'm worried about Vivi back home. It's true that anything could happen back home with the Death God catastrophe. However, if there were a problem, Empress Olivier would have contacted you. She can be stubborn, so I'm worried she won't call for help unless the situation is truly dire. Furthermore, you know our omniversal communication method is not ideal. Who knows what could go wrong? Morgan frowned. They can only communicate through the soul dimension since her central server is back in the Empire. However, sending information across the void is still tricky, and complications could arise. Do you have another way? Let's cheat, said Edward. Old man Merlin, I need your help. The world seemed to pause for a brief moment before an older man with a long white beard appeared in the underground laboratory. It actually works, said Edward as he looked at the visitor. It's not as much of a big deal as you think, said Merlin. Oh, how so? Names have power, and so this saying applies to powerful beings. You're now tier 7, so you should get a true name once you return home. True name? Is it like what I think? Yes. After you reach tier 12, you can sense anyone who mentions your name from all the worlds you have traveled. Don't mention these for now. Why did you call me? Edward then explained his plan before handing him the data and spell he created to steal the world. Merlin looked at it for a few seconds before modifying and adding other stuff. Edward looked at the changes and lips twitch. There were so many errors he made that he was speechless. Furthermore, there were so many things that even Morgana did not calculate. Thanks. No problem. Now that I'm here, I have a few things to say. You have missed a great opportunity. What do you mean? You could have won that fight against Eve. Although it would have been challenging, you could have won. It was the perfect time to push yourself to the limit and sublimate your willpower to the 8 scale between life and death. Edward frowned slightly after hearing this. I know your personality is cautious, you like stability and only take calculated risks, but you have to understand that in many situations, facing things head-on, even when the odds are stacked against you, is the only way. Edward pondered for a few minutes. You're right. As long as you understand. One last warning, do not rely too heavily on void energy. At tier 12, it becomes relatively useless. Merlin said his goodbye before disappearing. Did you feel he was different today? Are you referring to his criticism of you? Asked Morgana. No, not that. He's always been like that. I felt like the current him seemed in a rush. And, I somehow could not get the thought into of my mind that he was slightly weaker than usual. I have no proof for this, but I have a feeling that I'm right. Weaker? Could he be injured? Edward squinted his eyes. If even someone like Merlin were injured, then the situation of the war must have gotten serious. So, he needed to hurry. It seems we need to start going to more powerful worlds and challenge ourselves. Otherwise, we might be useless in the upcoming battle. Edward felt that once he reached tier 12, he would start getting in contact with this war. So, he needed to challenge himself and even place himself in danger, if needed, to prepare for the future. Alright, let's get to work. Edward then focused on his research, creating a few clones to help him with other projects. The main ones were the Karma Empowerment research, and finding the resources to repair the World Gate. As for other research like Project Perfect Tier 11, he knew these were long-term and could not be achieved in a short time. Luckily, he had Eve's method of controlling more than 1 million variants of herself as a foundation to work on. Time passed quickly, and 5 years went by. During this time, Edward found a way to store mana inside his soul, so the journey to Tier 8 would be shortened. His other research, like the arcane heart, was also successful, and he had already modified his heart to be similar to a devil, granting him incredible generative abilities. It's a shame that only Tier 5 arcanists can condense an arcane heart, unless they condense a devil heart, which had no limit on tiers. However, he discovered that devil hearts would slowly corrupt the soul. As for the modification Merlin did to the spell, he finally analyzed and understood them. As a result, his understanding of void energy was elevated, and he had no problem with the 3.0 update of the floating city. His research on karma empowerment was the only failure in the past 5 years. With the angels, devils, and Eve, he figured out how these creatures could use positive and negative karma as a boost. However, he could not replicate the method unless he fundamentally changed his soul. He did come up with a surgery that could do such, but he was not happy since it was not easily replaceable. Furthermore, he did not want to mess up his soul. So, he left for the future. Finally, today was the day he left. He first went to see the people he knew on the Western continent before checking on his clone on the Eastern continent. The latter's mission was a success as he was now the ruling monarch of a new dynasty. Furthermore, the clone had now educated the Eastern continent in many modern concepts that would make them easier to integrate into the empire. Moreover, the clone also released rumors of the fusion to prepare the citizen. Then, Edward floated above the sky, took out his staff, and cast a spell. Numerous runes appeared in the sky, making everybody on both continents watch in awe. Somehow, they knew the day had arrived. After the runes manifested, a phantom grey cloud appeared above the sky, covering the sun. No one knew how dangerous that cloud was except for Edward. He focused intensely on controlling the void energy to separate this timeline. Although he had practiced countless times before, he still took things seriously. He knew the slightest error would result in this entire parallel dimension being wiped out. Luckily, things went smoothly, like the practice runs. He separated this timeline from the infinite numbers while preserving its fundamental laws. The universe will try to stop him, but he used the complete origin scripture and his willpower to stop it, then kept this timeline in a pocket dimension that manifests itself in the form of a crystal orb. As he held the object in his hand, he could see an entire world inside. However, the people of Black Clover only felt the world tremble slightly, then the runes on the sky disappeared, and nothing else occurred. The sky was still as blue as yesterday, the sun shone like it always does, and the clouds floated as if they were the freest things in existence. Many people even wondered if the process failed. Edward smiled before contacting a few people and reassuring them. Then, he hopped on the now fixed world gate and headed to the Konosuba world. I cannot believe so many people did not like this arc, especially the school infiltration arc in the Eastern continent. Many of the things I wrote on that arc can be considered great predictions based on the recent chapter of the Black Clover manga. And as more chapters come out, more predictions might come true. 355 Reunion. Edward carefully placed the sphere containing the Black Clover world before heading toward his next direction. He did not have to go to the Star Trek WORL since he received a message from Olivier that the clone took a world gate and returned home on their own. So, Edward decided to go straight to Konosuba. Morgana, let's test the new travel system. In the past few years, Edward finally completed Rowena's research for using void energy to travel in the void. Starting the void core engine, said Morgana as a holographic screen appeared in front of her. A few seconds later, she said, everything seems normal so far. Let's begin the launch. She instructed the void energy in the core engine to take them to their destination, and it did so. Whoosh! The gate disappeared before reappearing, traveling an unquantifiable distance. Did we succeed? Asked Edward. Let me check, replied Morgana as she tapped on the keyboards floating on her. Our calibration was off. We are now 3 days away from the Konosuba world. 3 days? How long would the journey normally take? With the floating city, 3 months. With the world gate, 5 years. A significant improve, but the technology has a long way to go. His desire is that he can travel to any world from his memories by instructing void energy. However, so far, he can only go to places he has the coordinate to, and he still did not instantly arrive at his destination. Did you find the errors we made? Yes, I've identified the problem, and there should be no problem fixing them before we return home. All right, I'll leave it to you. Let's descent. The world gate entered invisible mode before entering the world. Immediately afterward, Morgana picked up a signal from the floating city, so she locked on its position and directly teleported to its location. Edward found himself on top of a castle. After sensing the position of the floating city and the others, he finally descended. Someone jumped on him as soon as he exited before suffocating him with a pair of soft things. I would gladly die like this, said Edward with a muffled voice. Fleur finally let him go. I miss you. I miss you too, he replied while holding her. Already tier 7? It seems you guys benefited greatly from this trip. We did all right, answered Fleur with a smile. Where are the others? Before Fleur could respond, the others walked out of the room. What's wrong with you two? Asked Edward after seeing the disheveled states of Hermione and Lily. They had heavy bags under their eyelids as if they had not slept for long. Not sleeping for dozens of years is not a problem with their strength. So, their situation could only be explained by stress and pressure. They did this to themselves, said Fleur while gloating. What happened? Lily suddenly got competitive and wanted to finish her research before you arrived. Apparently, this began because of an argument with Snape. As for Hermione, she got into something above her weight class. Lily and Hermione gave her a dangerous stare, but she did not care. Hermione got into Edward's arm, taking a comfortable rest. She snuggled him like he was a giant teddy bear. All right, let's talk inside. The group walked inside before talking about their experience. Edward spent almost 50 years in the Black Clover world, so his story was quite long. However, only 10 years had passed for this group, so their story was briefer than theirs. Something tells me your experience was not normal, said Hermione. Old Merlin probably chose that timeline to test me. Apparently, I disappoint him in the final result. Are you all right? I'm fine, but I should follow his advice. We need to prepare in advance for the worse. I see. So, where is Phileas? After defeating the Demon King, he became a bard for a while before we send them to the other dimensions under the god's control, replied Fleur. Oh, what are they like? They are essentially the other ice-sky worlds that you often mentioned from primordial Earth. So, this world is a combination of many ice-sky worlds? And the gods are responsible for sending people from Earth into these worlds. Basically, Edward nodded before saying to Lily and Hermione, you two need some sleep. Indeed, muttered Lily before leaving with Snape. Then, Edward tucked Hermione into bed before spending some family time with Fleur. He was amazed as her succubus bloodline seemed to have evolved, granting her some ability that brought him to Cloud 9. Then, after Hermione rested properly, she joined in on the fun. The couple did not leave their bedrooms for the next week. Finally, Edward walked into Hermione's lab to see her research. She handed him the data while explaining. In the past few years, I've managed to recreate Konosuba's magic system. I can recreate them all, whether it is the adventure card, the job class bloodline, the skill points, or others. Edward looked at the data. She created a pocket dimension for her experiment and modified it to be similar to the Konosuba world. Clones were then sent to change class and level up, and they succeeded. Karma empowerment too, thought Edward. So, what's the problem? The problem is after discovering the other dimensions. I've since realized that the limit of my modification was only tier 3. No matter what I did, I could not raise the ceiling of this world. The other dimensions have a higher ceiling. I've found a dimension with a power ceiling of tier 6, and they used karma empowerment or karma energy as well in the form of a system you often see in iSky. So, you've tried to recreate the system and failed. Basically, and it's driving me crazy since I succeeded with Konosuba. To be fair, Konosuba's system is a knockoff version. They do not have status window like in the others and must rely on the adventure card, said Fleur. Hermione glanced at her and decided to ignore her. I thought the problem was the energy level of the dimension. So, I expanded its size and inserted a lot more mana. But it was useless. Then, I thought the problem was I needed more karma. So, I developed an enchantment to gather karma from the people of Earth and added it to the dimension. This plan did show signs of removing the limit, but it still failed in the end, and I cannot find why. What is the difference between the Konosuba dimension and the others, besides the ceiling level? He asked. There are many, but the main one is the others do not require a bloodline for different job classes. If someone meets the stats and levels requirements or only does a specific quest, they can change class. Furthermore, there are some dimensions where the concept of class is non-existent. With enough skill points, you can learn any techniques or spells. So, what do you think? Do you have a solution? Hermione found karma energy fascinating. It's quite the versatile power, with the ability to increase stats with no repercussion, and allows individuals to instantly master knowledge and use it as if they were reflexes. If such a power were used wisely, the Empire's overall strength would grow at an alarming rate. So, she wanted to succeed. Edward did not answer her but looked through the data, analyzing everything. He also studied karma, so he was knowledgeable in the subject. A few minutes later, he said, what you need is karma authority to serve as the core of the dimension. Authority. Yes. With the karma authority, you can modify the dimension similar to law manipulation power. You establish the rules and boundaries of that dimension. How much karma can a person receive after killing a creature? How much is required to level up? What can skill points be used? And what is the highest level? Etc. I've brought a group of creatures, devils and angels, who can naturally generate positive and negative karma. They would be perfect for reinforcing the dimension and making it operate smoother. Devil and angel, muttered Hermione, her eyes lit up as she figured out something. The same role that the gods and devils of this world plays. Exactly. Your idea is good and all, but I do not meet the willpower requirement to use conceptual magic. So, how am I going to access authority? Have you really become stupid? Said Fleur. You can cast a weapon like the time and death staff. Hermione slapped her forehead. How could I forget this? It's really not good to work while sleep deprived. Alright, let's get started on designing this thing. Let's call it Karma Staff. No, that's too basic, but let's use it for now. While talking to herself, she began to type something, ignoring these two. She also scheduled some sleeping time for herself. She did not want to return to the previous state. So, how is your research? Asked Edward. Excellent. And I might have found a way to complete Project Dragon God. 356 Research Update. Fleur displayed her data to Edward before she continued to explain. You know, we've been struggling to recreate the other Dragon King's bloodline, most likely because they are alive. However, after studying the bloodline of an ancient dragon in this world, I found many subtle differences that may be the result of the different laws of the universe. So, I plan to use these differences to create a new set of Dragon King bloodline before fusing them. And I've already got some success. Edward looked at the data. Fleur had already recreated the Fire Dragon King by combining the bloodline of the Konosuba's ancient dragon and Harry Potter's regular fire dragon. She also researched the dragons in the other dimensions and added them to her research. She even compared the complexity of the Dragon Fire King's bloodline to the Albion's Thunder Dragon King bloodline and the Water Dragon King bloodline back in the Empire. And so far, there were no problems, especially in terms of potential. The Dragon God project is Edward's possible way of reaching Tier 12, so he paid great attention to the final result. So, what do you think? There is no detectable issue as of now, replied Edward. The only problem is the dragon race's inherited memories and dragon chant magic. The Neo-Fire Dragon King can pass down its magic through inherited memory, but it has no access to the memories from our universe. I've taught him how to use dragon chant, and he quickly mastered it since the magic is tailored for his kind. However, since we do not know all the dragon chant's knowledge, I don't know its limitation. Edward did not answer her. Instead, he frowned as he analyzed the data deeper. If you're worried about that, we could probably find a way for the Neo-Fire Dragon King to replace the one in our universe and access the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Well, maybe not replace, but tricked whatever system they used to access that knowledge. Great idea, but this is not what I'm worried about. You overlooked something. Oh, what is it? We know the Dragon Kings can reincarnate after they die. As long as another dragon in the universe has a bloodline pure enough, they will inherit the title, memories, and powers of the Dragon King, essentially replacing the dead one. Your Neo-Fire Dragon King is missing that aspect in his bloodline. Fleur looked at the hologram, focusing on the part he pointed out. You're right. However, isn't that a good thing? We don't want the old Dragon Kings to use our creations to reincarnate. The Neo-Dragon King has an extremely pure bloodline on par with the old ones, so they are the perfect vessel for reincarnation. Your worries are not unfounded. But, it would be best if our Neo-Dragon Kings had a similar but separate reincarnation system. That way, once one of them dies, we do not have to spend a lot of time and resources to recreate them. That's a good idea. I'll work on that. Now that she had a direction for her work, Fleur was extra motivated. Then, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Don't forget to go meet your new wife." "I have a new wife." "Of course, Wiz. But you have to woo her." Edward gave her a strange look while looking at Hermione through his side eye. After seeing no reaction, he calmly nodded without saying much. "By the way, how many women did you bring this time?" asked Fleur, while Hermione also secretly listened in the corner. "None." "Really? I don't think you're that well behaved." "Hehe, there were a few meaningless flings. I guess I can't say they were meaningless, happy memories, more likely. As for meaningful connections? Only one, but things did not work out." "Oh, did the mighty Arcane Emperor get his heart broken?" said Fleur as she pinched his face. Edward pushed her hand away. "I'm not that fragile. Honestly speaking, are you okay?" she asked as she caressed his hair. "It's not my first rejection, and it won't be my last. That's a good mindset to have. All right, I have to go back to my research." Edward nodded before walking to Lily's lab, where she waited for him. Before entering, he saw Severus waiting at the door, signaling him with his head, to which Edward nodded back to indicate he understood. So, he sat in front of her. "What's going on? Why don't you want my help?" "Honestly, the situation has nothing to do with you. I was talking with Severus about the trouble I was having in my research, and he told me to take my time. And if I could not succeed, you would help once you arrived. And for some reason, I suddenly snapped at him, we argued, and I wanted to prove him wrong by finishing the project before you arrived." "I see. Did you find the real cause of your trouble?" asked Edward. "After you arrived, I activated my tower spirit, psychoanalysis mode, and discovered my outburst resulted from some problems back home." "James." "Yes. Apparently, I have some subconscious guilt about how I treated him. And when Severus said these words, I burst out and lashed out. Things are better now." "So, what will you do when you return?" asked Edward. "Couple therapy. The three of us must go to therapy to figure this marriage out. Otherwise." "That's a good idea. Nevertheless, you should talk to Snape. He's worried about you." "Yes, I do owe him an apology. I'll talk to him." Edward nodded before sighing. "Now that we are on the topic of apology, I would also like to take this opportunity to apologize again for my actions regarding James. There is no need for that, as I understood your behavior. Nevertheless, I still appreciate your understanding and forgiveness." Lily smiled and nodded. "All right, show me your research." Lily displayed the hologram projection to show him the data while explaining some things. "I've reproduced most of the capability of the divine spark and even made some optimization." She then showed him a design of the arcane spark she designed. The arcane spark can turn faith into mana. And unlike the divine spark, where the conversion is only temporary, this one is permanent. So, arcanists can have another way to rapidly increase their mana through faith. A new magical path could even begin with this method. Edward frowned after hearing this. He had never been a true fan of the whole concept of godhood and faith. If arcanists walked the path of faith, then it is only a matter of time before the universe reverts to its former self once he overthrows the gods, even if faith was never poisonous to the soul. What's the situation about the faith? According to our study, the limit of purification that the sparks provide is Tier 7. After that, there are signs of contamination. Edward read the research's date. The group captured the most powerful god in heaven and the devil lord ruling the underworld. Both were tier 7 and had an organ similar to the divine spark. The heaven ruler absorbed faith, while the devil lord absorbed negative emotions. Their sparks can purify faith and negative emotions, but only to a limit. At their tier, their souls have already displayed some signs of corruption. Any idea on how to fix the issue? Yes, I plan to combine the spark with the divine flame to enhance the purification process. Excellent idea. What else? I've replicated most of the divine spark's abilities except for the method to use karma empowerment. In our battle with these two rulers, they used a sacred spell that reached tier 8. We would have been in serious danger if not for the floating city. Lily showed the data to him. In her research, she created different tiers clones before using some of Hermione's research to transfer positive and negative karma onto these clones. Then, she had them create their own arcane speak and use sacred spells. The tier 1 tier 3 clones could use sacred spells to cast a spell 1 tier higher than themselves. However, the arcane spark no longer functioned from tier 4 to higher. The sacred spells could boost the spell's strength, but it could not reach 1 tier higher as the heaven ruler could. Edward's eyes lit up after seeing this research. The angels and devil in black clover could also use their karma to slightly boost their spells, and they could do it because of the difference in their souls. In contrast, the gods in this world can do it because of the divine spark. Immediately, Edward began to combine the two research. He modified the arcane spark to temporarily modify an arcanist's soul frequency to be similar to the Konosuba gods or devils, thus allowing them to use their karma and the perfect sacred spell. That should work, said Lily as she looked at the designed changes. Edward then sends her his research on devils and angels. You can experiment on them independently to finish the design. Devils and angels? I wonder how these devils are different from this world, muttered Lily as she gathered the data of both species to compare. Meanwhile, Edward saw she was deep in focus, so he left. He did not forget to signal Snape that he could enter. Edward wanted to spend a little more time with his wives, but they ignored him on the account that they were busy. So, he finally went to meet Wiz. 357 date Edward followed directions to the magic shops. He opened the door, and he heard a melodious voice welcome him. However, the voice abruptly stopped, and the owner looked at him with her mouth open. You're real? Asked Wiz. Why wouldn't I be real? He asked, perplexed. Fleur has been talking about you for so many years, but you never showed. So, I thought you were not real, and they just invented your existence. And why would they invent a husband? Edward asked, intrigued by her thought patterns. Wiz smiled in embarrassment. I thought they were part of some cult similar to the Axis Church, and they wanted to trick me into it. Fleur did tell me you were distant lately. However, she was too busy with her research to pay attention. This explains everything, replied Edward. As you can see, I am real and not the leader of a cult. Yes, you're even more handsome than in the pictures I saw. Thank you, but I have to say, you're not how I imagined you to be. Oh, what did you imagine? A little shyer. Haha, these days are past me. Of course, maturity comes with age, after all, said Edward. That's a great way to explain aging. Come in, I'll serve tea. Edward nodded before taking a seat. Soon afterward, Wiz served tea, and he observed her. He could tell she now had a magic core and was currently a tier 6 undead. He could even see she could not reach tier 7 because the main ingredient for the purification potion was Aqua's spell. And as an undead, Wiz cannot use it. If you don't mind me being direct, are you still interested in me? And what if I am? Then, I will take you on a date. A date, huh? I have not been in one of those since I was a teenager. Wiz looked Edward directly in the eyes. She was now in her early 30s and had never dated someone since her teenage years. Even though she thought this man was not real, some of her wanted to wait to see him. Now that she had seen him, she felt many emotions, happiness, indifference, expectation, and anger. Many of them were contradictory, but that was how she felt. Very well, I accept your invitation. Excellent, said Edward with a smile. Do you want to know where we are going, or do you want to be surprised? Surprised me? All right, I will come to pick you up tomorrow at noon. So, early. We have a lot of places to go. Now, you got my expectations up. Hopefully, I won't disappoint, Edward replied before drinking his tea and saying goodbye to her. The next day, Edward showed up, dressed casually. Yesterday, I forgot to ask what is the dressing code, said Wiz. We are mages, I don't think we need to worry much about the dress code. That's true. So, where are we going? I've traveled to every inch of this world. So, it's not easy to surprise me. Edward waved his hand to open a portal behind him. After you, Wiz entered, and he followed. Immediately afterward, she found herself in a strange environment. There were tall buildings made of metal, fully encased in glass. There were moving chariots but with no magical animals carrying them, nor did she sense magic behind use. Wiz could see many people walking and traveling. Everyone seemed busy while focusing on a strange object in their hands. Is this Kazuma's world? Yes. I've heard Fleur said you were sad once Kazuma left and often mentioned you wanted to visit him and his world. It's been 10 years, Wiz said softly. After Phileas led a group of adventurers to defeat the Demon King in his castle, Aqua wanted to return to heaven, while Kazuma wished to return to his life back on Earth. The gods granted him his request. Megumin left with him since they had fallen in love, but Darkness remained to take care of her father and inherit the title. As such, the band of misfits disbanded. So, what happens to that group? Aqua has been sneaking into the mortal world to see Kazuma and Megumin. She often used her power to allow the four to communicate, despite the laws of heaven forbidding it. Didn't she get in trouble? Not anymore. His team now secretly controls heaven and hell, as such, they can make the rules. Let's go. We have many places to visit. Then, the two visited the city, experiencing a different culture. Edward served as Wiz's guide as they went to different restaurants worldwide, watched a movie, went to park rides, etc. Edward would jump back in time to make the day longer so they had enough time to experience what they wanted. He did not even care about messing with the fabric of the space-time continuum. And with their godlike stamina, no one was tired. Finally, at night, the two used magic to change to a fancy dress as they ate at a luxurious restaurant. Edward taught the chefs how to use magical beasts as ingredients to suit Wiz's taste. I feel like I know plenty about you. At the same time, I feel like I know nothing, said Wiz. What do you want to know? I promise to answer to the best of my ability. What made you want to become a wizard? Why the intense desire to pursue knowledge and the truth? Give me a real answer. Edward took a moment to recollect. If you want to get to the root of it, you'll have to go back to my childhood. Now, I'm intrigued. My situation was similar to Kazuma. I was born in a world without magic, but after death, I got a chance to reincarnate in a magical world. Wiz swirled her wine before taking a sip, paying close attention. Even before my reincarnation, I was a curious child. Unlike most kids, I loved reading. I had a library full of books on different subjects. I was the type of kid that could give a presentation on the different types of dinosaurs at a moment's notice. However, everything changed after entering high school. I got bullied for being a nerd or something. Wiz understood the anti-intellectualism in many places in Kazuma's world, so she understood why he would be bullied. At first, I did not mind since I had great friends, supportive parents, even got a girlfriend, continued Edward. However, she soon broke up with me. She said she was tired of hearing me talk about astrophysics and other boring subjects. That was the last straw. What happened next? Edward smiled. I changed. I fit society's standard of what was cool. I no longer talked about what I love. Instead, I played sports and became athletic. You played football, didn't you? Said Wiz. I did. Quarterback. No, I was the running back. I was pretty good too. I became popular, and dated beautiful cheerleaders. You can say my womanizing ways began during that time. But as you can expect, I was not happy. I could not remember how many times I've looked at the stars, pondering about the mysteries of the universe, wondering how wonderful it would be if I could be born in the future so I could know the answers to all my questions. So, did you finally revert to your old self? Continue pursuing your passion for knowledge. No, that only happened later during university. Although my grades were terrible by the time I graduated, I could still attend a good university with a football scholarship. Then, I met her. I should have figured it was a woman who changed you back, Wiz said while rolling her eyes. I'm ashamed to say, but you're right. Throughout my first year of college, she changed my life. She allowed me to be myself. And when I suddenly went on a tangent about the influence of 17th century gay occultists on Eastern European religion, she listened. She did not call me names, thought I was boring, or made me feel bad for knowing such a thing. She would ask questions, engage in the conversation, and use the opportunity to learn. What's more, she would go out of her way to learn on the subject so we could discuss the topic. She sounds like a wonderful person. So, what happened? Did you miss her after you died? 358 His past / yin yang arcanist. Unfortunately, our relationship ended before that, said Edward while reminiscing. Oh, what happened? Problems begin in our relationship earlier because of her parents. They were filthy rich, and I was not. After I got a double PhD in astrophysics and mathematics, I focused on my teaching job at the university. At the same, we also began to talk about marriage. However, I had to meet her parents more often, and the issue of our social status was often brought up. Although she did not mind and was even willing to cut off ties with her family, I could not let it go. In the end, the pressure of my new job and my insecurities resulted in me ending the relationship. You, as an educator? I could never imagine. I love teaching and sharing knowledge, always have. Fleur did mention that as one of your good qualities. However, thinking about your current wealth, it's hard to imagine you would lose the love of your life because of it. Love of my life? That's going a bit too far, isn't it? It seems you are filling a hole in your heart with countless women. A better explanation would be that I'm a lustful man, replied Edward with a chuckle. Or, the one I like the most, my capacity to love is so big that one person is not enough to bear it. Whatever helps you sleep at night, said Wiz as she swirled her wine before taking a sip and savoring the taste. So, what happens next? I'm guessing it's when you die. You're correct. I died and reincarnated in a world that was essentially a novel I once read as a child. That's possible. Well, things are a little more complicated than stated, but that's the gist. Wiz nodded and did not press on the subject. After my reincarnation, I was at first elated. After all, this was a world of magic. I could not wait to find its mysteries and essence, to discover all its mysteries. To this day, I can still remember the excitement I felt after learning the news. It was the same excitement as when I read my first book and felt a veil removed from my mind as I peer into the secret of the universe. Edward paused with a pure smile on his face. Unfortunately, the happiness did not last long. They never do they? Edward sighed as he also took a sip of his drink. I quickly learned that I was reincarnated in a tumultuous period of the book. As for my parents, they were minor characters that did not survive. Moreover, my extraordinary magic talent could put me in grave danger. Wiz listened attentively without saying anything. I tried everything possible to prevent their death, but it was futile. I remember the day my aunt brought me the news, the sadness, despair, and helplessness I felt. Despite having memories of my past life and being a grown man in a child's body, I loved my parents with all my heart. To this day, I do not know whether it was because they treated me with the utmost love and care or the result of my reincarnation. I supposed it does not matter. What mattered was how devastated I felt after their loss. It was so bad that I entered a deep state of depression. Edward paused as he took a more relaxed position in his seat, with his shoulder more relaxed. Now that I think about it, this was truly a terrifying time. Both loneliness and hatred were slowly consuming me. If I did not get out of it, with my talents for magic, the world would truly have suffered at my hands. Wiz trembled slightly at the thought. Over the past years, she had heard of this man's legendary tales and accomplishments. And in the past few days, she saw his ability as he played with time like it was nothing. If such a person became evil, the threat he would pose to the world would make the Demon King from Axel look like a joke. So, what brought you out of that dark place? It was my aunt. I remember her exact word: magic is capable of creating miracles, including reviving the dead. Those are dangerous words. Indeed. However, she later told me she only said these words to redirect my focus on something else, and she never expected me to succeed. According to her, she was waiting for the right time to talk to me about it. Is something wrong? I just started wondering if she is why I started walking on the path of human experimentation and pushing the boundaries of magic. Well, is she? Probably not. With my curiosity, it was only a matter of time before I started studying dark magic. And without the laws of my past life restricting my morality and having so much power, I think it was inevitable. It is very concerning if you need laws to restrict your morality. I'm very aware of this, said Edward as he shrugged his shoulder. What don't you tell me about you, now? Your story is not finished. There is nothing more to add. I studied magic, found a way to revive my parents, and became ambitious and lustful in my desire for more knowledge. So, I created an interstellar empire full of powerful and talented wizards to help me study more knowledge and discover the truths of the universe. Wiz was speechless at how this man summarized his achievements as if he was speaking about doing something as common as taking a nap. All right, you win, she said. As for myself, my story is not nearly as interesting as yours. I was born in a small town near the Beltsurg Kingdom. One day, the demon army destroyed our town. Although my family survived, I saw the atrocities that the demons created. So, I became an adventurer. Luckily, I was pretty talented in magic and soon became famous. They called the Ice Queen because of my mastery of ice magic and cruelty against the demons. Those were the good old days, she said with a beautiful smile. In one of my adventures in a dungeon, my companions were cursed. And the only way I could save them was by becoming a lich, so I accepted the offer from one of the demon generals, Vanir. After that, I made a deal with the Demon King to maintain the barrier to his castle in exchange for his army not arming innocent people. Then, I opened my magic shop. Thinking of her magic shop, Wiz was slightly embarrassed. After so many years, even though she has grown and changed, she has read countless books, but her business acumen is still terrible. To this day, the store still barely makes some money, especially after Vanir disappeared for quite some time. It would have run out of business long ago if it were not for his return and helping with the store. Edward smiled at her shyness. Then, they continued talking and getting to know each other. They spent the next 3 months together, traveling the world and even visiting other planets. Finally, Edward brought her to his laboratory. Is this why you asked me for my blood? Wiz asked as she looked at the naked body in a green tank that looked exactly like her. Yes, a perfect clone that fits your soul. With it, you will no longer be a lich. Well, we still need to tweak your soul before the real transformation is complete. Wiz's transformation was not done by the power of authority like the undead back home. So, Edward could fix her soul with his death staff. I thought you wanted me to be your undead empress for political reasons and stuff. There is no need for your help integrating the undead into the empire. But my existence would make it easier, correct? Edward frowned slightly. I thought you would want to return to normal. There are many downsides to being a lich. The body's temperature is always low, most foods taste horrible, the inability to have children, the inability to dream or sleep, which can be an upside to some people, and the social stigmas of being an undead. Of course, there is the upside: power, eternal youth, and immortality. I did in the past. But, after leaving so long as one, I have accepted my identity. It is now a part of me. I see. In that case, let's use the original plan I had for you. Edward led her to another room before showing her a hologram with a bunch of data. The plan I draw for you is to use the duality of the soul to allow you to be both a necromancer and a paladin, an undead and an angel. The good part of your soul will now control light or holy magic. At the same time, the evil part will control negative energy or necromancy. A yin-yang arcanist, thought Edward before internally shaking his head and focusing on the task at hand. Typically, I should have created an artificial soul for you to control the second but contradictory attribute. However, your soul is unique. You are a pure and morally good person, always protecting the innocent. At the same time, you also have a wrathful side when facing your enemy. So, your soul is perfect for this procedure. So, I will no longer be afraid of purification or holy magic. Yes. On the contrary, you will be a master of it. Is this dangerous? Not when I'm doing it. Plus, I have many fail-safes in case something goes wrong. Alright, I trust you. In that case, let's begin. Next chapter title, Going Home 359. Returning home, Wiz had all white clothes, similar to a patient about to have surgery. Edward stood beside her, prepared to put a mask on her face. However, he saw the slight worry or fear in her eyes, so he stopped. Are you alright? Just a little worried. If you want, we can postpone things. No, I'm ready. He placed the mask on the side and held her hands. Remember, I'm next to you. With me here, you don't have to worry about anything. Wiz held and caressed his surprisingly rough hands, and somehow, she felt reassured. I trust you, she declared with a pure smile. Edward caressed her head before putting the mask on her face and laying her on the metal bed. Then, a large glass tube covered her body before a green liquid filled the tube. Edward took his staff and used his willpower to force the universe will to grant him access to Death Authority. Then, numerous runes appeared on the surface of the glass, and Edward's eyes glowed all white. He now could see Wiz's soul inside her soul dimension. Morgana, inject the serum. Then, a black liquid was injected into Wiz's body from the mask placed on her face. This was a serum made from the bodies of God and Satan from black clover. It would modify Wiz's life code to contain both the positive attribute of angels while also boosting her lich body and the negative side. So, for the next few minutes, he watched her shake incessantly during the transformation. Morgana monitored all her changes on an atomic level to ensure nothing went wrong. Once the conversion finished, he proceeded to the next step, the soul mutation. Wiz's soul, who typically looked like herself in her dimension, began to change. She shone brightly in two colors, dark and gold. Edward monitored her carefully during the process. Everything the dark spot overtook the gold one, he would use his staff to revert to the balanced state, and the same for the gold area. He would also ensure that the mutual transformation of the two lights did not damage her soul or the dimension. The process lasted for a few hours before it ended. Then, the two lights fused with her soul's eyes, turning one side pure dark and the other pure gold. Success, thought Edward with relief. Then, he checked the soul space, the connection of the soul and the body, the bloodline, and many other things to ensure no problem. After not finding anything, he finally ended the surgery. He ordered Morgana to give Wiz plenty of healing potions for her health while gathering data on this procedure. Then, he woke her up. At first, Wiz was confused, but she quickly regained her bearing. How do you feel? Asked Edward. Different. Different good, or different bad? I don't know, she replied as she looked at her hand. She then placed it on the metal surgical table she had previously laid. Purification. A white light came from her, and the silver table instantly turned black. Is this the power of Archpriestess? But why did it turn black? The table is made of a magical ore. Your spell purified both the mana inside and the metal, essentially optimizing it. He walked to the table and easily removed a piece of it. Unfortunately, you purified it too much, so it's now a useless ore. Wiz nodded before raising her hand to cast another spell. Undead summoning. A knight in dark gold armor appeared before her, holding his head in his hand. The knight immediately knelt to salute her. How fascinating. I have both the power of Lich and an archpriest. After that, Wiz proceeded to test the limit of her power while Edward recorded everything. He even discovered that when it came to purification magic, she was as talented as Aqua. After the successful transition, Wiz began her magical studies. In the past 10 years, the group only gave her some basic knowledge about the Empire and magic, in case things did not work out with Edward. Now that she was officially one of them, she had much to learn. As for Edward, he had to focus on Lily's research. Using it, he created an arcane spark on his soul dimension that looked like a dark gold crystal floating at the center of the dimension. Let's test this thing out, he muttered before using the world gate to teleport to a desolate star system. Sacred spell, star explosion. Thousands of runes appeared around him, and from them manifested an enormous sun. Then, it exploded, destroying the entire star system with it. Luckily, Edward teleported away in time. After all, although his attack reached tier 8 star system level, he was still a tier 7 star level and would not survive the explosion. The amount of my karma used is not as big as I expected. He then proceeded to use the same attack, but this time he used his negative karma to cast a sacred spell. The destructive power of negative karma is at least 20% higher. I'm guessing there is also a bonus for healing spells when using positive karma. Edward frowned as he could see the potential danger of the arcane spark. He did not doubt many people would not hesitate to commit heinous crimes to gather negative karma and increase their power. This will be a significant problem since it only requires tier 4 country level to cast an arcane spark. It did not mean that arcanists could use sacred spells as easily as they desired since their souls would not be able to bear power a whole tier above them. Most people will only be capable of using 1 to 2 sacred spells before tiring out. Nevertheless, he had to restrict the arcane spark to prevent a sudden increase in crime in the empire. Then, there is also the issue of faith. The arcane spark can convert faith into mana, allowing people to reach higher tiers quickly. So, he did not doubt that many people would want to leave the empire to conquer planets and other places, subjugate these people and force them to worship these arcanists as gods to increase their tier. As such, he decided to release 2 versions to the public. The first version only allowed people to use their karma for sacred spells. However, strict contacts will be signed to ensure these people will not actively commit crimes to increase their karma. The second version is the full version with the faith conversion ability, but even stricter contracts will be required to get their hands on this method. Although Edward will not ban faith in the empire, they will be severely controlled. After making some preparations, he left. There was nothing more left for him in this world, so it was time to return home. Before leaving, he plundered heavens, hell, the gods, the devils, and all the dimensions these places controlled and had access to, including Axel. Subsequently, he plundered the population of Earth, including Kazuma and Megaman. Of course, he did not immediately leave. No, he traveled the multiverse to parallel dimensions where the population differed from the one he came from. Then, he would plunder the entire population, as he did in his previous world. He did that numerous times until the universe will acted and exiled him from the universe. So, Edward placed the floating city inside the world gate before heading home. The floating city required a lot of time to upgrade to the new Void Core engine, and he did not want to wait. Furthermore, he wanted to update it in one go instead of piece by piece. The 3.0 version should have the ability to fight against Tier 10 universal powerhouses. Morgana, how is it? The calibration for the Void Core engine is still off. We are 1 day travel away from home. Edward was still satisfied since we cut a trip that would take a few months to 1 day. 24 later, he could overlook his home world's crystal wall. 360 The Undead Legion Catastrophe Quick Review. Before Edward left, an undead god named Guznad invaded the Milky Way galaxy and blocked anyone from entering and leaving the world. There are 5 Tier 8 civilizations in the Milky Way: the Intergalactic Federation, the Elf Kingdom, the Night Skin, now changed to Starskin, and the Intelligence, and the Arcane Empire. Shisha Cluster, Bluewater Star System, 24,000 light-years from Earth, Blucia Planet. A beautiful woman held a trident in her hand. She had blue skin, 6 hands, and the lower body of a serpent. She was a Naga. To be precise, the Naga Queen, Aquafina. Behind her was a large army of her kind, clad in armor. The only difference was that the ordinary Naga had 4 arms, 2 less than her. In front of them was an army of undead composed of underwater creatures like mermaids, sirens, krakens, and even her kind. Water Tornado. Aquafina pointed her trident to create a powerful tornado that swept half of the army. Regrettably, only a few of the undead remained motionless after her attacks. The others got up and continued attacking, despite many parts of their bodies being destroyed by the sheer force of the attack. Damn it! My water purification is too limited, thought Aquafina. Attack! She yelled to the people behind her, and the group of Naga began their offensive. First, they drank a potion before the majority of them swam to the enemy and confronted them with their weapons. Every time a Naga killed an undead, their weapons would shine with a weird light, preventing the undead from rising again. It permanently killed them. Meanwhile, the Naga mages stood behind the queen, took out a bunch of scrolls, and injected their mana inside to activate them. Numerous spells landed on the undead legion, instantly killing many of them. The mages continued the attack until all the scrolls ran out. Then, they used water-based spells to deal with the enemies. Unfortunately, this time, they would rise even after their entire body was destroyed. Aquafina acted swiftly and used her water purification magic to finish them off. So, the Naga's tactic became the mages weakening the enemy, and the queen finished them off. The battle lasted hours before a strange noise came from the undead side, making them retreat. As Aquafina watched them leave, she did not chase them. Instead, she looked at one of her ministers and said, "Go count the casualties." After that, she swam to the ocean's surface at an incredible speed. In less than 10 seconds, she swam from the near bottom of the sea to the surface before flying in the air. In the sky, she gazed at the entire planet. Blucia Planet was a beautiful planet with 95% of water. But now, 90% of the entire ocean was a deep black. She has lived for thousands of years and ruled her people for hundreds of years. And ever since she could remember, this planet was pure blue. Her late parents would take her on vacation to this place, allowing her to make many fond memories. But now, the entire ocean was polluted by undead energy, making it inhabitable to the living. Aquafina sighed deeply before returning to the bottom. Upon arrival, the minister gave her a list, and she perused it. The casualties were high. Luckily, this group has the Arcane Empire's undead protection potion. Otherwise, her fallen kind would also have turned into an undead. Have the citizens been loaded to the ships? Yes. As you wish, Your Majesty. Aquafina walked to an area full of dozens of enormous wooden ships the size of any spaceship. She got on one and gave the order. Then, these wooden ships floated on the surface for a few seconds before flying in the air. A giant pool of water appeared on their bottom to carry them in the air. Then, they flew outside of the planet's atmosphere. All the passengers had a bubble around their heads to allow them to breathe. And due to their natural physiology, that was all the protection they needed. Your Majesty, do you want to destroy the planet? Said one of the ministers. Indeed, it is better than to leave it to the undead. Aquafina was the only tier 6 planetary individual of the Naga, so she was capable of blowing the planet to smothering. No need. The ministers seemed to have thought of something, so a look of understanding and loss appeared on their faces. One of them opened his mouth to say something but closed it in the end. Aquafina led her people to another planet in the star system. It was truly a beautiful sight to see such enormous wooden ships traveling in space at tremendous speed, carried by controlled ocean waves. Unfortunately, no one was in the mood to enjoy such a sight. After a few minutes of travel, the ships arrived at planet Blue Nobility, the Naga race's main planet. Blue Nobility was made up mostly of water with a continent in the middle. The Naga royal family modified the continent by placing a giant bubble full of water inside it, recreating the ocean. Only the royal family, the nobility, and wealthy Nagas could live on the continent. After arriving, Aquafina headed to her throne room while her minister went to locate the surviving members under the sea. Aquafina spent a few hours on the throne, alone with her thoughts. Then, an assembly took place with all the ministers that served her. "How is the situation?" she calmly asked. "Not good, Your Majesty. Blue Nobility is the last remaining planet of our star system, and our defense won't last long. Furthermore, we are running out of the Arcane Empire's purification scrolls or the undead protection potions. Do we have money to buy any more? Unfortunately, even with their wartime discount, we do not have enough money to sustain another large-scale invasion." The room became quiet, only the sound of light breathing echoing. "I guess we really have no choice," said Aquafina with a sigh. "Your Majesty, please don't," said one of the ministers as he coiled his snake's lower body, which was a sign of bowing down, similar to kneeling or kowtowing. "It is obvious that the Arcane Empire is using this war to force many races and factions to integrate into them. We can't fail for their tricks. So, do you have a better solution?" Aquafina calmly asked, and the minister did not know how to answer. In the current situation of the galaxy, all the most influential civilizations are in crumble, except for the Arcane Empire. If they don't accept their rule, the only thing left for the Naga is destruction at the hands of the Undead Legion. We can become a wandering civilization. As long as we survive long enough until forces outside of the galaxy intervene, we can maintain our race, said the minister. Aquafina internally shook her head. To become a wandering civilization, they would have to either move their entire planet, travel throughout the galaxy, or use spaceships to lead the people. However, each side had many uncontrollable problems, including pirates and slave catchers and the lack of resources to maintain such a lifestyle. "I have decided, we will surrender to the Arcane Empire." The minister who rejected clenched his teeth but did exit his coiling position as a form of protest. Aquafina gave a slight nod to a person standing in the corner of the room. The other minister who saw this nod knew what it meant. This minister would not live past tonight. The queen did not want any uncontrollable factors affecting the Naga race's integration into the Arcane Empire. Someone walked over to hand Aquafina a stone. After activating it, a holographic screen appeared as she logged into the universe web. During this catastrophe, most communication methods became ineffective, most likely the doing of the Death God. However, the universe web was not affected, which gave many people hope that outside help would come. But after so long, nothing happened. Aquafina contacted the Arcane Empire and contacted them with her notice of surrendering. Before sending the message, she hesitated. Her decision was not rash or out of nowhere. She did it because the Arcane Empire is a multiracial one. Even though the leader is a human, the Empire's laws are fair and equal to all species. The thing is that they are so fair that they have begun to integrate undead into their folds, which worries her. Her kind has suffered too much at the hands of the undead, and she did not know how to feel about this. "I have no choice. Plus, the Empire's law is that anyone can be a ruler if they defeat the previous emperor." After re-strengthening her resolve, she sent the message. A few minutes later, a space fleet teleported outside of her Blue Nobility planet, and Aquafina went to receive them. 361 Blue Water Star System. Aquafina watched as a small pod flew from the fleet outside the planet. The pod landed in front of her castle, and not long afterward, a few people came out. The leading convoy was a mermaid with dark skin and red hair. Two people followed behind her, one tall and one extremely short, similar to a child in height. Aquafina recognized the tall one as a human, and the short one was a species called Free Elves. The two followers did not have any protection despite being underwater. She could tell that their magical robe provided them with an invisible protective shield so they could survive in this environment. Furthermore, these three were all Tier 6 Arcanists. "Your Majesty," said Ariel. "My name is Ariel Mertail, and these are my companions, Tong Yu and Kabi. There is no need for politeness. After all, after today, I no longer will be royalty. But currently, you are still of noble lineage, so respect is a must," replied Ariel. And although Aquafina knew this was because of a diplomatic mission, she was in a much better mood for her decision. "Do you want to enter for some tea? I believe this is a common custom of your empire. Normally, we would love to, but the current situation does not allow it. So, let's get to business." "I understand." Tong Yu took out a long scroll and handed it to Ariel, who then gave it to Aquafina. "The infamous contract of surrender," said Aquafina as she skimmed through it. Then, she condensed a quill with her mana to sign it. "Your Majesty, should you be more careful," said one of the ministers. "No need," Since we are going to integrate into the Empire, we should have some level of mutual trust, Aquafina replied as she signed her name before dropping some blood on the scroll and leaving some imprints of her soul. The contract then lit up after the signing process. Thank you for your trust, said Ariel with a beautiful smile as she took the scroll and placed it inside her interdimensional ring. It's my understanding that you have a way to purify the death energy of our planets. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. We will deal with the rest. Now, if you could please tell us the general situation. Aquafina then gave the situation of the undead on the other planets. Bluewater star system has 4 habitable planets where the Nagas once lived and prospered. However, 3 of them have already been conquered. 3 barren vampires? That's tier 6, muttered Ariel. All right, we will deal with them. Do you mind if I accompany you? Asked Aquafina. I would love to see the Empire into action. Very well. Aquafina then followed the squad into the pod despite the rejection of her ministers. Then, they flew to one of the largest ships in the fleet. Ariel conducted a meeting and allowed the former queen to participate. However, she did not immediately attend. Instead, she went to a particular room on the ship and placed the contract before recording a message. This is Ariel Mirail, security code 7R084773828HDG649 reporting to HQ. The mission has been successful. Then, a few seconds later, the scroll disappeared as it was teleported away, making Ariel sigh in relief. A few times, the contracts of surrender were intercepted, creating political problems. So, the new security protocol is to immediately teleport them back to HQ instead of transporting them through a long voyage. After receiving a message from HQ, Ariel went to the meeting room. How is the situation? She asked as soon as she entered. We have already blocked the entire star system's space to prevent reinforcements from the Undead Legion. Not that they would care about lowly Baron Vampire, replied Tong Yu. Our sensors have detected an energy signature which signals that the undead is indeed tier 6 and not hiding their strengths for an ambush. Ariel nodded before looking at another person in the room. That person was wearing a unique magical hood that hid all information about them. According to my divination, there is nothing wrong with this regiment. It's just one of the many normal ones sent out to cause chaos and increase the number of undead. All right, replied Ariel calmly. Aquafina was not calm and had to exercise extreme control to hide her emotions. After all, she had just learned that a regular regiment almost destroyed her race and ended her kingdom. It was not fair, yet she understood the cruelty of the universe was as such. The strong preyed on the weak. My mission is finished, said the hooded figure. And according to wartime emergency order, I will excuse myself. Ariel nodded. In the current war, diviners have become essential to gather accurate information. As such, they faced constant assassination from the Undead Legion. There is even a secret squad under the death god Guznad, dedicated to killing diviners of the most influential civilizations. The Starskin race suffered the most under this squad since they have even more diviners than the Empire. An Nightskin race will now refer to as Starskin. And after the Empire suffered a few successful assassinations, new protocols were established to ensure the safety of diviners. They will wear magical robes that hide their identity and will not stay long in any active war zones. After giving the information, the hooded figure went to a special room that directly teleported them back home. Then, let's begin, said Ariel. The fleet then separated into 3, each heading to a different planet. She took Aquafina to Blissia planet, where a black shield surrounded the entire planet. Ariel ordered the ship cannons to bombard the ship, and after firing a few rounds, the shield popped like a balloon. Then, a magic circle appeared underneath her feet, surrounding her and Aquafina. They disappeared and appeared on the only piece of land on the planet. Damn the Arcane Empire, said a cold voice. It was a pale man with 4 long fangs dressed like a nobleman from the Middle Age. Numerous dark lights entered his body from different places on this planet, trying to absorb the souls of the other undead to become stronger, said Ariel with a smirk. She raised her hand to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared with weird writings on the corner. The writing was composed of Sanskrit, ancient Egyptian, and other languages. Undead purification. This was a spell Edward created based on the Book of the Dead, the Golden Book of Amara, and the Oracle from his previous voyage. After Ariel cast her spell, the souls of these undeads, mostly skeletons, flew from their bodies and entered the underworld, and their physical bodies became useless. Damn it, I cannot die here, yelled the vampire. Once he saw the Arcane Empire's ships, he wanted to use this method to raise his tier quickly. But the transformation was not as simple as he thought. Blood tentacles. Countless blood tentacles came from his body and headed straight for Ariel, trying to turn her into a shish kebab. Don't you know better to confront an Arcanist at the same tier, she said with a sneer. A magic circle appeared before her, creating a powerful jet of flame that turned the blood tentacles into ashes. Ariel then raised her head to see a bunch of bats flowing into the sky and used another spell. Lightning Judgment. A pillar of thunder descended from the sky on all the bats. Then, the vampire's complete body fell to the ground with smoke on his body. He wanted to curse these Arcanists and whoever created that system. All of them were powerful and could use powerful spells without pausing. They were strong physically and masters of hand-to-hand combat. Then there was the fact they were not restricted by any attributes and could use all types of magic. This was something even the undead could not do. Ariel snapped her finger, and the vampire passed out. Envious, she said, looking at Aquafina. Honestly, I am. Such a powerful and versatile magic system. As a water creature like herself, Ariel should only be able to use water magic, unless she had some special bloodline, a mutation, or used magical artifacts. But that was not the case. You will also be like me after you integrate into the Empire. I can learn your magic system despite being a foreigner. There is no foreigner in the Empire, only its citizen. After the final integration, you can go to school to learn our magic system at no cost. Then, you can innovate to make it better and push its boundaries, creating a cycle of progress. Aquafina paused for a moment. That sounds beautiful and all, but can the Empire be so selfless? To give away such a precious thing? She could not fathom doing such a thing despite knowing the benefit. The Naga royal family has hidden its most powerful spells and magical artifacts for thousands of years. And even though she loved her people and would do anything to protect them, she was also selfish and wanted her family to have the power to rule. This is the charm of the Arcane Emperor, replied Ariel. All right, let's deal with the other mess. Then, she looked at the dark ocean. She used a spell to scan the entire planet. Ariel then cast a large-scale spell. Countless magic circles appeared in the sky, covering the entire planet. Then, countless water bubbles flew from the bottom of the ocean. There were so many of them that the sun was almost covered. Are those undead? Replied Ariel. What's going to happen to them? They will be sent to a facility that will awaken their intelligence and past memories before turning into undead. The successful one will be integrated into the Empire as citizens, while the others will be purified. Is it really alright for undeads to be treated as citizens? Asked Aquafina. I know you have your prejudice, but you have to understand most of them were ordinary people before they were forced into this state. Many of them have now become our allies and are now fighting on many battlefields across the galaxy. Their contributions to this war are no less than any other race or civilization. Furthermore, there is still the hope that the Empire will find a way to revert them to their former selves. What about the vampire? What's going to happen to him? According to the Empire's laws, he is my personal property now, so I can do what I please with him. Aquafina sighed but no longer commented. Meanwhile, Ariel contacted the ship. Come get the undead. Plus, send in the druids to purify this place. Not long afterward, the ship descended on the planet and began to load the captured undead into a spacious pocket dimension inside the spaceship. At the same time, a bunch of arcanists dressed in clothes with a nature theme also arrived. They flew around the ocean while dropping seeds. Once they finished, they chanted a spell that echoed throughout the planet. As they chant, enormous white trees began to grow from the bottom of the ocean. Then, the tree rapidly turned dark, and they did so, and the ocean slowly returned to its blue color. A few hours later, the dark sea had returned to its original color, and Aquafina rushed to check. As she played with the water, she could no longer sense any death energy, and she did not need to protect herself when interacting with the water. It's really purified, she muttered. The process will be complete in another few days, but it is good enough for now, said one of the druids. Is there anything I need to help with? No. Someone will come to take the trees away a few days later. All right. The druids then entered the ship to depart. Their services were needed throughout the galaxy, and they could not spend all their time on one planet. Although they would love to stay and listen to the thanks of the planet will, they had a mission to preserve nature in many other places. 362 HQ Solar System, Pluto, HQ Headquarters. Oliver was in a room full of people with many screens in front of her. She was dressed in a typical general uniform with medals. However, she did not wear it appropriately, showing her neck. Strangely, she had a bunch of green veins that looked like worms under her beautiful skin. Commander, we received a notice of surrender from the Naga race in the Blue Water system. Send an envoy to accept their surrender. Make sure there is no problem, diplomatic-wise, and clean up the undead there, Olivier replied. After saying these words, she closed one of the dozens of screens to concentrate on something else. Each screen consisted of a live confrontation of the war, and she needed to pay close attention. Suddenly, one of her screens went dark. She immediately contacted the battalion responsible for that particular battlefield. Commander, we have lost Point Star System, so I ordered a retreat, said Captain Tanaka. I request reinforcement before trying again. Send me the casualty report, said Oliver calmly. She then reviewed the report. Captain Tanaka led a medium fleet of more than 100 ships, but half of them were destroyed by one of an undead squadron, killing countless soldiers and arcanists. There is no need for reinforcement. We will abandon Point Star System for now. Commander, as long as I have a few more ships, I guarantee to reverse the situation. I do not doubt your capability, Captain Tanaka. After all, the enemy had at least 3 times the number of ships, and your order of retreat was correct. However, Point Star System is not a priority at the current stage, so there is no point in losing more manpower to acquire it. I see, replied Tanaka while secretly clenching his hand. He knew with how competitive the military was currently, his defeat would derail his career. And without the opportunity to undo this shame, he also could not live with himself. After all, his men counted on him. Nevertheless, he obeyed his command. After closing the communication, Olivier focused on another screen that needed her attention. Commander, we have detected 2 first generals, said an officer. Olivier quickly checked the location. First general meant that a tier 8 undead had appeared, so she needed to act soon. Leaf Tree Star System and Red Number Star System. We will send troops to Red Number Star System as soon as possible. What about Leaf Tree? That's the elf's territory. Let them deal with it, Oliver replied calmly. Red Number Star was very close to the Empire's border, less than 3,000 light-years from a star system recently conquered. As you wish, Commander. But, there is still a problem, we are short on Tier 7 Arcanists. Olivier did not waste time and pulled a screen with a list of civilian Tier 7 Arcanists. She looked through the screen while the information of all these people appeared in her mind. Then, she picked up someone and contacted him. Who the hell is disturbing my research? Your Majesty, sorry for my rudeness, I was distracted, said a young man in his early 30s with brown hair. Oddly, he also had the same veins on his neck as Olivier, except his were not as prominent. It doesn't matter. John Carter, you've been officially recruited for a mission. Prepare to mobilize. Your Majesty, according to Wartime Mobilization Act, Section 134B, I would like to pay arcane points for compensation to be excused of my duty, replied John. I'm invoking Section 60 as this is a special circumstance. A look of displeasure appeared on John's face after hearing this. However, Olivier did not care. If you wish, you can head to the Mobilization Safety Department. Nevertheless, you have 5 minutes to head to the designated area and be deployed. Then, Olivier cut off the communication. John cursed out loud for a few seconds before thinking about his next step. He did not dare not obey a deployment order as he knew the consequences. He had seen the fate of some Tier 7 Arcanists who thought they were now too powerful for the Empire to control. He was just considering whether to go to the safety department. However, he did not think for too long before deciding. He did not want to die. So, he exited his demiplane before operating to the nearest government war portal. He showed his identification as a newly deployed soldier, allowing him to skip the line and also granting him access to teleport to the Mobilization Safety Department. After the teleportation, he saw a middle-aged woman with a severe look waiting for him. Are you John Carter? She asked. Yes, replied John with some timidity in his voice. He could sense numerous powerful weapons pointed at him now, and he knew if he did something out of line, he would be instantly obliterated. Then, she took a device that scanned John's body, mana signature, soul, fingerprints, and even DNA. You're indeed you, she said in a monotone voice. Sign this. A hologram appeared before he and John signed it. The latter did not say anything else as a magic circle appeared underneath the two, and they teleported to a room full of machines. Lie down on the machine. This will hurt a little. John knew time was of the essence, so he did not attempt small chats. He laid on the metal bunch and a bunch of runes appeared around him. Then, he felt intense pain. He wanted to curse the woman for saying it would only hurt a little. A few seconds later, diamond with something inside appeared floating above his head. Is that my soul? How beautiful, thought John. This piece of your soul will be stored in a special location. In case of your untimely death, it will be used for your revival, said the latter as some golems walked into the room to take the diamond away. I'm aware of this, replied John. The stern lady nodded her head before continuing. You should also understand this method is not absolute. If you die by the death god's death authority, you have a 50% chance of permanent death. 50%? That seems a little high. You should be glad you have a chance at all, replied the lady. Only in the Empire where people could survive true death spell from a death god. Now, do you want other means of resurrection for assurance? What other method is there? We can copy your memories and transfer them to a clone. No, thank you, John quickly replied. He did not want to turn into a clone with a different soul. To him, such a revival is not revival at all but turning into a completely different person. As you wish. Do you have any questions? Do I have to pay for the resurrection? No, the Empire will pay for it. What about the resources to return to Tier 7? The Empire will pay 30% of it. That's fair. What about my soul? What's going to happen to it? After your deployment, you can choose to do with it as you please. John sighed in relief after hearing this. One of the reasons he hesitated to come here was that he feared the Empire possessed a piece of his soul. Even then, after getting it back, he will not immediately fuse with it but see some of his friends who are soul magic experts to check for any problems. Since you don't have anything else to ask, proceed to your next destination. John then used the Safet Department's warp portal to teleport to a military based in Saturn. And as soon as he arrived, he saw two men waiting for him. John looked at the muscular man with tattoos on his pale skin. A Viking? Based on his leak and slightly uncontrollable mana, he just reached Tier 6. He then focused on the other person. He had dark skin as beautiful as the night, but his eyes were reptilian. Dragon bloodline. My name is John Carter, Tier 7 Arcanist focusing on illusion magic. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, said John as he went for a handshake. Then, he remembered he was conversing with military men, so he did a military salute by placing his left arm behind his back and his right hand on his left shoulder. You can call me Gorm, Tier 6 Physical Arcanicist, subcategory Viking Warrior. The name is Abiodun Gozi, Tier 6 Bloodline Arcanist and a Dragon Knight. John was slightly surprised after hearing Abiodun's introduction. To have a Draconian bloodline and be a Dragon Knight was a great accomplishment. The Vikings and the Dragon Knights are the Empire's most elite forces. With you two, this mission should be easier. On the contrary, said Gorm. The fact we are being deployed means that the threat of the enemy is not something to underestimate. John's face became ugly for a moment before controlling himself. Indeed. All right, let's deploy. He wanted to complete this mission as quickly as possible and return to his laboratory. 363 Arcanists dream. John followed the two to his deployment ship. Only one ship? Asked John. I thought there would be a fleet. Only one ship is needed, Gorm calmly said. John opened his mouth but did not know what to say. In the end, he decided to just shut up. He then focused on this magnificent metal vessel that was 2.6 kilometers long and 5 meters wide. Is this the latest HTS-136 ship? I've read about it, but it is even more beautiful after seeing it in person. Indeed, replied Abiodun. Although it is a new model, it has brought us a lot of victories. As the most powerful weapon of the Empire, I expect it to perform beyond my imagination, committed John. Most powerful, sneered Gorm. Can the ship compare to that thing? That's not fair. Nothing can compare to the floating city, Abiodun replied. When those two heard the word floating city, they immediately had the same look, envy and desire. The day the floating city was publicized, all Arcanists watched that wonderful creation with awe, and then, something deep inside their soul awakened, telling them that this creation was perfectly suited for them. On that day, not a single Arcanist did wish or dream of one day having their own floating city, traveling the universe, dimensions, and countless planes in search of knowledge and pursuing the truth. Do you think we would ever have a chance at owning a floating city? John suddenly asked. Unless you have the artificer ability to build one, that's impossible, said Gorm. And he did not even mention the issue of resources. John sighed in desolation after hearing this. Only two people knew how to build a floating city, the Arcane Emperor, who created and designed it, and Nicholas Flamel, responsible for building it. John knew many artificers who tried to design one of their own, and the best they could achieve was making a city float. When it comes to the energy core, the weapon designs, the traveling system, the operating system, the shield system, and many others, no one knew how to develop these systems, let alone make them work together. Some of the best artificers of the Empire wrote academic papers. The conclusion was that if all the artificers and engineers of the Empire worked together and had access to the Empire's unlimited resources, they might create a floating city of their own. However, the final creation would only be a Tier 6 weapon, and most of its functions would only be a decoration with no useful purpose. And there was a 67% chance of failure. The paper brought a great shock to the world and much controversy. Many people argued and refuted the article, no matter what evidence was presented. Many Arcanists tried everything possible to discredit this paper, even though the majority were not artificers and knew nothing about the subject. The reason for such a visceral reaction was that these people refused to accept the Arcane Emperor's capability was this advance when compared to all the Arcanists in the Empire. I disagree, said Abiodun. I think we will have a chance. What makes you say that? I think the Arcane Emperor will release the use of the floating city, but only after he has built a better one and found a way to restrict these power-hungry and law-breaking Arcanists. You do have a point, replied Gorm with some excitement. I think you give the Arcane Emperor too much credit. He is not that generous. On the contrary, I think he is bold and confident enough to do so, replied Abiodun. John shook his head. Your argument is flawed. The floating city is the pinnacle of artificers, a divine creation in its own right. You think it can become better? Why not? After all, it is technically only a Tier 9 weapon, replied Abiodun. I think it is only a matter of time before the Emperor elevates it to Tier 10. John wanted to argue, but his logical thinking and analysis told him the other was correct. With the Emperor's record, it is not out of the ordinary to accomplish such a feat, and John believed the time for this might not be long. The Emperor has disappeared for 10 years. Although there is a clone that has appeared to appease the people, the powerful Arcanists have some news and know the truth. And based on previous precedents, the Empire will undergo a period of rapid development and chances once the Emperor appears. All right, the ship is ready, said Gorm as he looked at a projection from his hand. The three then entered the ship and led John to a specific room. You can register here, said Gorm, and John went through the proper procedure and signed the correct documents and magical contracts. Then, he sensed powerful energy rushing through his veins. Is this the power of Tier 8? I feel like I can do anything. I feel invincible. Everyone has the same reaction. It will pass, commented Abiodun. Your mission is to fight and contain a Tier 8 Lich. No problem, replied John with confidence. Things are not as simple as you think, added Abiodun. You're only Tier 7, so it will be a tremendous burden on your soul to control Tier 8 mana. The ship's artificial spirit will aid you, but your soul won't be able to bear it. Luckily, you have a talent for arcane sorcery, so you can control the mana directly to cast spells and do not need to channel it through your body. So, you should last longer than most Tier 7, but not long enough. Don't forget your Kairos poison will also affect your stamina, so you must either defeat the Lich as soon as possible or buy us enough time to recapture the star system and reinforce you, added Gorm. John sighed as he nodded. He knew the current situation arose because the Empire was young and had no Tier 8 Arcanists. At the same time, Tier 8 weapons were not as versatile and effective as an actual individual, even the ones controlled by artificial intelligence. The nature of power and magic in the universe made individual strength even more valuable in war. I'm glad you understand, said Gorm. Here is the plan. After a brief chat, the spaceships flew out of the atmosphere before activating the void jump engine. Whoosh! In an instant, the ship appeared outside the red number star system. They could not directly teleport there because of a black shield surrounding the entire star system. And not long after their arrival, a mage wearing black robes appeared. The mage only had skeletons with no flesh, his eye socket had 2 small purple flames, and he held a staff of bones and a skull for the head. Tier 8 Lich, 1st General Tunais. John flew out of the spaceship, facing his opponent. He was not scared despite his usual cowardly attitude toward saving his life. And Tunais did not underestimate his opponent because the latter was 1 tier below. He knew he faced an Arcanist, and this title alone solicited his respect. In the past 10 years, the Arcane Empire has proven that Arcanist is the most potent magic class because of its power, adaptability, and versatility. Tunais did say anything and directly attacked. Death Beam. A black energy beam came from the skull's mouth in his staff with unprecedented speed and destructive capabilities. However, the beam passed through John's body as if he were transparent. Illusion, thought Tunais as he rapidly turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. Cracks similar to a mirror shattering appeared behind him. Before he could react, the surrounding trembled. Tunais looked around, and everything looked the same, but he knew it was not. The mirror dimension. Damn it. At this stage of the war, it is common knowledge that one of the main tactics of the Arcane Empire is to fight in the mirror dimension. This tactic allowed them to preserve much of their territories with only minor damages. After all, when tier 6 to 8 individuals fight, the resulting destruction would destroy planets, stars, and star systems. The Undead Legion has no qualms created mass destruction to create more death. Meanwhile, the other civilizations have to control their power to prevent casualties. The restraint and control have granted the Undead Legion the advantage in all confrontations against any civilization or race in the Milky Way, except for the Arcane Empire. Tunais looked at his opponent with hatred, the purple flames fluttering. 364 Viking and Dragon Knights shoot the cannon, ordered Gorm. So, the crew quickly fulfilled his order. A massive energy light came from the ship, heading straight to the black shield. Cracks appeared on the shield, but it held on, confronting the energy beam for a few seconds before it broke. Finally, the ship could enter the red number star system. We have detected 2 planets already invaded, said one of the crew, and Gorm nodded before looking at Abiodun. Are you going to be alright? There should be no problem, but hurry up just in case. No problem, said Gorm before teleporting outside the ship while holding an axe. Then, he turned into a beam of light rushing straight into the planet. Abiodun had a look of slight envy. Because of the Undead Legion catastrophe, light magic, the natural enemy of the undead, has become the most precious form of magic. Regrettably, only a few people with soul mutation in the Empire can use light magic. The relevant department has been trying to make light magic usable by most arcanists through arcane rune spells, but the results have only been subpar. As Gorm landed on the planet, there was no catastrophic shockwave. Instead, an enormous pillar of light began to spread in all directions, purifying all the undead in its path. However, after traveling a few hundred meters, another grey pillar of light appeared and stopped Gorm's attack. So, he looked in the direction of the attack with a look of disgust. He knew the grey pillar was a tactic the undead used as a countermeasure for purification. They sacrificed countless individuals with pure souls to create the pillar, which can also be used to give light purification resistance buffs to any legion. Gorm saw another human with grey skin leading this battalion, holding a magical artifact that was the source of the spell that blocked his attack. Tier 6 zombie, thought Gorm with slight excitement. As he looked at his opponent, a large magic circle appeared behind him, and a battalion of people teleported behind him. This battalion was composed of muscular men and women with tattoos all over their bodies. They also had different melee weapons, mostly axes and hammers. The Viking battalion. Another battle? Maybe I can finally reach Valhalla, said a beautiful woman with defined muscles. First Commander, you know Valhalla is not real. If you believe it is real, then it's real, she replied. Plus, who says that we cannot create Valhalla one day in the future? Enough with your nonsense. Let's fight, ordered Gorm, and she grinned. She raised her hammer above her head, and a small magic circle appeared on the handle. Boom! She smashed on the grounds, creating thousands of earth spikes that impaled and purified the undead army full of skeletons and dark knights. At the same time, Gorm rushed straight to the zombie. Bang! Gorm smashed his axe, but his opponent responded by punching him instead. The shockwave of these two's clashes sends all the undead away. Ha ha ha, finally, a worthy challenger. I've had enough of these mages who disdain fighting head-on like real men, roared Gorm as lightning suddenly emanated from his body, exponentially increasing his speed. He smashed the head of the zombie, but the latter moved his head to the side, resulting in the axe hitting the axe, leaving a gushing wound. However, the zombie did not care about such a wound. He butt-headed Gorm instead, sinking in his skull. The Viking warrior did not care about such an injury as well as he naturally healed. He began to spin around with his axe, creating a small tornado that left thousands of cut wounds on the zombie. The zombie ignored his wound and made a crushing motion with his hand. Dark magic, crushing heart. Gorm spewed mouthfuls of blood as more leaked from his nose and ears. However, a small golden light appeared on his chest to regenerate the destroyed heart. Then, he began exchanging blow-to-blow with the zombie. Meanwhile, Abiodun began to act. He walked to his squad, where the majority of them wore knight armor and held long swords. Ready? Yes, Captain. Begin. All the squad members took out a headphone and put them on. Then, a voice straight from heaven entered their hearing, nourishing their souls and bodies. These muscular men, full of bloodlust, had an intoxicated look as they closed their eyes, enjoying themselves to the fullest. 30 seconds later, they finished. Miss Aishwarya's voice is angelic. I wish I could marry her, said one of the soldiers. Aishwarya Kapoor is literally the biggest star of the Milky Way galaxy, a tier 7 arcanist, and you think you can marry her, commented another. I can dream, can't I? Don't listen to him. We live in an era where nothing is impossible. Pursue her, and maybe you will have a chance. Stop wasting time. Let's deploy, said Abiodun, who also listened to the 30-second song. Although he, too, was fascinated by that voice, he had to control himself in front of his man. After listening to it, all the squad members felt their strength, spirit, and mana drastically increase. Aishwarya's songs had buff abilities for anyone who listened. So, the Empire recorded them in unique magical artifacts to use in the military. A latch opened from the spaceship, and Abiodun flew out. And as soon he entered the vacuum of space, an enormous dragon with 2 wings and 4 legs appeared underneath him. Abiodun sat on the dragon's neck like a car seat. And as soon as he did, it was as if he and the dragon were one entity. The same applied to his squad. They had dragons to rise since their arcane class was Dragon Knights. Technically speaking, these men should be Dragon Riders, and Dragon Knights should be Arcane Knights with Dragon bloodlines. However, the two groups have been fighting for control over that name for many years, and the Dragon Riders currently have the advantage, so they kept the name. As the group of Dragon Knights floated in the void, Abiodun used a spell for his voice to echo in space. I know you're here. Come out. Then, a woman with dark clothes appeared. She had long and disheveled hair that floated in the air. She had no feet underneath her cloak, an extremely thin face, and razor-sharp teeth. Tier 7 Banshee, thought Abiodun. How do you know I was waiting for you? Isn't your usual tactic to send a second general with a first general? You guys seem never to evolve, said Abidun with a sneer. Not necessarily, replied the Banshee as the space next to her cracked open, and a phantom-like figure appeared next to her. Danmit, a Tier 7 ghost. Abiodun knew his mission was to use number advantage to stall the Tier 7 second general until Gorm came to support him. Then, they had to wait for John to finish and reunite with them to finish or drive the enemy off. But now, there was another Tier 7 entity that the intelligence department did not detect. Abiodun quickly analyzed the situation to come up with countermeasures. He first sent a red code to Gorm and John to tell them the situation was out of hand. Then, he ordered his men through their mind communication. Begin mana and soul frequency synchronization. Despite the dire situation, these men were elite trained through the harshest method. So, they had no fears and quickly executed their orders. They controlled their mana and soul frequencies and wavelengths to perfectly match, allowing them to enter a stage of perfect fusion with their comrade. Adding to that, their already fusion with their dragons, this fusion was on another level. After the fusion, Abiodun felt he was perfectly synchronized with his man, having access to their mana and even soul power. They felt like a hive mind. Then, he used a spell perfect suited for this occasion. Expecto Patronus. The squad of 108 men and dragons turned into an enormous silver-white and transparent dragon before rushing toward the enemy. In recent years, it has been proven that the Expecto Patronus charm has excellent power against the undead and could purify many like ghosts, wraiths, and banshees. With this spell, Abiodun knew he could do maximum damage to his opponent, making them weary of attacking or coming close. At the same time, their translucent state granted them defensive abilities against many spells. The perfect spell to buy time, he thought. 365 borders. John took out his long staff to confront his enemy. He tapped into the void, and thousands of clones appeared around him, and he controlled them to attack the Lich. All the clones raised their staff to cast a spell. At the same time, the Lich reacted. Dark magic, blood suction. Hundreds of the clones suddenly dispersed into motes of lights. Illusions, thoughts the Lich as he marveled. He could not tell the difference. And before he could further analyze the situation, one of the clone spells hit him, activating his passive defensive measure to create a shield to protect him. So, some illusions can use spells, but some cannot. The situation was tricky as it would be a disadvantage to him if he had to constantly worry about which of his opponent's spells were mere illusions and which ones were real. So, the Lich decided to defeat his opponent as rapidly as possible. Based on the information received from headquarters, the weakness of these arcanists that use technology to fight tiers above them is their souls. It is challenging for them to control vast mana without their souls reaching the same tier. Dark magic, Hell Flame. A dark flame manifested from the Lich's staff, burning all of the illusion clones. The Lich planned to use a spell with a large area of effect to force the real body to defend itself, thus finding John's location. However, to his surprise, all the clones were destroyed, but the real John was nowhere to be seen. Then, the Lich felt a sudden danger behind him. A laser beam pierced his shield before passing through his body. Damn it, thought the Lich. He did not care about the destruction of his body. However, that spell had purification capabilities and could have killed him. Luckily, he used a soul protection spell to protect himself, but he was still injured. The Lich turned around, his soul flame obviously displaying unbridled rage. Then, he said something in an eerie voice. In the name of the great god, Guznad, ruler of death and heir of the Magus, I shall pass judgment upon my enemy. Death authority, death light. A dark beam of light came from above John containing the power of death. His face contorted as he knew that once this attack reached him, he would not survive. So, he clenched his teeth and said, I am an arcanist, and I shall pursue the truth, even in my death. Then, he suddenly aged rapidly, turning from a young and handsome man in his 20s to an older man about to die. Then, a golden shield appeared to protect him, an act that made the Lich sneer. As a first general, he could borrow Death God Guznad's authority to execute his enemy. Although he will use all his mana and enter a deep state of weakness for a while, it usually gets the job done. Soon, the Lich frowned as he saw the golden shield lasted a few seconds against his spell. However, considering his opponent had sacrificed their lifespan to boost their powers, he felt it was plausible to resist a little longer. And as expected, after a few minutes, the golden shield broke apart, and John was annihilated from the face of the world by the dark beam. The flames in the Lich's eye sockets became smaller, but his bones seemed to smile even brighter than before. He flew to the position of John's death for a final check before taking out a magic scroll from his interdimensional bag to exit the mirror dimension. Regrettably, before he could activate it, a bunch of chains appeared to tie him. They sealed his mana regeneration and his soul. Then, to the Lich's horror, John appeared before him, perfectly intact without a scratch. Do you want to know how I did it? Asked John with a smile as he took out a black jewel. I won't tell you. John placed the jewel on the Lich's forehead, and it disappeared, entering his soul dimension and isolating his soul. As a follower of a death god, the Lich's soul belonged to his god. So, John has to use a special magical artifact to prevent Guznad from summoning his followers' souls. With this tier 8 soul, my illusion world magic should take another step. John is one of the best illusionists in the Empire, even ranking in the top 10. And that's because his spell, the illusion world, allowed him to craft an entire world of illusion. From his first confrontation with the Lich, he was never present. He created his illusion world, similar to the concept of a domain. Inside that domain or space, he can create illusions within illusions. He can also influence people's emotions, which was one of the reasons that the Lich quickly became so enraged, deciding to destroy his opponent with one powerful attack that drained most of his mana. So, from the very beginning, he never came close to the Lich. And when the latter used that powerful spell, he had teleported countless distances away to ensure not to get hit. According to the law, the Lich was not his war trophy, and he could use it as he pleased. So, John placed the body away before exiting the mirror dimension. The first thing he did was remove an orb from his soul dimension as it put significant pressure on his soul, hence his mind or spirit. The orb was a magical artifact that allowed him to access the ship's mana core in the mirror dimension. He could not bring the ship with him since he would lose his power if the Lich destroyed it. He looked in the distance to see a silver grey dragon and giant fighting 2 tier 7 undead. John did not waste time before taking action. He controlled the spaceship to launch one is its cannon. The 2 tier 7 undead tried to evade once they felt the danger, but John used a restriction spell to render them immobile. And after the cannon almost killed them, he captured the 2. Immediately afterward, he felt intense pain in his body. Then, the veins in his neck began to spread to his neck. John held his head, screaming. At the same time, some age spots appeared on his face and hands. Activate emergency healing protocol, said John's artificial spirit. Then, he disappeared before reappearing in a healing cabin inside the spaceship. Gorm and Abiodun checked on him and saw that his condition was slowly stabilizing. Then, they reported to HQ, who would send people to this star system. Although this region had no life, all the planets had precious resources, so a mining crew would soon arrive with the proper equipment. Finally, the crew returned home once the miners arrived. Meanwhile, back at HQ, Olivier received visual records of the victory in the Red Number star system. After checking for any anomalies, she focused on the different battlegrounds of this war. For a moment, things appeared stabilized before a red screen appeared before her, making her concentrate. Luna, what is it? Omicron, Shasta, Kala, Prenut, and Caffrey, all these star systems are being invaded, Luna said with her eyes completely white. No, I'm too late. Omegan has gone dark. Did you say Omegan? Show me the visual, Olivier hurriedly said. And soon, she saw a star system completely enveloped by darkness. She suddenly thought of something and called 2 people. Did Guznad show up in your area? How did you know? Responded Rowena. I have detected a tier 9 individual was coming my way, most likely a clone. The same for me, responded Dumbledore. All these people had the same weird veins as Olivier in their necks. You two must use the floating cities to deal with your opponent as swiftly as possible. Do it, no matter the consequence. What is the situation? Asked Rowena. Omegan is too close to our territory's border. If the Undead Legion can create a base there, it becomes easier to attack us. So, we must destroy Omegan at all costs. I'm sorry I could not detect it beforehand, Luna said. No, if it were not for you, we probably would not have detected anything until the base was created. If the Undead Legion created a base, removing them would become 1,000 times more difficult since each base is connected to Guznad's divine kingdom. From these bases, they essentially have an infinite amount of reinforcements, and Guznad can quickly descend on these bases without being noticed. So, Olivier would not let one appear so close to the Empire's borders. For anyone wondering, the last chapter was a mistake. The ship was 5 kilometers wide, not meters. 366 Omegan Dumbledore placed a mask on his face. Ariana, deactivate stealth mode. Yes, sir. On the border of the Empire's territories, thousands of light years away, an entire city suddenly appeared outside the star system. Dumbledore saw a man waiting for him. He had black robes, a long scythe, and red markings across his left eye. He had grey skin, and a small portion of his mouth was rotten to the point of showing the bones. Lord Guznad, do you want to fight here or in the mirror dimension? Dumbledore asked calmly. No problem, replied the Death God, who knew a Tier 9 battle could destroy the entire Milky Way galaxy if their strength were not probably controlled. Dumbledore secretly sighed in relief. It would be nigh impossible to force or trick the opponent into the mirror dimension, even if it was just a clone. And Guznad refused to acquiesce. Dumbledore would have to report to the Empire, forcing them to activate the Grand Arcane Shield, which linked all the mana and ley lines of all the star systems in the Empire's territory to enact a shield that covered countless star systems. The problem with this shield was how much money and resources were needed to activate it. And given that Guznad was a Tier 9 god, the shield itself would not be enough, and an ether core of the same level as the floating city would be required to provide additional energy. Luckily, there was no need for trouble. A portal appeared between these two, and Dumbledore followed through with the floating city. And as soon as he entered the mirror dimension, he did not waste time. He accessed the mana from the ether core/Philosopher's Stone to boost his strength. Let's go, Fox. An enormous phoenix flew from the city, spreading its dozens of kilometers long wings. Guznad was not surprised by this true phoenix, as this was not the first time he confronted his opponent. Ariana, remove all the limits of the floating city. Bombard our enemy with all the cannons, except for the void one. After giving the order, Dumbledore began his own attack. He felt the slight burden of the mana overflowing through his body. He had previously controlled the floating city when he was Tier 6. And now, it was easier to do at Tier 7, it placed less burden on his body and soul. Dumbledore used countless elemental spells to destroy Guznad. On top of that, the floating city bombarded him non-stop. However, the latter only evaded or defended, never going on the offensive. Undead Legion. Guznad waved his scythe, and millions of undead materialized before him. He then ordered them to rush toward the floating city's shield in suicide attacks. They did the same to Fox. Fox's flames and the floating city's shield instantly killed and purified the undead. However, there was no end to the number of them. No matter how many were killed, Guznad would make more. Dumbledore rushed as he knew his opponent was buying time. Ariana, send the golem legions. Then, an army made of all types of golems, soil golems, rock golems, and metal golems. They rushed towards the army of undead to destroy them. Although the golems lost regarding numbers, they won in strength. Additionally, Dumbledore was not finished. His attacks destroyed many planets, stars, and solar systems. So, he used transfiguration magic to transform the debris into more soldiers to block. With Guznad's legion occupied, Dumbledore acted more aggressively. He took out a potion to drink before using a spell he created himself. Arcane Rune spell, the Phoenix's last song. Fox turned into a phoenix the size of a galaxy before rushing to Guznad to burn him into ashes. The latter erected a barrier made of black flames to protect itself. Back in HQ, Olivier watched the battle with a frown. She could tell Guznad's clone won't last long, but the issue was how long was too long. She checked the monitor that displayed the situation in Omegan's system. She had mobilized a space fleet armored with Tier 9 cannons to annihilate the entire solar system. However, despite the constant bombardment, the protective shield of Omegan remained intact. Guznad is way more powerful Tier 9 god that we gave him credit for. Tier 9 galaxy level had a wide gap. A person who could destroy one galaxy with one attack is Tier 9, but so is a person who could destroy 1 million galaxies with one attack. And the universe had trillions of galaxies. Should I use the void cannon? That was the only solution to deal with the death shield on Omegan. However, she and the others have long decided not to use the void cannon in this war. The main reason for that is news leaks. Because of the universe web, a lot of information that the Empire wanted to keep a secret has already leaked, meaning the Tier 10 gods in the central region has already noticed their existence. If it were not for Guznad blocking the entire Milky Way galaxy somehow, the situation would have been worse. Olivier decided not to be hasty. It has not reached the point where the void cannon is needed. She looked at the screen where Rowena faced another clone of Guznad. Her situation was similar to Dumbledore's, as the enemy simply wanted to buy time. She looked at her opponent and sneered. Raven, prepare to enter Dimension Alphav. Yes, Master, replied the artificial spirit. Oliver, activate the Grand Arcane Shield, even for a moment. All right, she replied despite not knowing Rowena's plans. As for the massive loss of money, it can be recuperated. Rowena controlled the floating city to open a spacetime channel out of the mirror dimension and fly out. Guznad followed, despite the possibility this may be a trap. However, he did not have a choice since he did not want the floating city to reach the Omegan star system. And after learning that from his main body, the Empire activated their Grand Arcane Shield, he knew this was the correct choice. So, he used his death authority to mess with the spacetime channel and prevent teleportation. Gotcha, thought Rowena. She used the spacetime disturbance created by Guznad's intervening to teleport the two of them to Dimension Alpha V. When it comes to manipulating spacetime, Rowena was confident that only Edward was above her. And when it comes to certain aspects, even he could not compare to her. Guznad soon found himself in a dark grey place. He looked around, wondering what the opponent's plan was. But before seeing the surroundings properly, he began dissipating as if he had never existed. Where is this? He asked Rowena, floating above the floating city, underneath the void shield. Of course, she did not respond. Dimension Alpha V was an empty and owner dimension the Empire discovered, and she used it for her experiment by modifying it and filling it with void energy. The floating city can survive here, but not Guznad. After Guznad completely dissipated, Rowena suddenly did not feel good as the veins on her neck began to spread. So, she teleported to the intensive care unit. Before falling asleep, she ordered, "Raven, enter autopilot mode. Your mission is to go to Omegan and conduct an exterminatus order." "Yes, Master." Raven controlled the floating city to teleport to Omegan and immediately began to bombard the shield. After a few attacks, cracks appeared on the shield, but it would slowly heal. It would take the city a few minutes to break it. Luckily, Dumbledore's floating city appeared to aid. It took a few minutes to break the shield with the other present. Then, Omegan star system was annihilated with one shot, not leaving a single piece of matter or energy from the entire star system. Afterward, the floating city purified the death energy remaining from the process of the undead building a base. 367 Guznad, the center of the Milky Way, the Ica star system, on a barren planet with only an all-black temple. A lich walked deep inside the temple until he reached a room clouded in darkness. At the center was a throne made of bones where a man sat with his eyes closed. The lich knelt with one knee. "My reverend god, our plan failed." "I know," replied Guznad as he opened his eyes. He sensed the death of his clones. And for one of them, he did not even know how the latter perished. "My god, do you want to personally take action, just like during the fall of darkness?" "If I could, I would have already done so," replied Guznad casually. "Has the situation gotten worse?" asked the lich. "Yes. More tier 10 gods have appeared and are now trying to enter this galaxy forcefully. The isolation plate will not be as effective if I don't use my power." The isolation plate is a precious magical artifact created by the Magus race. It's only due to its power that Guznad could isolate the entire Milky Way. However, once the tier 10 gods began to attack its defense, he needed to personally attend to using to prevent them from succeeding. Even then, Guznad knew that it was not his power that could block so many almighty gods. This galaxy is the place of origin of the Magus race and kept some of their powers even after their disappearance. The isolation plate used the power left as a power source. Additionally, Guznad felt that some unknown force was also helping him, and he concluded it might have been Krona. Otherwise, with his tier 9 strength, he would not be able to last for so long. "Is there anything else you need?" The lich hesitated for a moment before continuing. "My god, we have lost too many of our troops in this battle. It has reached the point of affecting our planar war. Wouldn't it be better to conquer the Sagittarius plane before invading this galaxy? By then, you would be a tier 10 god, making things easier. There is no need. Continue our invasion, and pay attention to the Arcane Empire. They definitely have what I want." After saying this, Guznad motioned for the lich to leave. He was not stupid. Although it appeared he was making a foolish move, he knew it was not. From the Magus race inheritance he acquired, he learned of the ancient gods and how they were not restricted by faith. So, he was determined to walk the same path as the ancient gods. And if he becomes a tier 10 god with faith, he would lose this opportunity. After so many years of searching, I can guess the Arcane Empire has the ancient gods' divine sparks. This is the only way to explain their rapid development. Furthermore, the natives of their home planet, Earth, have a very thin Magus bloodline. Guznad knew his path of power was guaranteed as long as he conquered and destroyed the Arcane Empire. With the divine sparks, his path toward tier 10 will have no problem. And by studying the Magus bloodline and using the Arcane Empire's magical abilities, he has the opportunity to become the first tier 11 god of the universe. I just need a little more time. As long as I have the opportunity to leave the isolating plate unattended, I will rapidly destroy all the resistance to my legion. Guznad closed his eyes as he prepared for the future. Vita star system, verdant planet. There was a beautiful elf with a golden crown made in the shape of leaves, clad in a long white and elegant dress. She looked at a towering tree, her eyes full of sadness. She raised her beautiful hands to caress the tree. She remembered how vibrant it once was, full of life and beauty. But now, it was lifeless, with no leaves, as if it was the beginning of autumn. The elf heard walking steps coming from behind, but she did not respond. Soon afterward, a man as handsome as her, also wearing a crown, stood next to her. "Have you heard the news?" asked Arian Kashgar, king of the elves. "What is it?" replied Myrtle Tiranya, queen of the elves. "More than 5 new races have surrendered. They have conquered the Red Number star system, killed 2 of Guznad clones, and destroyed Omegan. As for us, we suffered even more casualties in the recent attack in the Leaf Tree star system." Myrtle did not respond as she continued to caress the trees. "You should make a decision as soon as possible," continued Arian. "Don't you have enough pride? Why should we bow our heads to humans?" asked Myrtle. "The Arcane Empire is multiracial and multi-ethnicity. You and I both know that is not true. A human created it, a human is their leader, and humans are the dominant species. In that case, why don't you consider that our race will become extinct if we don't surrender to them? Maybe, it's better for us to be extinct than to serve under others. I don't understand why you are so stubborn about this. The Arcane Empire is a very advanced civilization." "Advanced? Back in the days, our sun elves were advanced. We We are no longer sun elves who wield high magic, are we? Replied Arian with a slightly raised tone. Our bloodline is diluted to the point of non-existence, and our magic that the gods once feared has long been lost. We have nothing to be prideful about. Did I say something wrong? I only speak the truth. Arian sighed. The Arcane Empire has recreated dragon bloodline, meaning, they should also be able to revert us to our ancestry. Furthermore, the arcane rune magic is also high magic capable of killing gods. As long as we integrate into them, we will prosper. Myrtle snorted at him before looking at the dead tree, making Arian sigh. My love, I'm only worried about you. Most of the Elders' Council members are leaning toward surrendering. And if they decide to use force, you can no longer restrain them without the validator tree. So, please, make the wise decision. After saying that, he left to give her more time to think. Sirius Star System, Bravo Planet, the home of the Starskin race. A meeting took place amongst the governmental body of the Starskin race. Because their skin was as beautiful as the stars at night, the entire room appeared as if an astrologer was looking at countless galaxies from a distance away through a telescope. In the middle of the room lay a throne room where the Starskin Queen, a Tier 8 mage, sat with majesty. However, her usually black woolly hair had turned grey. While listening to the report on the recent news of the war, she suddenly coughed uncontrollably. Then, someone brought her a potion to appease her condition. Your Majesty, I think it's best to surrender to the Arcane Empire. Otherwise, you won't survive long, said one of the ministers. That's true. Although we know they are taking advantage of the situation to expand their borders, we cannot help it in the current situation. Many people agreed with the sentiment. Queen Kaechira waved her hand, motioning everyone to calm down. I know this is the best outcome, but now is not the best time to surrender to them. She knew their race had no choice but to integrate into the Arcane Empire. However, she also knew that the way of surrendering mattered. As a very talented race for divination, any factions would be glad to have them. Nevertheless, she also has to ensure the Empire values her race and does not treat them the same way as any of the others who surrendered. So, Kaechira plans to display their values and wait for the Arcane Emperor to show himself before surrendering. Maybe, the Empire can help us return home, she thought before coughing a little. 368 Edward's return. Olivier sighed in relief after seeing Omegan's destruction. The situation would be more manageable from now on. She then waited for Dumbledore and Rowena to contact her. But beforehand, she received a call from Bellatrix. What is it? Can you slow down the number of undead you are bringing? I'm beginning to be overwhelmed, complained Bellatrix. After the beginning of the war, the Undead Rehabilitation Department was established. It was a department responsible for awakening the memories of the undead and removing Guznad's control over them. Then, they would be rehabilitated to accept their new identity before being integrated into the Empire. Bellatrix was in charge of this department because she studied Herpo's ceremony magic and the Death Chamber. Edward even left his death staff for her to study. I know there is a lot, but the undeads are population and even potential arcanists. So, store them in a pocket dimension and rehabilitate them later. In the meantime, you can recruit more people in your department to help with your load. Fine. I will organize a course to train skilled individuals at the fastest speed, Bellatrix. And not long after she said these words, 2 more screens occurred with Rowena and Dumbledore. Adding Luna's presence, most of the Illuminati's members are present. Olivier looked at the pale complexion of the two and their slightly aged face, and she asked, how are you feeling? The situation is not looking good, replied Rowena. The Kairos poison has spread even further, even to my soul. I can now barely use my tier 7 strength. It's the same for me, added Dumbledore. We need to do something about this, commented Luna. The Kairos poison involved time, and not many people have deep research in this regard in the Empire. So, we might have to wait for Edward's return, said Olivier. Wouldn't it be better to open wider access to the time room? It should fasten all time-related research, suggested Luna. However, Olivier shook her head. The time room is related to the ancient gods, and with the entire universe paying attention to this galaxy, we cannot take the risk of even more exposure. The others agreed. The Arcane Empire seemed to have already caught unwanted attention from a few powerful tier 10 gods. If it is revealed they possess ancient gods' divine spark, the Empire's threat level to these gods will drastically increase. I honestly feel like the situation is going out of control, said Bellatrix. We should have called Edward back long ago. No one said anything, but Olivier could tell these people agreed. She knew this sentiment had existed for quite some time since the war began, but she had been adamant about not calling him. You guys fail to see the bigger picture. This is only an intergalactic war going on for 10 years. And yet, many of you cannot handle it and want to ask for his help. If that's the case, what will you do when we face the real war? You all know what is waiting for us once we reach tier 11. I don't need to tell any of us the scale of the war Edward will participate in with Merlin and these unexplainable beings. So, what are you going to do then? Always ask him for help. No one said anything as they knew she was correct. You better start adjusting your mindset. Do not rely on Edward unless necessary. Otherwise, prepare to stay home and be useless in the upcoming battle. Olivier is correct. We need to adjust our mentality and be able to pull our weights, said Rowena. Edward previously said that this universe is essentially a training ground for us. If we have to rely on his help to pass the training mode, we will only be a burden in the future. The others agreed. They realized they had to change their mindsets. Then, the group chatted for a while to make a few decisions. For example, Grindelwald and Nicholas Flamel will replace Rowena and Dumbledore as the controller of the floating cities in case of the need for deployment. Afterward, Olivier continued with her commander's duty. She received a notice that Goblins pirates had just ransacked one of the Empire's outposts. She had to take of this situation since this was not the first time. A group of pirates led by a hobgoblin took advantage of the chaos to become rich. After thinking about it for a moment, she decided to send a small fleet composed of cyborgs and mechas. In the Empire, any individual with supernatural powers is considered an arcanist. As such, cyborgs and mechas also fall into that category. However, in the current war, any magic class not involved with magic has been delegated as not as important because these classes have no abilities to purify undead. And arcanists that rely purely on technology and aura have suffered the most during this war. Aura masters have it better since there is some research on how to use aura to purify undead. Although the results have been mediocre, there are still hopes. However, when it comes to mecha warriors or cyborgs that use energy cores that are not mana, they are essentially useless against the undead. After choosing who to send to deal with the hobgoblin pirates, she focused on another issue to deal with. While looking at the different situations of the war, she received an urgent call. And after accepting it, she saw a man kneeling on the floor, heads down, similar to an Eastern kowtow. "You're Lucius Malfoy, right?" Olivier asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," Lucius replied without getting up from his position. Olivier immediately noticed he referred to her by her royal title instead of her commander status, implying this might be a personal call. "Get up first, then tell what the problem is. Please, save my son." "Draco?" I remembered he was injured in a recent mission with the Royal Guard. However, he should have received the best treatment of the Empire. There was a complication during his treatment. The curse on his body somehow fused with his K-Rose poison, mutating into something unknown. The diagnostic is that he only has a few hours to live. "Since it is a curse, did you use the Tears of the Moon?" The Tears of the Moon came from a divine tree Edward brought back from his previous voyage. It was capable of healing curses. "We did, and this is the only reason he is still alive." Lucius was desperate. The healers used the Empire's best resources but could not save his son. So, his only hope was the royal family had some unknown method not revealed to the public. He has been serving the Arcane Emperor for many years, even offering his soul. Although he is mediocre, his son and grandson have become captains in the Royal Guard and the Ghost Squad. And his wife is a Tower Master loyal to the royal family. So, he thinks the royal family might help him because of their family's long years of servitude. Olivier thought for a moment as she caressed her temple. "I remember Edward designed a time bubble. It can freeze an individual in time. You could try this method to stop him in time until a cure is found for the curse." "Wait, this won't work with the K-Rose poison. You can use the alternate method, death suspension." "Death suspension. You can think of it as cryogenically freezing someone but using the power of death. I will have Bellatrix personally oversee your son's case to ensure success." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "There is no need to thank me. The royal family will not abandon the people who have remained loyal and served us for so many years." After appeasing Lucius, Olivier directly contacted Bellatrix to use the Death Staff to help Malfoy. She understood that these families with tremendous power and influence were one of the ways the royal family maintained their control of the Empire. As such, she cannot abandon them when they need help. After dealing with the Malfoys, Olivier returned to her duty of overseeing the war. A few hours later, she suddenly sensed something deep in her soul. "This feeling," she muttered with a wide smile. "He's finally back." 369 K-Rose poisoning. While entering the Milky Way galaxy, Edward sensed some resistance before things finally settled down, and he headed straight home. However, as soon as he arrived, Morgana told him he was discovered despite being in hidden mode. Furthermore, he received notifications that numerous weapons were pointed at him. Luckily, Morgana quickly used his highest authority to calm down all the detection systems in the solar system. Something must have happened for everyone to be on such high alert, he muttered before heading straight to his castle. The moment Edward left the floating city, he could sense he had access to an enormous amount of mana. One of the titles the Akashic record granted him allowed him to take a small portion of mana from all the Empire's citizens. But now, he sensed he had enough mana to reach Tier 8 star system level. Our population has expanded to this scale. Not long after his arrival, Olivier walked into the throne room to see him. She calmly walked toward him with a smile before hugging him. However, Edward was not happy for long as he saw the veins in her neck. "K-Rose poisoning." "Yes," she replied. "Not long after you left, the war suddenly broke out. To cope with the situation, I allowed many Arcanists access to the time acceleration rooms to become Tier 7 quickly, but everyone suffered from K-Rose poisoning as a result. Before he opened the time acceleration room for people to reach Tier 6 rapidly, he experimented on clones and discovered a form of poisoning called K-Rose poisoning. The symptoms included certain parts of a person suddenly aging forward or backward, and in the worst-case scenario, the person could suddenly die of old age or revert to a fetus. He created a way to suppress the symptoms. However, this resulted in other symptoms such as drastic physical weakening, loss of vitality or life force, soul injuries, and decreased mana control. Edward frowned as he had not found a cure for K-Rose poisoning yet. But he was not the same person he was before leaving. He used Lucia's time magic to create a bubble around Olivier. Then, he extracted the anomalous time energy inside her body. The veins on her body shrunk in size but did not completely disappear. I will make a potion with time attribute to fix your problem. I knew this would not be a problem for you, said the pale-looking Rowena, who had just appeared, accompanied by Luna and Bellatrix. Edward kissed them before removing some of the poison from their bodies. When did you get back? 2 years after you left, Luna replied. Did something happen? No, we succeed in our mission. Really? Did you get the watch? Yes, we penetrated that isolated timeline and sneaked in. Then, we can create a clone of you and give it an unsuspicious identity in that timeline. Afterward, we orchestrated the event for your clone to get his hands on the watch. Excellent, said Edward. If this infiltration mission succeeds, he won't have to rely on the Akashic record to travel to other worlds. Then, he had them accompany him to the palace's lab. He wanted to brew a potion for them as soon as possible. In the Black Clover world, he learned about wide varieties of magic, including poison. One member of the Black Bull, Gordon Agrippa, was an expert on poison magic. His entire family has been studying poison magic for countless generations. Adding to his new profound understanding of time magic, he learned from the devil, Astaroth. Edward knew he could create a potion to deal with the issue. Meanwhile, Olivier filled him in on what happened after his absence. Not long after you left, an event called the Fall of Darkness occurred. Guznad suddenly appeared and destroyed the headquarters of the Intergalactic Federation, killing all their powerhouses. Afterward, he attacked all the Tier 8 civilizations. The Elf Kingdom survived because of its divine tree but suffered tremendous damage. The Starskin survived because of a strange weapon their queen used. But they also suffered tremendously. The intelligence seemed to be destroyed in the attack. However, they recently showed up. We do not know how they survived the attack. Edward frowned after hearing this, but he did not interrupt her and continued brewing his potion. As for us, we survived because of the Death Staff and the Ether Core you left for the second floating city. Even then, 2.7 billion from the solar system died in that attack. Olivier remembered that attack with great detail. Her, Bellatrix, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and the Flamel couple had to fight Guznad back even though they were on a bunch of Tier 6 Arcanists. Although they succeeded, the Empire lost billions of its people. Did you revive these people? Asked Edward. We tried but only succeeded in bringing a quarter of them back. Guznad's death authority granted them true deaths, with their souls completely destroyed. Ultimately, we could only honor their memories with a national funeral. Edward nodded as he knew some things were impossible to change. After that, we entered war mobilization mode, continued Olivier. The first thing I did was to gather the resources needed to build the second floating city. The process was smoother than expected since the entire galaxy was now in chaos. I knew it would take time to build it, so I took some drastic measures. I had the Artificer department use the time acceleration room. However, to combat the Kairos poisoning, I used clones. The Artificer building the city placed their consciousness inside specifically create clones, who would then build the floating city inside the time acceleration room. That would not work, commented Edward. You're correct. They built the city relatively quickly, but all the artificers were poisoned, and many good ones even died. Olivier sighed as she felt sorrow for the death of these talented individuals. However, in times of war, death was inevitable, and she knew this fact too well. Death has not been completely conquered, even in an advanced civilization like the Empire. You did your best, and that's all that matters, said Edward with doting eyes. Olivier smiled at him before continuing. With the floating city, and Rowena and Luna's return, the war situation was under control. Guznad also appeared to be busy regarding something and only appeared in the form of clones that were way weaker than his main body. I've proceeded with our plan to use the chaos to annex and expand our territories. We currently have 167 star systems with life and 397 star systems with no life but with resources. While all the other civilizations' territories are rapidly shrinking, we are growing exponentially. As long as the other Tier 8 civilizations surrender, we will only have to deal with Guznad before we can conquer the entire galaxy. I see, said Edward as he raised a potion battle before his eyes and swirled it. He shook his head before starting over with new ingredients. Do you have any information on the fallen Intergalactic Federation? No, their last leader died 2 years ago. They are no longer part of the equation. What about Guznad? Any information? We know he is somehow related to the Magus race, said Luna. And there is a high chance he is after the divine sparks and us. Can't you divine any information about him? No, he seems to have a very powerful magical artifact related to divination. Many times, he has even bested me. The Magus race, muttered Edward as he focused on the potion. Everything about them seemed extremely precious, commented Rowena. If they are truly the only Tier 11 civilization this plane has seen, it makes sense, added Bellatrix. After that, the group did not continue talking as they waited for Edward to finish. A few hours later, he had a blue potion in his hand, and he nodded with satisfaction. He first tested the potion on a clone before he allowed them to use it. And as expected, most of the chaotic time energy in their body was expelled, their souls were now healed, and they had no problem controlling their mana. Of course, the potion was not an instant fix, as there were still some problems. But, a month of more recuperation should bring them back to full health. So, tell me, How was your voyage? Asked Rowena. 370 Universe Web. Edward then told them everything that happened to him on his voyage. From the moment he arrived, to be sealed, his time as the Wizard King, and finally, his confrontation with Eve. Then, he also mentioned his experience in the Konosuba universe. During the explanation, Fleur and Hermione came to reunite with the family, telling their experience. Edward then introduced Wiz to the family. The others did not say anything about someone new coming into the family. Instead, they tried to make her feel comfortable and at home. Sounds quite like the adventure, commented Luna. Next time, I won't miss the opportunity. We now have 3 floating cities and should be able to build a few more. So, everyone can go whenever they please, said Edward. You cannot just change everything as you did after the last voyage, said Olivier. Is something wrong? Do you remember the death cult? Asked Luna. Herpo's pawns, he said with a frown. I thought I dealt with them already. You did, but a new one under Guznad's control has infiltrated our borders, said Luna. They first started to lure the citizens with the promise of immortality. However, their tactics failed with the elixir of immortality more available because of the war. So, they switched to luring people with power. Many people have become traitors because Guznad promises them to become divine mercenaries. As long as these people do things for Guznad, such as giving it information, they would receive divine blessings that increase the power of their soul, increase their mana, and even acquire knowledge. The divine energy of gods is versatile, allowing them to achieve all these things. Is the situation worse? Asked Edward with a frown. The Ghost Squad, Diviner, and Intelligence Department have rendered the situation manageable. However, it is impossible to hide such a large change from Guznad's grasp. So, a clean-up is in order. If possible, yes, said Luna. But that's not the main problem, added Olivier. Ever since the war began, the Universe Web has become an important tool to send information. As you can guess, our information has been leaked to the outside world, said Edward before caressing his temple. Yes. So, if you don't want more of our secrets to be known to the Tier 10 gods of the Central region, you have to deal with the issue. Edward did not say anything else. He's been trying to decipher the Universe Web for decades with no success. He did not even have a starting point he could use, meaning he was utterly clueless. Everyone quieted down and waited for him to think. Let's cheat, said Edward. Excuse me, asked Rowena. We don't know anything about the Universe Web, and it would take too long to research it, so let's cheat to get the answer. You mean the Akashic record? Edward nodded and no longer hesitated. He used his connection to the record and asked the price for information on the Universe Web. Fuck, he screamed, losing control. Watch your tongue, grunted Rowena. However, Edward ignored her and showed her the price for the information. The word fuck almost escaped her mouth. She only controlled herself out of pure unwillingness to make the same mistake he had just corrected him on. Edward then showed everyone the price, even Wiz. However, she was confused about the meaning behind the information. Although Edward had her undergo learning training to be up to date on the ongoings of the Empire, certain information was not present in her learning module. So, he condensed some of his memories and gave them to her so she could understand the situation. And she also wanted to swear after learning the exorbitant price for such a piece of information. Can we afford it? Asked Olivier. Morgana, calculate the price. As you wish, boss. A few minutes later, she said, it would cost us 80% of all the Empire's knowledge. Edward wanted to throw something at someone, even with the knowledge we just brought back. Yes, she replied since her calculation also considered those. Edward sighed and pondered for a moment. A few seconds later, he said, let's do it. Are you sure? This seems too expensive, said Rowena. And the others agreed with her. It's because it's so expensive I want to know the information. I hope the price is worth it. Edward could see the pain in their face despite agreeing with him. After all, in this world where knowledge equals power, it was a pain to hand over such a vast quantity of knowledge. Don't be so sad. There is a high chance we can recuperate our loss with the information gained. Isn't that the reason we started the Empire? To use knowledge to create more knowledge. You're right, we should not lose ourselves and become like these other civilizations that hoard knowledge, said Luna. After everyone agreed, Edward no longer hesitated and exchanged with the Akashic record. Then, Edward closed his eyes and reviewed a summary of his exchanged knowledge. An hour later, he opened his eyes, full of brightness. Mana grid, the source of all mana, he muttered with excitement. An invisible grid travels throughout the entire universe like veins, the mana grid. It is the source of all mana in the universe, and all the ley lines on all planets are connected to that energy grid. The Magus race was a race of pure mana, granting them a connection to that grid to draw unlimited energy. They also used the grid as a way to connect and communicate throughout the entire universe. That was the Universe Web. After the Magus race disappeared, the gods discovered and took over the Universe Web, connecting everyone. Fascinating. Having access to this grid is like having access to nearly unlimited energy, muttered Edward, thinking about all the possibilities of that information. What is it? What did you find? Rowena hurriedly asked, and Edward sent the information to all of them. Is this the source of magic? Asked Hermione. At least, in our universe, it is. I don't think we can say for certain that's the source of magic, said Wiz, making everybody look at her. However, she was not shy. After all, mana is only a certain aspect of magic. What about the other important thing, the soul? We now know where mana comes from, but what about the soul? Is it just an organ that all lives are born with? Or is there another mystery? Wiz has a point, said Edward. I've theorized that in some universes, most likely the ones where magic does not exist, the soul and its dimension do not exist. Instead, the soul is nothing but a form of consciousness when the brain evolves to a certain stage. You're probably correct, said Olivier. In the Star Trek universe, the concept of the soul has been studied, and a similar conclusion has been made. Even the clone you made for me had no soul after being influenced by the laws of that universe. I'd love to see that study. Get back on track, said Hermione. What can we do with the mana grid? Could we block access to the universe web in our galaxy? Near infinite energy also means near infinite resources, said Edward. As for the universe web, if you give me some time, I could create a blocker with the floating city and brain room. I could also use this opportunity to have Morgana begin invading the universe web to acquire information for us. It seems that the price we paid was worth it, commented Olivier. However, before you enter deep research mode, there are many things that you need to deal with. That's true. Let's have dinner with my parents, and I'll introduce Wiz to them. After that, I'll begin to deal with these things. What about your return? Do you want to announce it now? We'll see. Afterward, Edward met his parents and had dinner with them, introducing them to his new wife. His mother was happy, his dad secretly jealous, his aunt shaking her head in disapproval, and his cousin, Susan, called out his womanizing ways. 371 Another linchpin. After the dinner, Edward, his wives, and his aunt had a meeting since he wanted to show them something. He led them to a storage room inside his floating city. Who wants to go first? He asked, holding a book. Is this what you called grimoire? Yes. It is connected to this magical artifact, replied Edward, pointing at a bookshelf. This artifact has the power of the universe while acting as an artificial spirit similar to Morgana. The artifact is connected to the grimoire, which is connected to your mind and soul. And using it, it can calculate and create spells perfectly suited for my need, asked Rowena. Yes. And you won't need to learn much knowledge to wield this spell. You will still need to practice to master it completely. That would make a great magic system perfectly suited for battle mages, commented Luna. That's true. This thing can also help us wield certain previously difficult magic, for example, time magic, added Edward. Arcanists can also use it as extra spell slots to relieve the pressure from their mind space. Not all arcanists can instantly create magic circles inside their mind space to instantly cast spells. Some have to leave the spells inside, placing pressure on their soul dimension/mind space. However, with the grimoire, they can use it as an unlimited magic scroll, granting them more spell spots. The grimoire is helpful to elite arcanists that do not need spell slots in their mind space. They can use it to hold certain powerful spells that require long chants or preparations. I want to go first, said Rowena. Edward nodded before having her place her hands on the brown-color grimoire. Runes appeared on the surface before entering her eyebrows. Then, the grimoire's cover changed to gray, with a sigil that looked like the Ravenclaw crest at Hogwarts. Rowena quickly opened the book to check the spell inside. She raised her hand to create a sphere with Roman numerals floating on a ring that surrounded the sphere. I should have guessed you would get Lucia's time magic, commented Edward. After a little study, you won't need the grimoire to use time spells. Rowena smiled before changing the page. Interesting, she muttered before creating a small gray orb in her other hand. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of danger and took a step back, even Edward. Is that void energy? He asked in shock. Although it was extremely low in quality, he recognized it. Yes. The spell allowed me to store and release void energy from my soul. Edward then remembered Rowena's experiment ever since he first met her. She would absorb a small portion of void energy in her soul, making her sick and dying in the process. Then, she would allow her soul to adapt to it before increasing the amount. Her objective was to mutate the composition of her soul, granting it the ability to control void energy. Her experiment was dangerous, and Edward tried to talk her out of it, but she was stubborn. Ultimately, he had to ask Merlin for some unique potions for the soul to ensure nothing went wrong. This spell will really help my research, commented Rowena. Meanwhile, Edward looked at the bookshelf's magical artifact. It seems there is a benefit in using a universe will as the core for an artificial spirit. If he had the opportunity, he would find a way to update Morgana using a universe will. After giving himself a mental note, Edward had the others also acquire their grimoire. Hermione's attribute was space and summoning, Fleur was mind control, Luna acquired Vanessa's fate rewriting magic, Olivier had extreme ice, Bellatrix had some death-related attribute, and Wiz had both light and dark magic. As for Amelia, she had all four elements of fire, wind, earth, and water. In the end, each person's main attribute did not matter much since Edward controlled the artifact and could give their grimoires whatever spell they wanted. The main reason he had them use it was to test the artifact and see if there were any problems in using it in this universe. So, once everything finished, he had to get down to business. However, before everyone changed location, Luna suddenly stopped as her eyes turned all white again, gathering the attention of everyone present, waiting for her. I've found another linchpin, she said a few minutes later. His name is Christiu. Immediately, the person's information appeared before the group, showing a middle-aged man of Philippine descent. Do you have any idea of the reason he's a linchpin? Asked Edward as he reviewed the other's life and record. The only words to describe this man was dedicated and hardworking. It seems to be related to the grimoire you brought. I see. In that case, we'll deal with him like we did the others, he replied. By the way, what happened to Havaka Kainalu, the other linchpin? He succeeded in his project, and you will not believe what he found. Oh, is it that important? Yes, and of the highest level to the Empire's development, commented Olivier. In that case, I can't wait to meet him. Edward had a lot to do, but Havaka was not currently the priority. Once he dealt with everything else, he'll meet the young man whose innovation was so crucial to the Empire. For the next few hours, Edward spent time catching up on what had happened in the past 10 years since he left for the Black Clover world. He learned about political, economic, cultural, and military changes. As you can see, we have done a great job so far integrating so many cultures, races, and ethnicity into the Empire. Nevertheless, there is still some problem with racism and prejudice that needs to be taken care of. Edward nodded as he looked at the date. All schools in the Empire, scattered in different star systems, have to learn about other cultures, languages, history, and customs. And all citizens also have a mandatory online class to learn the same thing, and failure to do so will result in trouble with the law. Although it has become a nightmare for citizens to learn so many things, in a society with memory magic, it is not as much of an issue as one would think. Some races do not want to interact with outside forces, commented Amelia. I've decided to let them live an isolated life in their home planets, under the Empire's protection, as long as they provide certain resources. Some races do not want outside influences to intervene in their way of life. And so, based on the individual case, Amelia decided which to accept their request and which to ignore. Anything specifically I need to deal with? Yes. With the expansion of our borders, there has been an increase in representatives in the council. And most of these new representatives are determined to ask for nobility titles. I've shut them down before, but they were insistent. So, I've sent the Ghost Squad to visit them. At first, they backed down. But a few years later, they returned, even more aggressive than before. According to a recent investigation, there might be a team of Tier 7 Arcanists supporting them secretly. And this group might have a tie to the new death cult. Nobility title, huh, he muttered as he looked at the bill proposition. These new representatives were once nobles that treated ordinary people worse than dogs. They held all the wealth and magical knowledge, preventing people at the bottom from rising. Once the catastrophe began, they quickly surrendered to the Empire, but they were not happy that they no longer had any privileges. A few even wanted to make magic less accessible to the public, returning things to how things were on their controlled planets. Now that they've used the Empire's resources to become more powerful and acquire wealth and immortality, they want to change things to the old ways. I'm going to update the floating city. Once I'm done, Luna can use its power to divine all the people connected to these people. Then, we will deal with them in one fell swoop. After that, Edward discussed many problems the Empire was facing. There was a rise in the crime rate because of the sudden increase in population and the lack of manpower due to the war. Many people protested the constant expansion of the borders. These people did not like the Empire's colonialist nature. Planet Earth's mana level had reached a record high, and the process of mana revival ended. Many people born with magical talents appeared in the Empire. At the same time, many animals evolved into magical beasts. The Atlanteans had to surrender after the war started. Olivier did not want them to become a destabilizing factor, so she ordered their conquest. The Martians suffered a catastrophe that almost wiped out their species. There were many things to deal with, and he suffered through the process. And once he finished, Olivier told him, "There is someone you need to see and decide how to deal with." Immediately, Edward sensed something was wrong as everyone present had a serious look on their faces. 372 fellow traveler 2 years before Edward's arrival, Britain Region, Night Valor Magic University. A young arcanist appeared to be sleeping on a pile of books inside a library. He had an ordinary black magic robe, and from the mana emanated from his body, the young lad was only a Tier 1 arcanist. In the current era, libraries should have become obsolete since all citizens can access knowledge or books directly from the web. However, libraries have a special meaning to people in a society that worships knowledge. As such, there are even more of them across the Empire's territories, and many people spent their relaxing time in the library. This young arcanist was one of the students who enjoyed studying in the library instead of using Skynet and virtual reality. The young lad suddenly woke up from the pile of books, dropping many on the floor. Luckily, he was in an isolated booth. He had a look of confusion as he looked at his surroundings. Arg, he grunted as he held his head in terrible pain for a few minutes. Then, the confusion in his eyes was gone, replaced by shock and excitement. I'm not dead, he muttered. Better yet, I've been reincarnated in a world of sword and magic. The young lad rapidly calmed down as he analyzed the memories inside his mind. My name is Charles Wentworth from a distant planet. My parents died in a recent catastrophe, and I'm a weak arcanist studying in a third-rate magic university. Charles took a moment to review the memory of the body he habit. He was once a commoner on a distant planet, trying every day to survive. Then, an undead legion invaded his planet, killing his family and friends. Luckily, the Arcane Empire arrived in time to conquer the planet and deal with the disaster. Charles thought life would return to how it was, but his fate changed when he was detected to have above-average magical talents. Then, he went through an intense course study where he had to learn 7 years of knowledge in just a year. After he finished, he took a test to determine what magic university he could attend. Unfortunately, after a year of intense study, he could not participate in the best school in the Empire, Bones Advanced Magic School. However, Charles was not discouraged since most of his peers could only attend schools on offshore planets of the Empire, and only he and a few could attend schools on the central planet, Earth. After coming to the Night Valor Magic University, Charles understood how competitive schools were in the central planet, even a third-grade one. So, he spent most of his time in the library studying until Charles Smith took over his body. It's a shame that my current self only has above-average magical talent. However, as long as I work hard enough, I should be able to become a powerful arcanist. Charles remembered his previous course. He once saw a recording of Tier 7 using one spell to destroy an entire star that was millions of times the size of Earth. And he knew this was far from the limit of the magic. Compared to the boring Earth I was from, with no magic, this one is more interesting. I should take this chance to become one of the most powerful arcanists in existence. Back on his Earth, Charles had read many ice guy novels, anime, and fanfiction from countries like Japan, Korea, China, and even English. So, he believed he could use his knowledge to make a difference in this world. Excitedly, he reviewed his memories to determine how he would proceed in this world. Charles quickly noticed that he had a photographic memory as he checked all the information this body had. The process took more than half an hour before Charles opened his eyes, his body trembling all over. It took him a while before he could calm down. In his review, he quickly figured out this was a very advanced world where magic had developed to the extreme. As such, his idea from back on Earth might be useless. However, this was not what scared him. He was trembling because he learned this was the Harry Potter universe. Charles wanted to check whether he thought wrong. So, he used the watch on his wrist to access the web and search for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And as expected, he saw it was one of the best schools for young arcanists before university or advanced school. Charles searched the name Harry Potter and learned the latter was the Auror Governor General, responsible for all the Aurors of planet Earth. He then searched Hermione and learned she was one of the Empress of the Empire. As for Ron Weasley, his result was that he was a newly promoted general in the Space Marine. What is going on? What is going on? Thought Charles repeatedly as he wanted to know the cause of all the changes. From what he knew, the Harry Potter universe was a weak one. There should not be people powerful enough capable of destroying stars. At first, Charles thought he had traveled to some parallel timelines where the power level of the Harry Potter universe was simply monstrous. But after a brief search, he knew the reason for the anomaly. Edward Bones, the Arcane Emperor. Charles remembered reading the book. Edward Bones was only mentioned in a few sentences, and the only thing known about him was he died young during the First Wizard War. His parents were members of the Order of Phoenix and died during that war. But now, he was alive and changed the world beyond recognition. Charles stared at a holographic picture of Edward as he read about the latter's experience. It was simply a legendary tale. He often felt he was reading a high fantasy novel of a Gary Stu character as he read through the main's accomplishments. Extreme talent, extreme intelligence, and ingenuity, legendary accomplishments, and a large harem including original book characters. This Edward is totally someone who has reincarnated like me, thought Charles, his face full of jealousy. Somehow, he felt this arcane emperor was living the life he should have had. If he had the chance, he would create a harem with Hermione and Fleur. Charles shook his head to focus as he needed to know what to do. No matter what, he had to hide his identity because he did not know his fate. The emperor might be happy to meet someone from the same place as him. Or, the latter might find him a threat or nuisance and eradicate him. He was only a weak Tier 1 arcanist, while the emperor was Tier 7, at the very least, if not more. There appeared to be a significant disparity between their natural talent. Charles had a late start, and he did not have nearly as many resources as the emperor. And since he did not want someone else to dictate his life, should I flee the empire? Charles shook his head to quickly eliminate this option. The entire galaxy was in the midst of an undead invasion. With his meager strength, he could never survive alone in this cruel universe. He probably could not even afford to buy a personal spaceship for a long time. My only option is to lay low and try everything possible to become powerful while not garnering any suspicions. Luckily, Charles Wentworth has a clean background. After making a decision, Charles looked at the pile of books before. Knowledge was the only for him to survive and prosper in this strange world. I'm a transmigrator, so where is my golden finger or cheat-like ability? Charles muttered. Then, he seemed to sense something and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them with great joy. He knew his future in this world was guaranteed. 373 24-hour callback. Charles was excited as he knew he had a cheat-like ability called 24-hour callback that allowed him to acquire vivid information from 24 hours from the future. So, he quickly took one of the books he had just finished reading labeled The Difference Between Fire Elements and Oxygen-Generated Fire. After hours of studying, he barely comprehended 20% of the book because it involved the connection between magic and science. With the new Charles taking over this body, his comprehension could be quantified at 40% since the new Charles had more knowledge regarding science, while the old one came from a distant planet where he had never heard of science before. Charles then activated his ability with great excitement. In an instant, 24 hours of knowledge appeared in his mind. It was like he spent every single hour of the next 24 hours reading and studying the book. He had no trouble processing the knowledge after resting for a few seconds. My understanding of this book can be quantified to 70% now, he thought excitedly before using his power again. Then, after 48 hours of ongoing study, Charles mastered the book's content in just a few minutes. I have a future in this terrible world, he thought, feeling as if his future was not as dark as he imagined. With elation, he took another book and used his power. And it worked, but soon afterward, Charles felt dizzy and almost passed out. He then received information inside his mind that he had overused his spiritual/soul strength and would only be able to use his ability after recuperating. Then, Charles suddenly had an idea if he could use his mana as a price instead of his ability. And to his surprise, it worked. With his tier 1 mana, he could use his ability another 5 times to master a few more books. Then, he became weak and difficult even to stand immediately. He closed his eyes to enter a deep state of meditation to recuperate his mana and spiritual strength. 3 hours later, he returned to his peak state. I feel my soul strength increased. Is this because I depleted and replenished it, or the result of mastering new knowledge? Charles felt it was a combination of both, meaning his ability also granted him some other benefits. With excitement, Charles then continued his study. He spent the next 2 weeks in the library, using his cheat-like ability to master 80% of the first-year course. He became semi-renowned as the kid who never left the library. Luckily for him, the school-granted robe had cleaning enchantments, so he did not have to worry about hygiene. He only stopped after feeling an intense hunger after not eating for a week. His mana and aura could no longer sustain him without food. So, he left, heading for the cafeteria. While heading there, Charles was excited while deep in thought. I should meet the soul requirement to reach tier 2. I only have to spend some time absorbing mana. If only I had money to buy potions, I could probably reach the required mana in 2 days. Charles did not mind his lack of resources. The university has mana-dense room for students to use to gather mana at a faster rate. Additionally, the top 100 students received many funds and resources that can help them in their magical journey. If it were before, Charles would never dare think about these funds. But with his ability, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top of the university and even qualified to transfer to the Bones Advanced School of Magic. Furthermore, he could send in ideas to acquire arcane merit. As a person from Earth, he has many things to draw inspiration from. Even if the Arcane Emperor is from the same place as him, Charles does not believe he has thought of all the ideas. So, with skippy steps, he went to the cafeteria and used his ID to log in before having a hearty meal. Although the previous Charles had food back in his dorm, he preferred the food cooked by a person instead of a robot. And the new Charles followed the old habit. After his meal, Charles decided to have some sleep before going back to study. Most of his classes were online, and he could attend them when needed. Charles followed his memory to head to his dorm. All the students had single dorms with at least 2 rooms. With extension curse, space was not an issue. In front of his door, he placed his hand on a pad, and he heard a mechanical voice. Scanning, fingerprints identified, mana and aura unidentified, soul fluctuation unidentified. According to the university rules, this anomaly will be reported to campus police. Please wait for their arrival. Charles instantly became scared as he feared that he might have been discovered. His first instinct was to run away, but he calmed down as he knew this was the stupidest decision. The anomaly could be an error in the system, and running away would only make things worse. Plus, he did not think he could run far. And he was right, not even 2 minutes passed, and 2 men with campus police uniforms came before Charles. He could see they were weary as one had a gun and the other staff. The one with the staff was a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair in his temple. My name is Officer Kevin Pretzels. What seems to be the issue? There seems to be a problem with the lock in my room, replied Charles, trying to be as composed as possible. Errors are possible when it comes to products like this. So, come with me to the office and have a proper scan. If your identity has no issue, you will receive an apology from the university and compensation. Charles opened his mouth to ask what would happen if his identity did not match, but he did not dare. He also knew it was impossible to run as he could sense both these officers were Tier 4 Arcanists. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow them along. Kevin brought him to a room full of machines and conducted some tests, which he did not have access to the result. Kevin stood next to a young man dressed in a suit in a room full of floating holographic screens. So, what's the result? His mana, aura, and soul's fluctuations and frequencies displayed anomalies above the standard deviation, especially compared to his previously registered data. But this could mean a sudden mutation, or someone took over his body. Yes, Director. Our equipment is not sophisticated enough to determine. That's fine. Call the intelligence department and report him. Isn't that a little too rushed? He could be an innocent student. Or, he could be a spy sent to infiltrate the Empire. We are in a time of war, so we cannot take these things lightly. As soon as he finished these words, the young man looked at the door as a slightly plump woman walked in the room with a man holding binders behind her. Dean Palin, what do I owe this visit? Asked the young director. I've heard you caught a student with some issue with his identity. That's correct. There is no need to make a big deal out of this. It's probably a mistake of the machines. So, just register his new data so he can attend school properly. No, he is an anomaly and must be reported. You must not understand. No, I understand, said the young director calmly. You do not want the university to have a spy infiltration scandal. but your actions can endanger the empire and its citizen. After saying that, the director contacted the intelligence department, while Palin left fuming in anger. Not even a minute after the report, 2 agents appeared, 1 woman and 1 man. The man was Middle Eastern and had a mean face with scars, while the woman was a beautiful woman with brown skin. Where is the suspect? Asked Agent Amir directly. After they led him to Charles, Amir immediately placed Mana-sealing cuffs on his hand, treating him like a prisoner. This is just protocol, said Agent Naya. As long as we clear your name, you will get your freedom and be compensated. Charles was intelligent enough to understand these 2 people had a good cop and bad cop dynamic. Nevertheless, he still felt reassured by her words. Meanwhile, Agent Amir placed some glasses on Charles's face, completely removing his senses. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a chair. Sitting opposite his table was Agent Amir. I have a few questions for you. Answer them honestly. 374 Unscapable net. Calm down, calm down, calm down, and think logically, Charles repeated in his mind. He looked around at his surroundings, and everything appeared like a routine police interrogation. The only anomaly was that the female agent was no longer present. In the short time I lost consciousness, many things could happen. For example, they could have searched my soul or given me Veritaserum. If not, there might be magical items that could detect lies. So, I need to use my words carefully. You have infringed on my rights, said Charles, going on the offensive. Oh, how is that? Asked Agent Amir. You gave me Veritaserum. According to the Empire's laws, this is illegal. All the Empire's citizens must take political science classes to understand the Empire's laws and regulations. And any individuals who want to vote for any positions, including the council elders, have to pass a test to show they have a certain understanding of politics and government bodies. And the previous Charles also had to take the course. Because of the Wartime Mobilization Act, these rights can be removed to any individuals suspected of being spies, as long as sufficient evidence is proven. And what evidence do you have? Just because my soul has some mutation. Some mutation? Asked Agent Amir with a sneer. Tell me, how is above mediocre tier 1 arcanist can resist the power of Veritaserum that could work on a tier 6 arcanist? Charles's heart skipped a beat, but he did his best to resist changes in his facial expression. As I said, a mutation. I'm probably one of the awakeners that appeared due to the recent resurgence of mana. The mutation of awakeners is not as drastic as yours. Plus, one thing they have in common is primordial runes inside their soul dimension. Where is yours? Damn it, thought Charles. He told himself repeatedly to calm down. As he felt his heartbeat, he also tried his best to control himself and reduce the frequency. For all he knew, the agent had a spell to hear it. I don't know, my mutation must be unique, he replied calmly. Is that so? Then, what kind of ability did you get? I'm not very sure. All I know is that I appeared to be smarter. A lot of things I previously did not understand became easier. I could absorb knowledge at a faster rate. That would explain why you spent 2 weeks in the library and the sudden qualification to reach tier 2, commented Amir. I will ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully. Are you Charles Wentworth? Yes, I am. Are you a spy sent to infiltrate the Empire? No. Do you mean any harm to the Empire and its people? No. Who is beyond your sudden change? My awakened talent and nothing else. Amir looked him straight in the eyes for a good minute without blinking, and Charles stared back without removing his eyes. Then, the agent calmly stood up from his chair and walked out. He soon walked to a room full of holographic screens. How is it? The equipment indicates he is telling the truth, replied Agent Naya. He might be innocent. This is not enough to acquit him. Since he is immune to Veritaserum, he could also be immune to our truth-detecting enchantments. True. Where are the new results? Amir already searched through Charles's mind and soul. But, he did not like the result and wanted more accurate information. So, he requested the test be conducted with more advanced equipment. Under normal circumstances, this would not be possible, at least not so easily. But with the war, many things have become easier to accomplish. They have not arrived yet, she replied. Amir nodded before looking at a video recording of Charles's actions for the past month. Look, pointed Naya. I see it. They found an anomaly when he was in the library. After taking a nap, he woke up all confused about his surrounding. Then, he screamed in pain while holding his head. What did he mutter? Naya typed a few buttons in the air keyboard before they heard Charles say, I'm not dead. What about after that? There is no sound. And his lips cannot be read from the angle. Amir frowned as he knew this was the result of a poor quality camera. University students have protested the lack of privacy in certain campus areas, and a concession was made not to spy on students' private study areas. However, some cameras were still needed if students destroyed the library's public properties or tried to do illegal things inside these rooms. However, the camera's quality was subpar compared to the current Empire's standard. After that, nothing odd appeared in the recordings until Charles hurried to search for something on his watch. The technology of the watch is designed for only the owner to see the screens, so the camera cannot see anything. However, Naya had high-level access, so she pulled out Charles's search history. This kid is really suspicious, she commented. The history indicates Charles looked up information about the royal family, specific individuals who had great powers in the Empire, and the history of the old era. In her career as a counterintelligence agent, she has caught many people whose soul was taken over by foreign life forms. And usually, their next step of action is to use the web to search for basic information about the Empire. Ding! The results are in, Naya said as she opened the new file. According to the result, the mutation in his soul, mana, and aura is rapidly reverting to the original state on our data. This could mean the body possession spell used on him is very advanced. And after a while, our system would not be able to detect anything, and the spy could live as Charles, said Amir. It could also mean the mutation was only temporary, and things will revert to normal, said Naya to play devil's advocate. This was not the first time they had experienced a case like that. Look out for this anomaly, he pointed to a spot on the data. After reading, Naya frowned as it was regarding Charles's memory. Their equipment could not read his memories, this was another part of his unnatural immunity. However, they detected a fluctuation indicating that Charles had received many memories in the past few weeks. And this was another indicator of people whose bodies were possessed. Submit the evidence. Naya typed something, and the two waited. About 5 minutes later, they received a notification, approved. A slight smile appeared on Amir's stoic face for the first time. His department has many restrictions to prevent corruption and abuse of power. One of them is that they have to submit evidence to an artificial intelligence that will analyze the information and determine if there is enough evidence to treat a suspect as a foreign spy. And once he receives the approval notice, he can treat Charles as a spy and not care about his rights. With his calm demeanor, he walked back to the interrogation room. Charles Wentworth, you are under arrest for espionage. What? There is no evidence to prove that. No, we have plenty of evidence. No, I recommend you cooperate to get a more lenient sentence. If not, Charles gritted his teeth, his eyes almost burning in flame. If not, you will get a taste of the torture chambers. I will get the information one way or the other. Charles opened his mouth and closed it. He then repeated the process 3 times before closing them for good. This is not good. I need a way to get out of this situation. His mind worked rapidly as he thought of a feasible way to escape the situation. My ability. Maybe it can send me back 24 hours into the past. This was a far-fetched idea, but he wanted to try since this might be his last chance at survival. So, Charles closed his eyes, an act that put Amir on guard. Charles suddenly felt like everything was spinning as if he was in a washing machine. After what felt like an eternity, everything stopped, and he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in the library just finishing his last book. He did not react but calmly looked at the time on his watch. It worked, he thought. I'm back to before I was suspected as a spy. 375 Time Lord Charles sat at his desk, thinking about his next course of action. There were too many places in the Empire that required mana or soul identification, including the library he was in. As such, if he left, he could not return. He could go to the cafeteria and some buildings, but most classes also required identification. Labs and even soul linking in a virtual reality cabin for his classes also needed identification. If he left the university, he would also be restricted. Public transport did not require such strict identification, but that was before the war. Charles did not have a private vehicle since he was saving, and there was no need for it. As for buying one now, that would also require proper identification. He could not leave the planet since most passenger spaceships were strictly controlled. And the warp portals were even more strict in who was allowed to use them. Do I really have to reveal my identity? Thought Charles for a few minutes before deciding otherwise. He went on to pick up many books on the soul. His best option was to find a way to hide the mutation in his soul. He spent the next 2 hours reading the book since he had to wait for his ability to cool down before he could use it again. Once it was time, Charles activated it and increased his mastery of the content. However, he frowned. I will barely scratch the soul's surface with the available knowledge. He knew it would be impossible to hide his mutation unless he became an expert on the soul. He clenched his hands because of the frustration. Charles then took a deep breath to calm down, knowing his every action could lead to imprisonment. My best bet is to find a way to leave the Empire's territory. Although surviving in the current chaos is dangerous, it's better than being discovered. With my talent, as long as I have enough time, knowledge is vital to any magic class. And typically, it would be difficult for Charles to get his hands on it. After all, he knew how the nobles controlled knowledge on the planet he was from. However, in the chaotic situation of the galaxy, it was easier to acquire knowledge through crooked ways. I need to get access to the black market. Charles did not know whether a black market existed. However, there was no perfect utopia. The Empire had to have its dark side, its shadow. Maybe he could find a way to leave the planet from the black market. Before leaving, I need to study as much as possible. Charles wanted to take advantage of the situation and absorbed all the knowledge in the library possible. He was even prepared to ask some students from Bigu pills from the Chinese region. Bigu pill was a product of alchemy loved by many low-level arcanists that still required food to function. Mainly tier 4 and below since tier 5 and above arcanists did not need to eat as their mana could sustain them. One pill could prevent 2 weeks without food. Although spending over a month in the library would bring him some attention, Charles decided to take the risk. He only needed to play his cards correctly and stop at an opportune moment before leaving the school. As for his destination, it was the low-tech area. He would hide there before searching for the black market. Having made a plan, Charles sighed in relief before beginning his study. Regrettably, something suddenly changed. The library's room suddenly became darker, and the environment resembled mirrors. Charles's face changed as he remembered seeing something similar. It was from the Doctor Strange movie he watched back on Earth. The mirror dimension. Charles did not have time to think as he saw 6 individuals standing before him. They had black magic robes with a clock symbol. Furthermore, the person in the lead was a weird alien creature similar to E.T. Oddly, Charles felt the creature was familiar but could not currently remember where he saw it. Charles Wentworth, asked the creature. That's me. Can I know who you are and what's your purpose? Kidnapping a citizen of the Empire is a severe crime, replied Charles with a slightly trembling tone, as if he was scared. We are the Time Auror, protectors of the Empire's timeline, replied the creature from the Novad race. You are under arrest under the suspicions of tampering with time. Damn it, cursed Charles. Has this man even taken preventive measures against time travelers? He could not accept that he could not escape even by using his ability to travel back in time. I think you have the wrong person. I have nothing to do with time magic. No, how could a weak arcanist like myself have anything to do with time magic? You don't have to deny it, replied the Novad. Our equipment has already detected you. Plus, I can see the spatial temporal aura emanating from your body. Now, whether you accomplish this feat with your power or use a magical treasure, we will decide this after your capture. All the other Aurors took a battle position with their staff ready. Revert time, revert time, revert time, screamed Charles inside his mind. Unfortunately, his cheat ability could not work consecutively, and he needed a lot of time to recharge. Ultimately, the Time Aurors took Charles to a unique prison that could prevent him from using his time powers. The moment Charles entered the cell, he could sense his ability could not work even on books. So, he had to wait a few minutes before someone took him to another room full of machines and hooked him to them. What are you doing to me? Asked Charles. Then, an old arcanist with white hair came to talk to him. We are just reading the remnant time energy from your body to see the events that occurred before you returned to this period. You can do that? Asked Charles, scared and worried. Of course, the older man replied with a smile. I love receiving people like you. What do you mean? Changing past events should not be possible. If someone goes back in time to change events, they would only create a parallel universe where things have changed. After that person returned to their timeline, nothing would have changed. You understand? I do. The newly created timeline is where things have changed, Charles replied. Exactly. But some unique time magic allows people to change the past without creating a new timeline. They can rewrite reality with their actions. We call these people Time Lords, and you are one of them. Since the creation of the Time Auror department, we have captured 12 Time Lords, and you're the 13th. Charles opened his mouth, shocked beyond words. For the first time, he felt the profound horror and background of this empire that has not existed for 100 years. And he felt jealous of the Arcane Emperor's achievements. He also felt regretful he was born in this place as he had no chance to survive, let alone rise. Everything is ready, said someone from the back, and the old man nodded to Charles before leaving. Then, the machines worked for a few minutes before showing Charles's life before he traveled back in time. Everything looked normal until the library accident where he first transmigrated. Unlike the intelligence department, the Time Aurors could perfectly hear what Charles muttered after he first reincarnated. I'm not dead. Better yet, I've been reincarnated in a world of sword and magic. Reincarnation? Now, things are getting interesting. I wonder where he is from, said the older man. He could be from anywhere in our universe, from another dimension, plane, or parallel timeline, replied another researcher. The possibilities are endless. That's true, replied the older man as he continued the event of Charles's capture and his subsequent arrest as a spy before he reverted time. This person's situation is more complicated than expected since he is not a normal Time Lord. Send the information to the royal family and let them decide what to do with him. One of the researchers then sent the information gathered directly to Commander Olivier. Their department was an unknown one to the public that directly served the royal family and could directly report to them. Not even a minute after sending the information, they received the notification that one of the Empress would arrive immediately to deal with the situation. 376 Charles's fate. Rowena walked into the Time Aurors department, and everybody waited at the door for him. The older man in charge of the department was in the front. Your Highness. Stuart, how are you doing? She asked with a smile. Better than I've ever thought. That's good. I've heard you have a new girlfriend. Isn't that your 6th this month? No, it's only the 5th. And the reason you broke up with her this time? Stuart smiled in embarrassment, and Rowena did not ask. He knew Stuart had a bad habit of getting with women who looked young despite being the same age as him. The odd thing is that he refused to use youth elixir to regain his youthful appearance. Moreover, he would break up with them for the most absurd reason. He has often been assassinated as these women tried to kill him after he broke up with them. Where is he? Asked Rowena. Then, Stuart led her to the prison chamber where Charles stayed. Leave us alone. Yes. After watching Stuart leave, Rowena used her authority to take control of the entire building, isolating Charles's prison room to prevent any form of spying. Then, she walked in. Charles, who sat in an ordinary bed, saw a beautiful woman walk inside his room. He immediately recognized her as Empress Rowena, but he knew her best as one of the founders of Hogwarts, Rowena Ravenclaw. The moment he saw her, he squinted his eyes. He had become very sensitive after his reincarnation, and he could sense the terrifying mana echoing from Rowena's body. Is this the power of a tier 7 arcanist? Compared to the mana inside his body, it was like comparing a basketball to the size of the sun. After seeing this power, he desired it for himself. Do you know me? Asked Rowena. Of course I do. You're the Empress. I mean, do you know me from somewhere else? Somewhere else? If you are talking about your title as the founder of Hogwarts, I've read about it in school. Rowena squinted his eyes. Then, I'll ask you, do you know who J.K. Rowling is? Charles trembled slightly as he rapidly tried to control himself. It seems you know, commented Rowena after seeing his reaction. I have no idea who you are talking about. It does not matter. You're coming with me to the palace. What is going to happen to me? I don't know. My husband will decide your fate, but you must wait a while. Rowena brought Charles back to the royal palace. She did not imprison him but restricted his movement. He could only move about in a few specially designed rooms that blocked the power of time to prevent him from escaping. He had no access to the Empire's knowledge, including public ones. He could watch television and surf the web, but only news and entertainment channels. So, Charles spent the next 2 years like this, until Edward returned. He stood before Charles's room as he reviewed all the information gathered on him in the past 2 years. Finally, he walked in. The first thing he saw was the slight surprise on Charles's face when he walked into the room. So, my fate is finally going to be decided. You can say that, replied Edward before looking around. He waved his hand to create 2 chairs and a table for 2. Are you going to kill me? Asked Charles after sitting down. Edward did not answer. I will give you 2 choices. Firstly, swear loyalty to Empire and sign a contract never to betray it. Charles immediately frowned. You won't be loyal to me but the Empire. And if you have the mean, you are more welcome to try to take my position. Charles did not say anything for a few seconds. What is the second choice? I will send you to a parallel universe where the story of Harry Potter has just begun, and I do not exist. However, I will erase all the knowledge you have from the Empire. I won't touch your memory from Earth, but all the knowledge you or the previous Charles had will be erased. So, I'll have to start over. Basically, I choose the second option, he replied without hesitation. Very well, nodded Edward before taking a scroll with a contract. Charles read it thoroughly, ensuring there was no trickery. Then, he signed it. Finally, a mysterious came into his mind and erased all the relevant information. The process lasted for a few minutes. Charles felt his mind empty as he could not even cast a spell like Wingardium Leviosa. He closed his eyes to see if his cheat ability could secretly keep these memories, but it could not. I really have to start from scratch, thought Charles. He could not remember the meditation method he had to sense and absorb mana. He could feel the mana inside his magic core, but he no longer knew how to expand his core to hold more mana. He forgot the method to enter his mind space or any information about the arcane rune magic. He also sensed that some key ideas were gone from his mind, and he knew just these ideas were valuable, and the arcane emperor did not even want him to think about them and try to replicate them. At this moment, Charles realized how much work he had waiting for him. He was lucky the contract did not take the previously gained spiritual power, so he could still reach tier 2. However, he had to find ways to absorb or increase his mana. He was not a bloodline wizard, so his body did not make mana of its own. Charles took a deep breath. If he can do it, I can too. Are you ready? Why yes. Can I ask you a question? Sure, but I won't necessarily answer. It's not important information. I just want to know how strong Voldemort was. In the First Wizard War, he was only tier 1. But, by the second, he was a pseudo-tier 2. So weak. Edward smiled. Anything else? Could you send me to a particular period? Sure. Thank you. I will repay the favor. Send me at the same time as the Marauders. Fine. Edward pointed his hand, and a portal appeared. Charles hesitated for a moment before entering, and the portal closed after him. You just let him go so easily? Asked Fleur, who teleported into the room with the others. People from Primordial Earth have either god complexes or protagonist syndrome after reincarnation. It's impossible to control their ambitions, and it's not worth all the time and effort. In that case, wouldn't it be better to kill him? He might become a problem for the Empire, said Bellatrix. If it were before, I would have eliminated him, said Edward. However, as I said, I suspect Merlin was injured. If the situation of the war is so dire, Charles might develop to one day become useful. It's good you're looking far into the future. But we should have someone look after him, added Olivier. I've already sent someone to keep watch on his progress. I wonder what he's going to do, asked Hermione. It's not hard to guess. He will try to copy me and create an empire of his own. He wants to create something better than me, said Edward calmly. Indeed, he seems envious of you, replied Hermione. How much do you think he will accomplish? His personal power can reach tier 6 if he does something extreme. The empire he created will be stuck at tier 3, if you don't count nuclear bombs classified at tier 5. Tier 6? Aren't you giving him too much credit, said Rowena. Without the knowledge from other worlds, he cannot create a perfect system like you did. You forgot the divine sparks that are in the Minister of Magic. If he creates ceremony magic using them, he could sacrifice all life and ley lines on the planet to reach tier 6. I've overlooked them. The first problem he will have to deal with is expanding his magic core, added Hermione. I did years of research and only succeeded because of your arcane rune magic. I don't know how long he will take. No, the first problem will be to increase his mana, said Fleur. He has to create ways to absorb it from the ley lines or invent a potion. If he is smart, he will probably try to transfer magic or wizard's bloodline on him, granting his body the ability to produce mana on its own. If he wants to create the empire, he also has to create a way for non-wizard individuals with magical talents to condense a core. Luckily for him, he has his core as a perfect example to study, said Hermione. You're too kind. You should have broken his core and have him really start from scratch. Don't be stingy. Let the kid have some breathing room. I just thought of something, said the quiet Luna. Would he take some of us into his harem? He will definitely do so, said Fleur with gritted teeth. And since he went to the Marauders era, he will probably add Lily, Bellatrix, and Narcissa. Luckily, I'm safe, added Rowena with a gloating voice. Are you? The Time Turner exists. And as long as he gets his hand on Flamel's elixir of immortality, he could go back in time to anywhere he pleased without worrying about rapid aging. No, I'm still safe. He has to first create a youth elixir. Plus, if he uses such a low-level method of time traveling as the Time Turner, he won't ever make it back so far to my time. Damn it, you're right. I suddenly regret not killing him, Edward added. 377 Havika's discovery. Edward spent time with his family for the next few days without announcing his return. He also watched the development of the War from the Shadow. Then, 3 days later, he summoned Havika Kainalu to the palace for his era-defining invention. Havika was no longer a young teenager. 15 years ago, he was a Tier 0 arcanist with mediocre ability. Although his family was proud of him because he was the only one with magical powers, Havika was under a lot of pressure since he knew the level of his talent. Every day he dreamt of being extraordinary and making his family proud. But, he was limited by his ability. Then, everything changed after a teacher encouraged him to enter a rune mathematics competition. Although he was initially hesitant, after the teacher insisted, he thought there was nothing to lose. And to his surprise, he discovered his talent in that field by winning the competition. Then, everything changed so fast that to this day, Havika felt it was a dream. He was placed in a course to graduate early. The government granted him a dragon potion to elevate his magical talent. He was granted high-level access to information for all his research programs. Havika then used rune mathematics to make many groundbreaking discoveries that allowed arcanists to have a fundamental understanding of the universe. Additionally, his formula allowed people who were not magically gifted for spells but excellent at mathematics to reach the level of casting instant spells. Instead of using things like talents, imagination, and feeling, some arcanists could now use pure mathematics to cast their spells using the arcane rune system, elevating their power and status in the Empire. With these formulas, Havika acquired one of the highest statuses any arcanist could receive in the Empire. He became a Tower Master. With his newfound power and wealth, Havika bought Dragon Potion for his family, allowing them to walk the magical path. And he even reached Tier 5, about to enter Tier 6. Then, he focused on his most significant discovery. Havika stood before a tall golden door. He took a deep breath to calm down before taking a step forward, which made the door open automatically. As he walked inside the palace, he saw 2 people waiting for him, and he recognized them as the Arcane Emperor and the Empress, Delacour and Granger. Your Highness, he bowed with the proper etiquettes. Havika was slightly surprised as the Emperor barely showed up in the past few years. Although there has been some national address, it is common knowledge amongst the powerful arcanists that the person who spoke was most likely a clone. The real Emperor had disappeared to some unknown dimension as he did before. However, after seeing the person before him, Havika felt he was the real deal. There is no need for formalities, said Edward as he walked next to him and patted his shoulder. The last time I saw you, you were only 16. Your Majesty, you know me before. There is no point in hiding from you. We detected your talent way long before you even did. The competition. That's right. Our divination department detected you would change the world, so we ensured your potential was developed properly. Thank you for taking care of me, Havika replied with gratitude. All right, show me your discovery. From now on, treat me as a pursuer of the truth like you, not an emperor. Yes, Havika replied before activating his watch, showing a 3D holographic image. Using rune mathematics, I've created a model of the universe. I've perfectly calculated its scale, mass, volume, density, etc. However, this is the least interesting thing about my model. I have considered all dimensions, large and small, that make the universe, alone with parallel timelines. As you can see, with this model, we can calculate the location of all dimensions and parallel universes. Havika was excited as he explained his model. He was not exaggerating as his model allowed the Empire to discover all dimensions and navigate through the infinite parallel universes. But that's the end. After expanding the model's scope, I've discovered other planes of existence. Edward squinted his eyes as he remembered the demons that Hermione summoned with her talent. The devil said it was from the Abyss plane. Imagine you could go outside of our universe. There, floating in nothingness, is what I call the astral realm. Another word I've heard before, thought Edward as he remembered Albion mentioned this to him after he visited the Full Metal Alchemist universe. And containing inside the astral realm are countless planes of existence, some as big as our universe, and maybe even bigger. Each plane could have different civilizations, races, cultures, power systems, and many other differences. With my model, I've calculated the location of 2 planes. Unfortunately, I do not have the authority or resources to explore. We are currently short on manpower, so you will have to wait a while, replied Edward with a genuine smile as he looked at the model. This was indeed a breakthrough that would impact the Empire for all eternity. Your discovery is beyond magnificent. Your name will forever be immortalized in the history book. Havika became a little embarrassed after hearing this. The other empresses said the same, but I think they are exaggerating. They are not, replied Hermione. Forget your discovery's long-lasting impact, think about the short-term ones. After this catastrophe, the Empire will most likely have complete control of the Milky Way galaxy. At the same time, the Tier 10 gods in the universe now have eyes on us, so we will have to isolate ourselves as a form of protection. The resources of the Milky Way are not enough for us to continue rapidly developing. And now, we can explore other planes to fix this problem. I've never thought about that, muttered Havika. The people in his circle have long predicted the Empire would conquer the galaxy after this catastrophe. However, no one thought the consequence would be isolation to protect the Empire from other powerful entities. And isolation usually leads to depletion of resources, especially with the speed the Empire was developing. Once again, we would like to thank you for your discovery, said Edward. It is my honor. After that, Edward spent the next hour asking him about his model before dismissing Havika. What do you think? Asked Rowena, who teleported to the room once the family was alone. Amazing. How many planes did we discover? There are 2 more besides the one Havika discovered. We used the Witch Lord you brought back from your previous voyage to divine the position of the Abyss plane. Then, your apprentice, Chloe, used her connection to the dream dimension she discovered to find the location of the Nightmare plane. Is there a connection? Asked Edward with a frown. Yes. She theorized that some beings are trying to invade our place using the dream dimension. As expected, said Edward as he caressed his temple. Let me guess, there is something important about our plane. Correct again. Our plane was once called the Magus plane, but now, it is referred to as the Cosmic Faith plane. And it is the only plane with a multiverse, the only plane individuals can reach Tier 11. That would explain many things, replied Edward. There were a few things he could not figure out. Tier 10 gods needed the faith of an entire universe to reach such a level. Yet, no one has conquered the universe, but there are countless Tier 10 gods. So, where did they come from? The answer is that they conquered other planes to reach Tier 10. This information also means there is a vast difference between Tier 10 gods. For example, the ones who conquered 10 planes and gathered faith is way more powerful than the ones who only conquered 1. Another mystery that Edward solved was why Krona tolerated the faith god despite showing dislike for them. It was not simply because she could not actively interfere and deal with them. They protected the plane from invaders trying to reach Tier 11. Edward could imagine how many hungry Tier 10 entities could not wait to enter the Cosmic Faith plane. Where did you get this information? We got it from the rebels of the Intergalactic Federation. We even learned that the Starskin race is from another plane. Interesting, he replied before looking at Hermione. If your ability allows you to summon living creatures from other planes, we might use it to find these planes. I've thought the same. Edward nodded his head before looking at the model. This thing is more valuable than Havika could imagine. Then, he began to expand on it even more. He added the source wall, which surrounded the entire astral realm. Then, he expanded the formula to go beyond the astral universe and go into the void. He used the location of the 3 worlds he traveled to and added them to the model. The final version was the astral universe, which contained many planes, including the one Harry Potter took place, the Abyss plane, and others. The Cosmic Faith plane contained many dimensions, small spaces inside the larger universe, along with parallel universes where every choice someone made created an entire universe. Beyond the astral universe was the Omniverse, where all the anime, movies, games, etc. he saw on primordial Earth were real and separate universes with their own laws and regulations. Edward sighed deeply once he finished. With this model, I could calculate the coordinate of other universes and have not to rely on the Akashic record for coordinates. 378 True name fascinating, said Rowena, and Edward finally remembered there were people around him. He looked at his surroundings and could feel a lot of time had passed. How long have you been writing? It's been 2 weeks. That long? How is the war situation? Everything is under control, replied Rowena as she looked at the new model Edward had created. She also studied rune mathematics so she could follow along. That's good, Edward replied with relief. Then, he also focused on the model. What do you think? With this optimized version, it should be easier to map out all the planes in the astral realm. However, that will take a long time. Not to mention eventually calculating the coordinate of other universes. I know that. So, I'll leave the rest to Morgana. Do you want to give Havika the new updated model? No. The secret of the Omniverse can only remain in our family, at least for now. As you wish, she replied before continuing to look at the formula. A few minutes later, she said, there are some deviations on this part. Where? When considering how void energy operates, you can optimize your equation to be like this. Rowena wrote many runes on the air. Is this the result of your research? Yes. Edward nodded before correcting and adding the optimization she showed him. This might help me enhance the floating city, Edward commented as he looked at the final formula. Furthermore, this model of the Omniverse has a long way to go before we can accurately calculate any coordinates. Buy more coordinates from the Akashic record and use them to complete the map. Start with the weak worlds that do not cost much. That's a good idea. Better yet, We will use the clone that will infiltrate the Lord God's space to gather world coordinate. You're just being cheap. After the previous expense, I cannot help myself. Rowan shook her head before leaving. They were in rotation to check on him, and it was her turn. Now that he was no longer in deep focus mode, she left to continue her research. Meanwhile, Edward also has other things to do. His return was still a secret, and he had a lot of work to do. His recent calculation was separate from his already busy schedule. So, the first time he did was to check on Draco Malfoy, who was poisoned with a strange time curse. He checked on him in the death coffin he designed to place someone in a death suspension state to prolong aging or death. Draco was hit with a somewhat unique curse that had the power to adapt and evolve. And after being hit, it fused with the K-Rose poison in his body to evolve into a time-related curse. Edward found the curse somewhat interesting, so he removed it from Draco's body and had Magicula absorb it. Why, your majesty, muttered Draco after waking up. You will need some time before you can completely recuperate. Thank you for saving my life. Don't mention it, Edward replied calmly. My return needs to remain a secret for a while, so be discreet with your words. Yes, your majesty. Edward then left before calling Lucius and Narcissa to come to see their son. Back in the palace, he entered a deep state of mediation. Ever since he returned home, he could feel something brewing inside his soul dimension. And he knew it was his true name since Merlin told him about this. And during his distraction creating the model, the process finally ended. Edward Tebaeth Reich Reeves Hanch Degene Elder Beyondile Darkick Bones. Is that my true name? Thought Edward as information regarding true names appeared in his mind. They were usually that long, if not longer. And true names served many purposes. After acquiring a true name, his name, in general, hold power. As long as someone speaks his regular name with the purpose of reaching out to him, he could sense, even across dimensions or planes. Edward closed his eyes as he could now sense all the worlds he had previously traveled to since many people were talking about him. Although he could not reach or interact with these people since he was not powerful enough, he could still sense them. Moreover, Edward could also sense that his title as the Arcane Emperor began to hold a certain weight, certain power. Is this what people meant by God's name cannot be spoken in vain? As he concentrated, he could sense anyone below Tier 7 who mentioned his name. He could listen to their conversation if he so wished, even ignoring some of the enchantments in the places they were in. However, it was not all enchantments, but some of them. Let's test the other abilities, he muttered before summoning a short and stinky green creature in his room. It was a goblin. The creature looked at Edward with desire while making some inaudible noise. With a look, he restrained the before saying, "With my true name, I bless you and grant you the name Rakshar." A white light flashed on the goblin's body, and he grew to 2.5 meters. It evolved into a goblin warrior, commented Edward. Master, said the creature as it knelt on one. His intelligence evolved from a 6-year child to an average human. His soul or mind has no spell affecting him, yet he has an instinctive desire to serve me. Moreover, my main and spiritual strength have drastically decreased to evolve a single goblin. The payoff is not worth it. Edward pondered as he observed the goblin warrior. It seems that the more intelligent a creature, the more noble or powerful their bloodline, the less effect this ability has. It's an excellent way to raise followers. Do you have any magical ability? Yes. Display it. As you wish, master. The goblin warrior concentrated before rushing forward, leaving a shadow behind. His leg can gather mana in the surroundings to strengthen his muscles, allowing him to dash forward with great speed. Not bad. This ability was mediocre, but it was considered not bad for their race because goblins usually have 0 magical abilities. Edward sent this goblin to the army to train before doing more tests on his ability to grant creatures names and evolve them. As he theorized, this ability had little to no effect on humans or creatures like dragons. However, it was very effective for lesser intelligent creatures with weak bloodlines. However, Edward believed as he gets more powerful, it should work on them eventually. Also, all the creatures he evolved also had one magical ability, some good, some bad. The true name seems to grant magic users some abilities available only to demons and gods. Gods could bless individuals, granting them many talents or gifts. Furthermore, they can detect when their followers speak their names, no matter the distance. Meanwhile, powerful demons also had true names. When signing contracts, if those demons did not use their true names, then the agreement would not apply to them. This is one way they can trick people when signing contracts. And the same applied to Edward. Without using his true name, the contract's restraint on him was drastically reduced. Although not utterly useless like demons, it was to the point where he could withstand the backlash of most contracts that did not have his true name. Another ability was that if someone knew a demon's true name, they could control them. However, if someone knew Edward's true name, they could deal severe damage to him. Edward raised his palm to create a small flame. Then, the flame suddenly increased by about 30%. So, blessing spells with my true name can increase their strength. That's interesting. With Arcane Spark, the increase could be said to be useless to arcanists, or it could also be argued that it further strengthens them. After doing a few tests, he called Olivier. Was the true name an issue? All the Tier 7 arcanists in the Empire had a true name, making their previous contract almost useless. Not really. After discovering its power, we informed everyone who wanted to use the time room to advance that they would need to resign their contracts. Most agree after they realize they might need our help to deal with the K-Rose poison. Some had to be threatened, and the uncooperative ones were dealt with. Furthermore, we will also pass a law that all future Tier 7 Arcanists must do the same. Edward nodded. Resigning the contract will not reveal these individuals' true names. There will only be a mark that indicates the person used their true names to sign the contract. He chatted with Olivier for a while before continuing with his work. 379 soul limit. Edward's next task was to deal with the universe web. He had to find a way to block the entire galaxy's access to the web, preventing further information from getting to the Tier 10 gods. Edward pondered deeply as he looked at the knowledge he had acquired about the monogrid. It will take too much time to design the blocker from scratch, so let's try something else. He pulled out information about Charles Wentworth. During his incarceration, the group secretly monitored his soul dimension to gather more data on his ability. I could recreate some version of it, muttered Edward after analyzing the data. He closed his eyes as he used Astaroth's time magic. He sent his mind into the future to bring back knowledge on building the universe web blocker. After a few minutes of trying, Edward frowned as he felt a powerful resistance. As expected, it is harder to use time magic in my universe. Then, he continued his exploration. He felt he was navigating a river composed purely of time. However, many things in the river prevented his investigation. Furthermore, he could not see, sense or detect these obstructions, making navigation difficult. Simultaneously, he had to use a great deal of his mana and spiritual strength for every second he stayed in the river. Luckily for him, after more than an hour, he sensed his destination and left the river. At that exact moment, Edward felt countless unknown knowledge transmitted to him from a distance and a familiar source. Success, Edward muttered when he opened his eyes. He reviewed the blueprint in his mind that showed how to build this blocker. That resistance. Is that the world's natural way to prevent people from messing with time? If that's true, then Time Lord's magic is more special than I thought. Based on the information the Time Aurors have gathered, Time Lords can forcibly change a timeline through time travel, which makes the time magic they use special or unique in some ways. I'll research that later, he thought before focusing on the task at hand. After digesting everything, Edward quickly concluded he needed an increase in tier to ensure nothing went wrong for this project. Furthermore, with the current war situation, it was in his best interest to reach tier 8 as soon as possible to prevent the unexpected. So, without hesitation, he went to work. He teleported to a room where a 5-meter skeleton lay in the middle of a formation. Looking at Herpo's appearance, he sighed before getting into action. In the past few years, the Empire has done a great deal of research on divine energy, reaching the point of almost draining Herpo of all his energy. With those research as a basis and the research on godhood from the Konosuba universe, Edward finished the last step in draining him dry. Then, he removed Herpo's soul from his body and operated on it. He removed all his memories and emotions before doing a primary purification of the soul and correctly storing it. He planned to use it later as it had many uses, such as creating a tier 8 golem. Furthermore, Edward preserved Herpo's divine flame and altar for further study. Finally, he drained the death god's blood, heart, brain, muscles, and bones since they were valuable resources. Herpo the Foul, now Herpo the god of death, was no longer in the mortal world. Edward took one last look at the departed dark wizard and sighed out loud before leaving. He proceeded to purify the divine energy even more before creating a soul increase potions. Holding a potion with golden liquid, Edward did a few more tests before drinking everything. He closed his eyes as he sensed the strength of his soul rapidly increase. The feeling was intoxicating that he almost moaned. The process only lasted 2 hours before ending, and Edward felt the world was brighter than before. His mind was faster than before, surpassing even some quantum computers if he focused intensely enough. Regardless of how great the sensation was, he did not dwell on it since things were not finished. He proceeded to drink a second vial of the potion. However, his target was not his soul but his body. Due to the versatility of divine energy, he only needed to tweak the potion a little to ensure it worked. With this new version, Edward could feel his aura drastically increase as it traveled throughout his body, tempering and elevating it to a higher level. The process was excruciating and lasted for 5 hours. Then, without wasting time, Edward activated the Pathfinder title ability he received from the Akashic record, allowing him to take a small percentage of mana from all the people who used his arcane system. With the current size of the Empire, spreading to dozens, if not hundreds, of star systems, countless arcanists used his system. So, Edward felt a rush of pure mana entering his magic core. He acted swiftly by controlling these mana to enter his soul dimension and store them inside. And in just 1 hour, Edward not only entered tier 8 star systems level but also became one that could destroy at least 30 star systems with one spell. He opened his eyes from the meditation state, feeling the power coursing through his veins. With a snap of his finger, he could annihilate the entire solar system, and this power was intoxicated. However, Edward quickly regained his bearings since he knew how weak he was compared to beings like Merlin and Solomon. And knowing of the war waiting for him, he knew it was not time to be complacent with a mere tier 8 advancement. So, after regaining his mind, he focused on the new ability he developed called Apostle. He can bless 6 individuals, allowing them to reach the same level of strength as him with enough resources. It did not matter what race these individuals were from or whether they had magical talents. These 6 people would become his apostles, his loyal followers. The downside to this ability was the apostles had their life bonded to Edward. They would die as long as Edward wished it or something happened to him. On the upside, if any apostles died, Edward could revive them as long as he was alive and had the resources. Is this the ability Arcanists will awaken after reaching Tier 8? It's not a bad one. Edward was relatively satisfied with having 6 powerful, loyal, and undying followers. With this ability, he suddenly remembered his Shikigami, Hokuto. So, he ordered Morgana to allow it to bathe in divine energy to help him transform. The Eastern Dragon could significantly boost his strength if used appropriately. Finally, Edward did a few tests on his strength, and he discovered an anomaly in his soul. He opened a document that contained a recent magical discovery of the Empire. After reading it, he closed his eyes to sense his soul. What's going on? The increase of my spiritual power through knowledge is so small that it's an anomaly. Boss, I can answer your doubt, suddenly said the little elf, Morgana. You know, yes, you've reached your soul limit. What do you mean? Morgana showed him some new data before explaining. A few years ago, the Empire discovered humans had soul limit, which determined the highest level of tier they can naturally reach. It is tier 6 for humans, and most people cannot even reach the limit of their souls. Your arcane rune system is well made, pushing the limit to tier 7. But from tier 8 and above, it will not work. Edward frowned as he scanned through the study. I see. My soul is special, so my limit is tier 8, but it is 7 for the others. Also, Rowena had a mutation, so her limit is also tier 8. That makes sense. The specialty of his soul was due to his reincarnation, while she had to undergo years of intense pain and suffering before achieving a successful mutation. Is there a solution? The royal family has done some private study with clones and discovered the soul limit can be pushed to tier 8 with enough divine energy. But the current data indicate that reaching tier 9 might require another method. It even theorized that divine energy from higher tier god might not be helpful. This could explain why faith has become so popular in our plane, said Edward while caressing his temple. You're correct. Preliminary findings have indicated that faith is another solution to this problem. Edward did not like faith, nor did he plan to use it on himself. So, he needed an alternative solution. 380 The blocker on the top of my head, I can think of 2 worlds where I can rapidly gather knowledge about the soul. The Marvel Cinematic Universe with the Soul Stone and Bleach's spiritual pressure system. Either of these 2 worlds would be helpful, so Edward decided that one of them would be his next voyage. However, this was not the time to deal with this problem since he had an important task to accomplish. He waved his hand to display a holographic blueprint of the floating city. He opened the designs of the 3.0 versions that he had already designed. With the new knowledge I have, I should probably add more things to this version. Edward needed the power of the floating city to build the universe web blocker. However, the current level of the floating city might not be enough and needs an upgrade. This will take a little time, so let's try the previous method, Edward muttered before closing his eyes, entering the river of time again to connect to a future version of himself. Unfortunately, the resistance he encountered this time around was even more. Edward did not easily give up, so he persisted, pushing his spell to the limit. However, his cosmic awareness activated, and he felt great danger. Acting on instinct, he immediately stopped and exited the river. Where did the danger comes from? Are there some time creatures hunting for people messing with the flow of time? He shook his head as he decided to give up on taking a shortcut. Instead, he began to design the floating city on his own. He asked Morgana to show him a list of research that might be helpful for his upgrade. Narcissa and Soleil have perfected the psychic energy path. Edward muttered before checking the result of their research. After studying the Noved race he brought back, these 2 tower masters made significant academic advancements. They created a subclass called Psychers Arcanists with people who use psychic energy as their primary energy source. They have invented ways for people to condense psychic cores in their brains and increase the quantity of this energy. Unfortunately, this subclass can only reach tier 6 so far, but it is still a path for many people. It's a shame this subclass is also not universal like aura, commented Edward. People need to have a specific mutation of their brains or a specific innate spiritual power to become psychers. And unfortunately, that brain mutation cannot yet be copied through genetic modifications. Nevertheless, their research is useful. Narcissa and Soleil followed his advice and developed an entire technology tree based solely on psychic energy. They even successfully created tier 8 psychic weapons. And one of their creation is a way to convert mana into psychic energy. According to their recent study request, they believe they could create a tier 9 psychic weapon if they had access to one of the floating city. Master, you always worry that the floating city only functioned with one power system. Now, you can deal with this problem, said Morgana. Indeed, Edward always feared and prepared for the worst. So, he often worried that he would end up in a situation or universe where mana does not work, rendering the floating city unfunctional and causing his death. But now, for this update, he decided to incorporate other power systems or other forms of energy. Boss, this research might help you. Edward looked at the data, showing George and Fred Weasley's latest research. Their task was to create an energy converter, allowing different energies to convert to mana. They have to work with many other arcanists for their research, including Narcissa for psychic energy, Artie for divine energy, and Tau Master Iwero for elemental energy used by the Lumerian civilization. These guys did a great job, commented Edward, despite knowing the royal guard had to force them to return to work whenever they decided they wanted to waste time. the majority of their research was completed. So, things like electricity, nuclear, antimatter, solar, tectonic plate energy, psychic energy, and many others could be converted into mana and back. Their only issue was dealing with high-level powers like cosmic energy, divine energy, and soul strength. These two had some results with divine and cosmic energy but had little success with soul strength. So far, the best correlation detected between mana and the soul is that the latter is required to control the former. Mana can also directly affect the soul. I can include all these systems in the city, ensuring I never have a problem with energy failure, commented Edward with a smile. There is another one, said Morgana. Arthur Weasley also made some technological development. He created a way to use pure technology to travel through the astral realm. Edward also reviewed the research, smiling even deeper. He was always happy when his close friends and allies prospered since it also meant his and the Empire's prosperity. Excellent, he commented. When it comes to science and technology, he knew he was not the most gifted, not even close. So, he always delegates its development to others, not really focusing on it too much. And his decision was proven to be correct after seeing results such as this. With Arthur's discovery, he will not have to worry if he crashes into a world where the laws of physics only allowed technology and no extraordinary powers. His floating city will only have to change to Arthur's invention. All right, let us begin, said Edward before starting the update. He first decided to use a time acceleration rune since he wanted the upgrade would probably take a few years. He first entered the core of the floating city, and after analyzing all the enchantments, Edward decided to start all over instead of just upgrading the existing one. It was easier and faster that way. Anti-gravity, energy distribution, energy converter, environment control, system linkage. Edward kept saying a bunch of words, and every time he did, a white light would flash on the floating. For the optimization, he used the word blessing enchantments that he learned watching the gods, mainly Hephaestus, create diviner artifacts in the mummy world. At the same time, he began engraving the same enchantments using the mana method enchantment he learned from the dwarves in the Black Clover universe. He linked the word bless enchantments with the engravement enchantment, elevating the floating city's magical technology to an even higher level. I'm really an unparalleled genius, said Edward. To cast these two enchantments, he had to perfectly control them, ensuring the mana used at their cores was on the exact frequency. For such a high-level technique, he believed no more than a dozen people could do such a thing in the entire universe. I can do even better, commented Edward before beginning with the core enchantments. In a pocket dimension linked to the floating city, Edward engraved another set of enchantments needed for the floating city and linked them to the previous two sets. Threefold enchantment, he muttered with a smile. Not only can they boost each other, nothing will happen if one set fails. Safety and power. Edward was satisfied with his masterpiece. We can do better. He then began the fourth set of enchantments, using the micro-engravement method. He spent months engraving microscope enchantments all over the floating city before linking them to the other three. The process was more challenging than the previous two, and he failed many times. Nevertheless, he learned many things and his artificer skill drastically increased in the process. Fourfold enchantment. Yes, I deserve the title of a divine artificer. Could I go for a fifth fold? Edward frowned as he did not have another enchantment system he could use. The Empire has many enchantment techniques, but they were only subcategories of these four. They acquired the elf's enchantment method in the wreckage of the Intergalactic Federation and through some shady means. However, the technique was a combination of word bless and engraving enchantment, only using the elf's language. As for the dwarves of this universe, they did not have an enchantment technique and relied purely on materials to craft magical items. Edward has already changed Morgana to use some of their knowledge to optimize the entire city. As such, there were many golems doing renovation all over the city. Alright, up the next step. 381 The blocker. 2. Morgana, give me a preliminary analysis. Yes, Master, according to my analysis, the floating city has barely reached a Tier 10 weapon. Barely. Yes. A Tier 10 individual has enough power to destroy a universe with one move. Meanwhile, the floating city would need between 2 to 5 attacks. I see. Anything I need to pay attention to? Yes. One ether core is not enough to sustain the energy required to operate. You need at least 3 of them or optimize the current core. I figure this might be an issue. I'll deal with it. Anything else? Yes, you need to test the new energy conversion system as there seem to be some problems with so much energy interacting. Edward checked the data, and she was correct. Once the floating city began to harness a tremendous amount of energy, the converter enchantment began to malfunction. This only needs more trial and error to modify, so you can deal with it. You're also in charge of installing the technology system. Just show me the final result. Yes, sir. Edward proceeded to work on the traveling system. With the recent development of void energy, he can travel instantly to anywhere as long as he knows the coordinates. However, the system still had to be fine-tuned. He called Rowena to help him and to see if she could modify and improve the process. And she did. He also took this opportunity to spend some alone time with her. Once the process ended, he tested. He activated the city and entered the void. As he looked at his environment, Edward felt something different despite not being the first time he was here. I'm truly lucky. Edward knew if it were not for that void tear he discovered in Rowena's timeline, he would not have so quickly discovered omniverse travel. The best outcome was that he would have found the astral realm and other planes. As for how he could leave the source wall and enter the void, he might have to wait until he reached tier 12. It doesn't matter. Luck is also a part of success. He activated the city and instantly appeared outside of the Konosuba universe. He started it again and appeared in the Fullmetal Alchemist universe. Edward proceeded to revisit all the places he traveled to before returning home. Next is the Karma Empowerment System. The way he planned for the floating city to reach tier 10 was through the use of karmic empowerment. Luckily, his research, Hermione's, and Lily's arcane spark made that possible. His design is to fuse the underworld and Elysium from Black Clover into a super arcane spark for the entire system, allowing it to use karma empowerment to boost all its systems, including the attack mode. For this system, he called for Hermione and Wiz's help. Hermione was currently interested in studying karma and was even trying to build a karma staff with karma authority. Meanwhile, Wiz was naturally gifted regarding things of the opposite nature, similar to yin and yang. So, she was a great help when Edward had to ensure Elysium's positive karma and the underworld's negative karma were perfectly balanced in the arcane spark. The final result was a black crystal the size of a 10-story building floating above an empty room. Immediately, Edward entered the void to test the effect. You've succeeded, boss. The floating city is a tier 10 weapons. Indeed. Let's get more data. Edward then traveled to a parallel universe before entering the mirror dimension of that timeline where there was no life. Then, after waiting for the ether core to recharge, he activated the divine spark and fired. The sight he witnessed was both beautiful and scary. An entire universe, comprised of infinite planets, stars, and galaxies, vanished in seconds. All matter, particles, dimensions, energy, and spirituality vanished from the face of existence. What a scary world we live in, thought Edward before leaving. After returning to his timeline, he continued his work. He had one thing to add before dealing with the energy issue. He installed a rebirth pond in the city, which he took from Eve's Elysium. A new angel will be born by placing a pure soul in the pond. He even created another birth that gave birth to devils. With this pond, I will have a demon and angel legion. Adding to the Golem Legion, the floating city is a walking armed civilization. Next is the ether core. Boss, I've discovered something, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. Then, she showed him a video of the arcane spark. Edward saw it was absorbing a bunch of black and white lights. What's this? Positive and negative emotions. The divine spark can naturally absorb these emotions and convert them into karma. Really? That would deal with the issue of slow growth. Unlike Arcanist's personal arcane spark, the one in the city is based on Elysium and the underworld, which had the natural ability to generate positive and negative karma. However, the process is very slow, so Edward has to be careful about how much karma he uses for empowerment. But now, he no longer had to worry about this issue, especially since there were plenty of emotions during this war. An unexpected but welcome development. Test and gather more data. While the little elf did that, Edward proceeded to deal with the ether core. Because of his Divine Artificer title, he had unlimited stamina when forging, so he did have to take a rest. The first thing he did was create a second one. Normally, this process was tedious and required a lot of effort to gather so much mana from the ley lines. However, he could now directly absorb mana from the mana grid. So, creating a second ether core only took a few days. The next step was to optimize the original core. Edward called Aqua for help. The water goddess had an uncanny talent for purification, making her perfect for this task. Of course, Edward had to bribe her for her help. To be exact, he almost tricked her into helping for free, but Kazuma interrupted him, forcing him to pay for her service. So, after putting a curse on him that would make his life miserable for the next month, he took Aqua away. He immediately plugged her into the second ether core to elevate her purification powers. Then, he had her purify the original core while absorbing a large quantity of mana from the grid. And his method succeeded. With the mana quantity and quality drastically increased, the ether core elevated to contain tier 10 energy. Edward also took this opportunity to gather enough data on purification to ensure he would not need Aqua's help when he wanted to create a second tier 10 ether core. Truly a masterpiece, boss, said Morgana as she looked at the final result. I know, right? However, we shouldn't be too proud since this is nowhere near the pinnacle of Artificer. Alright, let's add the blocker. Edward went to add a few more enchantments to the city before activating them. Then, 9 black magic circles appeared above the city, sending an invisible energy wave throughout the galaxy that no one could detect. Only Gudnad felt something had occurred, but he could not detect the origin or the exact change until his follower came rushing into his throne room, telling him something significant had happened. The galaxy had lost connection to the universe web. And Gudnad was not the only person who received the news since everyone used the universe web for communication. Meanwhile, the perpetrator of this incident also received the news. So, it worked, said Edward. The blocker was simple as an idea. The mana grid exuded a unique frequency. As such, if he used some energy to disrupt that frequency, it could disturb the communication properties that the tier 10 gods used. And from the information he received from the future, anti-magic was the best power to use as a counter. So, Edward accessed the part of the grid that flowed throughout the Milky Way galaxy and disrupted it. That way, the grid will remain intact in the other part of the universe but rendered useless in the Milky Way. 382 The seven-pillar pantheon. Outside of the Milky Way galaxy, 7 individuals floated in the void, looking at a purple shield that surrounded the entire galaxy. Multiple color lights flashed from their movies as they used devastatingly powerful attacks against the protection. They used attacks on the universal scale that would cause a major catastrophe if not for them concentrating all their power on the shield, preventing their strength from spilling. Unfortunately, their attempts were useless, at least, they appeared as such. This is pointless, said Lifer, the god of light, justice, balance, and commerce. He was a man with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in all white, and a noble aura emanating from him. He had a silver scepter with a bright blue gem on top. The Magus weapon used is probably a quasi-tier 11 artifact. Even more reason we should not give up, replied NWA, the god of darkness, curses, and cruelty. He was a man with black hair and green eyes, dressed in all black and holding a black scepter with many jewels of different colors. NWA is correct, this might be our only chance at reaching tier 11, replied Morticia, the goddess of death, who had a dark purple robe, silver hair, and holding a cliché scythe. She is also the goddess of subjugation, pain, and the goddess of elves indicated by her long ears. Don't be a hypocrite, Morticia. We all know you don't want another tier 10 death god to appear since it will reduce the power of your authority, commented Lavi, the goddess of life, fertility, druid, joy, and dark elves. She was a beautiful woman with purple color skin, long ears, and wearing a pure white dress and a crown made of flowers. A common fact of the universe is if 2 people reach tier 10 of the same authority, their power will be shared, thus weakening both. As such, the top tier 10 gods will not allow anyone to reach the same level as them. And this is also the reason they all have secondary authorities. You all know it's pointless to argue. It's also pointless to keep attacking this shield as we need a better method, added Delilah, the goddess of magic, knowledge, and communication. She had a blue magic robe with a hood and runes inscribed in different places, along with a wooden staff. Isambard, do you have another way? She asked, looking in the direction of a short man with long red hair and a beard wearing leather armor and holding a large hammer. Isambard, repeated Delilah with a slightly raised voice. Did you say something? Asked the god of forging, runes, technology, and dwarves. He did not hear anything as he was too busy admiring the work of the Magus race. Many people praised him for being this plane's greatest forger/artificer. Still, Isambard was always humbled when he came across any work belonging to the Magus, even the lower tier ones. I ask if you have another method to enter. The only weakness of this artifact is its user. The tier 9 death god does not have the power to wield such a powerful item. According to my calculations, even if we do not do anything, in about 5,000 years, the artifact will stop working. If we can continue to attack, we might reduce it to about 2,000 years. That's a very short time, commented NWA. However, the longer we spend here, the higher the chance that something goes wrong. Honestly, I'm surprised these stinky dragons have not come yet, said Morticia with a sneer. The news that the Dragon Temple was searching for the Thunder Dragon King is most likely true, commented Lifer. However, I could not fathom why Tiamat did not show up. She loved to meddle in other people's business. The dragon race was, without a doubt, the most powerful race in the plane. However, they were divided into factions, the Dragon Temple with all the Dragon Kings and the Dragon Pantheon led by Dragon God Tiamat. Because of contradictions that traced back billions of years, these two groups never got along very well, unless the existence of their entire race was threatened. Forget all this nonsense, said Ganar, the god of war, blood, slaughter, and orcs. He had dark gold armor on his body with an enormous axe. NWA, when are you returning the Cruelty Authority to me? The Cruelty Authority once belonged to him but was stripped by NWA. I've won it fair and square. How could there be war without cruelty? The same can be said for darkness. Enough, Ganar. You've agreed to the rules of our alliance. Follow the rules or pay the price, said Lifer with a stern look. Meanwhile, as Ganar sensed all these people looking at him with dangerous lights deep in their eyes, he relented. Fine. I'm worried about the Guardians showing up, said Lavi. And as soon as she said these words, everyone became somber. Their alliance, called the Seven-Pillar Pantheon, is one of the most powerful factions of this plane. They controlled the Intergalactic Federation, the Universe Web, and the Cosmic Bank. Although there are many other tier 10 gods or individuals, none have conquered as many planes as them, meaning very few factions are on par with them. In strength, they can rival the Dragon Temple or Pantheon individually. Nevertheless, they had to be afraid of the Guardians. There is no need to worry, said Delilah. They are bound by their duty, so they cannot act for their profit. Do you think they will not risk everything for a chance at reaching tier 11? Commented Morticia with a sneer. That may be so, but they would also pay a severe price for breaking their oath, rebutted Delilah. I'm trying to say that we do not have to worry about them for now. So, let's focus on how to deal with this barrier. Isambard. Huh, he muttered, distracted by studying the shield. Right, method. The other solution is to have someone from the inside affect Guznad. As long he is weakened or even distracted long enough, we can use the opportunity to forcefully break through. From the inside, we could lure some people to do our bidding, analyzed Delilah. With the current situation, a promise of salvation is very enticing for man. Delilah stopped her words as she squinted her eyes. She rapidly closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them with an intense look. I've lost access to the universe web. What do you mean? Quickly asked Lifer. Something went wrong with the monogrid that ran through the galaxy. I've completely lost access. As the goddess of magic, she was mainly responsible for the monogrid and universe web, while Lifer was responsible for the cosmic bank. Of course, the others had powers to balance each other, but they were the main leads. Does it have something to do with that arcane empire? Asked Lavi. I don't know, but it is very likely, replied Delilah. Our guess that they acquired a primary inheritance of the Magus is very likely. The Magus once ruled the plane, spreading through countless planes. According to analysis based on archaeology findings, the race had many Tier 11 powerhouses and controlled 70% of all the planes in the astral realm. Then, they suddenly disappeared. Many people wondered why, but these 7 discovered some secrets. The Magus wanted to reach Tier 12 and leave the source wall, and their disappearance was the result of failure or success. And from what the group knows, the Magus race left their inheritance scattered in different planes. Individuals left most inheritances, but the entire civilization left some. These inheritances were called primary inheritances. Anyone who acquired them could build a Titan civilization in a short time, if they could decipher it. Once we enter, the first thing we must do is get rid of the arcane empire, said Lifer. The way they operate is too similar to the Magus race. Agreed, said the others. But now, we must know how to pass this barrier. I may have an idea, added Delilah. 383 Huki Iron Flame Morticia, why don't you control the elves and force them to attack Guznad? As long as he is distracted long enough, this should be enough for us, said Delilah. I wish it were that simple, she replied. Even if they are not your believer, as the god of elves, you should be able to influence them at least. Regrettably, these elves are the descendants of the High Elves. As you know, during the battle back then, they severed all bloodline connections with me. So, even if their bloodline is extremely thin, I still cannot influence them. Delilah frowned as she remembered something similar had occurred back then. What about you, Isambard? I refuse. Why not? I won't do something so cruel to my race, replied the dwarven god. This is not the time to be sentimental, said Lifer. Unfortunately, humans are a particular species not bound by bloodline. This is one of the reasons that there is no human god. As such, even if he was once a human and is now a god, he could not do the same. It wouldn't work anyways. The dwarves in this galaxy are nothing but a Tier 7 civilization. Guznad would wipe them out effortlessly. Isambard had a bottom line, and his race was one of them. Delilah frowned as she knew the latter was just using an excuse. What about you, Ganar? The orcs are scattered and cannot even be considered a proper racial civilization. Plus, the most powerful one is only Tier 6. Delilah frowned. Not of them had followers remaining since Guznad seemed to have targeted them. In that case, let's use the intelligence. You want me to control their technology and have them attack Guznad? Asked Isambard. As the god of technology, he could achieve such a feat. That's right. This could work, but as you know, they've scattered after Guznad's fall of darkness. It will take some time to regroup them. How long? A problem, a few dozen years. I could also secretly influence their technology and raise it to Tier 9. Excellent. Let's use this plan. Milky Way Galaxy, Solar System, Planet Earth, Arcane Palace. Edward sat at a table, enjoying a luxurious dinner. He spent more than 30 years inside the time dilation, optimizing the floating city. Meanwhile, only a month passed outside. Here, try this, he said as he handed some new delicacy to someone. Thanks, old wizard king, replied Charmy, who closed her eyes to enjoy her food. The new food in this world is delicious, so many things I've never rested before. I know how you feel. Every day, countless new recipes are created. Who knew slimes could be a delicacy, replied Edward, enjoying himself. Midway through their dinner, Amelia walked in. Who's this? She asked. That's Charmy that I've been talking about. You mean you supposed adopted daughter? Adopted daughter? I guess you're right, but I've never thought about it that way, replied Edward before looking at Charmy. Do you want to be my daughter? Do I get to eat delicious food like this? Yes, and any time you want. Okay, you can be my wizard king papa, she replied while munching on some newly discovered chicken species. Edward caressed her head, amused by the title she gave, before continuing to eat. Amelia shook her head before taking a seat next to Charmy. Since you are now part of the royal family, you have to learn how to eat with the proper etiquette. What? That sounds boring. It is, but you still have to learn. Charmy pouted, looking at Edward, her eyes asking for help. You can eat however you want, but you have to learn first in case of an official event. Charmy pouted but still placed the piece of meat on the table, holding her fork and knife. While Amelia taught her, she also sent Edward a document. What's this? The bill for your floating city. Edward read the data while wondering why he was shown this data. Then, he almost spat out the food in his mouth. So much. Yes. You almost broke the economic system of the entire empire with all the resources you used. Where did we get so many resources? Edward scrolled down to read the entire report. He was so focused that he never realized how much he used. But now that he was dealing with the situation, he realized the empire could never provide so many resources. We acted swiftly and sent the other 2 cities to parallel dimensions to mindlessly plunder. We also sent a team equipped with world gates to the blank realm, and there were many casualties. Was there any issue? There was. Luna predicted an unknown danger and warned the team. However, one of the floating cities was attacked by an unknown entity, and it was destroyed in the process. Is everyone alright? Don't worry. No one was injured. That's a relief. The point of me telling you this is you should be more mindful of this kind of thing in the future. Plus, be aware that we do not have enough resources to build another tier 10 weapon. I see. I guess we should also temporarily stop traversing the multiverse. That would be wise. How is the war situation? Guznad seemed to be more occupied than usual. His forces have reduced their attack frequency. Anything I need to do? Yes, but before that, when are you announcing your return and beginning the new update to the library? Once the announcement begins, the Empire will enter a new era, an era where every citizen can use magic. We have to wait. The universe web has just been blocked, and if I suddenly announced my return, some people might be suspicious. It's always good to be cautious, said Amelia. Although we have supposedly cut off contact of the outside gods with this galaxy, we cannot rule out they have other means of communication. That's what I'm worried about. You said I had something to do. Yes. Luna made a divination. You have to go somewhere to meet an old friend of yours. That friend will be the catalyst for the dwarves to surrender to the Empire. An old friend? And a dwarf, said Edward before remembering something. Huki Ironflame. Many years ago, he went to a famous mercenary bar in the Milky Way with Fleur, where he encountered a dwarf and an elf. The elf lied to him by his name and was very arrogant after Edward told him that elven enchantments were not that amazing. Luna did not give me specifics. She only said if you go to Planet Sop 2 days later, you will meet someone special. Then, events might unfold that lead to the integration of the dwarves. Alright. I'll go. Edward tried to spend more time with his wife for the next 2 days, but everyone was busy and had no time for him. So, he had no choice but to spend time with his mother, father, and newly adopted daughter, Charmy. His family loved her, but his mother started asking him when he would give her grandchildren. So, Edward had to run away from her after his explanation did not appease her. He hopped on a spaceship at the scheduled time and headed to Planet Sop. Once he arrived, he quickly noticed this was a planet ravaged by a second commander from the Undead Legion. Edward used a spell to scan the entire planet and located Huki in the process. The latter was in the midst of protecting someone with a group of mercenaries. And Edward also recognized the person they were protecting. A screen appeared before him as he observed Huki's team. He realized the Undead's target was the client these mercenaries were protecting and that they would not last long. So, this is what Luna meant. Without saying anything, he teleported above the group. His arrival alerted the group, making them think another enemy had arrived. Huki, is that you? Asked Edward. The short, red-haired dwarf squinted his eyes, trying to remember this newcomer's face. Edward Bones. As soon as he said these words, everyone became shocked as they observed Edward closely. And the face belonged to the one they had seen before. 384 The dwarves. The Empire has a public relations department tasked with keeping a positive image of the Empire to outsiders. They also took control of Edward's Universe Web's social network page, posting some information and update. So, as soon as Huki said Edward's name, the other mercenaries recognized the Arcane Emperor, the man labeled as one of the most mysterious people in the Milky Way. During the years of the war, the man rarely showed up, yet his empire prospered. Furthermore, his love for the people has not been affected despite his absence. On the contrary, his disappearance and mystery seem to increase his rating amongst his citizen. Your Majesty, said Huki Ironflame. There is no need for formality. You can be considered an acquaintance. Huki hesitated only for a moment before nodding. Then, he said with a wry smile, I never thought you were such an important person. Back then, it was not necessary to reveal my identity. Plus, you wouldn't know who I was even if I did. True, replied Huki. The wonderful thing about the Arcane Empire is their existence only became known to the galaxy in the past decades. And the moment they showed in the world stage, they became a Tier 8 civilization. And not long afterward, it was revealed they were secretly a Tier 9 civilization. So, what brings you here? Asked Huki. Before Edward could respond, the barrier protecting the barricade these mercenaries hid in began to tremble. We won't hold on for long, screamed one of the Tier 6 mage managing the barrier. Another Tier 6 archer used a spell called Anima Vision, allowing it to display what was happening outside their camp through the eyes of a trained hawk in the sky. The group could see a large group of undead, led by a Tier 7 mummy. They immediately concluded that they could not survive this attack, so some people began to ponder whether they should run away and abandon protecting the target. However, considering the latter's identity, they might end up being hunted afterward. And with the galaxy completely blocked, there was nowhere they could run to. Let me help you before we can talk, said Edward, instantly giving everybody hope as they finally remembered someone important was in their presence. Some astute mercenaries like Huki and the client could already tell Edward was powerful when he appeared in this room, completely ignoring the barrier. Edward calmly raised his hand to manifest a golden light. The light then spread from his body to envelop the entire planet, and everywhere it passed, it instantly purified the undead legions. The second commander, the mummy, tried to resist, but it was futile. That's the power of Tier 8, thought Huki. I guess he was hiding his power when I met him. The dwarf would never believe someone to go from Tier 5 to Tier 8 in about 20 years since he met Edward. So, he concluded the latter hid his strength when they met. This planet contains large veins of mithril. It's a great resource for the Empire, muttered Edward, and everyone could hear him. These mercenaries instantly became envious, thinking about how precious this planet was. However, they did not dare have any other thoughts about who was before them. Just the fact the latter was tier 8 was a deterrence enough, not to mention an entire empire behind the man. "Where were we?" said Edward as he looked at the group. "I asked why were you here," replied Huki as his intuition told him this acquaintance's presence was not usual. "One of my advisors divined that I could have a fateful meeting on this planet. I thought it was you, but now I know who it was referring to, King Thashmin Stronghelm. Thashmin Stronghelm, king of the Stronghelm Kingdom, a tier 7 civilization of the dwarf race. He was a short man, about 1.3 meters, with long brown hair and a beard. He did not have a crown since he had to hide his identity for this mission." Thashmin had a severe look on his face as he looked at Edward. Although the dwarves were known for being straightforward and honest, the same did not apply to him as a ruler. He needed to be intelligent, cunning, and observant to deal with foreign relations. And the moment he saw Edward, many things came to mind. He first pondered whether the Arcane Emperor came to kidnap him to serve as a form of political bargaining. Although the Empire had a positive image, Thashmin had to be weary and think for the worse. Secondly, when he learned that Edward was tier 8, he understood how terrifying the Arcane Empire was. During this entire war, the highest level any individual of the Empire had displayed, including the royal family, was tier 7. And yet, through magical technology, the Empire was the least affected by this war. However, he also learned the Empire never used its full power since the Emperor never participated in any battles, and he appeared to be the most powerful individual. "It's an honor to finally meet you, Emperor Edward Bones. The pleasure is all mine. But why are you in this faraway place without any protection from your kingdom?" Thashmin did not answer, and Edward smiled in return. "There is no need for them to be on guard. You should understand the Empire's purpose by now, as we have not tried to hide it. You should also understand if we wanted to be the aggressor, no one could stop us." Thashmin knew of the Arcane Empire's ambitions to conquer the galaxy by using the current chaos to force different races and factions to surrender to them. He had already analyzed the situation with his advisors and knew their race had no choice but to surrender eventually. The Stronghelm Kingdom survived the fall of darkness for a few reasons. Guznad placed little emphasis on them since they were only a tier 7 civilization. Second, the Elf Kingdom and the Starkin's race went out of their way to protect them. These two factions knew the importance of weapons in a war, and the dwarves could manufacture a large quantity of them. Although the dwarves did not have an enchantment system, they were the best blacksmiths in the galaxy. Furthermore, these races only needed to outsource the forging part to the dwarves, and they would do the rest. And the dwarves were very important since the elves and starskins did not have the best enchantment to purify undead, but they had materials with purification powers. And through their blacksmithing methods, the dwarves could forge purification magical weapons. Thashmin took the opportunity of the chaos to unite all the dwarves not part of the kingdom under the promise of protection. Unfortunately, as the war proceeded, the elves and starskins could not even protect themselves, let alone others. So, the dwarves allied with scattered races or civilizations affected by the war. They would supply weapons to these people, and they would fight and protect themselves and the Stronghelm Kingdom. But even then, Thashmin had to ask the Arcane Empire for help a few times to survive a few calamities. "I'm sorry for my rudeness," said Thashmin. "I'm ashamed, especially considering the dwarves owe you a great debt." "It's fine." Thashmin sighed. "I came here because I heard the news that a star monocore might be on this planet. But as you can see, the news was false, and I believe I was betrayed and lured here. I'm sorry for that. Luckily, you've arrived." Edward nodded. Star monocore. That's a precious thing. As the name implied, this was a core formed at the center of a star or planet by condensing all the mana of the star into one object. The core is the ultimate form of energy, similar to an ether core, and can be used for various purposes. Edward did not care about the star mana core since the ether core was better. Furthermore, with the monogrid, he could not artificially manufacture one if he wanted. "Let me guess, you wanted to elevate Chaos View to a higher tier." 385 New Force. The dwarves' magic system only allows them to each tier 6, and the Stronghelm Kingdom is a tier 7 civilization because of a powerful weapon. A sword, to be precise, called Chaos View. Edward guessed Thashmin wanted the Star Mana Core to elevate Chaos View to tier 8 or higher. "You are correct," replied Thashmin. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "You're an artificer, right?" "Yes, and one of the best in the universe." Thashmin was shocked by this act of boasting and did not know how to answer. Then, he remembered the video on the universe web that he saw of the floating city. From the information the Arcane Empire revealed, the Arcane Emperor created that piece of artificer wonder. Although Thashmin did not know whether this news was pure propaganda, if it were real, the latter would have every right to brag about being one of the best in the universe. Any decent artificer can create a tier 9 magical weapon once they are in the same tier. However, to make something as complex as a floating city with multi-purpose facilities or systems, only the truly gifted can do. And Thashmin took into account the Arcane Emperor is only tier 8, then this achievement can be only accomplished by these divine artificers that he heard of from the universe's central region. "If you don't mind, I would like you to give me your opinion of Chaos View," said Thashmin. "Are you sure?" asked Edward. "If I'm not mistaken, that sword is your kingdom's natural treasure." "It's fine. I'm asking from one artificer to another." Most dwarves considered themselves blacksmiths instead of artificers. However, once their skills reach a certain level, they will acquire that title even without enchanting capabilities. Plus, I'm sure a Tier 7 magical artifact is nothing to you. Thashmin could detect Edward's robe was a Tier 8 artifact, and all the rings in his 10 fingers were between Tier 7 and 8. For such a person, a Tier 7 sword was indeed nothing significant. Edward did not outwardly acknowledge Thashmin's words since he knew when to be cocky and when to apply modesty. He agreed with the latter's invitation before taking some time to talk with Huki Ironflame. He knew the importance of connection, even if there was a prominent class and status difference. As such, Edward communicated with Huki and the other mercenaries. He even gifted them with a few magical artifacts and magic scrolls to help them survive the war. Afterward, he took his spaceship with Thashmin, heading to Mountain Flame Star System, Longbeard Planet, the home of the dwarves. During the entire voyage, Thashmin admired the craftsmanship of the spaceship, and they discussed techniques. After notifying his court, the spaceship successfully landed on planet Longbeard. As soon as Thashmin descended the ship, they saw two dwarves, one man and a woman, running towards them. "Your Majesty, did you succeed?" yelled the female dwarf. However, when they saw Edward next to their king, they immediately took out their weapons and became weary. Not even a second later, another group came from behind these two with the same excitement. However, they pulled out their weapons when they laid eyes on Edward, ready to attack at a moment's notice. "At ease," commanded Thashmin. "This is our guest, the Arcane Empire's emperor." Yet, his words did not appease these people. "Your Majesty, you know the rule," commented the female dwarf. "I know. Do what you have to do." She motioned to her companion, and the dwarf took a necklace and slowly walked before Thashmin, waving it before him. No sign of mind control or possession. "But, we cannot be completely sure. Don't waste our time. Bring Chaos View, it can detect if I am me or not," said Thashmin, and the dwarves agreed. A few minutes later, someone brought a beautiful silver sword in a brown wooden box. The sword was simple, with no design. Yet, its simplicity elevated its beauty. "Who says the dwarves have no aesthetic bones in their bodies?" thought Edward, waiting for the dwarves to deal with their security check. Thashmin did not waste time picking up the sword, and all the dwarves sighed in relief. They knew that even if Guznad himself possessed Thashmin, he would never pick up the sword unless he used swords. Only the Stronghelm royal family can only pick up Chaos View. "Hurry up, we have a guest to receive." Soon, the dwarves set up a banquet with alcohol and meat, primarily boars. Edward shared his divine wine with them. The god of wine from the Konosuba world made it for him with many precious materials. At the central table, Thashmin, Edward, and the Stronghelm Kingdom's most influential ministers sat at the main table while a few other guests came to attend. "So, what do you think of the sword?" asked Thashmin, taking a big gulp of wine. Edward drank elegantly as he looked at the sword in the middle of the table. "It's a great sword. Orichalcum is a very hard, heavy, dense metal and extremely difficult to melt and mold. The creator of this sword used the heat from the core of a star to melt it. To remove the impurity, the forger used a spell alternating between extreme cold and heat. To shape the sword, a total of 290 strikes equivalent to a Tier 6 attack were used." Edward looked at the sword even closer. Ignoring the shocked look of everyone nearby, he continued, "Originally, this sword was only Tier 6. But it was recently reforged to Tier 7, and I'm guessing that was your work, Thashmin." Although Edward said recently, he could tell the sword was reforged more than 200,000 years ago. "That's right," replied Thashmin. Edward nodded before continuing to analyze it. Orichalcum is a heavy metal, so the sword's inherited its property. It can increase its weight to the point of crushing a star. Of course, the wielder will not be affected by the weight. This sword can be considered perfect amongst Tier 7 magical artifacts. No offense, but with the skills I've observed, you cannot refine such a perfect Tier 7 weapon. It is so powerful because it contains a ray of divinity. After the citizen of the Stronghelm Kingdom have worshipped the sword for many generations, you have generated faith that it has absorbed, granting it some divine aura and a spirit. This is the reason that only the royal family could lift the sword. So, that's the reason. I've always felt the sword was unique, but I could never pinpoint why. Thashmin never told anyone that the sword would communicate with him through warnings of danger. One of the reasons the kingdom survived Guznad's fall of darkness is because the sword warned him of impending danger, allowing him to be prepared. This sword is quite unique. It only needs a few enchantments to reach Tier 8. And if it has enough faith, it can evolve into a true spirit and gain sentience. By then, it could evolve on its own and maybe become a false god. Are you serious? There is no need to lie. Thashmin gulped as he did not expect the sword to have so much potential. Anything related to Godhood was considered extraordinary. Furthermore, he could not help what an achievement it would be to forge a god sword. Reply honestly, is it true that all races in the Empire are treated equally? That they have access to free magical education? Asked Thashmin, an act that made all the ministers stop drinking and pay attention. It's true. My philosophy has always been that all races and civilizations' magic is unique, or they can bring a different perspective to how we understand it. And if they can work together and share their understanding, magic civilization can prosper. So, my goal in creating the Empire has always been for that goal. Thashmin pondered. He did not know whether the Arcane Emperor was spewing flowery words. However, based on his intuition and what he has observed so far, these words seem to be true. All right, I've decided. 386 First meeting Thashmin stood up from his seat, took his long beard, and wrapped it around his wrist in the shape of a bracelet. Then, he placed that same hand on his left shoulder before bowing. Thashmin Stronghelm, 10,345th King of the Stronghelm Kingdom, offers its surrender to the mighty Arcane Emperor. May you protect our people and lead us to a better life. Edward knew of Dwarven's etiquette, so he knew what to do next and took things seriously. He also stood up from his and walked before Thashmin. He unwrapped the beard from the latter's wrist and wrapped it around his. Edward Bones, founder of the Arcane Empire, accept your act of surrender. I promise to treat your people as my people, leading them to prosperity. The ceremony of surrender was quick and efficient. The other ministers did not object as they respected their king's decision. Furthermore, the idea of surrendering has been discussed for many years as a possibility of surviving the current catastrophe. Your Majesty, is there anything we need to prepare? Asked Thashmin. No, but you said you had a traitor in your midst. Yes. Someone leaked the information about me going to find the Mana core. No, the core itself was used to lure me out. Then, let's deal with the issue first. Edward contacted Luna for her to come here. A few minutes later, her spaceship landed on Longbeard Planet. Let me introduce you, this is my wife, Luna Lovegood. Lovegood? I thought it was human's costume for the wife to take the husband's surname, asked Thashmin as he shook hands with Luna. It used to be as such, but now, it's not as common and is only a matter of preference, she replied. I see. Anyway, I'm grateful for your help. Luna nodded before getting into action. An orb floated before her, and she began her divination. A few minutes later, she waved her hand to create a light prison around one of Thashmin's ministers. Yidmouth, it was you? My kind, don't believe them. I'm loyal. Did you really betray me? I swear on the Emberguard's family name, I did not betray you. My king, will you believe me, who has been following you for countless millennia over these people you've only met? My family has proven their loyalty over countless generations. Thashmin hesitated. Since its creation, the Emberguard family has been a noble clan of the Stronghelm Kingdom. Regarding loyalty, no one can compare to them. Thashmin then looked at Edward, who nodded. Reveal your soul, commanded Edward with a calm voice. Then, an imaginary version of Yidmouth came out of his body, revealing his soul. However, Thashmin's face changed after he saw two tiny wings floating above Yidmouth's head. You're a believer. King, I know this looks bad, but it's not what it looks like. I'm a believer of Lord Isambard, not Guznad. Isambard, the god of dwarves. A few of his people worshipped him, so Thashmin wanted to give his old friend the benefit of the doubt. However, the fact he lied or hid his faith was not a good look. It is easy to clear yourself of any suspicions. Say Guznad's name in vain, commented Luna. Pardon me. Guznad has killed trillions of people in his madness for power. So, it should not be a problem if you profane his name, unless you're a believer, she continued. Yidmouth stared at her, not saying anything. It shouldn't be a problem, right, Yidmouth? Asked Thashmin, with hope remaining in his heart. Unfortunately, a deafening silence was / his answer. Usually, Yidmouth would have no problem blaspheming his lord if it helped him remain undercover. However, with his soul exposed and on the line, if he did so, that would be an act of blasphemy and could lead to him losing his spot in his lord's divine kingdom. Lord Guznad is the ruler of death, roared Yidmouth. He will free all races of the fragility of life. He will free our souls and offers us immortality. As soon as he screamed these words, a black light descended from the sky, trying to take his soul away. Edward calmly activated his arcane spark to use a tier 9 spell. Then, countless runes appeared in the sky, blocking the black light. After a few minutes of confrontation, the black light stopped, and two pairs of enormous eyes manifested above Longbeard Planet. Arcane Emperor, said a booming voice that echoed throughout the entire planet. So, you have finally stopped hiding like a coward. You must be Guznad. Edward replied calmly. I cannot wait to have you on my dissecting table as a specimen. Ha ha ha, I finally understand why all these arcanists are so arrogant and have no respect for any authority of the divine. They got it from you? And why would we respect a parasitical civilization with a superiority complex? Parasitical. Isn't it correct? Without faith, what are you, gods? Guznad became quiet as he agreed with this statement, hence why he wanted the ancient god's divine spark to walk the same path. He did not want to be too dependent on faith. Of course, he would not admit this before his enemy. Why are you acting so smug? Everyone knows your empire developed quickly because of the Magus race's inheritance. There is no need to project your insecurities into me. I've built the Arcane Empire from scratch with many like-minded individuals. We did not know about the Magus race until your arrival and had never relied on their knowledge. The only thing we inherited from them is their spirit of pursuing knowledge and the truth. Whatever helps soothe your ego, declared Guznad before disappearing. He wanted to test whether he could receive some information from the Arcane Emperor about the Magus race, but he failed. He suspected the Arcane Empire had an inheritance that would explain their rapid development. However, he could not find definite proof. He observed the Arcanists and analyzed their technology based on the wreckage, and it was a unique system utterly different from the Magus race. So far, the only connection he discovered the Empire has with the Magus race was the faint bloodline some of them had, and as the Emperor stated, their love and spirit for knowledge and the truth. You just scared Guznad away, said Thashmin. Not really. He knows this is not the time for an all-out battle. What's wrong? Asked Edward as he looked at Luna. However, she did not answer. Instead, she was dazed. Her eyes suddenly turned white as she muttered, "Danger? Dwarves? Blood? What does that mean? Does the dwarves' blood have some sort of danger? I don't know. But, when Yidmouth said the name Isambard, I sensed something." Edward frowned as he began to think deeply. He connected to Morgana's calculating power to accelerate his thoughts. Many higher species can control their races through their bloodline. Isambard is the most potent god related to dwarves, and it's not unheard of for him to be able to control the dwarves through the bloodline. If that's the case, the dwarves might become a source of danger instead of help. "Are you implying our surrender is a ploy to harm your empire?" commented one of the ministers, already sad and angered by Yidmouth's betrayal and fate. After all, he has been their companion for so many years. "No, I'm saying you could be controlled against your will to harm the empire. This is nothing but your theory. Not even that, it's just your conjecture. It doesn't matter if there is no basis for my worry. As a ruler, I have the duty to consider my citizens' safety and prevent possible danger. So, what does this mean? What is going to happen to us?" asked Thashman, who was still processing the information that their races might not have any free will. "For now, your people need to be isolated from the rest of the citizens. As for a solution, I might have one. I've brought a few dwarves from another dimension, and their bloodline should have no connection with Isambard. After comparing their life code with yours, we should be able to find ways to sever your bloodline connection with the dwarf god. Will that work? Or will there be consequences? You don't have to worry. I will gather the Empire's best bloodline scholar for this project. One of the Empress is also a master of this field and will supervise this project. In that case, I feel relieved." Edward negotiated with the dwarves for a while before departing. He used a spell to shrink the entire star systems where the Stronghelm Kingdom was once located before bringing it back to a location closer to the Empire's borders. Their star system was integrated into the Grand Arcane Shield protecting system while simultaneously isolated to prevent possible danger. Then, Edward mobilized a bunch of scholars to study the bloodline of the dwarves from Konosuba and Black Clover and compare them with the HP Universe dwarves. He also had Fleur participate in this project. A few months later, it was the final time, and all the Empire citizens received a notification that a grand update happened to the Arcane Library. And when people saw the changes, the world went insane. Next chapter will be Christiu's POV. Be prepared, it's a long one. 387 Christiu's Rise. Disclaimer, Chris's POV is 10 chapters long. If you are one of those people who only want to watch Edward's POV, it's better if you go to Pat***on to read or stack chapters for the next week and a half. Do not complain about the story focusing on him. Sorry about the all cap. It was meant for my web novel readers since they are the problematic ones. You guys are generally cooler. For those who do not remember who Chris was, he is a citizen trying to save money to become an arcanist. He showed up in chapters 265 to 270, titled Citizen's POV. "I'm sorry, Chris, but we also need the money. We live in exciting times, and my wife and I want to take this opportunity." "I understand," replied Christiu as he walked toward his apartment. "I just wanted to try." He said a few more words before closing the hologram. This was the 20th friend he had asked to borrow arcane merit, but no one is stupid, and he could tell something was going to happen after it was announced that most rare resources would now have a discount. And, to be clear, this is 15 years before Edward's return, before he left for the Konosuba world. Chris wanted to use this opportunity to gather the necessary merit to exchange for a level 3 dragon potion. Then, he would use the upcoming changes to rise as an arcanist. Unfortunately, no one is willing to lend him their merit, although they had no problem lending him coins. Chris opened his apartment door and his robot maid, Angela, welcomed him. "Angela, can you get dinner ready?" "Yes, master. Anything in particular?" "I'm in the mood for India food. You know my favorites." Chris took a bath and disinfected his body with the approved government soap. The Empire's border is expanding every day, thus introducing all types of new germs and bacteria. Although he had a higher immune system because of the aura inside his body, as a Tier 0 aura master, he still needed protection. Not to mention, some magical bacteria could kill even the most powerful arcanist present in the Empire. After cleansing himself, Chris enjoyed his meal. "Angela, anything I need to be reminded of?" "Yes. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., you have to test for the improved arcane sorcerer class. At 8:45, there is the test for the new druid class. 3 days from now, on May 25th, at 10 a.m., you have a meeting with the Central Arcane Bank for your loan." "Those damn tests again," muttered Chris. He had taken all of them, and by now, he had no hope of having any magical talent. "Did you notify my job of my tardiness?" "Already done." "All right." Chris ate his food before going to his routine workout. After hours of training and learning about gate alchemy, he went to bed in the virtual network cabin, allowing him to have a deep sleep in just 2 hours. By 7 o'clock, he woke up and prepared for the test. Since it was a government-mandated event, accommodations such as transportation were paid by the government or, to be precise, the people's tax. Chris used the warp portal without having to pay. After showing his ID, he teleported to the designated area. He looked at his watch, realizing he was 10 minutes earlier, so he waited. At 8 a.m. sharp, a young man dressed in a suit led him to a room with a young woman dressed in a magical robe. Chris looked around to see all the instruments but did not know their purpose. My name is Marjorie Evans, introduced the woman. Mrs. Evans. Ms. will be fine. Now, Mr. Tiu, any questions before we begin? Yes. Could you please explain what this test is about? No problem. Gate alchemy allows arcane sorcerers to use various energy, including tectonic, life force, water energy from the ocean, etc. However, using these energies for transmutation or even spells do not bring out their full potential. For example, life force is excellent for healing, while oceanic energy is good for water-based spells. Are you following along? I am. Excellent. Recently, new research has discovered new forms of energy in our surroundings. Earth energy from the ground, fire energy from the sun, wood energy from the forest, and even metal energy from technology or the buildings around, all of which can be used to cast spells. The research also discovered that some people have a natural affinity for one particular energy, many of whose talents were considered subpar. This test is to determine whether you are of these individuals. I see, but I'm probably not, commented Chris with a wry smile. You won't know until after the test, replied Marjorie with a smile. She proceeded to help Chris through all the machines, testing his affinity. She tested him on all the energy she mentioned before and more, including redoing the mana test. She also added things like cosmic energy and even the newly discovered negative energy that was about to create a new subclass of necromancer. How is the result? He asked. I'm sorry, but you have a low affinity for all of them. Sure enough? Chris had lowered his expectations to prevent disappointment. Nevertheless, he was still heartbroken since a small part hoped he would be one of the lucky few with unique and hidden talents. I'm sorry, said Marjorie. But don't be discouraged. New classes are invented every year. Maybe, you will find one that you're talented at. Maybe, said Chris politely before saying a few words of thanks and leaving the facility. His druid test was in the same building, only on a different side. With low expectations, he headed to his 8:45 appointment. The previous one ended 10 minutes earlier, giving him enough time to walk to his next destination. The tester was a middle-aged man with a sloppy appearance. He resembled someone who had not slept for a decade. Despite his appearance, he was very kind and respectful. You can call me Mr. Federici, and I will explain the test. If some individuals have a deep enough for nature and the environment, and if their soul is unique enough, they can communicate with the planet will and grant them a blessing. This is the path of druids. Then this test is pointless for me. Although I am all for protecting nature, I am not exactly passionate about it. The part of passion can be slowly nurtured, explained Federici. The significant part is a soul that can become in tune with the planet's will. Chris immediately removed all expectations since he could already expect druids to be a very niche arcane subclass with stringent requirements. And as expected, he did not have the talent. Chris walked out of the building, sighing to himself. All right, there is no point in being depressed. I have a plan, and all I need to do is follow it, and I will be successful. He always knew he was ordinary and not one of the chosen's few, so he only had to rely on hard work and dedication to succeed. According to his plan, Chris only had to wait 62 years to gather enough merit for that potion. Furthermore, that number would decrease over time. After motivating himself, Chris headed to work. After getting on the train, he suddenly received a call. Cruz, I haven't heard from you in a long time. I've been busy trying to adapt to this changing world. Cruz was one of his friends, and they grew up during the old era before the age of magic. However, a few years ago, Chris lost contact with him. I feel you. The world has changed so much that I sometimes feel too old. So, why am I hearing from you now? I heard you are looking for some money. I think I may have a way to help. 388 Chris Tiu's rise. 2. Chris wore a blue shirt, gray pants, black suit, and black robe that reached near his foot. In the current era, robes have become a fashion trend, often combined with the prominent fashion of the old era, like suits. After looking at a perfect holographic projection of himself, he checked his comb hair before walking out of his apartment. Knowing this was an important meeting, Chris went to the warp portal to arrive at his destination. In an instant, he arrived at the Central Arcane Bank. And at 10 a.m. sharp, someone called him for his meeting. Mr. Tiu, said a man from the Somalia region. After shaking hands with Chris, he continued. You can call me Hassan. Mr. Hassan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hassan indicated for Chris to sit down before doing the same. You're an old-fashioned gentleman, aren't you? What do you mean? Most people born in the new era prefer to do almost everything online. But people born before the age of magic are more traditional. I try to adapt to the new era, but sometimes, I just slip into old habits, replied Chris. At least you are trying. One of the most difficult things is dealing with the older generations that only complain about how the world is not what it used to be, added Hassan as a holographic computer appeared before him. After partaking in a small chat with Chris, he went into business mode. Mr. Chris, you are applying for arcane merit. According to our policy, we have thoroughly investigated your background, including criminal records, education, family, achievements, etc. Then, we had an artificial intelligence take into account all the information gathered to determine the amount of merit the bank is willing to loan. And here is the number we came up with. Only 150 merit, commented Chris as he looked at the screen. This amount was nothing compared to the amount needed for even a level 1 dragon potion. This is a significant amount. Yes, but not enough. You should have expected. With your portfolio, the bank would be willing to loan you any amount of arcane coin. However, merit is entirely different. I thought the situation would be different with the recent war preparation announcement. Hassan shook his head. The merit system was created for two purposes, to motivate people to develop and contribute to the empire and to lure powerful arcanists from hoarding their research results and share it for valuable and rare resources strictly controlled by the government. However, at its core, the system is flawed. It mostly benefits scholar arcanists, scientists, and engineers. When it comes to fields like lawyers, politicians, historians, writers, or people who do not contribute to the development of civilization, its flaws began to show. Hassan placed these words in air quotes because this was an argument often used by certain people to argue for the flaw in this system. We live in a society that worships knowledge and innovation. So, it makes sense, nodded Chris. Yes, but knowledge and innovations are not enough to support the growth of a civilization. And the government knows this, hence why they passed laws like the Good Citizen Act that granted everyone merits for having good attendance and performance at their normal job, or the recent Artist Appreciation Clause. Chris had read about the Artist Appreciation Clause that the council passed about 3 years ago. Before that, writers, filmmakers, video game designers, and others of that category could receive certain merits if someone turned an idea from their creations into reality. It could be a spell used by a character in a book or even an entirely new concept invented from the mind of a fantasy author. But now, the Artist Appreciation Clause has raised the amount they get paid for their ideas, encouraging people to create and innovate. Moreover, as long as the idea is new, these creators will receive some merit even before their concept is turned into an invention. From what I hear, new laws will be passed in a few months that will make it easier for non-research related people to acquire merit. Oh, could you elaborate? I don't know much, but the bills will be targeted at people like you. For example, if a legislator creates a bill that positively impacts the empire, they will receive arcane merit. They will receive merit if they solve a problem or find a flaw in the empire's laws or the place they have jurisdiction over. This is great for the empire in the long run. As long as the merit system does not fall to corruption, this kind of law will have a lasting effect, commented Chris. Indeed. As for the corruption of the system, only time can tell. Chris did not continue on the subject and talked for a few minutes with Hassan before leaving. He took the train to work, but everyone could tell he was not in the best mood. After work, he finally could not control his emotions, allowing the disappointment of today to overcome him. The 150 arcane merit only reduced the time he needed to save from 63 years to 58. If Chris counted the recent announcement that the potion's price was reduced, he would only need to save for 46 years. However, he cannot count that the discount will remain for long since the news has made it obvious it is only because of the possible upcoming chaos of the galaxy that could lead to large-scale war. After taking a shower, Chris did not immediately go to exercise and practice. Instead, he took out the bulk cook soju he bought and drank. It was a special alcohol made by a family in the South Korea region targeting Aura Master. It had unique ingredients that would use the aura inside a person's body as fuel to generate a chemical that would make people drunk. The item was popular because it had no rank to drink. As long as someone had aura in their bodies, it would work. Chris thought of his future while drinking. For some reason, he felt his future was bleak, with no prospect in sight. He wanted to improve his life, but he did not know how. Master, your vitals have indicated you are intoxicated, said Angela. I know. I recommend detoxing before working out. If not, please go to sleep. It is not recommended to do high-intensity activities in your current state. Chris did not answer, and Angela did not pester him. She went to do other tasks while monitoring his vitals to ensure he was not in danger. Meanwhile, Chris suddenly remembered the call from a few days ago and called the person again. All right, I'll meet you at the diner. The next day, he took the train to the Japanese region, and it only took him 30 minutes to arrive. After entering the diner, Chris immediately observed many things. This place seems to be in the style of the old era. There was no technology, robots, or magic. It was a simple cafe you would see in the old age. He took a seat, and a young Japanese lady came to ask him for his order. Chris noticed she spoke to him in Japanese instead of the arcane tongue. Luckily, it was one of the languages he knew, and he did not have to use a translator. I'm waiting for someone, he told her, and she promised to return and take their orders. Half an hour later, another middle-aged man entered the cafe and sat before Chris. Cruz, how have you been? Same old, same old. What happened to you? After the empire was established, you lost contact. I thought something had happened to you. The two used to be closed when they were young. However, after the Dementor invasion and the establishment of the Arcane Empire, Cruz disappeared, and Chris only heard about him many years later. But by then, their relationship was no longer the same. They never had a long conversation besides the ones a few days ago. Many things happened. I was trying to find myself in this changing world, trying to adapt and survive. Enough about me. Have you thought about my proposition? Chris frowned but no longer focused on the detail. Tell me about this race. 389 Christius Rise. 3. The race takes place in one of the newly discovered star systems, on planet Rosbeck. Participants will use old-style vehicles to go through artificially created obstacle courses, explained Cruz. It's a sport that relies purely on driving skill. I remember when we were young, you were quite the driver. After a few months of training, you have a chance of winning. When he was young, Chris was into street racing in the Philippines and was quite good, garnering a decent reputation. However, after an accident where he almost killed somebody, he quit that lifestyle and decided to improve his life. That was a long time ago. I know you have the talent. All you need is the proper training to win this race. Is it dangerous? For ordinary people, yes. But as long as you have the minimal amount of aura, it's fine. Chris pondered, deciding what choice to make. Is this thing even legal? You don't have to worry about that. You said you needed merit, right? The winner will receive 1000 merit. Don't change the subject and answer me directly. Cruz looked around, checking to see if anyone was near. The event is legal and illegal. What does that mean? The government is aware of this black market sport. However, some powerful arcanist is behind the entire thing. So, as long as things proceed smoothly and do not cause trouble, the empire will close one eye. Chris analyzed these kinds of black market businesses involved some level of corruption in the government. After all, there is nothing perfect in this world. Furthermore, other forms of politics are also involved. The empire cannot put too many restrictions on some powerful arcanists, forcing them to revolt or fester negative feelings. So, closing one eye on certain things is one way to give them more freedom and placate them. 1000 merit is a lot. With it, I can buy the potion in only 30 years with the discounts and 48 years without it. Chris mulled the situation over, thinking about what to choose. He did not want to get involved with illegal activities. Although Cruz made it sound like things were not that bad, he was smart and had enough wisdom to understand that illegal was illegal, no matter how beautifully it was painted. At the same time, he could not resist the temptation of the 1000 merit. Why don't you come to watch one show before you decide, convinced Cruz, and after pondering for a second, he agreed. The next game was this Saturday, so they decided on a meeting spot before leaving, not even ordering coffee or tea. The waitress secretly cursed them for that. During the remaining week, Chris was on edge, constantly feeling guilty about breaking the law. He often wanted to call and cancel, but his greed for the 1000 merit always stopped him. When Saturday arrived, he was not in the best shape. After all, he could not sleep a wink even with the virtual gaming cabin. He headed to the location agreed with Cruz, where he saw the ladder waiting for him. The two then headed to an alleyway where a man was wearing a hooded for them. Chris immediately became suspicious, but it was too late at this point. Relax, said Cruz before talking to the hooded figure. He is my referral. The hooded man looked up and down at Chris before taking out an instrument. Without hesitation, Cruz placed his hand on it. Your turn. What is it? What does it do? Asking too many questions, aren't we? Rebutted the hooded figure. Is there a problem with that? Refuted Chris. Don't worry. The thing only temporarily blocked the tracking method of your ID watch. Most citizens do not like the idea of planting chips inside their bodies. So, the ID watch served as an alternative. The watch is a computer, a phone, and even serves as identification for almost everything. Each of them is unique to its owner, and it takes a lot of time and effort to replace them. After hearing the watch's purpose, Chris became hesitant. Don't waste my time, said the hooded figure. Big Brother Arcane has so many ways to surveil you that this watch is the least of your problem. In the end, Chris could not resist. He felt he was already in too deep. He placed his hand in the device, and after a few seconds, the hooded figure asked him to remove it. He felt nothing else during the process. Cruz then led him to a room hidden by mirage magic. More than a dozen people were waiting inside, and they had to wait for others. In total, more than 30 people came. Finally, the hooded figure also entered with a staff in his hand. He activated a spell, and everyone disappeared, teleporting to an unknown location. Chris found himself in an ample space with nothing in sight besides a spaceship. Is this our transportation? Yes, replied Cruz. I thought we would teleport there. The Empire's space is strictly controlled and surveilled. Anyone who has a private warp portal has to be monitored. And owning an unauthorized one is grounds for imprisonment. The world has changed without you knowing. Have you noticed that things like FLA network, port keys, and vanishing cabinets which were common in the early days, are now extremely regulated? Now that you mention it, that's true. The two had to wait online for almost an hour for everyone to board the ship. Subsequently, the ship entered a concealed state before flying to its destination, planet Rosbuk. The voyage took longer than he anticipated, as he only arrived more than 2 hours later. The moment he exited the spaceships, he heard loud cheering coming from the distance. He gazed in its direction, seeing a massive stadium with people entering. He could hear the cacophony of cheers even though he was more than 30 meters away. Let's go. I have some decent seats. Cruz led them to their seats, and Chris immediately knew why the crowd was cheering loudly. In the middle of the stadium was an enormous floating screen displaying highlights of the previous races. And things were exciting, to say the less. For the next 10 minutes, he gathered a basic understanding of this illegal race, including the danger and excitement. The person who organized this race must be wealthy. The truly rich one is the Empire, replied Cruz. Oh, what makes you say that? According to law, no individual or corporation can own their own planet. However, they can pay to borrow it. Borrow? I guess that makes sense if they want to own property or do shady business like this one. No, the main use of this method is to mine rare resources. Doing it like this is cheaper than directly buying them from the government. However, the amount of money saved is not even that much after paying taxes. It seems the Empire has a tight leash on private enterprises or corporations. Indeed, which is a shame. Not really, argued Chris. Unregulated capitalism is a recipe for disaster. And so is authoritarianism. True. But it has proven to be much better than the previous system. Chris decided to no longer focus on this conversation. He could tell his friend had changed from what he remembered. Not to mention, he seems to know many things that civilians should not be privy to. Luckily, the latter appeared not to want to continue this topic, and the host of the next race appeared in the stadium. 390 Chris to use rise. 4. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, said a man with a purple tuxedo and blue bow tie, holding a microphone. It is I, your beloved host, Kramer. The crowd cheered for his presence. Calm down, calm down. I know you're not really here to see my pretty face. The crowd laughed, causing a storm of laughter. We will begin the race immediately, commented Kramer. But beforehand, I have some good news. A crowd favorite is here, and it is an old face. He paused for dramatic suspense. Let's welcome the old champion, Nam Tulito. After only 3 years of retirement, he is back in the game. A black and yellow car came from an opening underneath the stadium. Most of the spectators were fans of old-era sports cars, so they quickly identified it was Valeside Mazda RX-7 Fortune. And after the fans saw the no-hair driver with a sleeveless shirt, they screamed even louder. You may not know this, continued Kramer after calming the crowd, but this match has some fascinating history behind it. Our next competitor was once married to Nam's sister. He was a part of his family, but he betrayed them and became champion in this track last year. So, welcome, Leanne O'Connor. Suddenly, the crowd became divided, half cheered for O'Connor while the rest booed him. O'Connor drove a Dodge Ice Charger and parked it next to Nam. Did our family mean nothing to you? Did all the time we spent together mean nothing? Asked Nam. No, it did not. I only became close to your family to learn all your drive skills and become a champion. Now, all that remains is to show the world I'm better than you, replied O'Connor. What about my sister? Leanne paused for a moment, his mind momentarily distracted as he remembered her beautiful smile. She also meant nothing to me. Is that so? Do you know she's carrying your child? Leanne's hand trembled slightly on the steering wheel. However, he quickly regained control of himself. You're lying to affect my mind. I won't believe a word out of your mouth. Nam looked out at his old friend, his old brother, and shook his head. He could tell he was no longer the man he knew. The person before him was a man driven by the desire for success, and he would do anything to achieve it. Now, let me introduce the remaining 10 contestants, announced Craven. However, he and the fans were not as enthusiastic about the others. Meanwhile, Chris observed everything through the large screen showing above the stadium. These champions are very popular. Indeed, there is one every year, and they have to win several matches before taking the spot, explained Cruz. What about this match? Is this some kind of special event? Basically, replied Cruz. Why don't they participate in official sports? From the highlights I saw, many of them have the talent for it, Chris asked, something he's been wondering for some time. There are many reasons. They do not like the strict rules of official sports. And more importantly, they are delusioned by the state of sports in this age. Chris understood. With aura and magic, sports in the Empire had to evolve and adapt. Firstly, they had to be classified based on Arcanist tiers. After all, a Tier 2 Aura Master was faster, stronger, and had overall better stats than Tier 1, let alone an average human. The existence of Aura Master has made sports more interesting for many people. After all, it is normal to watch a sport like American football, where the quarterback throws a ball at Mach 5 before the receiver catches it. Furthermore, there are leagues where magic is integrated into sports like basketball, baseball, and cricket. The rules were changed to accommodate magic. However, although many enjoy these sports, many people also feel they are no longer the sports from the old era despite the name. They complained about it and refused to watch or acknowledge the existence of these new era sports, as they called them. Kramer finished introducing the other participants before proceeding to the race itself. A countdown appeared on the screen as a beautiful woman holding 2 black and white flags with checked patterns. On the count of 0, she waved the flags down, signaling the start of the race. All the participants rushed forward, their engines making beautiful and powerful starts. Immediately from the start, Nam rapidly drove his car and took the first position. Meanwhile, O'Connor appeared as if he was in a hurry. He approached another car and remained a certain distance in front of it. The first obstacle was the loop track, where the cars had to drive upward before going down, traversing in a circular motion by defying gravity. The entire thing looked like one of the tracks for the Hot Wheels. Nam rushed into the loop track. An enchantment on the floor would boost the car's speed at the entrance. However, this did not mean he could pass the track. He had to maintain the car's speed at about 830 km per hour. Below that, he will not make it to the next enchantment and fall down the track. And if he goes higher than that? A driver needs superb skills to even achieve 830 km per hour, let alone surpass it and maintain the car's balance. No one could reach this speed if it were not for these people's aura. While Nam was rushing from one acceleration enchantment to the other, O'Connor took a different approach. His method was more ruthless, targeting the other competitors. He drove before another car. After the first acceleration, his vehicle reached 830 km per hour speed. Then, he began to interfere with the car behind him, preventing the latter from reaching the speed requirement. With his superb skills, O'Connor maintained his vehicle's speed by allowing the cars behind him to bump into him and give him a slight boost. He calculated the exact increase to be about 3 km per hour, so he drove his car to precisely 827 km per hour. Meanwhile, the participant began to slow down because of the constant bump. Without achieving the required speed, he did not reach the second enchantment, resulting in the car falling hundreds of meters from the sky. Bang! The car fell, and the crowd cheered with excitement. A few seconds later, the slightly injured driver punched a hole out of his vehicle. The race continued until the drivers reached halfway up the track, where they could form a perfect vertical line with the ground. Many people failed to maintain their composure while driving upside down. The fear affected their skills and prevented them from reaching the next enchantment. The result is that they fell from the sky, resulting in more severe injuries than the guy O'Connor played with. However, with these people's aura, these injuries could not kill them. Not to mention, the organization prepared medical aid for this event. A total of 4 contestants failed in the first obstacle, the loop track. Then, the participants drove to the next obstacle, the drifting mountain. The spectators cheered as they watched from the enormous screams, showing their fever for this adrenaline fuel sport. And despite its danger, Chris felt excited and a sense of excitement that his original dull never had. Maybe, this was a chance for a change. Chris had pursued the dream of being an arcanist for so many years. And so far, there has been little to no suspect. However, he could see his life as a driving champion, adored by countless fans. Maybe, the path of arcane was not for him. 391 Chris to use Rise, V. Chris walked out of the spaceship, his thoughts full of the race he had just experienced. He thought about the death-defying obstacles, the cheers of the crowd that bordered on worship, and the glory and sense of achievement of the winner, O'Connor. The latter's driving skill was ruthless and reckless, full of determination to do whatever it took to be the winner, similar to Chris' style in his youth. And after watching that race, he felt his passion for the sport reignited. If you decide to return to the track, you can contact me, said Cruz. I know an excellent trainer I can introduce you to. Chris distractingly nodded his head before returning home. The entire time, all he could think about was whether he should change his goal in life from becoming an arcanist to a driving champion. Instead of waiting decades to gather the money needed for the potion, it might be in his best interest to follow this path. By becoming a champion, he would get access to wealth and glory. And later on, he could use his earnings from the race to finally buy the potion and become an arcanist. This path was perfect for him. After making a decision, Chris felt relieved, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulder. He took a step toward the bathroom to wash before suddenly stopping. No, my dream has always been to wield magic. Why would I give up now? Chris remembered when wizards revealed themselves to the world. The entire planet changed overnight on that day. It became brighter, less mundane, and more magical. Chris can still remember the envy he felt towards these wizards. And not long afterward, the first MageTech technology appeared. It was a flying broom that anyone could use. He waited in line for more than 8 hours before getting his hand on. When that broom flew into the sky, his pure joy was unlike anything he had sensed in his entire life. Time passed, and he witnessed wizards rapidly being integrated into society. They were everywhere in the news. And because the news by then was mostly negative and about true history, most people would only watch the few channels that displayed the positive image of wizards. Then, Chris witnessed the Dementor invasion. During this time, he finally learned of magic's dark side and cruelty. Nevertheless, his desire for it only increases. And MageTech could no longer satisfy his appetite. Time continued to flow like a river, and the Empire was established after humanity understood the terror of the universe and magic. News of Project Magician was secretly released to the public, giving hope to many people with the same goal as Chris. After waiting for more than 30 years, the project was completed. But he did not have any magical talent and failed his test, crushing his hope and dream. After that test, Chris almost went into a dark corner of his mind, but he persevered with his willpower. He believed the Empire would one day have a way for him to achieve his dream. So, he waited. When the Gate of Truth appeared and he was given hope at wielding extraordinary power, he took the chance. It was revealed he had a low affinity with energy control, so he could not use the gate to become an arcane sorcerer. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with only being able to use basic transmutation, as this was another form of magic. The greatest day of his life was when the Empire announced the existence of the Dragon Potion. He knew that his chance had finally arrived, and he only had to wait. Bind his time, do his job, and save as much as possible. Then, he would accomplish his goal, and his future would be bright. For this goal, he did not marry or have any relationship despite being in his 80s. He was dedicated to being successful before even starting a family. Chris felt all his life flashing in his eyes. He did not think he would give up so quickly after a moment of excitement. Maybe my mental health is declining, he muttered before looking at his golem, Angela. He pondered whether he should use the psychoanalysis module to help with his mental issue. All citizen golems essentially had a therapy mode to help them watch out for their mental health. Better yet, let's talk to someone, thought Chris, commanding Angela to contact the National Mental Service and asking for a meeting with a licensed therapist. And immediately, he received an online appointment for an hour later. Chris went to shower before logging into the virtual web for his meeting. He found himself in a room with a couch and a young woman with dark skin and curly hair sitting opposite him with a pen and paper. You look familiar, commented Chris. You probably saw me on TV, she replied. You're Dr. Shen King, considered the best spiritual arcanist of the Empire and a great advocate for mental health issues. Chris has seen this woman on television and read about her. Not only was she a Tier 6 arcanist, a Tower Master, but she was also famous in the early rise of the Empire. She was always on some network advocating for better mental health laws or policies. She argued that mental health needed to be an essential part of the Empire's growth because of the rapid development of technology, magic, and society in general. She argued it was necessary to help the citizens better adapt. Dr. King is responsible for the psychoanalysis mode used in Chris Golem, along with the one used by many Tower Masters through their Tower Spirit. One of the best, replied Dr. King with a gentle smile. I thought someone like you would be doing research or speaking at some conference. I've always believed in personally treating patients. And one of the advantages of being a therapist with godly powers is that I can divide my mind into millions to help as many people as possible. That must be nice. Dr. King noticed the slight envy in his tone. So, Chris, what brings you to see me today? Chris hesitated for a moment before telling everything that occurred, including his illegal activities. He also talked to her about the possible life crisis he just had, how he suddenly changed his mind and abandoned his decade-long dream. Dr. King immediately felt something was wrong, so she used her authority to look out for the government's official data gathered on Chris, including an analysis of his personality. Determined, driving, hardworking, patient or forbearing, and ambitious. Such a person would never have such a sudden change. If you don't mind, could you use a soul connection to link to the virtual network? Is something wrong? Hurriedly asked Chris. Maybe. Chris hesitated before logging out and logging back on using Soul Link instead of a neural link. Immediately, Dr. King began to use her expertise to analyze his soul. As expected. What is it? Someone or something placed a compelling spiritual hint into your soul. Spiritual hint? Why? I don't know exactly. But its purpose seems to influence your choice of career. They did this to make me become a driver? But that doesn't make sense. Indeed, especially since the spell on was PAR with a Tier 5 arcanist. What's more surprising is that you broke through the spell on your own, she analyzed with great surprise. How did you do it? I don't know. Is there something special about you, or did something happen to the caster? She did a quick scan of his soul but could not detect anything. Definitely the former. Maybe, she replied. I will report your situation. Am I going to get in trouble? No. The people behind that race will have to shut down since they broke the rules. But nothing will happen to you. That's a relief. All right. Let's continue our research. In some demiplane, two shadow figures communicated. One was kneeling on a knee, bowing to the other. Master, the plan against Christiu failed. Tell me something I don't know, you incompetent buffoon, replied the standing figure. 392 Christiu's rise. 6. Tartarus was notified when the spell failed. However, what angered him was not long afterward. He received a visit from the government to revoke his permit to operate Planet Rockbach because of harming the citizens. At the same time, he had to pay a hefty penalty fee. Tartarus did not care about all of this. What he cared about the most was the fact he failed the mission from the secret organization called Underworld. He dismissed the messenger while thinking to himself. Their organization received the help of a powerful diviner with a bit of seer bloodline. That person divined the existence of linchpins of the Empire. However, they could not pinpoint the exact person. They could only forecast many people who were possibly the linchpin. Amongst these 5 individuals, Christiu was one of them. After pondering for a moment, he contacted his leader, Hades. What is it? Asked Hades, also showing up as a shadowy figure. The mission failed, stated Tartarus in a low voice. Do you know what you're saying? Tartarus knew the severity of his failure. Their group could only detect the Empire's linchpin before Empress Luna because she was only Tier 6 and had not wholly mastered her powers. Meanwhile, they received the foreign aid of a high-tier diviner. Their task was to change the fate of these linchpins before they were detected, preventing them from growing into the individuals that would fundamentally change the Empire. Upon success, they would receive unimaginable rewards. What exactly went wrong? Asked Hades. I don't know exactly. I had a Tier 5 arcanist cast the spell to prevent it from being traced back to us. However, not long after Chris returned home, I sensed the spell being broken. A few minutes afterward, the government came knocking on my door. Has your identity been discovered? No. I've covered my track. They probably think I was using Planet Rockbach to do illegal business. How did Chris break the spell? Asked Hades, which was the question he most would like to know. I don't know. But I suspect the government has already detected his linchpin status and has people watching him. Tartarus had no proof for this statement, but it was the only one that made sense logically. Furthermore, he would say anything to absolve himself of this failure. Fine. Lay low for a while, ordered Hades before cutting the communication. He did not believe Tartarus' explanation since there were too many holes. For example, if the government had already detected Chris' existence as a linchpin, Tartarus would never survive. The moment they detected something wrong with Chris, they would arrest him, keep him in the rumored secret quantum prison, and torture him for information. The Empire would not stop until they investigated him thoroughly. Hades left him off because he needed the wealth and influence of Tartarus. If Underworld were to succeed in its mission to destabilize the Arcane Empire, it would need all the help needed. Planet Earth. Chris finished his session with Dr. King, feeling better and refreshed. He had a few more sessions, but he was once again feeling like himself. Dr. King is truly wonderful, talented, caring, and beautiful. His face blushed a little before remembering he was an 80-years man despite looking like he was in his 40s. He sat down to think about his future. I need to go back to school. Chris understood that education was the most direct way to elevate his status in the current era and the best way to decrease the time needed to save up for that potion. He surfed the web searching for information about spirit software engineer. As the name implies, it is the magical version of being a software engineer. This field appeared even before the establishment of the Empire when wizards found a way to fuse a soul with a computer. They discovered that any regular soul has a large amount of computing power if dealt with properly. Further studies showed that spiritual powers or soul strength could be transmitted to large distances with little effort. Interstellar communication was easily established by building one server on Mars and one on Earth. Spirit web was also more secure than the normal web as hacking involved dealing with a massive conscious spiritual power. As a spirit software engineering, Chris would develop software for the web, which is not too far from his job since he was a regular software engineer. Chris first looked at schools that specified this subject and hesitated whether to apply. He was not worried about the process of attending school since it was free. Besides, high-level knowledge used by powerful arcanists, universities, and other forms of education are free. However, Chris was worried about whether these schools would accept him since they had different requirements. He felt he was not in the mood for a lengthy application process, nor would he like to deal with rejection. So, he decided to sign up for the Arcane Online University. The Emperor really likes the name Arcane, joked Chris in his mind. The word arcane has become a joke amongst the populace due to how much it is used when naming government-related things. Any citizen could apply to Arcane Online University to learn any subjects or get their degree. Any job or company accepts the certificate from this online university since the government guarantees it. Most graduates will, in fact, receive direct invitations for government positions. Without wasting time, Chris signed up and had his first class 3 days later. This class was more on the syllabus for the first year of the course, which involved learning many coding languages. Chris knew he had to learn various languages like the Soul language code, derived from the Soul language that some devils spoke. There was the Ancient Rune language, Arcane Rune language, and many others. After the first class, Chris felt a sense of excitement he has not felt for a long time. So, he decided to invest in his education by buying a young brain potion. It is easier for children's brains to absorb information and knowledge, which is why it's easier for them to learn multiple languages at a young age. This potion reverts the brain to that stage while keeping the focus and determination of an adult. It is cheaper than things like the eidetic memory potion, so Chris did not hesitate to buy it. For the next few weeks, he would go to work out at home, and go to school through the virtual network. Then, he had his first test on the program. Unfortunately, he failed miserably. The written portion of the exact was fine, but Chris performed terribly in the practice portion. After the test, he received a summon from a guidance counselor at the university. The advisor told him that this course relied heavily on spiritual strength, and as a Tier 0 Aura Master, he had very little of it. If he wanted to pass the course and graduate, he would need to be at least Tier 1, but he advised it would be best to reach Tier 3 as soon as possible. This news devastated Chris because he was about to dip in his savings. He realized he could forcefully raise himself to Tier 3 Aura Master by piling resources, but all his savings would be gone, meaning he would have to save for more than 140 years before buying the potion. Of course, that estimate did not consider his earning potential after graduating and getting his certificate. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and purchased the things he needed. He placed faith in himself and the future. 5 years passed, and Edward had secretly left. Chris was in the last year of the 6 years program. One day, he was walking home, thinking about last night's class. Suddenly, the world around him began to shake uncontrollably. Chris felt the sun suddenly disappear, even though it was the middle of the day. He raised his head with difficulty to look above, and his face changed, full of undisguised horror. 393 Chris Tews rise. 7. Chris' legs trembled as fear rushed through his very spine. He had never felt this kind of dread, even during the Dementor invasion when he thought the world would end. Since he used abundant resources to become a Tier 3 Aura Master, Chris has felt confident, happy, and hopeful for the future. However, when he saw that enormous bony hand that appeared bigger than the entire planet, no, the whole solar system, he felt his mind overwhelmed by the fear of death. All concepts of joy, health, stability, and goodness were gone, replaced only by the fear of approaching death. Bang! Everything shook, forcing Chris to wake up from his immobilized state and balance himself. Luckily for him and all the people in the solar system, a pure white appeared in space, protecting everyone from the bony palm. Chris heard an alarm from his watch saying something along the line that the Grand Arcane Shield was activated. However, he was too distracted by the constant earthquakes to pay attention. He looked at his surroundings and saw magic circles appearing on the buildings, the roads, and above the sky. Bang! The magic circles in one of the floating buildings in the area suddenly stopped, and the entire building dropped from the sky. And unfortunately, it fell on poor Chris, who was trying to keep himself afloat amidst the earthquakes. Punch! He tore his way out of the debris as a white energy aura surrounded his body. His clothes were dirty, and his left shoulder was bleeding. Chris also felt his breathing was difficult due to breaking a few ribs. A look of relief appeared on his face after surviving this ordeal. If he did not use all that money on his aura master training, he would be a corpse by now. Chris focused his senses on listening to the people yelling for help. Despite his injury, he rushed to the nearest person. He controlled him aura to strengthen his body and dug out a woman. Ignoring her constant thanks, he prepared to help another person. However, before he could move, countless arcanists suddenly apparat and began to take action. Some were in charge of preventing more buildings and cars from falling. Others were responsible for digging out people, healing, and managing the earthquakes. Small spaceships appeared in the sky, beaming people out from the rubble. Legions of golems appeared out of nowhere and began the repair measures with the Reparo charm. Someone came to heal Chris. The process took only a few minutes since his injuries were considered minor. He asked if he could help, but the Arcanist told him he had done enough and the government would take it from now. So, Chris asked if they knew what was happening, but he received a negative answer. After healing, Chris headed home as instructed. On his way, he could see the golems repairing most of the damages, including the falling architecture. If it were not for the constant earthquakes, the smell of blood in the air, the sound of crying, and the bodies properly kept by these Arcanists, he would have thought none of the recent events had occurred. After reaching his apartment complex, the wailing sounds became more vivid. He guessed many people must have lost someone. But he could only sigh. He opened his apartment room and saw a worried Angela waiting for him. Usually, it would creep him out when Angela displayed such a level of human emotions. But he felt relieved this time around. "Master, I'm glad you are okay." "Me too. Did we suffer any destruction?" "Yes. The expansion enchantment stopped working. We lost the other rooms." Chris finally realized his apartment was smaller than usual. His bathroom, workout room, and study were now gone since the space was no longer expanded by magic. "You should check your watch," suggested Angela, and Chris did so since he thought it was appropriate at this moment. He had 3 messages. The first one was about the activation of the Grand Arcane Shield, which he knew very little about until the message briefly explained it was the Empire's last defensive method in case it faced a catastrophe. The second message was to ask all citizens to remain calm in this difficult time. In general, it reassured everyone that things were not as bad as they appeared. The third message stated the Empire would reimburse all damages suffered during this catastrophe. "I guess I don't have to worry about the extension enchantment," muttered Chris, satisfied with the government's swift response. Then, he turned the TV on, waiting for any news. Most channels were not functional, including Arcane News, which directly reported all news from the government. After an hour of waiting, the earthquake reduced to a manageable proportion, and some channels began to operate. However, there was no news about the situation. The other news channels were very discreet in their report, not wanting to disseminate false information, or they would pay dearly. For the next 24 hours, no official news to explain the situation came forward. Chris spent the entire night before the TV, waiting. He felt relieved when he saw the beautiful face of the anchor, Akina Mikasa. "Breaking news," said Akina with a somber tone. "A Tier 9 death god named Guznad has attacked all the powerful civilizations of the Milky Way galaxy. The Intergalactic Federation and the Intelligence have fallen. The Elven Kingdom and the Starskins have suffered terrible damage. And many have been lost in our empire, a total of 2.7 billion people." The news proceeded to show a video of Empress Olivier, Bellatrix, Grindelwald, who was hiding his identity, the Flamel couple, and Dumbledore, who had to turn into Edward's appearance, fighting a shadowy black figure. The video was not of good quality and was very short. Nevertheless, it conveyed the seriousness of the situation to the populace. After the Arcane News relayed some basic information, the screen cut to a national address by the Emperor. The address began with a moment of silence for the fallen. Then, the speech talked about the danger and horror of the universe. The Emperor told its people not to despair, that the Empire was ready to face any foreign threats and to prepare for the upcoming war that would envelop the entire galaxy. Finally, the Emperor promised to use the highest prohibited magic of the Empire to revive the fallen. However, he also warned that not all individuals could be revived due to the nature of Guznad's death. Chris had to stay home since many things were still shut down. 2 days later, he received the news that a quarter of the people could be revived, about 675 million. This news stirred some controversy as the family of the people who experienced true death complained about how unfair it was their loved ones could not be saved. Chris did not know how to feel about this. Some of him understood their pains, but the others did not agree with their selfishness. Nevertheless, he was soon distracted by 2 things. The first one was another nationwide message. The ID watch that all citizens have been updated. Teleportation enchantment and technology will be incorporated to allow them to teleport the citizens to another dimension in case of a disaster like the previous one. The message warned that teleportation might be affected and not possible during these tragedies. So, the government will build special bunkers as the last resort in case the watch fails. These bunkers are designed to survive the planet's explosion, and in the future, they will be upgraded to survive star system, and even galaxy-level annihilation events. The second distraction was a call from Dr. King to see him and check on his mental health. Chris stopped seeing her after a few sessions since he felt his mental health was on the right track. But once in a while, he would check with her, so he was not surprised by the call. 394 Christius Rise, 8. Chris observed Dr. Shennis King and noticed she was different today. Her usually well-buttoned shirt was slightly open. Her hair was not as well done as usual, and he swore he could see heavy bags under her eyelids. "You look tired," he commented. "I am," she responded, showing some vulnerability. She had to divide her mind into more than 100 million sections to help as many people as possible. This was an incredible feat but also placed quite a burden on her. Is the situation so bad? Suicide attempts have risen by 700% in the past few days since the incident. So high? I cannot imagine how many people died. Only a few succeeded, reassured Dr. King. It is not so easy to commit suicide in this day and age. The ID watch on all citizens can monitor an individual's vitals and call for the authority once they reach a dangerous level. If that does not work, the maid golem available in most citizens' households has a similar function. Furthermore, the government cast a planetary-wide life detection spell to detect the vitals of all citizens in the Empire's territory. If someone tried to take their life, it would be detected, and someone will come to aid them. "So, the situation is under control?" asked Chris, somewhat relieved. "You would think so. But it has reached the point that memory wiping is being considered as a solution. Too many people cannot get rid of the horror of that gigantic bony palm. Until these days, the Empire citizen knew of the universe's danger but only experienced it a few days ago. Many people realized some powerful entity could come at any moment and erase their entire civilization from the face of the universe. As a result, a lot of people cannot deal with this fact, resulting in a spike in mental health decline. The National Bureau of Mental Health has been working non-stop to tackle the situation. They gathered all the trained psychologists and many wizards whose main field involved spirit or the mind to tackle the problem. Then they officially granted Shennis King the position of department chief since she was mainly a foreign advisor. And one of the solutions to this problem is to remove the experience from these people's minds. The idea is that even if they watched videos of it online or heard people talk about it, they can look at the entire thing from an outsider's point of view, instead of someone who directly experienced it. "Will that work?" asked Chris. "I don't. Look at how unprofessional I am. I should not talk about these things with you." Dr. King caressed her temple, feeling more tired. She should not have these kinds of conversations with her patient. "I'm too relaxed around him," she thought before reining in her thoughts. "How are you doing?" "I think I'm okay. Shocked at first, but all right." "And how did you feel?" Chris spent the next hours in a session, and Dr. King told him everything appeared to be all right so far, but she still recommended a few more sessions. Chris resumed work but requested to stay home instead of going into the office. One day, while at home, another major news appeared on his TV. It was about a large case of corruption in the government and terrorist activities. According to the news, all houses in the Empire must include anti-destruction enchantments to combat earthquakes and other forms of destruction. However, many government agents pocketed the money for the enchantment while using cheap materials and creating flawed methods. And some people neglected these enchantments and did not check and repair them regularly. Additionally, there are suspected terrorist groups believed to have secretly tampered with countless enchantments all over the Empire's territories. Chris watched in shock as many politicians and government workers were arrested. They all had their faces blurred to hide their identities, most likely to prevent the populace from enacting vengeance on their families. Chris gritted his teeth in anger. He could only imagine how many people could have been saved if not for these people's greed. He wanted to punch something, even if it was the air. Luckily, a notification from his watch distracted him. And after reading it, he was again shocked, this time for a positive reason. He received a notification from the government that he would receive the Honor Citizen title because of the woman he rescued. This title came with a large sum of arcane points and 1,000 merit. Additionally, it will grant him many other benefits like higher access to the Arcane Grand Library, discounts on certain products, more job opportunities, and priority for certain resources. 1,000 merit. That's all the savings I used on my aura training. Chris did not expect his act of kindness to reward him to such an extent. The next day, he flew to a ceremony with a few others who received the same title. The event was broadcast to the nation, and Empress Olivier attended the ceremony and even shook hands with everyone. This was a day Chris would never forget. Scene break dash. A year passed, and today was Chris' graduation. The ceremony took place in Academy City, making Chris very excited to visit the site known as the Cradle of Civilization since ordinary citizens are now allowed to a place like this. And when he landed, he began to look around. He gazed at the hundreds of towers looming over the entire city. His gaze twinkled as he daydreamed of owning one of these towers one day. "I will have my own tower," he muttered to himself. He only had a short time for sightseeing, so he did not waste the opportunity. He visited the place he had the authority to. Chris suddenly noticed an increase in the number of undead in this place. It was not the first time he had made these observations since he had recently noticed them becoming more popular. There are more media, like movies, games, books, etc., about them, and most portrayed them on a positive note. Chris felt something was fishy. Undead like vampires and ghosts were normal in the Empire. Only creatures like Dementors and Inferi were not as socially accepted. However, recently, there has been a lot of research on the possibility of integrating these creatures into society. Chris shook his head to continue his tour. The Empire was in a state of mobilization, with an all-out war on the horizon. He did not want to think about these topics. For today, he only wanted to relax. After the tour, Chris proceeded to the graduation and received his diploma. Nothing exciting occurred. Afterward, he met with one of his friends, his only friend, Jared. They had a meal at a restaurant. Typically, Chris was not the type of person to easily make friends. However, Dr. King warned him about acting asocial like most arcanists. Chris, you never told me if you received any offers, asked Jared. I did. I'm going to work for the military, replied Chris. He found a job programming for the spaceships of the space fleet. It's a hard job involving a lot of secrecy, but it's a high pay and room for promotion. Chris's salary had increased by at least 7 times compared to his previous job. However, what pleased him the most was the probability increase of acquiring more merit. According to his calculation, he only needed 37 years to save enough to buy his potion, and that's only by doing his job and with no other opportunities. You're top 30 in the class. I should expect you to get such a good job, Jared commented with slight envy. What about you? I've got an offer from a small virtual reality game design company, and I will take it. That's not bad considering your grade. Jared was the kind of man who liked to enjoy himself. As such, he missed a lot of classes even though they were online. Luckily, he bonded with Chris over cars while trying to borrow notes. Have you heard of the universe web? Asked Jared. No, what's that? It's basically the internet used by the entire universe. It's a prevalent form of communication outside of the Empire. Recently, it has begun to gain traction. Is it safe? That, I don't know. What I do know is that it is a method that the Empire cannot monitor, unlike Skynet. So, many people are now using it for this reason. Chris frowned. He knew the power of the web with data gathering. And when magic and spiritual power get involved, things become even more complex. So, he is weary of this kind of foreign thing. Yes, the Skynet is heavily monitored. However, Chris can argue that it's being used in the people's best interest. Even if that was not true, so far, there has been no evidence to suggest otherwise. However, when it came to this universe web, he did not know who was in control of it and what purpose they were using it. He knew for sure it was not in the interest of the Empire's citizens. What's the government's stand on this thing? Nothing. They haven't stopped or condoned it. They just let it be. I'll research it before deciding whether to get one. Jared nodded and did not push the subject anymore. He knew his friend was somewhat of a royalist and quite patriotic. Luckily, he was not one of these patriotic people who refused to accept any criticism of the Empire. After chatting for a while, Chris returned home, preparing for his employment. He had to pack since the job was on another planet. A week later, he hopped on a military spaceship to his destination. Time passed, 10 years to be exact. Edward had returned home, but it was not announced to the public yet. 395 Christius Rise, 9, I'm telling you, it's the truth, said Jared. The Empire is totally responsible for the downfall of the universe web. So, we are down another rabbit hole of one of your conspiracies, commented Chris. I think the last time was about the fall of the Martians. Are you telling me the Martians mysteriously die right after the Atlanteans surrender? He argued. It's obvious the government is cleaning the house before the war. Anyways, that's not what we are talking about. It's been a few months, and this conspiracy has been retired by most people. Why are you so insistent? I have this gut feeling that it's true. The technology behind the universe was unlike anything anyone had ever seen, including the Empire. Who would have the capability of taking it down? Countered Chris. The Arcane Emperor can, Jared rebutted. After seeing that floating city, I believe he can do anything. Chris did not know how to argue this time. Many citizens were in awe after seeing the power of the floating city. And every citizen has once dreamt of owning a floating city, traveling throughout the universe, and exploring countless dimensions. They will fight gods, discover new species and civilizations, and unravel new magic and the mystery of life. And Chris swore to himself he would one day own a floating city. The dragon potion he wants to buy is only level 3, meaning his magical talent will be mediocre. However, he is ready to save for thousands of years to buy a level 5. Then, he will save for a few million years if necessary to save enough money to purchase a floating city. Many people are debating whether the floating city will become common among arcanists, but he firmly believes that it will. Let's not talk about this, Chris stated. How are things doing on your part? Did you save as I told you to? Of course not, he replied. We live in a dangerous time of war. Who knows when the Empire will suddenly begin to draft ordinary citizens? I have to live my life to the fullest before I die on some foreign planet fighting a bunch of moving skeletons. All citizens of the Empire are aura masters and only need little training to become proper soldiers. So, it's not far-fetched that there would be a draft, commented Chris. However, I still don't think there will be one. Why? Do you know something? Since his friend worked for the military, he might be privy to some unknown information. No, it's just my analysis. I see. So, why do you think so? One word, clones, he explained. Clone mass production technology has rapidly developed in the past years. So, they will be used first in large quantity before it's the citizens' turn. That's true, responded Jared before sneering. Cloning and its use in experiments and warfare have been one of the Empire's most controversial opinions, resulting in many groups and protesters advocating for their rights. However, after the events of the Fall of Darkness, as the brutality of magical space warfare is revealed to the public, many of them began to change their mind, especially when the possibility of drafting loomed over their heads. Of course, many people of conviction still continued their ideals. However, this scandal did significant damage to their cause. All right, I have to go back to work, added Chris. He then ended the communication to finish his work. Only 17 years of saving. I'm so close, he muttered as motivation. He logged into his coding software. It was an all-white space with nothing else in sight. Then, Chris used his spiritual power to write the codes. After writing for a few hours, he suddenly received a notification. He knew it was not time to end his work, so it must be important. He exited the program and checked his email. Immediately his eyes squinted. A new update to the library. A new era where everyone has magical abilities. Scene break. Chris walked to the testing site. With his honor citizen title, he was one of the first to have this opportunity. Although it has only been a few days since the update, he did not know he felt. After saving for so long, the thing he had dreamed about for decades was not available to everyone in the Empire. Before meeting the woman in charge of the test, he went through the proper identification process. And he was somewhat dazed for the entire process. Excuse me, is it true that I will become an arcanist? Yes, you don't have to worry. What about talent? Will this not be an issue? Yes and no, explained the lady. In the first awakening procedure, the amount of mana you contain in your body will be determined by your talent. However, a second procedure will give you a unique bloodline guarantee to reach tier 3. However, the time it takes to reach there, how strong you are, and your mana regeneration and control will be based on talent and knowledge. Also, your effort. I see. Let's begin the test first. The woman had Chris place his hand on a crystal orb. Huh, muttered the tester. Is something wrong? Chris was worried that he was some sort of anomaly and that the new method would not work for him. No, you have a natural willpower of 2. Is that bad? On the contrary, it's really high, explained the tester. Is the maximum level 3? No, 10. And 2 is a high number. Correct. From the information she received, most tier 10 gods will only have this level of willpower. Chris did not know what to say. So, what does this mean? You will receive some grant from the government. Really? Don't get excited. Willpower will only become beneficial after tier 6 and above. That won't stop me, argued Chris. He finally found something about him that was not ordinary. So, of course, he would be excited. That's the spirit, encouraged the tester before bringing him to a room with a magical circle on the ground. A flash of light appeared, and Chris disappeared before reappearing in another room full of books. He did not look around for long before sensing a mysterious power acting on his body. After a few minutes, he felt something inside him. Is this mana? He muttered with excitement. Then, he tested it out. Lumos, he chanted. A spark of light flashed in his hand before disappearing. However, Chris was excited beyond words. He had read about the first-year curriculum of magic schools like Hogwarts and remembered the spells and the theories. He focused more before chanting again, Lumos. After 4 attempts, he finally created a ball of light in his palms. Then, Chris laughed like a maniac. Tears fell down his eyes as he looked at this tiny piece of the floating ball. I'm an arcanist. Blop. He fell to the ground, feeling a wave of weakness overcoming him. As expected, a small mana pool, he muttered. However, the happiness on his face did not stop. While resting on the floor, a book flew over and landed on his hand. Is this my grimoire? The tester explained many things to him. Chris opened the book. Velocity magic. Isn't that vector transformation from that one paper I read? Chris was excited since his natural magic was quite powerful. Nevertheless, he reined in his emotions since he knew he had a long way to go. Chris stays on the floor for too long to recuperate. So, the tester summoned him back before giving him a mana regenerating potion. He drank it with embarrassment. He proceeded to the next step, where he was placed in a machine and underwent some sort of surgery. They asked him what bloodline he wanted, and he chose the Archwizard class without hesitation. He had no desire to become a priest, archer, or crusader. After the surgery, he did not feel much different. The tester then handed him a magical artifact in the form of a watch. The watch would teleport them to a dimension where he has to kill a bunch of magical creatures. This will then result in skill points that he can use to increase his stats, including mana. This sounds like an RPG virtual reality game in real life, commented Chris. It is. Chris was shocked as he realized how far the Empire had reached in such a short time. Here is a booklet explaining everything you need to know about this dimension, continued the tester. Take care of the watch. You only have it because of your title. Other citizens must go to the designated area for their training. Chris nodded as he felt lucky for this treatment. He also guessed it was not only because of his honor citizen title but also because of his willpower. He rushed home to read the booklet and prepare. His magical path was right before him. As such, he did not want to waste time. 396 Christius Rise, Finale, 2 chapters today. Consider it a late Christmas gift. Chris read everything he needed about the Konosuba dimension to prepare for his journey. He wanted to be ready. Afterward, he planned his next step. He first debated whether to take magical classes and learned a few spells, or directly go hunting. After weighing the pros and cons, he realized this mana pool was too small to be of use. He was almost a squib. However, he had another advantage. He was a tier 3 aura master. He used his military connection to buy a decent magical sword without wasting time. Most citizens must learn basic hand-to-hand combat, gun shooting, and the basics of one melee weapon. This law caused the Auror department much trouble in the early days. After getting some decent gear, Chris activated his watch. A golem received him and even helped him acquire a skill card. And as expected, Aura was one of the skills already registered, including his spiritual software engineer. The golem gave him a map that displayed the allocation of monsters in different areas. The areas were labeled based on their tier 0 to 3, and there was no other living creature inside, besides the new people. Before the worldwide upgrade and revelation of his return, Edward moved all the citizens of Konosuba, including the Spark Gods. They were now slowly being integrated into the Empire. As for the entire world, it was turned into a training place for the citizen to use the power of karma to reach tier 3. Fleur combined the Crimson Magic family bloodline with the unique bloodline that the adventure cards will grant individuals when they change classes. Hermione even upgraded the karma system of the world. Which area should I go to? Pondered Chris. Tier 3 area would give him the fastest rise, but it was also the most dangerous. From what he knows, someone will come to save him if he is in danger. But there is also the possibility of not arriving on time. Let's go to the tier 2 area. If there is danger, he can still run away. So, he headed to an area with a creature called boxing kangaroos. Based on the live map, he found an isolated one and attacked. He rushed forward and slashed his sword horizontally. And to his embarrassment, the magical creature dodged, making Chris smile in shame as he realized his lack of combat abilities. Ignoring his opponent's mocking look, he activated his aura and used the overwhelming physical stat difference to kill the animal. He felt a mysterious power rush inside his body and hurriedly checked his skill card. As expected, he leveled up. Technically speaking, he was level 0, while the kangaroo was level 34. Levels 0 to 9 are tier 0, 10 to 20 is tier 1, 21 to 340 is tier 2, and 41 to 60 is tier 3. Chris immediately added all his points to increase his mana. As he sensed the increase, an uncontrollable joy appeared in his mind. He headed to the next target. And this time, he did not rush in for the attack. As the Emperor said, fighting head-on is barbaric. True mages fight long distances and spam their enemy with magic. Chris remembered the chaos when the Arcane Emperor said these words in an interview. All hand-to-hand arcane subclasses rioted. Then, the pure mages came to defend the Emperor, saying he was correct. Finally, the Emperor had to come out to explain it was a poor joke and sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, many people knew the Emperor was not fond of direct fighting. Chris summoned his grimoire to activate his unique magic. He increased the velocity of his sword, drastically increasing its speed. It pierced the kangaroo's head before the creature even realized what had occurred. Chris controlled the vector of the sword to change direction, achieving a power similar to telekinesis. Like a child, he continued to control the sword, making it fly upward, downward, side to side, etc. He had a smile plastered on his face like a child who received a new toy for Christmas. A few minutes later, he suddenly felt lighthearted as his man ran out. Embarrassed again that he had lost control, he used his aura to walk to a safe area to recuperate his mana before continuing hunting. He killed a few more boxing kangaroos before becoming bolder and deciding to fight more than one at once. He was successful, but Chris realized he needed a defensive spell. He tried creating a field around him that redirected all vectors directed at him. He thought the process would be difficult, but after trying for a few hours, a new spell appeared in his grimoire. Is this the benefit of high willpower? He remembered the information explained this grimoire system favored people with determination or high willpower. With a way to protect himself, Chris continued his hunting. A month later, Fireball, he chanted before creating a ball of fire 5 times that of a basketball, sundering more than 100 magical beasts. Bottomless Swamp, he waved his staff to create a swamp and trap a ground of long-legged chickens, a tier 3 animal that was very fast. Lightning Strike. Lightning descended from the sky to destroy the long-legged chickens. Is this the power of a tier 3 arcanist? How fascinating, he muttered. After a month of non-stop hunting, he was now level 60. He had learned all the skills, and his grimoire had a few more spells. Can I say my dream is accomplished? He continued. No, this is just the beginning. He controlled his grimoire to manipulate the wind around him to create 2 high-powered tornadoes in his back and fly away. After resting, he returned home. After reaching tier 3, Chris felt he had reached a plateau, making it difficult to improve further. From what he knew, there were other dimensions where one could hunt to get higher levels. Edward took a few more worlds under the Spark Gods. They were one of the many random isekai novels that came out every year. These worlds could reach tier 6 through hunting and gathering karma. However, things in talent will begin to take place from now. Someone like Chris has to go to extreme lengths to reach tier 4. Furthermore, there was no safety net in these dimensions. If you die, you die. No one will come to save a citizen in danger, that's the rule of that dimension. Let's wait after the potion. Afterward, he enrolled in school and learned the method of condensing a magic core. Things proceeded smoothly since he was used to controlling mana and had a vast amount. Now, Chris had to worry about his future. He had to worry about learning the expansion charm to ensure he could advance to tier 4. Then there is the process of liquefying mana. Even with a dragon potion, this would be difficult, not to mention the current me, he muttered with a smile. If only there were another, he continued with a sigh. Another way, he squinted his eyes as he felt a flash of inspiration. In terms of talent, intelligence, and spiritual power, there is little chance I can understand and enchant my core with the expansion charm. But what if there was another way? A way that used my only advantage over others, willpower. Chris hurriedly went on the web to search for scholarly journals. He searched the relationship between willpower, mana, and su, controlling mana with willpower, and willpower manifestation. There were articles, but he could not understand them after reading them. After all, his magical knowledge foundation was sub-PAR. So, he used artificial intelligence to summarize things into easier to digest language. My plan is feasible, he said with excitement. Then, he hurried submitted it to the idea suggestion box and waited to see how much this idea was worth. To his surprise, the conclusion took more than 10 minutes, worrying Chris to death that his idea was terrible or someone already had. However, when he received a response, he was shocked. The message he received read, "Your idea has possible ramifications that will affect the entire arcane civilizations. As such, the royal family has requested your presence for further discussion." Chris' mouth remained open for a good 5 minutes. He could not fathom his idea was so important. Staring next chapter, it's Edward's POV, and the two will finally meet. 397 Chris contribution. Edward sat on his throne with a few screens floating before him. Since the new update of the library and the Empire entering the Age of Magic, he has been busy in the past month. He had to fuse the 2 continents from Black Clover with the Pangean continent. He had to settle all the people previously living in that continent, especially the ones from the Eastern continent. Luckily, his clone helped immensely with the process. He also had to settle all the people he plundered from his voyage, which involved sending many people to different planets and even star systems. He had to set up the Magic Knights from the Western continents. They were a group of extremely talented individuals, and they were loyal to him. However, they had little loyalty or sense of belonging to the Empire. This is why he fused their continents with Earth, since the Magic Knights were duty-bound individuals who swore to protect their homes. After a few months of adapting, they will be the Empire's most elite legion. He had to place the new races, like dwarves and elves. Luckily, the Empire was now a hot pot of different races, cultures, and ethnicities. He only had an issue placing 2 races, the demons and gods from Konosuba. The demons feed on human desires and are uncontrollable wild cards. They cannot live with the citizens. They would most likely stay in their own dimension. As for the gods, they cannot be called as such to prevent social and political issues. So, the official name of their race is the Spark race. With the help of Krona, Edward fused the Black Clover and Konosuba world. The Black Clover world became a unique dimension that can grant people magical power after entering. Each individual can receive as much mana as a noble or as little as Chris. Luckily, it did not matter. With the bloodline research and karma system of the Konosuba world, every citizen is guaranteed to become a Tier 3 Arcanist with enough effort. However, to go beyond that will require them to risk their lives. One of the problems he has to deal with is the sudden increase of people with magical power. When aura training became mandatory for everyone, there was a long period of chaos with people abusing their power. Fortunately, the Empire learned from its mistakes. Before the announcement, the aura force drastically increased as many people were chosen to use the 2 dimensions before the public. Their existence was to deal with the possible upcoming chaos. Of course, new systems were implemented to prevent aura department from having too much power and becoming corrupt. Another department that was drastically increased was the medicine department. The government wanted to prepare for the increase in magical-related injuries. While reviewing the documents, someone walked inside the room. "How did it go?" he asked without raising his head. "We've routed all the underworld members," reported Grindelwald, the commander of the Ghost Squad. In recent years, Guznad has corrupted many members of the Empire, resulting in the creation of the terrorist organization named Underworld. Through divination, the Empire has routed many of them, but they would sprout out again. It was until recently that Luna, with the help of Ichika, Yami's sister and also known as the Divine Maiden, divine all the members. They used the Tier 10 floating city to boost their abilities to get everyone. Then, the Ghost Squad cleaned up every member, from lowly businessmen to politicians and even 2 tower masters. "Do you think they will sprout again?" asked Edward. "Definitely. Guznad won't give up so easily. We just have to be more proactive on the cleanup process." He had faith in his divination department, especially with the addition of Ichika, someone as talented as a seer. "Is there something else?" asked Edward. "Yes. I think it's time for the Ghost Squad to be decentralized. We need a separate branch focus on spying and assassination." Edward moved his eyes from the screen before him, looking at Grindelwald oddly. It was the first time he met someone asking to reduce the power they controlled. "Don't look at me like this," replied the former first-generation Dark Lord. "I'm only looking out for the Empire." His dream has always been the prosperity of wizards. And now that his dream had been accomplished, he did not want anything to come to ruin it. As such, the Empire must be as mighty as possible. You may be correct. Divination was not always the answer. And having a group under him focused directly on assassination would make things easier. He could use many shadow tactics. The Ghost Squad can then concentrate on pure military power. I will take that into mind. Grindelwald nodded before sending him the report and leaving. Edward supervised everything. "Master, I think we find why Chris is a linchpin." "Oh, let me see." Edward read the idea Chris submitted, and his eyes lit up. "Go invite him to dinner." Edward waited for his guest in front of a table. He did not use the usual big table for family dinners or the long table to receive foreign visitors. It was a small one so that they could be face-to-face in a conversation. Welcome, said Edward as Chris walked into the room. Your Majesty. Chris wanted to bow properly, but Edward stopped him. You can be at ease, reassured Edward before they sat down, ate, and chatted. You seem confused and even hesitant, said Edward. I am. What's on your mind? Ask anything, and I'll answer. My idea. I don't think it warrants all of this, said Chris looking at all the luxury surrounding him. The current him could sense the magic emanating from every brick of this palace. Your idea is more valuable than you think, commented Edward. There has been an issue between battle and scholar arcanist for quite some time. Without research, experiments, and innovation, it is 100 times more difficult for battle arcanists to improve their soul strength and reach a higher tier. It is harder for them to expand their magic core to contain more mana and more difficult for them to condense their mana into liquid and solid. On average, battle arcanists have a higher willpower than scholars. Your research can allow them to use their willpower to compensate for the gap. From now on, the playing field will be leveled. Chris did not think so far about his research. But his original intention was to make up for his lack of talent, to use his willpower to do the things his soul could not do. And I can tell you this is not the only benefit your research can bring, added Edward. I've recently discovered willpower is critical to the arcane path. It is the thing that will make us both equals to the gods and even surpass them. Chris trembled as he realized the scope of what he had gotten involved with. However, he tried really hard to control himself. There is currently no universal way to train willpower. I'm hoping that you will create such a method. Chris remembered his test and how the tester was shocked by his willpower of 2. He took a deep breath to calm down. I think you're overestimating my capabilities. You're underestimating your value, countered Edward before explaining to him the existence of linchpins and all the others. Chris was once again shocked as he never thought there was anything special about him. Wait, is that why Cruz contacted me 15 years ago? Yes. A terrorist organization was suspicious of your linchpin identity and wanted to steer you to another destiny. Edward did not tell him they had tried to kill him a few times in the past months, but the Ghost Squad secretly protected him. So, what happens now? Asked Chris after processing all this information. I will give you all the resources you need for your research, including a dragon potion, he asked rather swiftly. Yes, a level 5 potion is a must. I can even grant you the level 6 one if you succeed. There is a 6th level. It's an open secret, but there is a 6th level brewed from a Dragon King heart. Chris sat in a daze without knowing what to do. Then, tears began to fall from his eyes, making him embarrassed. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Chris said, wiping the tears. I've spent decades saving for a level 3 potion, hoping to change my fate and pursue my dream. But now, an even better one is granted to me. My life has changed so much in the past month that I feel overwhelmed. Edward sighed before patting his shoulder. One of the flaws of a meritocracy system is that it values the gifted to the point of harming ordinary people. I've tried to make things fair and give everyone an opportunity. But even I cannot create a perfect system. I was not blaming you. No, I would never. Chris understood this truth. In the Empire, if you are talented, many opportunities await you. However, if you are ordinary, the only way to change your fate is through hard work and long years of unrelenting efforts. Because he understood this truth, he saved money for so many years for the potion. The two chatted for a few hours before Chris left. He had much to do, mostly attending school, as his magical knowledge was probably on par with a 4th-year student at Hogwarts. He had a long way to go. 398 dangerous reinforcements. After he chatted with Chris, Edward focused on his work. Only a month has passed since the Black Clover dimension became available, and only a fraction of the population has acquired their magical talents. Many people were still left just in the solar system, not to mention the other star systems. Furthermore, he still needed to make the spirit world from the eastern continent available to the public. Many Tier 7 arcanists have to exchange their research for more merit to exchange the potion for the Kairos poison. Additionally, they have to buy the method of condensing the arcane spark and storing mana into soul dimension to decrease the speed they can reach Tier 8. Unfortunately, even if they buy these things, they can only reach higher tiers once the issue of soul limit is dealt with. While he dealt with these issues, another screen popped before him with Oliver's face. How did things go with Chris? Can we trust him? Fine. From the information we have, there is nothing suspicious. And it helps that he is a monarchist. You should still keep a watch on him. Of course. This has been the policy for all the linchpins. Many of the research personnel the government gave them for their research are undercover agents to keep watch on them. This has been the same for all the linchpins. Why are you calling me? Is there something urgent? Yes. We've made contact with the Starskin Queen. I think they are ready to surrender. It made sense. After the dwarves surrendered, they lost access to their weapon supply. The Queen requested to talk to you, added Olivier. I will go receive her. How are the preparations for the expedition? Hermione has already finished and headed there. With Hermione's summoning talent, the Empire discovered a new plane. According to the probe sent inside, there is a maximum level of power of Tier 9. So, Edward decided to use it for the first interplanar expedition. They needed to gather on how to conduct planar warfare and discover the situation of the astral realm. She should be alright with the floating city. True. How is Wiz? With her coronation as a new empress, it has become easier to integrate the undead into the Empire. She has been toying with the idea of studying life magic to create a life staff and revert these people to their original selves. It's a good idea. Most of the undead had no choice and were forcefully turned. I'm sure they would choose to revert if given a choice. If Wiz can create a life staff with life authority, she can use Bellatrix's help with the death staff to help them. Alright. I'll go prepare for the meeting. He hopped on a ship 2 days later, heading to Sirius Star System. Ica Star System, Guznad's lair. Guznad held a book in his hand while sitting on his throne. He sensed the arrival of his lich servant but did not say anything for a few minutes. What is it? My god, the situation has gotten worse, replied the lich as it knelt. All our eyes in the Arcane Empire have been removed. They have suddenly increased their military power out of nowhere, and we are losing terribly. Guznad remained calm as he flipped the page of his book. He knew the Empire had never used its full military strength. During all the confrontations, their fleets based purely on technology have never been used in battle. And this sudden increase in military power must have something to do with the appearance of the Arcane Emperor. Anything else? Yes. Our spies from the Starskin race have notified us that the Queen is meeting with the Arcane Emperor. They are most likely going to surrender. Bang! Guznad closed his book. The Lich's heart skipped a beat despite not having a heart. Guznad knew the Empire treated his invasion as an opportunity to expand their territories and conquer the galaxy. And recently, the dwarves surrendered, and soon the Starskin. And with how things are proceeding, the elves won't last long. And during this whole time, he is stuck in this place, having little room to breathe. We need more manpower, correct? Why yes. I will lend you one of my clones. Conquer a layer of the abyss. Chose a marquis as the target. If the lich had skin and muscles, his face would have changed. The abyss plane is the largest plane in the astral realm, with an almost infinite layer. However, they are also the most dangerous. The reason for all the layers is that abyss demons would invade other planes and sink them into the abyss, in other words, have the abyss plane swallow them. There are rumors that the abyss plane has the only remaining tier 11 entities in the astral universe. Is this really a good idea? Asked the lich in a low voice. If the other gods know you have summoned abyss demons on this planet, they will band together to hunt you down. A lord occupies each layer of the abyss. Anyone who defeats the lords can take control of the layer. And they are classified into titles: Baron, Earl, Marquis, Duke, and Prince. They represent tier 6 to tier 10. And one thing the abyss does not lack is legions or cannon fodders. Abyss demons are born for slaughter. The moment they are born from the creation pool as babies, insects, or larvae, they must swallow each other and evolve before they get to the shore. As such, only the strong can survive. And with how many layers it has, there are so many demons that it is mind-numbing. The Arcane Empire has not used its clone legion to overwhelm us with numbers. Once they do, we can only rely on the abyss demons to retaliate. Abyss lords can control the demons living in their lair. They can control and summon them to other planes to fight their battles. The lich opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he just nodded and left. The cosmic god plane is lusted after by every high-level plane in the astral realm, including the abyss. The tier 10 entities want to invade or enter the world to access the multiverse and become tier 11. And their actions increase the chances of some abyss princes using this opportunity to enter this plane. The lich cared little for what happened to this plane. What he cares about are the consequences. Once the faith god discovers someone allows foreign entities to enter this plane, they will be treated as traitors and hunted down by all factions. Even if his god tries to hide in his divine kingdom in the outer realm, he will not be able to escape. In fact, these faith gods will even hunt him down if he tries to flee to other planes. Despite how he felt, the lich went to execute his order. A marquis is only tier 8 by the standard of this plane. However, for many reasons, even with a tier 9 clone of his god, it will not be easy to conquer the layer. Firstly, if the marquis detects their intention, they can command the abyss demons to use guerrilla tactics to deal with them. With the sheer number of demons in a layer, if they all turned into human bombs and used suicide methods, it would be a problem. Secondly, any demons who can rise to the Lord's position is not simple. They have to be cunning, cruel, and powerful. They are all battle experts since all demons spent all their lives fighting and evolving. Finally, the abyss will bless all the lords. In their layers, their powers are boosted beyond normal, similar to a faith god in its divine kingdom. As such, even with the tier 9 clone, he might fail in his mission. While Guznad was planning his risky military expansion, Edward finally met with the Starskin Queen. 399 guidelines. Edward walked on a red carpet with 2 ambassadors behind him. At the end of this walkthrough stood a woman with beautiful dark skin and eyes that reflected the cosmos itself. He was momentarily dazed as he laid eyes on her. There are rumors that Queen Kaitera is one of the most beautiful women in the galaxy. It seems these rumors have not done your majesty any justice. And it appears the rumors about your highness being a womanizer is true, the queen replied with a smile. Unfortunately, countered Edward, not embarrassed in the least. He motioned to the ambassador, who opened the box he carried, revealing vials of potions. My greeting gift. The queen walked down from the slightly elevated podium where 2 thrones rested. Usually, she would have one of her ministers take the gift. However, Queen Kaitera understood it was not time to play political games since she was before an empire that was even more powerful than hers. She looked at the potions, and a slight surprise flashed across her eyes. With quick divination, she could tell this potion was to heal her previous injuries. What's more surprising, this potion was perfectly tailored to her race's physique. Star magic is fascinating, commented Edward. According to the Empire's study, stars can emit two other unique types of energy besides mana or solar energy, cosmic energy and star energy. Solar energy is used mainly for fire spell, or what the Eastern arcanist called pure spells. Cosmic energy has more versatility, but it remains somewhat of a great mystery. The Empire has machines that can wield cosmic energy, but it is harder for any individuals to wield, let alone form an arcanist subsystem. As for star energy, it is the main energy the Starskin races use. It can be used for various spells like controlling the weight of the stars, teleportation, light magic, or use astrology for divination and other magic-related activities. By studying the Starskin race's ability to convert star energy into mana, the Empire has benefited greatly in the field of star magic. And when Edward brought back Zuriel and Yuno's star magic, the process was accelerated. Queen Kaechira paused for a moment before opening the potion and drinking it, ignoring the apparent horror of her minister. As soon as she finished, a powerful aura emanated out of her body. Then, her long braided hair reverted to the glistening black from a dying white. Her sick complexion returned to a normal level, making her skin shine more brilliantly like the stars at night. The root of my injuries has been healed, she muttered. Queen Kaechira could feel she was not completely healed, but her biggest injury problem was dealt with. In her current state, she could use that forbidden item once again without killing herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. No need for formality since it is simply a gift. The two then proceeded with this meeting. And as expected, the Starskin wanted to negotiate their terms of surrender. Mostly, there was no trouble in the negotiation, except for the issue of kinghood. The Empire does not grant royalty position. However, Edward agreed to give the Queen a title with some benefits. However, the title will not have any actual power. If she wants to represent her race in the Arcane Empire's council, she has to be elected appropriately. The title will also not be hereditary. However, there will be many other benefits regarding resource allocations, security access, and certain privileges. Since the Starskin race was a group with many diviners, not all of them were but a good portion, he was willing to make some concessions. The issue of royal title could not be agreed upon in one day, so the delegations agreed to continue the next day. However, Queen Kaechira invited Edward for a personal meeting since she wanted to tell him something. Queen Kaechira served a beverage unique to their race, and the only way Edward could describe it was it tasted like stars. Stars are nothing but massive pieces of celestial bodies, yet, he could taste them. Before everything is settled, there are a few things I would like to tell you about our race, said the Queen. Do you know the existence of the astral realm and other planes? She had to ask since she knew the Empire was less than 100 years old despite its advancement. We do. We've even begun our first exploration, replied Edward. Well, our Starskin is from another plane, the luminary plane, she said, observing his response. You don't seem surprised. After discovering the astral realm, one of our think tanks theorized this possibility. After all, your race is truly special, replied Edward before sipping his drink. What I want to know is how did you enter this plane? From what he knows, this place has been closed off for billions of years to prevent foreign invasions. I see, nodded Queen Kaechira. We were a peaceful civilization, living lives to ourselves. Then, another Tier 9 plane, the Moon Demons, invaded our world and waged a terrible war. In the end, we lost, and our ancestors were forced to use a plane gate left by the Magus race to come to this place, abandoning our home. Edward let out a soft sigh. Is there a problem? My apology. I was just thinking how everything recently seems to involve the Magus race in one way or the other. This statement is more true than you can imagine. Edward sighed before changing the subject. I'm guessing you want help taking back your plane. Since it is a Tier 9 plane, it should not be a problem. Have the Arcane Empire developed reincarnation magic? What does this have to do with anything? Asked Edward, confused by this out-of-nowhere question. Then, Queen Kaechira looked at him strangely. Don't tell me you have not heard of the planar warfare guidelines. No, I have not. Queen Kaechira did not waste time and used a spell to summon a book from her library and handed it to Edward, who used another spell to absorb all the information in the book in a short period. Planar warfare or invasions are serious matters because of the existence of planar will. The planar will attack anyone who enters a plane, and the invader has to resist. Now, the issue of tiers will come into play. If a Tier 8 mage invaded a Tier 7 plane, they could take some time to fight the plane will or use brute force to destroy the plane. But if they attacked a Tier 8 plane, they would most likely be suppressed because the plane will can borrow the strength of every individual it contained, not to mention the other Tier 8 entities. The suppression from any plane is the most disgusting thing any individual has to deal with. It is a mechanism that makes large planar invasion extremely difficult. So, there are a few ways to deal with the issue, besides using a higher tier to a lower tier plane. The first one is consciousness hiding technology. As the name suggests, it is a method where the invader coat themselves and their legion with an aura that hide their identity as invaders, allowing them to do as they please in any planes they attack. Unfortunately, throughout history, only 2 civilizations have developed this technology, the Magus race and the Abyss plane. A few Abyss lords still have this technology in the modern age. Edward theorized a few faith god might have got it from a Magus race inheritance. The second and most common method used to deal with plane wills is sacrifice. By sacrificing a large population of the invaded plane, the invaders can coat themselves with the aura of the plane, passing for its citizen and evading the plane will. However, this method has an issue. All invaders are immediately suppressed the moment they land, so where would they have the time or opportunity to sacrifice a large portion of the population? According to this guideline, other tactics are required. The first tactic is to possess inhabitant of the invaded plane. However, this method has too many flaws since the plane could still easily detect invaders who tried this. The second tactic is to have a native summon the invader and form a contract. Then, the invader can use loopholes in the contract and the situation to have the contractor conduct the sacrifice ceremony. This tactic is often used by cunning creatures or civilizations proficient in soul and contract magic. The final tactic is to use reincarnation magic and become a citizen of the invaded plane and take it down from the inside. Edward took a moment to analyze all the information he had received. He needed to pay attention to two planes because of their uniqueness, the cosmic faith plane, which was his home, and the abyss plane. For example, the abyss plane did not suppress any visitors. On the contrary, it encourages more people to visit. The cosmic faith plane used to be the same. However, things changed after the disappearance of the Magus race. Edward then used his watch to contact his wives and have them check on Hermione's expedition. 400 Universe Era. How long since your race arrived on this plane? Asked Edward. It was a long time ago, replied Queen Katura. Our records say it was during the High Elves' rebellion. This was a new term for Edward. He had of the High Elves, an ancient race that is considered a higher bloodline than regular elves. Even the concept of high magic, magic that the gods are not immune to, is named after them. He knew they used to be on par with the dragons at one time but had declined for some reason. I've never heard of the High Elves' rebellion, admitted Edward. I'll show you our records. Queen Katura was generous and allowed Edward access to their race's ancient records, which goes back billions of years. Unfortunately, not everything was preserved since the Starskin race had to migrate from another galaxy. However, many modern scholars of their race have used historical techniques to theorize the missing parts of their race's history. As such, Edward had a pretty decent understanding of certain major events that occurred in the cosmic faith plane. After the sudden disappearance of the Magus race, two groups rose to become the ruler of the universe, the dragons and the High Elves. After many years of fighting, the High Elves proved their dominance, and the dragon race had to enter a state of seclusion to prevent their race from possible extermination. The High Elves ruled the universe. As one of the few races who can reach Tier 10 without faith, it was rather easy for them to do so. During their reign, the concept of faith god was not even prominent. Yet, it also became the reason for their downfall. Most creatures in the universe could not reach higher tiers because of their bloodline limitation and soul limit. However, they soon learned that this was no longer a problem as long as they became gods and absorbed faith. And as more creatures became gods and reached higher tiers, the High Elves felt their status threatened, and they began a war to exterminate all gods and ban the practice of faith. Unfortunately, they were extremely racist and xenophobic, even discriminating against their own kind, the lowly elves. As such, myriad races and creatures banded together to defeat them in a war called the High Elves' Rebellion. In the end, the High Elves also had to hide to survive. Then, the faith gods reigned supreme on this plane. They changed the plane name from the one the elves previously used, Galad. Magus Plane, Galad Plane, and Cosmic God Plane, thought Edward before analyzing the information he had just absorbed. He created an outline of the universe's history. Genesis era rightward arrow birth of the universe. It could be the result of the Big Bang or a magical phenomenon. No living creatures lived there. Supposedly. The Elder God era rightward arrow. The Elder Gods are the first creatures born in this universe. They were a powerful race born with the power to control authority. Edward theorized that their existence was because Krona, the planar will, needed a way to stabilize the universe. So, she shared her control over authority to lessen the burden on her herself. The Magus era rightward arrow. Edward does not know whether other races appeared in this era or near the end of the previous era. Anyway, this race of pure mana named Magus became mad scientists. They destroyed the Elder Gods, conquered the universe, and spread throughout other planes. Edward believes that the Magus race conquered the entire astral realm. And the reason for their disappearance is that they achieved Tier 12 as a civilization and entered the void, traveling the omniverse. The proof for this theory is the gap he discovered in Rowena's timeline that allowed him to master omniversal travel. High Elves Age rightward arrow. Edward called this period an age instead of an era because of its shortness and lack of impact. That period is what he just learned about the dragons, High Elves, and the rebellion. The faith god era rightward arrow. The current era. It is ruled by a parasitic species that must rely on faith to retain its powers. Well, the last part is a little bias, but it's alright, commented Edward as he looked at the things he wrote. I have a lot of work to do if I want to enter the arcane era and become a Tier 12 civilization one day. He placed everything away before finally noticing someone next to him. He looked at the queen, who had her mouth wide open. Did you hear what I said? He knew she could not read his writing since it was in an unknown language on which he liked to write notes. But she must have heard him. Well, pretend they are the rumbling of a madly ambitious man. Edward stretched his body before walking out. Meanwhile, Queen Katura did not know how to react. The man said these words in such a casual manner that somehow made his words more convincing. Tier 12 civilization? The Magus race was the most powerful civilization, and they were only Tier 11. A look of horror suddenly appeared on the queen's face. Magus. Disappearance. Tier 12. Could it be? She looked in the direction of Edward's departure and wanted to rush and ask. However, she knew these kinds of secrets could not be so easily revealed. Creating a new era with my own hands? Establishing a civilization on Par with the Magus. A brilliant light flashed in Keitura's eyes as ambitions filled her heart. She was not satisfied with their race taking back their plane. After all, they were only a tier 9 civilization. Did he do it on purpose to secretly tell me his ambitions and get him on his side? Queen Keitura gave Edward too much credit. He became too comfortable with her because of her warm temperament, so he was careless and revealed these words. Well, it appeared things went in his favor. In the following days, the negotiations finally ended. The two sides chose a day to announce the merger. Edward then handed the Queen access to the Empire's library and online schooling so she could transfer to the arcane rune system. Then, he rushed home to see Hermione since she had returned from her expedition after the group contacted her. How did it go? Asked Edward. Everyone looked at her. Terrible, Hermione replied. The moment I landed, countless chains that contained the power of authority suppressed the floating city. No matter what I tried, I could not take a single step outside. Even the void cannon did little damage before the attack was exiled to an unknown place. The golem's legions were annihilated. It was a disaster. The suppression was so bad, asked Olivier. It was, to the point it became an anomaly. Why is the universe will of that plane so powerful? Although we expected this, I did not think it would be this bad, commented Fleur. Expected. The group then showed her the guideline. That explains a lot, said Hermione before sighing. So, we need to confront the planar will and buy time. Meanwhile, use reincarnation magic and have someone infiltrate the world before establishing a sacrificing ceremony. Until we develop the technology to ignore planar will, this is the best strategy, added Olivier. Bessie using brute force, commented Bellatrix. Besides that, with the tier 10 floating city, they have this option with tier 9 planes and below. Invasion guidelines and sacrifice ceremony. Why is the culture of this universe so dark and brutal? Sighed Hermione. She was not a kind-hearted person, at least not anymore. After all, she has done human experiments, killed, and conquered. However, sometimes, she felt this universe was too dark. She only went on that expedition to find a new plane to exchange ideas and cultures, not to invade. Using force was the last resort. Then, let's use a different approach, said Edward, and everyone looked at him. Let's negotiate. You want to peacefully negotiate a cultural exchange with the planar will? Asked Rowena. We have the technology to communicate with planar will. We can try a peaceful method first.